Chapter 1 Hayagakirito. Hayagakirito, as his name suggests, is a son of the Hayaga clan of the Kanaha giants, and is an important branch of the Hayaga that has served as the main guard of the main clan for generations. The Hayagakirito, a branch of the Hayaga family, is considered a relatively low type in the family identity, but in the Kanaha family circle, and even the entire Kanaha, almost everyone knows the name Akatsuki Hayagakirito. The reason is not because of how good Kirito is. It was Kirito. Kirito belonged to the Hayaga family, but was surprised to have black eyes. Black eyes are the most common type among ninjas. It didn't seem strange at first, but for the Hayaga family, it was an outlier. Hayaga family has a long history, with records dating as far back as the Six Paths fairy mythology. Since the establishment of Kanaha 60 years ago, the Hayaga clan has joined Kanaha as one of the most important clans and has continued to this day. The Hayaga family has excellent Keki I Genkai Byakugan, so when their children are born, the pupil color is silver-white, which is basically the same. It is recorded in the history of the Hayaga clan that there were once 6 clansmen who were not born with silver eyes, but were probably close to gray-silver or pinkish-white, but around the age of 4 or 5, the eyes it will gradually change back to the original silver-white pupil color. However, like Kirito, when he was born, he was not only not the silver-white eye color but also pure black. This is the first time in the history of Hayaga, and until now Kirito is 12 years old, the eye color is still not like the 6 recorded in the family. The peculiar clansmen turned back to silver-white. This makes the Hayaga clan, whether it is the main clan or the branch, quite reject the alien Kirito. It's like everyone's relatives are used to seeing silver's white eyes, so what's the point of you, a guy with black lacquer eyes sneaking in? Of course, if it's just a difference in appearance, it's not enough to make Kirito so famous. The most important thing is that Kirito has so far been unable to open the Keki I Genkai pupil technique Byakugan of the Hayaga family. You know, among the Hayaga clan, the sooner the children of Byakugan are opened, the more talented they will be. However, even the worst ones should start Byakugan around the age of 8 or 9. However, Kirito has not been able to open it since he was 12 years old. To know that the secret arts of all systems of the Hayaga family are closely related to Byakugan, it should be said that the word dependence is not wrong. What is the difference between the Hayaga family without Byakugan and ordinary people? This heterogeneity of Kirito has also raised the question of identity speculation, but after confirmation by the head of the Hayaga clan, Kirito is indeed a member of their Hayaga clan. In addition, Kirito also inherited another feature of the Hayaga family to a certain extent, which is the weak nature of natural ninjutsu and demonic illusion. The unifying system of genre secret techniques, the chakra meridians inherited in the Hayaga family's body, are different from those of outsiders. Kirito did not inherit the strengths of the Hayaga family, but perfectly inherited the weaknesses of the Hayaga family, which is really puzzling. Because there is no Byakugan, all the secret techniques of the Hayaga family will not be relevant to him, but the special chakra meridians make him a complete idiot in ninjutsu and demonic illusion. Therefore, Kirito has become the laughing stock of the Hayaga family, and outside the family is the existence of shame for the Hayaga family. The name of Kirito's trash is almost known to everyone. The identity of Kirito, the Hayaga branch, is different from the general Hayaga branch, as the guard of the main clan in the past. Kirito's generation happens to be the guard of Hayaga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hayaga family. As an existence who vowed to follow Miss Hinata for the rest of his life, Kirito was able to live with Hinata since he was a child. In their hearts, it was not just a simple master-servant relationship, but like a childhood sweetheart, even closer than a brother and sister. It was only when the 7-year-old asked for the Jonin school, because so far Kirito had not been able to open the Byakugan symbolizing the Keki I Genkai of the Hayaga clan, so with the unanimous consent of the elders of the clan, Kirito was deprived of his status as the guard of Miss Hinata. And also to drive the waste Kirito out of the Hayaga house. However, this was opposed by the patriarch Hyaga Hayashi. The Hyaga branch to which Kirito belongs has served as the guard of the Hyaga main clan for generations. Kirito's father was the guard of the previous Hyaga clan, but when Kirito was young died for a mission to protect the Hyaga family. Hyaga Hayashi was in love with the old servant, and stood on Kirito's side as much as possible. Although he failed to win the unanimous agreement of all the elders in the clan, he deprived Kirito of his status as the main guard of the main clan, but at least in the Hyaga Hayashi's insistence, the plan to drive Kirito out of Hyaga's house was temporarily shelved. But recently, with the approaching of Kirito's ninja school graduation exam, in Hyaga's house, the high-level decision that was blocked by the owner has been brought up again. The biggest wealthy family in Kanaha today, the Hyaga family cannot tolerate a person who has not inherited Byakugan, and who has no qualifications as a ninja in all aspects, and who cannot graduate from even the simplest ninja school, still staying in the Hyaga family. If Kirito fails this graduation exam, he will be kicked out of Hyaga 100%. While some people are worried, some people are gearing up, and some people are gloating and waiting to see a good show, Kirito, who is himself here, has no worries at all. Going to school normally every day, with the same sunny smile on his face as always, it seems that all these things that will decide his fate are about to be irrelevant. Because he has the only and unique arsenal system in the world. Chapter 2 Arsenal System. Arsenal System. Hyaga Kirito, a 12-year-old boy, hides two great secrets in his heart. First of all, he is not a person from this world. These are actually irrelevant. In short, what he is in now is the world dominated by ninjas. Another secret is a different dimension called the Arsenal System that resides on him, neither the physical meaning nor the spiritual level. The reason why it is called a different dimension is because the system is fully digitalized and automatically operated, and there is no management similar to manual operation. From time to time, the system will release some bizarre tasks. If Kirito completes it on time, he will get certain rewards. Of course, these rewards are just like the name of the Arsenal System, which will only reward equipment. According to the end, in the arsenal, including from different eras and different dimensions, cold and hot weapons are available. So far, from the rewards of the system, Kirito has obtained cold weapons such as straight swords, hidden arrows, broadswords, etc., and hot weapons such as ancient single-haired rifles, electric shock batons, and so on. It is precisely because of these weapons that Kirito can get a little bit of survivability in this ninja world with a shallow concept of life. It is worth mentioning that the weapons in the arsenal system provide a storage function, just like a dimensional treasure bag. In this term, it is the storage scroll of a ninja. Kirito's character is the kind of person who is short-sighted and goes with the flow. He has no lofty ideals and huge ambitions. All in all, he can act according to his own heart. For example, Kirito is currently in the ninja school, and the teacher on the stage teaches the basic ninjutsu 3-body skill course. Kirito is not interested at all, so he lies on the table and sleeps. Originally, there were not many students who slept in class like him. But it's different now. There is less than a week before the school's graduation exam. Even Naruto Uzumaki, who is either a mischief or a sleeper in class on weekdays, has to concentrate on listening to the class at this time, although he listens I don't understand. Next is the Shuriken course of basic ninja gear. Kirito also lacks interest in this, but I don't know if it is because of the arsenal system. As soon as he picks up the weapon, the special feeling is different. Just like he was standing in front of the target 50 meters away, looking at the bullseye on the stake, he didn't pay much attention. In short, he just shot it gently. Hyaga Kirito, full marks. Mr. Irika looked at the 5 shuriken that hit the bullseye. He couldn't help but glance at Kirito, but he was comforted. Sure enough, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. No matter how poor other grades are, there is always something he is good at. However, when he thought of the graduation exam of the ninja school soon, and Kirito's ninjutsu scores that had always been a headache for him, he couldn't help sighing. Uzumaki Naruto, 50 points, unqualified. Damn it. Naruto looked at the 5 shuriken he threw, only 2 fell on the target, and 3 of them were missed, and he couldn't help rolling on the grass frantically. Why can even Kirito? I can do it, but I can't. Hey, you shouldn't say things like this in front of the person involved, idiot, Kirito scolded with a smile, but he didn't say anything that annoyed Naruto. He was gentle and good-natured, so he wouldn't care about these little things. Ding 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 ding, a series of sounds made almost simultaneously, and suddenly there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the girls on the field. Irika-sensei nodded approvingly. Uchiha Suzuki, full marks. Hearing the results announced by Irika, Suzuki didn't have the slightest surprise on his face. He was indifferent, just like everything in front of him, as it should have been. However, it was Suzuki's natural behavior that made Naruto on the grass even more unhappy, shouting, "Suzuki! Don't be too complacent, you bastard! Be careful not to pass the exam that day, you have to stay in school to reread, ha ha ha." Suzuki glanced at Naruto indifferently, and said, "Big idiot." He turned to leave, but when he looked away, he stayed on Kirito for a while. Uchiha family is good at shuriken art, and Suzuki will still pay some attention to Kirito, who is equally good at shuriken. This attitude of Suzuki made Naruto feel very unhappy, and immediately stood up and shouted, "Stupid Suzuki, what are you talking about? I want to fight with you. If you have time, you should contact one more genin technique." Leaving this sentence, I don't know if it was for Naruto or Kirito. However, Kirito was keenly aware of this kind reminder from Suzuki, and couldn't help but nodded in goodwill. Humph! Suzuki snorted coldly, then turned to leave. Probably think that at least in the aspect of shuriken, Kirito is one of his competitors. For a rare competitor among his peers, Suzuki subconsciously still does not want to see the opponent fall off the list. "Hey," I said, "Kirito, do you think Suzuki cares about me?" Naruto suddenly turned his head and asked him. "Yeah, aren't you good friends?" Kirito nodded with a smile, and said in his heart, "It's still the kind of good friends." "Friend, is that so?" Naruto suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, "If he wants to be my friend so much, then I can't." "Yes, then the two of you hurry up and be together." Naruto looked at Kirito strangely. "Kirito, why do I feel that your smile is a bit treacherous and sinister?" "It's your delusion." Chapter 3 Main Quests. Finally, today is also the ninja school graduation exam. Avatar. Naruto cried out when he saw the question of the exam, "Why is the avatar technique I'm not good at?" Shikamaru on the side complained contemptuously, "Are you good at ninjutsu?" As the basic ninjutsu of ninjas, most people don't have too much pressure. Sakura looked shyly at Suzuki not far away, and whispered in a low voice, "To be able to become a genin with Suzuki, today's I must pass the exam. Damn it! In order to be with the lovely Sakura, I must pass the test. Clone technique or something, let the horses come over, I, Uzumaki Naruto, are not afraid of you." Naruto shouted fiercely. Suzuki's expression was indifferent, as if no matter what kind of test question, it was not a problem in his eyes. He turned his head slightly to look at Kirito, paused, and said, "Hey, the test is the avatar technique you are least good at, what are you going to do?" Kirito spread his hands, and his casual personality made him indifferent. Let it be fate. However, standing in the last row of the line, Hinata looked at Kirito with worried eyes, and whispered in a low voice that only he could hear, "Brother Kirito, come on, otherwise the family will be very upset." Angry. Although the Hyuga family had deprived Kirito of his status as a guard in the early years and separated the two, the master-slave relationship between them was no longer there. but the innocent and beautiful time spent together living together has become an eternal memory. Uzumaki Naruto, failed. Under Mr. Irika's unselfish sentence, Naruto became the first student to fail the examination this year, and the first student to fail to graduate from the ninja school. Naruto lay on the ground like a deflated ball, unwilling to accept this cruel fact. Everyone laughed sarcastically, but Sasuke didn't laugh, just frowned at Naruto, but didn't speak. Hyuga Kirito, failed. Irika sighed, looking at Kirito with regret in his eyes. It's a pity, obviously he has a high talent in shuriken, but unfortunately ninjutsu the grades are too bad. It can be said to be appalling, Naruto at least turned out a crooked figure, and Kirito just popped out a cloud of smoke. The laughter on the field suddenly became louder, and Naruto also stood up weakly, patted Kirito on the shoulder. We are in trouble, buddy. Kirito couldn't help but scratched his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, it still won't work. Even so, he was a free-spirited person and would not be entangled in past failures. Hinata hesitated for a while on the spot, as if she wanted to go up to Kirito to say something comforting, but she was timid but didn't dare. In particular, the people in the clan don't like to see her interacting with Kirito, and it will bring trouble to Kirito. Humph. Sasuke snorted heavily, and Sasuke left in vain without saying a word. There is a faint meaning of hating iron not becoming steel. Obviously, in terms of shuriken, he is an opponent that he rarely recognizes, but this opponent who has been recognized by him cannot even pass the small test, which is really disappointing to him. Let's go, this is the end of the matter, there is nothing to say. Kirito spread his hands, and did not pay too much attention to the exam, and immediately walked out of the school with the sad Naruto. Naruto went to the school gate, and there were parents who had been waiting for a long time. When the little friends happily held the forehead guard symbolizing graduation and walked out of the school, they would meet the family who also celebrated him. This is really enviable for the lonely Naruto. Kirito opened his mouth and was about to say something comforting when suddenly he frowned. Is it Naruto and Kirito classmates? A figure walked straight towards them from the school gate, with a gentle smile, giving people the feeling of a very warm big brother. Mizuki-sensei. Naruto said in a low mood, there's nothing to do, let's go first, I'm in a bad mood. Wait, is it for the exam? Mizuki's smile became even brighter at this time. You two come with me, and I will tell you a secret. Oh, that's right, it's really interesting. Kirito replied without a smile, but at this moment, the task issued by the system sounded in his mind. Coming to an uninhabited grove, Shuima glanced around vigilantly, and after confirming that no one was around, he leaned down and said to the two of them mysteriously, do you want to know that the other one who passed the exam? Method. Naruto was in a bad mood and didn't want to listen to Mizuki's lectures, but this made him prick up his ears, raised his head and said to Mizuki with hope, how is it? Tell me. Kirito was not interested in Mizuki's tricks of deception and Naruto's stupid expression, and just carefully observed the tasks issued by the system. Mission type, main story. Mission difficulty, Class D. Completion reward, get a random chance to draw a dimensional weapon. One hit kills, there is a chance to get additional secondary rewards. Chapter 4 Solution. Solve. Naruto, which step you can reach depends on your own creation. In the dimly lit room, Mayam took a deep breath on the bong. Chunin Shuimu betrayed, the sealed book was stolen, and everything was under the eyes of the high-ranking Kanaha. Before that, Kanaha had already mastered the evidence of Mizuki's mutiny, and Mizuki's daily life and all actions were under the surveillance of Umbu. Mizuki instigated Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, and the three generations decided to do whatever they wanted. The picture shows that Naruto can learn one trick and a half of the Forbidden Technique scroll. It cleverly avoided other high-level decisions, in order to effectively control the power of Jinchuriki/column, and strictly limit the growth of Naruto's own strength, such a decision. There is also the wily 3 generations of eyes, who are also ready to pass this incident, so that Naruto feels a sense of belonging to Kanaha and gives up. I sent another Iruka to meet Naruto. Otherwise, all Jonin would start looking for him. Where would Iruka, who is an ordinary Chunin with mediocre strength, find Naruto first? The matter is over and the plan is going very smoothly. Iruka's sacrifice to save Naruto has won Naruto's absolute trust. Naruto also used the forbidden technique and shadow clone technique from the Book of Seals that he just learned with extraordinary performance. One is to solve the traitor Mizuki, the other is to let Naruto accidentally cultivate the forbidden technique, and the third is to let Naruto return to Kanaha as a Jinchuriki/column force. This incident can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But in the end, something unexpected happened to the 3rd generation. That is, after being beaten by Naruto's multiple shadow clone, Mizuki drank the forbidden drug, one of Orochimaru's abusive products, with anger. Things turned around too quickly, and even the 3rd generation felt bad, because in order to avoid others finding Naruto too early, he instructed everyone to follow his prescribed search route and time sequence. In other words, now facing the violent Mizuki, Naruto and Iruka are in danger. Go to hell, Demon Foxboy. The Bigfoot was shocked and jumped high. At this time, Shuimu, who had drank the violent forbidden medicine, burned the boiling chakra, and the muscles of the whole body showed explosive expansion. This full blow come down, Naruto might really lose his life. Sandemu stood up abruptly and found that something was not right. He immediately contacted the nearby search ninjas through secret techniques and came here immediately. But now it's too late. 3 generations of eyes keenly noticed Iruka in the pool of blood, suddenly stood up, and his expression was already conscious. With a flick of the figure, Naruto was thrown to the ground, and he used his own flesh and blood to resist Mizuki's angry blow. The 3rd generation breathed a sigh of relief. Being protected by Iruka's desperate efforts, he could finally delay Mizuki for a little time, but within this short time, other searching ninjas had already arrived at the scene. Any of them can overturn Mizuki, even if Mizuki is now in a state of chakra runaway, even if the strength is increased, it is only that level. But in this case, Iruka is about to make a sacrifice. Sandame couldn't help but recall that in the Kyuubi, 9 Tails, incident more than 10 years ago, the Iruka family sacrificed heroically as cannon fodder ninjas who delayed Kyuubi, 9 Tails. Today, Iruka, the only remaining one, has to repeat the same mistakes. However, even if he had to make a new choice for the 3rd generation, he would choose Jinchuriki/column power without hesitation, sacrificing Iruka, who was mediocre as a Kanaha ninja. The real world is so cruel, even in front of everyone. How sunny, how kind an old man, standing on the position of Kanaha's fundamental interests. The 3 generations will never be shaken. The title of the hero of the ninja world is not something that he has put on himself. However, at this moment, things took a dramatic turn again. Go to hell. An angry blow was about to come, but Mizuki's body stopped in mid-air and stiffened suddenly. A sharp sword, from behind, penetrated his heart with great precision. With wide eyes revealing the beast Yuhamang, he looked down at the sharp blade that pierced his chest, his expression extremely angry and unwilling. He seemed to want to turn his head, and finally look at who the one who killed him was. However, with a tilt of his head, he died on the spot. The sharp sword was fiercely pulled out from Shuimu's body, and a large amount of blood spurted out immediately, only to see that after Shuimu's body fell down, the figure behind him that was not a Gundam was revealed. Kirito! Kirito! Naruto still pressed Iruka, who was bleeding and weak, and stared at the figure standing in front of him. It was Kirito holding a straight sword. Kirito smiled kindly at Naruto. Yo, Naruto, I'm here to save you. Ah damn, It's time for me to be handsome as the protagonist. Thinking of his first and only outbreak in his life, he beat up Mizuki, who is Chunin, but unexpectedly, he was really handsomely punched by Kirito in the end. Exterminate. Doesn't that make people have fun? Are you the protagonist or am I the protagonist? The neurotic Naruto is still grateful for Kirito's rescue in the end. As for why Kirito killed Chunin Mizuki, it is not in Naruto's thinking at all. Kirito, the child from the Hyuga family. The three generations looked at Kirito thoughtfully through the crystal ball, only to see the latter's sunny and gentle smiling face, as if all the conspiracies in the world were related to him like a coincidence. Because the whole attention of the three generations was focused on Naruto, even Iruka didn't even look at it, but he didn't find the existence of Kirito, and how did Kirito sneak up on Mizuki from behind, so that he was so beautiful? Hit kill. Soon, the rest of Jonin Umbu and others rushed to the scene, and everyone's attention was focused on Naruto, who was an important person in the village, Jinchuriki/column force, and paid little attention to Kirito. The person who was clearly the biggest contributor in solving this matter was left out in the cold, but Kirito was not interested in it either. Quietly left. At the moment when Mizuki was killed with one move, the mission issued by the system had been completely completed, and a reminder of the reward was also given. In this regard, Kirito can't wait to find a quiet place and collect rewards. Chapter 5 System Rewards. System Reward. After the main storyline is completed, the reward dimension will be drawn once, and the secondary reward will be triggered by one hit kill. Now, in Kirito's mind, there is a huge map of the arsenal warehouse. Rin is full of various swords and guns, as well as chariots, ships, and planes. Weapons of the times, everything. Kirito also glanced around curiously. This warehouse is really huge and boundless, and Kirito stood there like an ant. Casually, he is not obsessed with the sight in front of him. Anyway, he currently only has one chance to draw a lottery, that is to say, he can only take one of the thousands of weapons. I want a lot, but I only get one chance. Kirito simply stopped watching, and directly opened the lottery mode. Suddenly, the huge arsenal warehouse in front of Kirito gradually turned into data and dissipated, and finally only swords and swords were left on the ground. Is it a cold weapon this time? Kirito stared at the swords of different sizes slowly floating in the sky. All the sword tips fell down, and then quickly turned again. The speed of rotation continued to accelerate, and the fastest speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see clearly, only the halo formed by the high-speed rotation. Ding! A jet black weapon that looked like a short sword and a dagger, landed in front of Kirito's feet. Assassin, assassin, blade. Kirito picked up this jet black short blade, and let's call this weapon that resembles a small sword and a larger dagger a short blade. Attribute Blessing, Own Agility, 20. Weapon Talent, Master of Hidden Weapons, Rise to Human Level. Passive Skill, Breath Block. It is almost impossible to be discovered when you cover up your own breath as a static state. The night environment can be used for physical and spiritual invisibility. When entering the attack state, the passive effect is reduced by 80. Acquired Skill, Delusional Illusion. Project your own spiritual soul will into individual shadow individuals. Each shadow has separate thinking ability and personal ability. The number of projections depends on the user's own energy, up to 80 people. Simply put, Attribute Blessing is to increase one's own speed. Weapon Talent probably refers to the ability to use shuriken and kunao, and the skills mentioned a high level. Breath Blocking is to hide one's own abilities. The last delusional illusion is somewhat similar to Shadow Clone, but the difference is that after the Shadow Clone is attacked, it will disappear, and the shadow of the delusional illusion must be killed before it disappears. However, Shadow Clone's disappearing chakra and intelligence signals will return to the main body, and the main body only needs to lose a certain amount of chakra without taking direct damage. However, the shadow of the delusional illusion is different. When the shadow dies, a certain amount of damage will be fed back to the body. They have their own advantages and disadvantages, but compared to shadow clone, the shadow of the delusional illusion also has separate thinking ability and personal ability. For example, the shadow is good at close combat, dagger assassination, and long-range throwing. There are also strategies behind the scenes. The above are the weapons Kirito got in this lottery, as well as the corresponding abilities and skills. The specific effect has not been tried yet, and Kirito is not good at judging the pros and cons of this lottery, and even if he is dissatisfied, it is impossible to change it again. Since it is an unchangeable result, Kirito does not think much. Immediately after that, the one-hit kill additional secondary bonus was used. Because this is an additional reward, it is naturally impossible to be as good as the system lottery, so a set of black tights appeared directly out of thin air. When Kirito took it with one hand, he felt the prompt from the system. Basic Martial Arts 1, Preliminary Comprehension State. You can increase your level by accumulating combat experience. The above system rewards are completed. Kirito's spirit also returned to the real world. As soon as his mind moved, a pure black short blade without any decorative patterns appeared in the palm of his hand, and then various assassination weapons such as short blades, daggers, hidden arrows, short spears, bayonets, etc. were constantly in Kirito's hands. Change. A hint of clarity flashed in his eyes, and he pondered, the so-called weapon, the assassin's blade, does not refer to a certain type of weapon, but a certain type of weapon. Ding 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 quickly threw several sharp blades in a row, nailing a big kill word on the wall, and then with a hand move, the sharp blade on the wall turned into a little bit of light Madara dissipated. Not only can it be taken out anytime and anywhere, but it can also be retracted at will. It's a really handy system feature. After playing with the new abilities given by the system for a while, Kirito soon felt the rapid decline of his physical strength, and could not help but secretly said, just like the professional positioning of assassins, lack of physical strength is one of the weaknesses. In normal times, playing with these light weapons will not consume too much physical strength for a while. It seems that the key to the key consumption is to take out the projection anytime and anywhere and recycle this ability at will. After testing the weapon, Kirito began to move his body again, and found that his body flexibility was greatly improved. Dexterity. And the movement speed is more than twice as fast as before, and the bouncing power has also been greatly improved. This is the effect of the agility attribute blessing. Swinging fists, sweeping legs, elbows and flying knees, Kirito's fierce and powerful fighting kung fu dances like a hunter. If Might Guy, the master of the Kanaha steel fist genre, sees it, he will definitely praise it. However, this is the Hyuga family, a family that has practiced the gentle fist genre for generations. You are a member of the Hyuga family. You are practicing steel fisting in the Hyuga family. This seems to be very inconsistent, right? It would be fine if he was practicing secretly by himself, but unfortunately, just when Kirito was engrossed in his practice, he didn't notice that a group of people from Hyuga main clan was approaching him. Chapter 6 Drive Out Hyuga. Humph, look at this incompetent guy, the dignified Hyuga clan is actually practicing steel fists. Walking into Kirito's residence, the people who came were the elders of the Hyuga family. The branch where Kirito lives has been responsible for guarding the Hyuga clan's main clan descendants for generations. In fact, he has quite a position in the branch lineage. At least in the eyes of other branch families, the Kirito lineage is the closest to main clan. Split. It is known from the environment where Kirito lives, a spacious room and a small courtyard. The living conditions are even comparable to some of the main clan, but as Kirito's parents both sacrificed their lives for the main clan, the only one-handed Kirito is a waste who was born unable to open Byakugan, and it is really worth living in this good place. The rest of the Hyaga family felt unhappy. It is to try every means to drive the unsightly Kirito out of the Hyaga's house. Kirito himself didn't care much about these things. To be honest, as long as the people from main clan said a word, Kirito would move out immediately without any psychological pressure. Seeing the elders of the Hyaga clan gathered in front of the door, Kirito also immediately stopped the practice of steel fist, and did not feel any fear or disgust, so he behaved with the other party in the usual manner of junior to senior. However, Kirito's generous and dignified calm made the elders of the Hyaga clan feel unhappy. In their opinion, they, who have a detached status in the Hyaga family, should naturally be feared by the clan. If main clan's children have this attitude, they should praise it, saying that it is calm and measured, and the children of the separated family are not divided into high and low, but like Kirito is the Hyaga branch, and he himself is a Hyaga. The shame of a family, now seeing them, not only is there no fear and shame, but also a normal indifferent appearance. Neither humble nor arrogant, this word is not suitable for everyone. Although he was displeased, at this point, he couldn't clearly put it on the stage to reprimand it. After all, there was no rule in the Hyaga family's clan rules that stipulated that the younger generation of the separated family had to bow down to the elders, only if they were ruthless. After coughing lightly, the leading elder said coldly, "Hyaga Kirito, from today onwards, we will move out of the Hyaga house immediately." He was about to give Kirito a slap in the face. As soon as he came up, he was straight to the point. There was a special sneak attack that caught the opponent off guard. Mean. I see. However, Kirito's reaction was far beyond the expectations of the Hyaga elders. In their opinion, after hearing this sentence, Kirito will definitely be like a bolt from the blue, and then cry for his father and mother. Kneeling down and begging them, although in the end, they may not be able to take back their fate. As they did now, they agreed without hesitation, and the Hyaga elders suddenly felt a depressing feeling of hitting the cotton with their force. He couldn't help humming, "Hyaga Kirito, you should understand what this means, right? You are not allowed to do things in the name of my Hyaga clan in the future, and you will never be able to get the protection of the Hyaga clan." Kirito nodded indifferently to this. Kirito has never worked in the name of the Hyaga family outside, and as a split family, he has never enjoyed the so-called family protection. Well, you just understand. To Kirito's indifferent appearance, the leading elder was even more unhappy, and continued to add, "By the way, everything that belongs to my Hyaga family is yours. Take away is not allowed." Kirito continued to nod his head indifferently. As a child of the Hyaga family, he used to receive a sum of money from the housekeeper every month for his living. However, a year ago, after the housekeeper deliberately deducted his monthly money, Kirito did not go to collect it anymore, and he completely relied on his part-time labor for the living expenses. The elders of the Hyaga family were puzzled by Kirito's freedom and ease, because Kirito did not make a big noise to report the housekeeper about the deduction of the monthly money, so few people in the Hyaga family knew about it. It is even more impossible for the senior Hyaga elders to pay attention to these trivial matters. Kirito was unexpectedly good at passing away, and for a while, the Hyaga parents all looked at each other in dismay, and prepared a full stomach of ridicule in advance. This time, a well-prepared mockery can only rot in the stomach. Humph. That's it, do it yourself, Hyaga Kirito. The reason why Kirito's surname was not deprived here is not out of pity, but looking at the history of the Hyaga family, they did not expel their own clan and deprive their surname. Such sinful people. The Hyaga family is also proud of their family's good family history. How can they tolerate Kirito being broken? Also, one thing I forgot to mention is that the Hyaga branch family has to be branded with the caged bird curse that is controlled by main clan since childhood, because the caged bird curse was originally developed to prevent the Kekei Genkai of the Hyaga family from being spied on. After the death of the separated clan, the cage bird spell will automatically activate, sealing the power of Byakugan forever. Just as 10 years ago, Kyomagakure obtained the complete corpse of the Hyuga tribe through extremely insidious means, but failed to spy out the secrets of Byakugan. Another point is that every Hyuga main clan masters a secret technique that can control the curse mark of the caged bird. Once the branch family dares to resist the following crimes, the power of the curse mark can be used to determine the family members. More than 80 members of the Hyuga tribe are separated, but they are dominated by the 20s main clan. This is the reason. Of course, a large part of the reason for this is that main clan has a pure bloodline. Keki Genkai's power has been inherited perfectly, and his talent are not comparable to most of the family members. Of course, this is not absolute. Regarding the relationship between the main clan and the branch, I will not explain too much here. Returning to the original question, because the caged bird spell is designed for Byakugan, and the basis of the spell is also based on Byakugan. Therefore, as Kirito who was separated, because Byakugan has not yet awakened, the curse mark of the caged bird cannot be set on him. Chapter 7 Hyuga Ayako. After simply packing 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities, Kirito walked out of Hyuga's house with a small backpack on his back. In the face of the cynicism and cold-eyed contempt of the Hyuga's clansmen, Kirito still has such a light-hearted personality. In this way, Kirito walked out of Hyuga's house quietly, without nostalgia or resentment. For Kirito, facing these 4 icy high walls, as well as the inexplicable targeting and strange eyes of others, it was really boring. Kirito. However, just as Kirito left Hyuga and walked through several streets, a cautious shout came from behind. Kirito looked back subconsciously, and saw that it was a man dressed in a white maid's uniform, with a pair of big white silver eyes flashing, revealing agility and purity, with clear eyes. It turned out to be Kirito's very few friends and distant relatives in the Hyuga family, Hyuga Ayako. Hyuga Ayako has a similar identity to him, both are branches of Hyuga, and also belong to the important branch that guards the children of main clan in all dynasties. It's just that in this generation, Kirito guards Miss Main Clan, Hyuga Hinata, and Ayako is responsible for guarding Hyuga Hanabi. The identities are similar, and because Hinata and Hanabi have a very close and harmonious relationship, Kirito and Ayako, who were guards for both sides when they were young, also met and got along well. Ayako is 17 years old, although she is 5 years older than Kirito, but because Hanabi, the second Miss Main Clan she serves, is young, and Hanabi has received more severe paternalistic management training since she was a child, Hanabi often he was taught by his seniors at home and rarely had the opportunity to step out of Hyuga's house, so Ayako, as a bodyguard, stepped out of Hyuga's house even less often. That's it. She lives in a secluded place and rarely has access to the outside world. It also develops Ayako's extremely simple character. To be honest, Kirito was deprived of her status as a main clan guard and deducted monthly money in her early years. The 12-year-old Kirito is now more mature than the 17-year-old Ayako. Ayako, are you here to see me off? Ayako has a simple personality and is one of the few members of the Hyuga family who are willing to associate with Kirito. Therefore, when dealing with Ayako, Kirito is also more enthusiastic and serious than the elder Hyuga. Her slender eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, and Ayako's mood was depressed when Kirito left. Her voice was slightly choked, her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but the words came out of her throat, but she didn't know what to say, only tears. Gurgling twitching in his eyes. Kirito felt a sense of disappointment in his heart, and could not help but step forward 2 steps, and hugged Ayako gently with both hands. Because of the slight age gap, Kirito had to stand on tiptoe to be equal to the other in height. With one hand stroking the soft and fragrant hair, Ayako also subconsciously placed her chin on Kirito's shoulder, and the tears couldn't stop dripping down, wetting his shoulder. Don't cry, Ayako. I'm not going very far, not in the village. It's only a few blocks away from Hyaga. You can come and see me when you have time. Hinata, Sama and Hanabi, Sama actually wanted to come to see you off, but today, the patriarch personally taught the children of main clan to practice, so they couldn't come. Su lost his composure, and couldn't help but face Yoi, and his body retreated a little. But I couldn't help muttering in my heart, I'm obviously my sister, why do I look like a coquettish sister? It doesn't matter, as long as you have a heart. For Kirito, Hinata was the best childhood sweetheart, and the relationship has always been very good. Although they have rarely been able to communicate in recent years, the encounter is an eye contact, subtle movements can be clearly identified. Hanabi, when he was a child, still liked to stick with him, but after he was stripped of his identity as the guardian of the main clan, and Hanabi began to accept the strict training of the Hyaga family, the two rarely met again. However, at least there are happy memories. Okay, Ayako, send it here. Hanabi sighed, you can't leave for too long as a personal bodyguard. As for Hanabi's affairs, Ayako, as a personal bodyguard, is quite conscientious, and she will always be meticulous in every little thing. So despite her reluctance, Ayako nodded and turned to leave. Hu and Ayako separated, and Kirito also continued to embark on his journey. I was in a good mood, and I was able to chat a few words with my good friends before leaving. Faced with the ending of being kicked out of the Hyaga family, Kirito had expected such a day earlier, especially since he failed to graduate from the ninja school. The Hyaga family's great shame is that it is impossible to let him in anyway. Staying at Hyaga's house. Therefore, Kirito also made preparations in advance. When I came to a shop called 1010 Weapons Store, the storefront was not big, but the one in front of me was just a branch. It was the oldest and largest weapon shop in Kanaha. We operate ninja tools such as shuriken, kunao, wire detonating charms, etc. The supply of more than 80 ninja tools in the village is provided by the 1010 weapon shop. Because the products are of high quality and reasonable prices, there are often people from outside the village. Bulk export orders. This shows how big the backing of this 1010 weapon shop is. Most of Kirito's usual living expenses are earned as an apprentice in this weapon shop. Walking into the store, I said hello to the owner, craftsman, and others inside. Judging from this familiarity, I knew that Kirito had been here for some time. It has been discussed with the owner here in advance that he will move here soon. Because Kirito and the owner of the weapon shop are acquaintances, and there are indeed many spare rooms here, the shop owner has no reason to reject Kirito. In this way, Kirito was arranged to stay. Chapter 8 Delivery Mission. Hey, it's really rare. 1010, whose family is wealthy and well-fed, will take the initiative to take the task. Humph, do you mean that I'm lazy? Please, I don't take tasks for money, but to become stronger through experience. That being said, there are too few growth factors for a mere C-level mission. The three people who spoke were the 5th class of Kanaha's cutting-edge genin, 1010, Lirock, and Hyaganiji. I saw their group and went straight to the weapon shop where Kirito was. Yo, hello Kirito-kun. Oh, that's rare, 1010. Kirito and 1010 know each other, and they are good acquaintances. Kirito has been able to live and work in this weapon shop for a long time, and it is mostly because of 1010's face. Oh. 1010, are you an acquaintance? Hello, I met for the first time. My name is Lirock, and I am 1010's companion. Little Lee came forward and greeted Kirito. On Niji's side, he frowned and glanced at him. He was a member of the Hyaga clan, so Niji couldn't help but know Hyaga Kirito, Hyaga's well-known trash. Niji has always looked down on people who are incompetent, so even if they knew each other, they didn't say hello to Kirito. Hyaga Kirito, 1010's friend, please give me more advice. Kirito also politely responded to Little Lee. Hyaga. Oh, does it mean that Kirito-kun is in the same family as Niji? Little Lee stared at Kirito in surprise and then looked at Niji beside him. He was so nervous that he didn't notice why do the people of the Hyaga family have pure black eyes. Such an obvious question. Kirito nodded, and then said hello to Niji. Niji, it's been a long time. Humph. Niji snorted coldly, and without replying to Kirito's words, he turned his head to one side, obviously unwilling to communicate with Kirito. Kirito didn't care about that either. The greeting was just a casual gesture, and he didn't particularly want to communicate with Niji. Okay, don't quarrel. Tenten saw that the atmosphere was a little embarrassed, so he could not help but come forward to play a rounder, and then continued, don't forget that we have business to do today. Little Lee said, the task is to escort a group of decorated samurai swords ordered by nobles. So, the goods are those in the Tenten store. Well, that's it, the trip is not too far, and the destination is the Daming Palace in our country of fire, because there is very little chance of encountering ninjas from the enemy country, and the enemy is probably some bandits and robbers. So the task is difficult. Positioned at C rank. Tenten said, and turned his eyes to Kirito. Hey Kirito-kun, it's not impossible to bring you on this escort mission. Kirito blinked his eyes with a look of interest, and then asked bluntly, how much is the commission? You guy, really? As soon as he opened his mouth to ask for money, Tenten was speechless to Kirito, but this was the only reason why a rich and noble family never had to worry about food and clothing. Little Lee is also from a poor family, and he really values money, so he can't help but nodded in sympathy. The commission for the task is very important. However, at this moment, Niji opened his mouth and said, no way. Eh? Why? Tenten asked suspiciously. Niji, who has always been ignorant of these trivial matters, actually opened his mouth to give his opinion, which is strange. Niji glanced at Kirito beside him, and said coldly, that guy isn't even a genin, how can he go out on a mission? Isn't Kirito-kun a ninja? Little Lee asked with wide eyes in surprise. Niji sneered again, that guy didn't even pass the graduation examination of the ninja school, what a waste. Hey, Niji. Tenten, who has always respected Niji very much, retorted with a trace of displeasure on his face after hearing this. Although that guy is an idiot in ninjutsu and demonic illusion, his body the technique is also average, but Kirito-kun is definitely not a waste. Little Lee couldn't help but stunned, I don't know ninjutsu or demonic illusion, isn't that the same as me? Tenten frowned and continued, let me tell you, Kirito-kun Grandmaster's various weapon techniques, shuriken, are completely superior to me. Oh amazing. It's even stronger than Tenten in shuriken. Little Lee said in disbelief. In his opinion, Tenten's dazzling shuriken skills are already at a very high level. At least among his peers, there is no one who can be compared to Tenten in this aspect, but he did not expect that Kirito, who is not skilled in ninjutsu demonic illusion, and at the same time has ordinary physical skills, was actually highly rated by Tenten in this regard. Niji also glanced at Kirito in surprise, and thought to himself, this trash is very good at shuriken. He is arrogant and has a very high vision. He is also impeccable for Tenten's skills in the field of shuriken. However, Tenten has always been very complacent about his expertise, and he can make her say that Kirito's shuriken is stronger than her. It's not easy. Regarding this matter, he had never heard such rumors at all, and he was also sure that the Hyaga family did not know that Kirito was good at shuriken. At this point, Niji couldn't help but feel a little bit of doubt. If Kirito showed a little bit of strength in a field, the Hyaga family wouldn't kick him out of the house. Kirito didn't care much about it. He also understood the kindness of Tenten. If he followed the escort team, after the mission was successful, he would naturally have his share of the generous commission. For Kirito, who is living in poverty, it is really a help in the snow. Kirito had no reason to refuse. I see, so I must join the delivery team, right? Smart. Tenten nodded with a smile, so that Kirito, who is not a ninja, can also participate in this mission. Chapter 9 Enemy Attack. In this way, Kirito, as a driver, followed Tenten and his party out of the village to perform the mission. For most of the first half of the mission, the road was calm and peaceful. It was only natural that it was not too far from Kanaha. Bandits and robbers who dared to commit crimes here would really be breaking ground on Taisui, and they were just courting death. Hey was boring all the way. Little Lee, who was crazy about training, started various physical exercises such as handstand forward, frog jumping, etc. He was so diligent that it is no wonder that even people without special skills still practice. Got a good physique. When Tenten was bored, he also walked up to Kirito's side and put his elbow on the latter's shoulder. Speaking of which, Kirito-kun should also learn from Little Lee. If ninjutsu and demonic illusion are not good, at least you can also become a ninja with a physique type. For Tenten's kind reminder, Kirito also smiled, but didn't say anything. For Kirito's casual attitude, Tenten couldn't help but exclaim, "You guy, don't you want to be a jonin for the rest of your life? Is such an excellent weapon technique just wasted?" In the face of a series of questions from Tenten, Kirito is also a big head, but he seems to have found something, and suddenly he looks relieved, and changes the subject. "There is an enemy coming, Tenten. Oh. There's finally an enemy attack." Seeing a group of men with fierce weapons emerge from the woods, they looked like bandits who robbed the road, but when they found the enemy, Little Lee was excited and geared up to prepare. Prepared for the challenge. Niji glanced at the enemy in front of him, then dismissed it. Tenten didn't care much about the enemy's attack. He stretched out a finger and poked Kirito's shoulder as if he hated iron. "Leave that kind of trivial matter to Lee alone, we'll continue here. The topic, you don't want to change the topic, no matter how you go around. I will rewind this question again. Hey." He rushed into the enemy alone, with agile physical skills, swept away the bandits who had an absolute advantage in numbers all the way, retreated steadily, and had no power to fight back. However, Kirito, who was watching from the sidelines, was faintly aware that something was wrong from the picture that was going too smoothly. Squinting his eyes swept across the face of the bandit. I saw that most of them maintained this rigid face, and their eyes were dull, as if their bodies were not under the control of their own consciousness. Kirito put his palm on Tenten's shoulder and said solemnly, "Concentrate, Tenten, pay attention to the attitude of the enemy, it is very problematic." "What, isn't this trivial thing Lee has finished yet?" Tenten turned his head a little tirelessly, followed Kirito's point, and was immediately taken aback for a moment, and found that the enemy in front of him was indeed wrong. However, as the team leader, Niji, who has a keen eye for observation, also quickly discovered the problem. Immediately, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the silver-white eyes turned into pure white in vain. Byakugan. There is a weak chakra flowing in the enemy's body abnormally, it is demonic illusion. Using the Byakugan pupil technique to observe the flow of chakra in the enemy's body, Niji saw that these enemies in front of him were controlled by demonic illusion. Come. After seeing through the enemy's plan, Niji expanded Byakugan's search range, but strangely, no trace of the enemy was found within a kilometer of the surrounding area. You must know that demonic illusion generally has a certain limit on the range between the caster and the cast. Underground. Niji's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately noticed the real location of the enemy, and he jumped up quickly. However, the moment he jumped up, he saw a hand emerge from the ground and almost grabbed him where he was just now. However, at the same time, Tenten and Little Lee were not slow to react, jumping away before the enemy under their feet caught them. The three people's sneak attacks were unsuccessful. Suddenly, after hearing the sound of biting Kiba's teeth, the three people drilled out from the ground. It's a real misstep to have Byakugan. Niji retreated. They found the three enemies who were attacking them in front of them. They were wrapped in grey tights, and they were wearing Taki Ninja Village's forward guard. However, from the scratch in the middle of the forward guard, enough to prove that they are missing nin who have left the village. Judging from the amount of chakra in these three people's bodies, it's probably barely at the level of Chunin. Very good. Niji's eyes flashed coldly. If the enemy is Chunin, then there is a chance to practice. Oh, so lucky. A sea-level mission actually encountered a ninja battle. Similarly, in the face of a real ninja enemy, Little Lee did not show the slightest fear or worry. Tenten silently took out a scroll from his pocket. It's rare to be able to move around. After all, the three of them didn't have the slightest bit of jerky and hesitant, and each went straight towards their opponents. From this sensitive reaction, the skillful and correct way to deal with it, and the lack of worry, the courage to move forward is enough to prove that their team is not a rookie for the first time to perform tasks. In the 1 year since graduating from school, the three of them have gone through various tasks, and their mood and strength have risen rapidly. Confidence and strength coexist, so that the three Chunin level enemy village ninjas in front of them, without hesitation, go head to head. Che, arrogant brat. As Chunin's Taki shinobi, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of the half-sized brat in front of them, at least it seemed to them. Chapter 10B Level System Task Trigger. Chapter 10B Level System Mission Triggered. Second door, Xiaoman, open. The 8 inner gates body art profound technique form lotus flower. He used the 8 inner gates and opened the first 2 gates. Little Lee, whose strength was soaring, used the self-mutilation forbidden technique form. Lianhua, knocked the enemy to the ground completely. Ninja double rising dragon. The 2 scrolls flipped in the air like 2 white dragons. From the scrolls that were spread out, dense shuriken kunao smashed towards the enemy like raindrops. The enemy was also defeated by the Tenten. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. The third person also hit Niji's closed chakra deo and gentle fist severely injured his internal organs and fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. The 3 of them defeated their opponents, but the enemy was at the level of Chunin, so after a fierce battle, the 3 finally used their own skills to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. The 3 of them, except Niji, were all injured to a certain degree. Little Lee has the most injuries, but the injury on his body is not injured by the enemy, but self-mutilation using the forbidden technique. Tenten also suffered some attacks in the fierce battle against the enemy, but the skin injuries were not serious, and it was no problem to use the healing medicine prepared in advance to deal with it. Although Niji seems to be harmless, it is because he is equipped with Gentle Fist's exquisite body technique and various secret techniques of the Hyaga family. The offense and defense are integrated. The enemy failed to cause any damage to Niji, but despite this, the chakra in this body is basically exhausted, which is also true. However, from the beginning to the end, Kirito, like the other team members, stood by from a distance and watched the 3-on-3 ninja battle. Not been implicated in any way. Because after the battle, the 3 Tenten needed to rest, and it looked like it was about to rain, so the team temporarily stopped moving forward. I found an open area by the river in the mountains, and set up a tent to rest on the spot. In the woods, you can use the dense branches and leaves to shelter from the wind and rain, but the ninja's experience tells the saying that you should not enter the forest. If you camp in the woods and encounter an enemy, you will be in a disadvantageous situation. Choose an open area by the river, with a wide field of vision, which greatly reduces the possibility of being attacked by the enemy. It's hard work. Kirito brought a pot of water to Tenten who was dressing the wound. The latter also took it carelessly and poured it down his throat. Call a pot of water and drink it upside down. Tenten took a deep breath just now, as a 10-10 with poor physical strength of female ninjas. In the battle just now, both chakra and physical strength were consumed a lot. But being able to beat a Chunin is a remarkable achievement. Hey Kirito-kun, the battle just now, you were really happy, hiding and watching the big show. Ladyless, just slumped on the ground, 10-10 glanced at him unscathed and full of energy. Kirito, who was in the middle of nowhere, couldn't help but start annoyed. You bastard, it's alright to drop your shuriken behind your back to cover me, just stay there and do nothing. Haha, Kirito said half-jokingly, the three of you are amazing, how can I help you? Humph. 10-10 curled his lips and said proudly, Niji is the strongest among our genin. Little Lee also learned powerful physical skills from Mr. Guy, and my weapons are not easy to mess with. It's true that whether you help or not is the same ending. Then it's okay. Kirito spread his hands. Humph. 10-10 said angrily, anyway, when I see powerful people but they don't do anything, I'm just so angry. Kirito smiled and was about to say something, his face suddenly stiffened. At this moment, the arsenal system in his mind came with the news of the release of the new mission. Mission type, Dark Storyline. Mission difficulty, B. Completion reward, get 3 lucky draw chances. At the end of the battle, and no one has died, can you reward additional attribute points? The content of this quest, Kirito's complexion suddenly changed at a glance. First of all, this is a dark plot, which means that his advantage of being familiar with the plot is gone, and there are many uncertain things. The task difficulty has reached B level again, and the system's task difficulty judgment is different from the judgment in the ninja world. For the mission of killing Chunin Mizuki, in Kanaha's view, killing missing nin is at least a B level, but in Kirito's arsenal system, it can only be classified as a D level. Based on this inference, it is conceivable how dangerous and difficult the B-level difficulty task judged by the arsenal system is today. Not only that, the bigger the reward according to the rules, the more difficult the task will be. At present, the reward for this task has 3 chances to draw a lottery. It is not difficult to imagine how difficult this task is. More importantly, there is also a remark that says the battle is over, and no one on your side dies. Can you reward extra attribute points? Put aside any extra rewards first. The problem is to ensure that no one on your side dies before you can get extra rewards. In other words, this mission is very likely to cause death. At this point, Kirito remained calm on the surface. First, he glanced at the 3 10-10 who had not recovered, and the strong coachman who had no fighting power. The sharp eyes glanced around, and this time it reflected the importance of camping site selection. The location where they were located was open and had a broad field of vision. And because it is by the river, and the ground underfoot is soft, if someone uses the Doton, earth style, to ambush, as long as there is a slight movement, they can easily detect it. A cold light flashed in the dark eyes, and Kirito said secretly, then there is only one place where the enemy appears. There was nothing unusual about the sound of running water in my ears. At this time, Kirito, who had his back to the river, slowly moved his hand in front of him. With the cover of his body, a dark and sharp dagger appeared on the palm of his hand. Chapter 11 Overwhelming Power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the dense kunao that flew out of the river, rested on the shore, and the people who were completely unconscious launched a surprise attack. Byakugan. Niji responded quickly and turned on Byakugan immediately, but seeing the rain-like kunao in front of him, he looked at where everyone was. Immediately, the secret was not good. The team transporters and their 3 team members included a total of 15 people. Among them, the positions of the people can be divided into 3 points. 11 people in the team stayed together, and little Lee was behind the upper left corner. The position is tied with straps, and if little Lee is concerned, a person can handle it by himself. However, the problem is the 10-10 side. At this time 10-10 is washing towels by the river, Facing the oncoming kunao, it is also the closest and most dangerous. The preparation time for 1010's art was too slow in the early stage. Just like the various weapons that were sealed, it must be a hand seal channeling, at least a few seconds, but facing the kunao attack that will come down in the next second, it must be too late to defend. Now, there are only two options for Niji. One is to rush to the team side and use an absolute defense revolving heaven with no dead ends in all directions. Although Little Lee can't help much, at least Little Lee still has self-defense ability, but then the 1010 side will. I'm sorry, 1010. After thinking for less than half a second, Niji had already made a choice. With a flash, he came to the side of the team, with his arms and legs wide open, and used revolving heaven to block the massive kunao attacks for everyone. Ding Ding reacted quickly and pulled out the kunao tied to his legs with both hands, knocking down two of the incoming attacks, but in the face of the dense kunao like raindrops, it did not play the role of blocking at all. In this mortal situation, 1010's little face couldn't help but turn white. There was a huge fear of unknown death in my heart. Am I going to die? However, just when 1010 was desperate, in vain, he only felt his shoulder being pushed hard, and turned his head subconsciously. Kirito-kun. When she fully reacted, her eyes suddenly widened. Puchi puchi puchi. I saw that Kirito was turned into a sieve by the dense kiwi nails in front of her eyes, and the blood was blurred and blood spattered on the spot. Kirito-kun. Little Lee used his sensitive speed to hide in the east and west under the intensive attack of kunao. He also suffered two kunao on his shoulders and thighs. It was dangerous, but he was avoided after all the damage. Damn. Niji looked at Kirito, who was pinned to the ground by the densely packed kiwi, and could not survive. Although he subconsciously looked down on this fellow Hyuga clan, but with the name of trash, but no matter what, they were also trying to save their comrades from dying. With angry fire in their eyes, they shouted, "Who, get out of here." However, before the scolding was over, Niji's eyes narrowed and he turned his head to the side subconsciously. Whoosh! I saw a sharp blade, which was stabbed from the position of Niji's head just now. Niji Byakugan's all-round insight, at that moment, found the enemy who appeared behind him, and escaped the fate of being killed by one blow. Yet despite this, the sharp blade cut through one of his ears. Oh! Byakugan! The enemy gave Niji a cold look, surprised that the latter was able to avoid his blow, and he knew it after seeing the pure white pupils. When Niji got up close and used Byakugan to observe the chakra of the enemy in front of him, his face became extremely ugly, and his heart was horrified. The amount of chakra is definitely the level of Jonin, not the same level as them. Terrified, Niji's arms immediately blocked the vital points above his neck in front of him. Humph! The ending that had originally kicked his head off was reluctantly blocked, and the man couldn't help but said coldly, "What a clumsy guy, just stand there obediently and die." He was kicked several feet away by this kick. Niji's body spit out blood after hitting a tree trunk. Niji! Little Lee and 1010 both shouted in shock, and the two of them were horrified at this time. Although they didn't know the origin and strength of the enemy in front of them, they were looking at the strongest among them. It's unbelievable that Niji was slapped face to face. Here, Little Lee didn't care about the injury he left before, and forced to open the 8 inner gates again. The 8 inner gates, the first door, open the door, open. The second door, close the door, open. The third door, Shenman, open. The fourth door. The figure appeared in front of Little Lee in an instant, and a palm slammed heavily on Little Lee's abdomen, and all of a sudden, the violent chakra of Little Lee's whole body stopped abruptly. How could it be? Unable to fight back, Little Lee was hit by the enemy and fell to the ground, and chakra collapsed. After 2 rounds of KO, Niji and Little Lee, seeing the terrifyingly powerful enemy, they immediately turned their attention to the last 1010. He sneered, the next one is you. Ugh. Tenten suddenly felt breathless after being stared at by the other party's eyes. That real Jonin's murderous aura, it was really uncomfortable to bear the brunt of it. His eyes fell on Kirito, who died in order to save him, and he could not help but clench the Kobo pass, and pondered, I was saved, and I gave up my life in exchange for my life, so I can't give up so easily. Immediately, Tenten suddenly pulled out the 2 scrolls on the backpack, pulled out the scrolls, and danced quickly. Oh, that technique, and the logo of this team. I saw that the man originally wanted to kill the Tenten with a single blow, but after seeing the Tenten's technique, he couldn't help but stop and looked back at the standard on the team, couldn't help but outline a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm so lucky that the first blow didn't kill you. I didn't expect that an ordinary murder for money would actually catch a big fish. After hearing the other party's words, Tenten's face could not help sinking. It seems that the other party was for the expensive goods. At the same time, he also discovered his true identity. High ransom. This seems to be an enemy who seeks money for ordinary purposes, but in this ninja world, how can there be a robber organization with a Jonin level character? But right now, this is not the time to think about this. Tenten threw the scroll into the sky with both hands, and directly used his strongest technique, Ninja Double Rising Dragon. The 2 scrolls jumped in the sky like a dragon, and then a large number of weapons flew out from the scrolls that were pulled open, hitting the enemy with a jaw-dropping density. It seems that the identity of this money-burning technique can be confirmed. In the face of this attack that was several times more intensive than the raid he just launched, but the other party didn't mean to worry at all, and saw him raise his arm with one hand. Standing in front of him, forbidden technique resents you. The entire arm exploded, instantly turning into a terrifying vascular tentacle, attacking and defending as one, with no dead ends in attack and defense, easily sweeping away all the raindrops of equipment dropped by Tenten. Sure enough, the forbidden technique taught by my predecessors is easy to use. I feel quite complacent about the effect of my technique. Ugh. His strongest technique didn't even have any effect. Tenten's face couldn't help but feel a sliver of ashes, but suddenly, staring at the enemy in front of him, his eyes widened slightly. I saw that the enemy was walking towards Tenten step by step, and said with a sinister smile, Miss Kanaha, who is rich enough to leak oil, please follow me. The voice of the heart pierced. The enemy's body froze suddenly, and he lowered his head slightly. Looking at the sharp blade pierced from his left chest, he couldn't help turning his head with difficulty. When? Chapter 12 Delusional Illusions. Yes, at what time? Kirito-kun. Tenten also shouted in disbelief with wide eyes. I saw that in front of me, the one who pierced the enemy's body with a sword from behind was none other than Kirito. Shadow clone, it's not right? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the flesh and blood that had been sifted with dense kunao from the beginning, and saw that the figure that had fallen in the pool of blood had disappeared without a trace. He subconsciously thought it was Shadow Clone, but after seeing the disappearing figure, there was still a lot of blood on the ground. The severe pain pierced through his chest, but the enemy persisted with his tenacious will. He saw that he grabbed the sharp blade that had sunk into his body with one hand, and then a strong sigh burst out in his eyes. Forcibly twisting, he turned around and grabbed Kirito behind him with one hand. After struggling to pull out the sword that pierced into the enemy's body, Kirito suddenly let go, and then his body hurriedly stepped back a few steps, avoiding the opponent's dying counterattack, and then his footsteps shook, and the figure bypassed the enemy in front of him, ran towards the Tenten, pulled the ladder with one hand, and kept a good distance from the enemy. Stay back, Tenten. Kirito said solemnly, this sword of mine has accurately pierced the enemy's heart. It's enough to get here and pay attention to the enemy's near-death counterattack. Well, I understand. Tenten nodded heavily. She also understood that what Kirito said was right. In the face of a wounded beast, the opponent would make a crazy counter-attack in the face of a mortal situation. Although he was puzzled in his heart, how did Kirito approach the enemy silently, and without the opponent's awareness, he stabbed the enemy's heart with a knife. But now is not the time to discuss these things. Coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and I saw that the enemy's face was getting paler and paler, the huge wound on the left chest, the blood gushing out continuously, the massive blood loss and the constant weakness. However, suddenly, he saw that the opponent slapped the hilt of the sword behind him with a backhand, and the body of the sword sank into his body. However, because of this slap, the bleeding from the wound stopped. Tenten was shocked, through the body and reduce the pressure in the body. This method can indeed stop bleeding, but this position is the heart. How is it possible? Kirito's eyes were locked on the blood vessel tentacles lingering on the wound on the ground, and he said indifferently, "It seems that the fatal wound of the heart was forcibly blocked with those strange silk threads. In this way, the other party can keep a certain degree in a short period of time." The fighting ability. Kirito frowned, and suddenly shouted to Tenten beside him, "Tenten, take your companions, and the convoy to leave first. I will stay here to block him." "No." Tenten shook his head, "The enemy is Jonin. Even if a sneak attack is successful, it's. Don't worry, the opponent managed to control the injury with this method, but it is impossible for Jonin to fully exert his strength. I can still do it against an extremely weak Jonin. Trust me, Tenten." After biting Kiba, Tenten nodded just now, "Okay, I'll come back to support you as soon as I send them to a safe place." After that, Tenten stopped procrastinating and acted immediately. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that he was inexplicably attacked and suffered such heavy damage, the enemy was also full of anger, and launched a strong offensive against Kirito with murderous awe. Just when Tenten listened to Kirito's actions, the enemy also launched a frantic attack, which was astonishingly fast, showing an S-shaped fast-moving trajectory, and the ultimate goal was still locked on Kirito. Kirito stood on the spot and did not respond to the enemy who was rushing straight in, but the gaze that looked at the opponent did not waver in the slightest. Huh! The enemy who came straight to Kirito suddenly heard a subtle sound of breaking wind, and subconsciously charged. Ding 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 ding, I saw daggers and flying knives attacking from the dark on the route he was advancing, nailing all over the place. Humph! With a big foot, he suddenly saw his figure swerving to the side, rushing towards Kirito again. Swish was blocked again, and the hidden weapon attacked from the shadows. However, the other party still has the real strength of Jonin. Although he was seriously injured by Kirito's sneak attack, the remaining strength and combat effectiveness still far bigger than Jonin. The figure swept around, and very sensitively avoided the hidden weapon sneak attack again and again. While dodging, he grabbed a flying knife that was attacking, and chopped down the hidden weapon flying from the other side with his backhand. Ding Ding waved the captured weapon, dashed in a roundabout way, and chopped down the attacking hidden weapon attack all the way. Just like this, the enemy was approaching Kirito's position little by little. The pupils shrank tightly, and the enemy saw a very precise timing, slashed the hidden weapon from the left with his arm, and then threw the flying knife in his hand to the top of his head, knocking down the attack from above. His eyes as sharp as a goshawk locked on Kirito's position, and he pondered in his heart, "This is it, for now, only the hidden weapons from behind and from the right side are left. There is a right arm to block and eat it, but forcibly break through. In front of this kid, get rid of it first." With the consciousness of killing 1,000 enemies and self-destructing 800, the enemy raised his right arm with his backhand, and used that thick arm to be pierced by 2 flying knives. Speeding up, desperately trying to carry the injury, and finally came to Kirito. Then, the enemy fell to the ground. Desperate momentum of Putong came to an abrupt end. The enemy fell in front of Kirito's feet. The body, can't move. There was still some energy left in the body, but for some reason, he couldn't stand up, and then he quickly noticed that the dagger stuck on his shoulder, although the wound was not pierced deep, but the blood that came out was a strange purple UI color. Immediately, he reacted immediately. Is it a poison that numbs the nerves? Hey! A sharp sword appeared in Kirito's hand, and he said lightly, for assassins, it's normal to use poison, right? That's it? Holding the hilt with his backhand, the sharp blade stabbed straight at the enemy's neck. Crack! However, the enemy who fell to the ground stubbornly raised his left hand and firmly grasped Kirito's blade in his palm. The blade cut open his palm, but when his life was on the line, the enemy burst out with unprecedented vitality, forcibly grabbed Kirito's blade, and the strength was so great that Kirito could not stab down. Really, in a paralyzed state, he still has such power. Kirito's eyes narrowed and he pondered, in this way, I can't keep my hands. What? Looking up at the pupils of the sky, dark figures suddenly appeared, and I saw these figures enlarge in vain. Puff 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 was pierced through the body by dozens of sharp knives from dozens of people in a row. No matter how stubborn the will is, when the body functions are completely destroyed, the final struggle is only sadly ended. Chapter 13 The Three Arms. Kanaha Hospital. Kirito and his party persisted in completing the mission despite being injured, and then returned to Kanaha and were admitted to the hospital. Kirito-kun. You really defeated that Jonin enemy. Little Lee was wrapped in bandages, the sequelae after forcibly opening the 8 doors, but fortunately he was interrupted after only opening the first 3 doors. It hasn't been seriously injured yet. Niji on the other side didn't change his face, but his heart was tense, and he pricked up his ears. Obviously, he was also curious and shocked that this clan, who was called a waste, was able to deal with Jonin. Kirito waved his hand and said indifferently, how could it be possible? It was just a successful sneak attack at the beginning, taking a little advantage, and then playing a little trick to scare the opponent away. Is that so? Tenten on the side also nodded suddenly, and then thanked Kirito very frankly with a carefree personality. Kito-kun saved me when I was in danger, and my companions, thank you. Oh. Kirito spread his hands and said half-jokingly, then, in order to repay me, how about showing up to me? Rejected facing the teasing, Tenten didn't act as shyly as ordinary girls, but in order to fight back, he raised a finger slightly, shook it in front of Kirito, and smiled, being a 3-piece envoy. What I am happy about, this time is one time, and I will do 2 more things next, and I will give you an extra reward. It is not impossible. In the wild of the country of fire, I saw a man on the edge of a river, full of knives, blood-stained dead man. A black shadow appeared in front of him. I saw him wrapped tightly and wearing a mask at the same time, only a pair of gray-green eyes that revealed abnormality and no whites were revealed. The first wound was pierced from the back, directly and precisely piercing the heart. Judging from this flat wound, I am afraid that when he received this blow, he did not notice anything. Is the enemy of the Grand Master assassination technique? There should be not one enemy, but a group. His eyes swept across the dense footprints of different sizes, but he quickly discovered strange enemies. The footprints disappeared suddenly after walking a few steps, just like the shadow clone was released after it was used up. Another person who is my partner has died. There was no trace of sadness in his tone, instead he was calm, using a scalpel, skillfully cut off the head of the corpse on the ground, and then wrapped it in a package, indifferently said, this head can be exchanged for money, but money is supreme. As soon as the figure turned, the moment he left, he could immediately see the UI cloud black robe on this person. Kanaha, returning from the Kanaha hospital, Kirito is a little tired. This mission out of the village, the trouble encountered is not easy, but it is a little less dangerous mission that may lose his life. Of course, the more dangerous the task that goes with it, the greater the benefits. Obtained a corresponding reward as a transport team. In view of the key role played by Kirito in this mission, the 10-10-3 as ninjas handed over nearly 60% of the commission for the sea-level mission to Kirito. 10-10-3 people have no opinion. However, in addition to this commission reward, Kirito has already received an unknown huge reward. After returning to the dormitory, Kirito closed the doors and windows, and began to check the lottery earnings after completing the task. He moved, and saw a summoned weapon appearing in Kirito's hand. Name, M700 Light Sniper Rifle. Length, 1117 mm. Weight, 46 kg. Range, 800 m. Muzzle velocity, 777 milliseconds. Ammo capacity, 1020. Lethality. With a black body and a light sniper rifle, this M700 is the first modern hot weapon Kirito has obtained so far. From the parameters given by the system, although the lethality of the last item cannot be given a clear value, Kirito thinks about it as well. After all, the enemies encountered in this world are ninjas. Different ninjas have huge physical strength. The difference, not to mention that there are all kinds of ninjutsu with strong defensive power. However, what Kirito can be sure of is that the M700 in his hand is many times more lethal than those Kunao shuriken. And the speed of the bullet is also amazingly fast. It is hard to say if the distance is far, but if it is close, it must be rare to be able to avoid a sudden blow. The above is Kirito's first lottery prize. The second one. Name, Boots of Speed, conceptual armed, not physical boots, but only as a conceptual form of equipment, only worn. Effect, movement speed. After leaving the battle for 5 seconds, the extra movement speed on the original basis. This reward is very peculiar. It is also the first time that Kirito has possessed it as a concept weapon. After trying to equip it, he found that golden light flashed on his feet, and the shape of a pair of boots flashed by. It just disappears into nothingness. I stood up, tried to move, and found that my walking speed was much lighter and faster than before. After kicking, I could feel something on the shoes, but there was no physical sense of touch, and Kirito immediately understood the definition of the concept of armed. The third piece. Name. Status, shallow hit. Introduction, Zanpakuto, who has not acquired his real name and is in an unliberated state, can gradually release his true power through constant battles. I played with this seemingly ordinary samurai sword in my hand. Although the potential power of the sword has not yet been developed, it can be considered that Kirito can make up for the lack of melee combat ability. The above is what Kirito earned by completing the B-level Dark Line quest 3 times. Because of the completion of the task, no one died on the way, and additional attribute points were obtained. To be honest, this mission is really fortunate to have been completed. In the face of an enemy with Jonin level strength, he can defeat Niji and Little Lee in one round. Kirito completely relied on the assassin's breath block, and made it at the beginning. The illusion of being second made the enemy misjudgment, so he seized the opportunity of this point and shot hard to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. If there is a slight error on the way, or if this only chance to sneak attack fails, then the outcome of waiting for Kirito will be very miserable. One can imagine the risk involved. However, in the future, Kirito has these 3 weapons, and he has a certain degree of self-protection ability. Finally, there is the issue of extra attribute points. Here, the system gives you 4 options: strength, physical strength, agility, endurance, and extra bonus attribute points. Only one of them is allowed to be added here. Kirito thought about it for a while. In terms of strength, he lacks melee combat ability. It is difficult to form combat power if he has just acquired Zanpakuto's shallow strike, but has no corresponding swordsmanship skills. In terms of physical strength, Kirito's current combat mode is to pay attention to quick battles, and there is no capital for protracted battles, so increasing physical strength does not have much effect. If you are agile, the speed bonus that comes with the assassin's blade is enough for the time being, at least it can compete with the average jonin. Endurance, to put it bluntly, probably refers to the ability to resist attacks. Kirito has been positioned as an assassin so far. If he misses a hit, he will retreat. However, many times the attack fails, and the enemy will not let you leave easily. The possibility of being counterattacked immediately is very high, and it is also true to enhance their own endurance. In this regard, Kirito put the extra attribute points into endurance. Chapter 14 3 Generations of Purpose Concern. Whoosh, Kanaha's back mountain grove, the rapid sound of breaking wind, and the only figure that flashed away in front of him. Click machine, a 1-meter-long black sniper rifle appeared in vain. Through the long-range eyepiece, it locked onto a target hundreds of meters away. Then I only heard a loud bang sound, and the initial speed of the bullet of 777 milliseconds was so fast that I couldn't even see the afterimage. Almost the moment I pulled the gun and knocked, the bullet had already hit the target. Through the long-range eyepiece, it can be clearly seen that there is a hole in the center of the target on the target hundreds of meters away. However, this effect of Kirito frowned slightly, because the bullseye that the bullet penetrated did not completely submerge the UI point of the bullseye, but slightly to the upper left. Feeling the light wind blowing his hair, Kirito murmured, "Environmental factors such as wind speed, temperature, and humidity, as well as the shooter's personal microcontrol, are the errors that affect this shooting." Kaka rotates the bolt, quickly completes the action of retracting and loading, aiming at a target about 100 meters away, bang loud gunshots, the bullet accurately penetrates the UI point in the center of the bullseye, close to perfect precision. Kirito nodded slightly and pondered, within 100 meters, you can basically hit with 100% accuracy. Of course, this is also limited to stationary targets, fast-moving targets are not easy to hit. As soon as he scattered, he took back the M700 sniper rifle. With his current marksmanship skills, this sniper has not yet been put into real combat. Unless it is a sneak attack from hiding in the dark, or if it is confronted head-on, it is difficult to form a strong combat force if there is no technology to hit the moving target. Hey, a faint light flashed, this time in Kirito's hands was a short and medium-sized samurai sword, that is to say, what is needed most at the moment is the ability to melee combat. Kirito considers that both the assassin's blade and the sniper rifle are used for medium and long-range attack modes. What he lacks most at present is the ability to fight in close quarters. So in order to make up for this deficiency, we must make targeted cultivation in this area. Grasp the hilt of the knife with both hands, hold it high, and slash forward vigorously, then raise it again and slash forward. Going back and forth, doing the monotonous and dull basic movements of beheading. Kirito, who is 13 years old this year, has the patience and calmness that his peers in this era do not have. It is difficult to imagine that at this age of blood and arrogance, he can have the following dull and hard training. This is also Kirito's character. He doesn't have a very strong goal in his cultivation. He just follows his heart, just to become stronger and stronger, expressing resistance to the weak self, and other things will be discussed later. First, make yourself stronger. Of course, what will happen next is also the objective reason why Kirito has to step up his cultivation. As a Kirito in the third dimension, he knows very well that a major event will happen next, and he also knows that he is about to face a battle of life and death. Although his belief in Kanaha, his thoughts on guarding the village, etc. are very weak, and he has no idea of throwing his blood for it, but if people come to the door and trouble him, he can't just sit still, right? Therefore, rapidly becoming stronger is Kirito's current primary goal. In such a big village, not even a ninja, a very inconspicuous young man, staying in this remote place to cultivate alone, it was impossible for anyone to notice. However, Hokage, the third generation of Kanaha's highest-ranking person in a high position, noticed Kirito's existence by chance. Through the enchantment covering the entire Kanaha, he could use the crystal ball in his hand to observe any part of the village at will, with an old face and a pair of slightly narrowed eyes, quietly watching Kirito in the crystal ball. This boy. I think it should be the child of the Hyuga family, right? He can summon all kinds of weapons at will without using a hand seal and without the aid of a seal scroll. It's strange, and it's an extraordinary ability. Especially. The third generation's eyes stayed on the tree trunk with the target hanging. It was the size of a thumb, and the three of them hugged the thick tree trunk, and they were so easily penetrated by a hidden weapon attack. In terms of lethality, a chakra knife infused with chakra can do this if you throw it hard, but the problem is that the hidden weapon emitted by the black long-barreled weapon in the child's hand is fast. Pretty amazing. Judging by the third generation, if he gave this at close range, he must have experienced and powerful jonin, and he would likely be killed in one blow. Also, seeing that Kirito has continued for a long time, the third generation is still doing this monotonous and depressing practice, and he can't help but ponder, a boy with this kind of heart is really a waste of nothing. The Hyuga family. It's a misunderstanding. Thinking about it, of course, who would have thought that as a Hyuga family split, they didn't even inherit the most basic Byakugan, and they were very few people who failed to graduate from the ninja school. How could this unknown hand be hidden behind the scenes? Speaking of which, the mission report performed by Guy S. class not long ago. After recalling, Sandemua found the mission report of the day from the mission report. Mission content: escort the noble goods to the Daming House in the Land of Fire. Mission level: sea level. Participants: Hyuganiji, Tenten, Lirok, and some team members. Mission details: Yukinshin Road encountered a Jonin level wandering ninja and escorted the Genin team to defeat. At a critical time, the team member Hyuga Kirito successfully attacked the enemy and used a plan to retreat. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and a gleam of light flashed in Sandemu's squinted eyes, and muttered, to be able to successfully attack a Jonin-level enemy, and to use a strategy to retreat from the enemy, this is not a coincidence. What Genin can do, not to mention he is not even Genin. Chapter 15 Budokan. As the Chunin exam is approaching, as ambitious young Genins who are interested in participating, they all begin to practice more diligently. There are public training grounds in Kanaha, but the number is very limited, and the places that can provide training are limited. Therefore, the various martial arts halls in Kanaha have become the main training places for young Genin. Kirito is the clerk of the Tenten weapon shop, and Tenten also operates this sizable Budokan. Because of the recent surge in the traffic to and from the Budokan is understaffed, so the shop owner has drawn some human resources from other places to temporarily invest. Go to the Budokan. Kirito is one of the people who mobilized the manpower. Since it is a gymnasium used for martial arts, battles are naturally essential, and the viewing area set up by the surrounding 3-meter-high corridor is for the battles at the objective gymnasium. Kirito, wearing a blue martial arts uniform for the staff of the martial arts hall, watched the young people sweating on the dojo from a distance. On the dojo, the simulated competition between ninjas is quite bold. Among them, what caught Kirito's attention a little was that on the dojo in the upper left corner, the petite and exquisite girl with short gray-blue hair, and the pair of silver transparent eyes were very eye-catching. The girl was none other than Hyuga Hinata, the main clan eldest of the Hyuga family, but standing opposite her was a slightly older girl with short hair. The two began to practice close-quarters combat. Not with brute force, but with smooth and gorgeous techniques to unload the opponent's offensive. Seemingly petite and weak, Hinata seems to have more energy left. The audience's eyes are also almost drawn to her skills. However, there are exceptions at this time. And it's right next to you. Just as Hinata neatly won the next round like a trick, and saluted his opponent, a dissatisfied humming sounded beside him. I saw that the person who walked directly to the platform where Hinata was located was a young boy of 16 or 17 years old. He was short, probably about the same age as Kirito, but his whole body was as strong as a spring. The young boy's eyes revealed a beast-like look, and his cheeks were painted with a special oil paint of UI color. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then tried to ask, "Is it Kiba's clan?" "Oh, my eyesight is good." The man's tone was not good, obviously looking for trouble. "Yes, my name is Inyazuka Teeth, and I belong to the Kanaha Inyazuka clan. Miss Hyaga, I remember you and my arrogant younger brother Inyazuka Kiba were in the same group, right?" He said he was a fellow clan, but his tone sounded like he was not kind. Hinata frowned, and then asked, "Is there something wrong with the senior?" She also thought about it smartly. Presumably, the Kiba clan in front of her doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Kiba. Now she is looking for Kiba as Kiba. Are you in trouble with your partner's self? Inyazuka flicked his arm, and a cold smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Miss Hyaga, is it interesting to practice alone? The girl who was fighting against Hinata couldn't help but change her face. She had just played against Hinata, but now Inyazuka's words, didn't it make it clear that she was not even qualified to be a sparring opponent? Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, she was suddenly stunned by Inyazuka's murderous stare, and she was so frightened that she didn't dare to say anything. "Get out of the trash!" Inyazuka glared at the girl mercilessly, and the latter turned Ui's face, turning around and running away from the humiliation. Then Inyazuka set his eyes on Hinata again, and said yin and yang strangely, "Senior, I took the Chunin exam last time, and I am very happy to guide the junior." The timid Hinata, on the one hand, was intimidated by the other party's malicious intentions, and on the other hand, the other party was a Kiba clan and did not want to have bad relations with the other party. "I'll leave first." Hinata chose to back away from this, and was about to turn away. However, at this moment, they walked behind Inyazuka Teeth, but two people walked out. They walked quickly to the front of Hinata, blocking the latter's retreat. The three of them wore playful smiles and looked at being surrounded by the middle. Hinata. Gu. Hinata clenched his fists tightly, resisting the fear in his heart, and said solemnly, "What does this mean, senior?" "It's nothing." Inyazuka spread his hands and looked sinister. "Miss Hyaga, I heard that you are preparing to take the Chunin exam this time, right? As seniors, how can we not guide our lovely juniors well?" "You said it right." "That's it." The other two who surrounded Hinata were probably Inyazuka's comrades. After all, the three of them stayed still around Hinata, as if you didn't agree, they wouldn't let you go easily. As the eldest lady of the Hyaga family, Hinata is weak and easy to bully, but because of the Hyaga family behind her, no one dares to bully her, but the current Inyazuka Teeth are different. The Inyazuka family behind him is also a famous Kanaha. It's a big family, although it's worse than Hyaga, but after all, the fights between the juniors will not involve high-level disputes, so Inyazuka has nothing to fear. He had no grievances with Hinata, but his relationship with Kiba, who belonged to the patriarch, was very bad, and he liked to flirt with trouble, so he set his sights on Hinata on a whim. Hinata, who was surrounded in the middle, couldn't move forward, her eyes were foggy, and she looked a little helpless. It wasn't that she was really afraid of Inyazuka's teeth, it was probably because of her lack of momentum and unwillingness to conflict with Kiba's clansmen. The surrounding audience also looked like a good show. The children of the Hyaga family have always been arrogant. Therefore, among the younger generation, they don't like Hyaga very much. Therefore, now that Hinata is surrounded, not only did everyone not help, and also a look of schadenfreude. Silver Kiba took a bite, just as Hinata didn't know what to do. "What's the matter?" The eldest lady of the Hyaga family. "Do you look down on your seniors if you don't speak?" One of Inyazuka's companions impatiently reached out and grabbed Hineda's shoulder. Hineda's expression changed, her hands clenched tightly, and she was about to resist, but at this moment, in the line of sight in front of her, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was very familiar. His eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously said, "Brother Kirito?" "Who?" The hand that the other party stretched out to Hineda was caught, and it was Kirito who stood in front of him. "The staff of the Budokan." Kirito said indifferently, "Senior, the rules of the Budokan are that both parties can agree to fight together." "Really?" Inyazuka looked coldly at Kirito in front of him. "What if someone wants to break the rules?" Kirito smiled slightly, "Then I have to ask him out." Chapter 16 shocked the audience. Who am I? It turned out to be the trash of the Hyuga family. Seeing Kirito's face, Inyazuka felt a little familiar for a while, and suddenly thought of a guy who existed as a laughing stock in the circle of the aristocratic family. Haha, Kirito didn't feel angry about this, but just smiled lightly. Is it really okay to say such a thing in front of so many people? If you lose, you will find a hole. Hey. Inyazuka laughed at Kirito's words in anger. Don't worry, you can put 10,000 peace of mind, the miracle you've imagined will not happen. No more nonsense here. Ordered directly, do it. Okay, look at me, big brother. Suddenly, I saw Inyazuka's two companions. One of them grabbed Kirito's face with his bare hands. He was going to grab Kirito's face with one hand, and then slam him heavily. Face the ground and hit the ground hard. One-shot solution, clean and neat, giving people a very cool feeling. I didn't see any reaction from Kirito, but he just moved a little bit to the side, just staggered the hand that the other party grabbed. When he missed the hit, the other party felt a little annoyed, and immediately put his hands together and quickly rushed towards Kirito. However, this attack was still slightly moved by Kirito, and there was no extra movement, just enough to avoid the enemy's attack. Cut! Coward, will you dodge it? After several attacks, he couldn't even touch Kirito's clothes Kakuzu, and he became furious. He grabbed Kirito with his hands and feet. The deputy will not give up if he doesn't catch it. As always, he easily dodged the opponent's attack, and even his quick movements at close range failed to touch Kirito in the slightest. Slow action, no skill in movement, are you really a ninja like this? Keenly caught the loopholes in the opponent's movements, Kirito immediately slapped the opponent's attacking arm with a palm, and then slightly stretched out two fingers and poked heavily at the opponent's waist-eye point. Gu staggered forward and took a few steps forward, pressing one hand on the part where Kirito was poking, still feeling a great degree of numbness and stinging pain. You bastard! On one side of Kirito's figure, he avoided the opponent's straight punch, and then his 5 fingers snapped, locking the opponent's wrist joints, while the other hand's 2 fingers were heavily on the hidden point 3 inches below the opponent's right chest. Immediately, the latter half of his body felt numb, and he was thrown to the ground by Kirito. Hineda on the side looked dazed, subconsciously thinking that these attack modes used by Kirito were the gentle fist genre of the Hyuga family, but the difference was that the gentle fist of the Hyuga family had to cooperate with Byakugan. Gentle fist of the Hyuga genre? I can't imagine that Hyuga's most famous trash can actually be used. Inyazuka looked at Kirito with a slightly surprised look. Misjudgment caused by little knowledge, Kazuto thought to himself. In fact, what Kirito uses is also similar to Hyuga's gentle fist. The human acupuncture and meridians attacked by gentle fist can be seen by Byakugan, and then hit against it. However, Kirito only attacked at his own position because he knew this position. The natural ability given by the assassin, all the assassination skills of Kirito Grandmaster, and the knowledge of the human body structure, naturally reached a very high level. Therefore, Kirito does not need to use the naked eye to see the positions of human acupuncture points, but he knows the positions of important points and makes the most accurate hits. Is NT Byakugan's gentle fist? It's very interesting, let me experience the orc body art of Inyazuka's family. I saw that Inyazuka's teeth formed a special handprint, and then his hands and feet suddenly became longer. It becomes sharp, and Kiba is also very protruding. The figure flashed swiftly, and suddenly there was only a hissing sound. The clothes on the left shoulder had 5 more torn claw marks. It was the speed of Inyazuka's teeth that had skyrocketed and attacked Kirito. The response is quite fast. He threw off the bloodshot step on his paws, and then he shuddered on all fours, and rushed towards Kirito again. His lips moved, and then he vaguely saw that a golden light flashed past Kirito's feet, which seemed to be just an illusion. Whoosh! The agile strike was completely missed, and Inyazuka's teeth couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and he said subconsciously, the speed, suddenly became faster? However, I can still be faster. The figure turned, and suddenly Inyazuka's teeth were like a cheetah attacking again, fiercely rushing towards Kirito. Brother Kirito. Now Kirito's situation is getting worse and worse, and Hinata, who is watching from the side, can't help clenching his palms worriedly. As always, Kirito dodged all the way. It seemed that he was beaten and could not fight back, but his expression never fluctuated too much, just his lips were silent. 1 second. Humph. What's the matter? Can't it work? 2 seconds. Look how long you can hide like this. 3 seconds. It's really a sloppy guy. When I catch you, I won't interrupt your running legs. 4 seconds. The game of cat and mouse is over. Pressing Kirito again and again, Inyazuka's teeth also forced Kirito to a corner of the scene. At this time, Kirito had no room to dodge. 5 seconds. Hate additional passive effect, out of combat, after 5 seconds without being attacked, the movement speed. Whoosh. Inyazuka Tooth, who had already forced Kirito to have no way out, didn't react yet, but found that Kirito in his field of vision had disappeared in vain. What? Kirito's figure appeared behind Inyazuka's teeth without warning, slowly raised a hand, and extended a finger. I only felt a slight pain in the back of my head, and then, Inyazuka's teeth, who had been maddened a second ago, fell straight to the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and they would never have imagined that the Hyuga Kirito, who is called a disgrace to the Hyuga clan and a waste, could actually possess such strength. You must know that although this Inyazuka Tooth is a bit arrogant, many people also know that he is the top 3 in the previous 2 ninja schools. Although he failed the Chunin exam last time, his strength as a Kanaha Inyazuka family is still quite strong. Not bad. You arrogant boy. Inyazuka's last remaining companion, when he saw that both of them were knocked over by a junior on his side, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He pulled out a ninja knife around his waist and rushed to Kirito. Everyone on the field saw the following, all of them were in vain, and no one thought that in an ordinary martial arts gym, someone would actually use a real knife and a real gun. For a while, no one responded to stop it. Brother Kirito. Be careful behind your back. Hinata exclaimed loudly. However, Kirito stood in the same place, but it seemed as if he had never heard of it, only when the tip of the knife behind him was about to slash him. Ding! With a crisp sound of swords, I saw a severing knife crossed a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. At this time, the man who attacked Kirito with a knife, the ninja sword in his hand, has been broken. And what everyone has not yet seen clearly, when did Kirito have a samurai sword in his hand, and when did he launch a counterattack? When they saw it, Kirito had already had the sword in its sheath. Chapter 17, a tentative study of the purpose of the 3 generations. Hey! The gym is well managed, Kirito. Tenten praised Kirito's work without hesitation, patted the latter's arm hard, and her carefree personality made her treat anyone with bluntness. Candid. Well, it's okay, job duties. Kirito said lightly. Hey, Kirito. Tenten had already called Kirito's name at some point, even omitting the kun at the back, which meant that she had regarded Kirito as a true friend. Just like the companions Little Lee and Niji. Will you come and join our team on the mission? Mission? Kirito asked curiously. What mission? Also, strictly speaking, I'm not a ninja yet, so I don't have the authority to perform ninja missions. The B-level mission is to go to the Daming Palace in the Land of Fire and escort the Princess of the Land of Fire. This is what Mr. Hokage personally appointed Mr. Guy to lead the team. Tenten said proudly. Wrinkling his brows, Kirito said strangely, B-level tasks? I remember that you must be at least at the level of Chunin or above to be authorized to execute them. Lord Hokage will let you from Genin participate. Tenten slightly stretched out a finger, swung it in front of Kirito, and said softly, theoretically, this is indeed the case. The task of escorting important people is a B-level entrustment level, but this time, the actual task is actually like this. The difficulty is only C-level. Because the location of the escort is in the country of fire, the probability of fighting with enemy ninjas is very small. Besides, there is already a powerful escort in the country of fire, and the mission is entrusted to us, only in the diplomatic sense, and as a guide to Kanaha. Kirito generally understood, but it was the problem just now. He, who was not even genin, didn't seem to have the right to go out to perform ninja missions. Tenten knew Kirito's question, and immediately continued to answer the question. Don't worry, you are not participating in this mission as a ninja, and there is no recognition from the village, but the weapon master representing Kanaha's #1 weapon shop is accompanying me. Private invitation. Is that so? The smart Kirito understood Tenten's intentions at once, and probably guessed the reason why Tenten did this. I probably already understand, but I think I should take back the name of that weapon master. Bar. Excessive modesty will only make people unhappy. Tenten looked at Kirito with a serious look and smiled. As long as you touch it a little, you can see the hardness, toughness, texture, and other parameters of the weapon at a glance, including forging materials and characteristics. Being able to use more than 100 kinds of weapons skillfully. Being able to do these things is not an exaggeration to be called a master, right? Kirito unequivocally spread his hands. This is a special ability given by the arsenal system. Kirito is not willing to explain anything about the system, so he did not respond positively to Tenten's words. Tenten didn't delve too deeply into this issue, and continued, Kirito, I have received information that in a noble territory in the Land of Fire, when the manor was being built, the ground collapsed unexpectedly, and a place was discovered. Ancient underground caves, there are very rare ores in the caves, I think you should understand, right? Extremely rare ore? Is that right? It's an important material for forging divine weapons. My mission is to find and identify those ores. Kirito's voice just fell, his eyes were fixed, and in his mind, the notification of the system task appeared again. Quest content, collect Jixi ore. Mission type, dark storyline. Mission level, C level. Mission reward, attribute points. The system released the task, and Kirito naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately responded to Tenten's invitation. Okay, I accept it. Kanaha Gate, Mr. Guy, Niji, Little Lee, Tenten and Kirito gather. Oh Kirito-kun. Tenten's private invitation is you. It's great, let's go along the youth and do 500 palm presses first. Little Lee said with a thumbs up, and the last time the task, once again express my heartfelt thanks. It's not that exaggerated, it's just a fluke. He couldn't stand Kirito's excessive enthusiasm for Little Lee. Just a fluke can't beat Jonin. Niji snorted. Kirito spread his hands and did not explain. Tenten also waved his hand and said helplessly, this guy is like this, his heart is very tight, he wants to get words out of his mouth, but it is very sad. Yes, please forgive me, this bad character Kirito also expressed helplessness. Guy, who was on the side, looked at Kirito with a scrutiny, and thought to himself, Hyaga Kirito, is this the Hyaga's child without Byakugan, neither ninjutsu nor demonic illusion? It's really likely at that time, and being ridiculed by others is a waste, and he has been ridiculed, but he can maintain this sunny and positive smile. Much better than Lee in the mood. And from his slight movements and the muscular lines of his body, it can be seen that this child is probably insisting on high-intensity training every day. He is a very hard worker. Guy couldn't help but recall what Sandaime had told him before he set off, to carefully observe everything about Kirito, and if there was a chance, he could test Kirito's strength level. Well, if you look closely, I've done it now. But what about testing? Guy rarely received requests from Hokage, and he was instantly excited and energetic, and decided to finish it beautifully and well. This is the proof that he is still young and bloody. In the Hokage building, the third generation was looking at Guy and his group at the gate of Kanaha through the crystal ball with great interest. The old eyes locked on Kirito meaningfully, and said indifferently, Hyaga Kirito, then, how far has it gone? Sitting on the high platform, everything in the village was in sight, and the three generations of eyes leaned slightly on the chair and took a deep breath of the bong. There is a sense of strategizing, everything is under control. However, in the next scene, Sandaime, who was leaning comfortably on the chair to smoke, suddenly stood up, and when he was in a hurry, he was swallowed by the smoke sucked into his throat, causing him to cough again and again. In the crystal ball, Guy decided to test Kirito's strength directly after thinking for a while. Kirito-kun. Hearing Guy's figure, Kirito turned his head subconsciously, but Guy, who was still in sight a moment ago, disappeared without warning. There was a whistling sound of wind breaking in his ears. Kirito didn't even think about it, it was almost a conditioned reflex, and subconsciously, a golden light flashed past his feet. Whoosh! The disappearing Guy, the figure appeared behind Kirito in vain, but when Guy appeared, Kirito's figure disappeared without warning. I saw Kirito's figure, appearing 10 feet away. I saw him looking at Guy with a strange face, and asked suspiciously, Mr. Guy, what are you doing? Ahahaha, nothing, it's just that Lord Hokage asked me to secretly test Kirito. I'll take a look at it, Guy said with a haha. Oh, as expected of Mr. Guy. It turned out to be Lord Hokage's secret mission. Little Lee also hugged Guy nervously, not feeling anything wrong with the atmosphere at all. Mr. Guy, what you just said was a secret. Tenten said with a speechless expression. However, Niji stared at Kirito with wide eyes and was shocked. This guy was able to escape the speed of Teacher Guy. Chapter 18 Long Distance Running Training. Kirito and his party set off from Kanaha. Although the distance is long, the journey is safe. Little Lee suggested that the team go in the form of running. Guy highly praised Xiao Li's youthful blood. Although Niji had no feelings for Xiao Li's youthful blood, he also wanted to exercise his physical strength, and he had no objection. Tenten did the same, and Kirito didn't care. Hoo. After running for a long distance, the team also heard the sound of rapid breathing. Guy has reached an unbelievable level of fitness that he can hold even after running for a day and a night, so this level is nothing more than pediatrics for him. At the beginning of the run, Little Lee followed Guy closely. Niji is a little behind. In terms of physical fitness, although he is not as good as the extreme training Little Lee, but because of the long-term practice of gentle fist, he has another set of exercises for the body. He may not be as good as Little Lee in terms of speed and physical strength, but in this long run, he was able to persevere farther than Little Lee. Gentle fist pays attention to using softness to control rigidity. Niji's way of action is the same. Running the same distance, Niji consumes far less physical strength than Little Lee. Compared with improving physical fitness with extreme training, Niji is more committed to improving skills and saving energy. Tenten's physical fitness is very good, but unfortunately she is in the team of this martial arts expert, so she can only be left at the end of the team phase. However, what is surprising is that from the beginning, Kirito followed Guy at the same speed as Little Lee. Kirito's physical strength is far inferior to that of Little Lee and Niji, and he is probably on the same level as Tenten. The reason why he can keep up with Guy's speed is because of the pair of concept weapons Hate boots equipped on him. Increase your own movement speed, and in non-combat state, you can increase the speed more significantly. At its maximum speed, it can even match the full speed before Lee opened the 8 inner gates. That also means that under Kirito's full speed state, it is naturally impossible to run at full speed in a long-distance marathon, and the same is true for Guy and Little Lee. In other words, Kirito was able to walk with the Little Lee who used 70% of his strength without exerting much effort. However, soon, Little Lee, who was running with 70% of his strength, gradually became exhausted and began to slow down. At this time, Kirito was also breathing slightly short of breath. Although he did not need a lot of strength to run at this speed, because of his own physical strength however, it started to slow down gradually. However, Niji, who followed closely behind, couldn't see him panting. Step by step, every step was very light. He had practiced gentle fist for a long time, and he had trained a set of breathing and movement synchronization skills. As for Tenten, she was already panting and sweating profusely. To be honest, as a ninja, it was amazing to be able to persevere to this point. The pace of the team slowed down a little, and then stopped resting in place. When they got here, they were completely out of breath and their heartbeats were calm. Guy was the only one, followed by Niji. Kirito and Little Lee were out of breath, but Tenten lay on the lawn completely exhausted. For her, it has really reached the limit now. During the break, they each went to the river to fetch water to replenish, and Kirito also took a pot for Tenten. "Hey, the water is here, here it is." Kirito handed the water bottle to Tenten, who was tired and collapsed on the ground. The latter was still panting rapidly, and there was a bit of fayui on her face after exercising, sweating, and raining. Her dry throat didn't have the strength to speak, she just opened her mouth, hummed a few times, and motioned for Kirito to give her a drink. A few mouthfuls. Kirito couldn't help but feel a smile. With such a carefree temperament, there is only Tenten who ignore the image of a lady. However, it is this straightforward personality that makes Kirito feel more cordial. To the latter's open lips. Gilo sucking the cold water in big mouthfuls, the sound of drinking water is not concealed at all. Niji, who was not far away, frowned. He came from a big family like him, and his etiquette was deeply ingrained in all aspects. Naturally, he felt rude. Guy and Little Lee didn't notice this at all. After a little rest, it is to do push-ups with fullness and nothing to do on the spot. After pouring a whole pot of water, Tenten breathed out a deep breath, opened his eyes slightly, saw Kirito beside him, and said weakly, "Kirito, you two it's too cunning, so let's forget about Guy's teacher Niji and Little Lee. I can't imagine that you, who are not even genin, can keep up with them. No, I don't think your physical strength is better than mine, right?" Tenten has no scruples about the fact that Kirito is not a genin, and Kirito doesn't care. Tenten's words are also true. His physical strength is not very good, but because of these hate boots, if he maintains the speed, it doesn't take much effort at all, and the consumption of physical strength is low, but it is not as good as Niji in the back. It is really because of his overall physical weakness. But Tenten is not the kind of curious baby who will go too deep into it. After regaining some physical strength, he slowly stood up, walked towards the woods alone, and waved to them, "Change your clothes, I go back." For girls, sweating profusely and sticky body is really uncomfortable. Chapter 19 10-10 Poisoning. 10-10 is so slow, I've rested, I'm going to continue training and running. Little Lee said impatiently while squatting there waiting bored. Guy waved his hand educationally, you're wrong to think that, Lee. Youth always comes with waiting. Oh, Mr. Guy, such a profound saying and aphorism. Little Lee, who was moved to tears, took out a notebook and recorded it. Seeing that little Lee is so diligent and eager to learn, Guy, who is a teacher, is also full of eyes, just like this. The two said inexplicable words, and then inexplicably moved. The picture was so beautiful that I couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Niji turned his head to one side, his eyes fell on Kirito's body, frowned, and then said, your speed is very good, even better than Lee, but as long as if you have a good skill, it is not impossible to become a ninja. Lee also knows no ninjutsu and demonic illusion like you, but he has been recognized in taijutsu, and with the recommendation of a jonin, he can also pass additional tests, qualified for genin. Niji said to Kirito, although the tone was cold, but the content is to point out a way for Kirito. After all, they are all from the same family. Niji resents Hyagame clan, and has an indescribable affection for Kirito, who is also part of the family. Of course, as a real person, he also saw that Kirito was not a waste as he imagined, so he opened his mouth to communicate with him. Feeling the kindness in Niji's words, Kirito also nodded slightly, don't worry, my practice will not be abandoned. Indeed, whether he likes it or not, in this chaotic world, strength and life is an equal relationship, and if you want to survive, you must have enough strength. Niji grunted and didn't speak. At this moment, a scream came from the other side of the woods. The quickest response was Guy, but Guy, who had experienced the war era, did not act rashly, but instead released his perception to first find out if there was any enemy aura around. It's 10-10's voice. After Niji and Little Lee reacted, they subconsciously rushed over, but at this moment, a figure flashed past them like lightning, faster than the two of them. Much faster. Kirito drove Hate's boots, and at full speed, the speed was naturally astonishing. In an instant, he got into the woods, followed the shouts of 10-10, and came to a hidden bush. I saw a clean body in the jungle, sitting there without a trace, the two kunai held in both hands trembled slightly. Kirito's eyes were like electricity, and he suddenly discovered that not far from 10-10, a slender patterned coiled snake was entrenched there, and his turquoise eyes were staring at 10-10, revealing a dangerous snake. Letter. 10-10's hair stood on end, and suddenly he subconsciously threw the kunai of his hands to the flower snake. Originally, with 10-10's shuriken technique, it was impossible to miss the latter at such a close distance, but perhaps it was because of the girl's innate fear of this kind of poisonous snake. Under the trembling, even the two lily swords were lost. However, 10-10's aggressive move immediately angered the latter. After the flower snake raised the triangular snake head high, it was about to pounce on 10-10. 10-10 closed his eyes subconsciously because of fear. However, after a few seconds, the pounding heartbeat seemed to be jumping out. Suddenly, he felt something fell on him. 10-10 curled up subconsciously, his hands I scratched it, and found that it was the feeling of clothes, and suddenly opened my eyes slightly. Don't worry. A gentle and familiar voice beside his ear. I saw that it turned out to be Kirito. On the other side, I saw the flower snake that was about to attack her, and was hit by a sharp dagger at the key point of the 7-inch part with great precision. On one side, it was already dead, and then I heard Little Lee and others coming from behind. 10-10. 10-10 finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the shouts of his companions, and immediately saw his unclothed body. Although Kirito had temporarily covered it with a piece of clothing, many places were not covered. Although 10-10 has a carefree personality, she is still a girl after all. She looked up in embarrassment and saw that although Kirito was facing her, her head was turned to one side. However, seeing little Lee and others coming from not far away, Tenten subconsciously screamed, "Stop! Don't come here! Tenten!" Hearing Tenten's shout, little Lee and others also stopped in front of the bushes. Kirito explained, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong, just a little accident. Also, Niji, if you use Byakugan at this time, I won't forgive you." "Humph. Do you think I'm an idiot?" The smart Niji naturally wouldn't do this. After all, he already knew that Tenten was coming to change his clothes, and he knew that Guy's unhurried actions were already there. Tenten is not in danger. Probably he had guessed what kind of snakes and insects Tenten might encounter. Companions on the same team, of course, know that Tenten are the worst at dealing with these things. Only little Lee yelled like an idiot, "Tenten! Are you okay? And Kirito-kun, what are you doing? Nest in the grass and still not come out? Stupid Lee, you shut up!" Tenten shouted, annoyed from the bushes, as well as the rapid bustling of getting dressed. There was a little girl's body fragrance in the air, which made people's heart pound, but Kirito, who was close at hand, watched his nose and nose. "Okay." After Tenten got dressed, she checked around and pretended to be calm. However, when she was about to stand up, her left foot suddenly went numb, which meant she lost her whole body. Focused and fell to the side. Tenten. Kirito, who was in front of him, hugged him subconsciously, and found a pair of tiny purple blood holes on the instep of Tenten's left foot. He knew that the Tenten might have been changed just now. "When I was wearing clothes, I didn't know that I stepped on the flower snake and was bitten." The snake's revenge mentality is very strong. If others don't mess with it, it will not mess with others at will. However, if people mess with it, it will definitely retaliate. "Wow, this bit me just now." Tenten grabbed the slightly swollen foot with both hands, already starting to feel dizzy, and suddenly thought that something was wrong. The rest of little Lee and the others also came after hearing the sound. Guy is well informed and knows that the snake is poisonous. Tenten, don't panic, breathe calmly. The more nervous, the faster the blood flow in the body, the faster the toxin will spread. "Then what should I do?" Little Lee said impatiently when he didn't understand anything. Niji frowned and said solemnly, "Tenten, does your reserve scroll have any antidote?" Tenten also remembered, "Yes. I seem to be ready. Lee, hurry up and get my backpack." Little Lee came in response, and hurriedly found a syringe of antidote from the scroll to detoxify. "No." Guy suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression changed. He suddenly remembered that little Lee was a needle-dizzy person. When he was in the hospital, as soon as the nurse took out the needle, he would faint from fright. Turning his head to take a look, he saw that after little Lee took out the syringe, when he saw the needle, his eyes turned white, and with a shake of his hand, he shattered the syringe to the ground. "Lee." Tenten felt dizzy for a while, and he didn't know if it was a toxin attack or a speechlessness to his teammates. "Are you trying to murder me?" Niji despised little Lee for being useless, and then he flipped through Tenten's scroll, and said solemnly, "There is only one syringe for detoxification, and it was destroyed by Lee." In this regard, Kirito also sighed slightly and said indifferently, "Then now, it seems that there is only one way left." Chapter 22 Person Action. After this incident, for several days, Tenten deliberately avoided Kirito, which Kirito understood quite well. After all, the other party is still a girl in bloom, no matter what the reason is. Whatever, will still be more concerned. But this kind of embarrassment, after a few days, as Tenten's feet fully recovered, the matter was wiped away like this. Tenten also returned to the original sunny and carefree personality, and he would never say hello to Kirito again. There is any awkward atmosphere. On the evening of the 7th day, Kirito and his party finally arrived at the city where the Daming Palace is located. Because it was already dark, it was not suitable to travel, so Guy decided to rest here for the time being. Mr. Guy, as I said before, here, I have my own personal affairs. After a full meal, it was time to rest. Guy heard the words, "Oh, I heard you say, it's about finding rare metals?" Little Lee's young blood always has an inexhaustible energy. When he heard that he had something to do, he immediately turned over from the ground. "Ten, do you need help?" Ten gave Little Lee a roll of eyes. "You bastard, just don't help." "What's the matter?" Little Lee said in shock. Ten waved his hand. "Forget it, Lee, this is not suitable for you to do, clumsy." Niji said lightly, "Since it's a small matter, I don't need my help. I have to make full preparations for the handover with the daimyo tomorrow." "Wait, Niji." Guy pointed to himself and blinked. "Isn't the handover usually done by Jonin, the team leader?" Niji glanced at the latter, but said nothing. Ten said contemptuously, "Forget about other tasks, this is a task released by the daimyo, Mr. Guy better not lose our Kanaha's face." Ten. "How can you say that about Mr. Guy?" Little Lee said with enthusiasm and dissatisfaction. "Shut up, Lee. This is something Lord Hokage told me otherwise." Niji said coldly. According to Guy's character, Hokage has a good reason to worry that Guy will cause some trouble, especially since this quest was released by the daimyo. If something goes wrong, it will affect the trust of the country of fire in Kanaha. Degree. Niji is young and calm, and in the high-level circle of Kanaha, he is also attracting attention, and he is highly anticipated and trusted at the same time. How could this be? Is my credit rating so low? Guy slumped down in shock. However, the Little Lee on the side immediately jumped up and gave the latter a comforting hug. "Don't worry, Mr. Guy. Lee, I will always trust Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy." The two hugged and cried together. Niji turned away silently. Ten also covered his forehead with a headache, put on his ninja bag, and called out to Kirito, who was doing nothing, "Kirito, let's go." Well, this matter had been discussed before departure, or in other words, the mission of Kirito's followers was for this. Not only because of Ten's commission, but also the task of collecting rare metals issued by the system. The two walked out of the hotel together. This is the territory of a certain noble in the country of fire. The street is not busy with business. There is also a small hotel around here for businessmen to rest. The rest are endless manor fields, and the people are not very busy. The moon climbed slightly into the night sky, dotted with stars. The two of them just strolled through the grass. It wasn't that the two of them were taking a walk in their leisure time, but they were not familiar with the environment here, and the target place was also walking according to the simple map obtained from the intelligence. At this moment, Ten was walking with the simple map in his hand, and his brows were sometimes wrinkled, sometimes loosened, and then he nodded again. It seemed that he had found the specific location of the target. Kirito's eyes fell slightly on Ten's left foot, the hollow-shaped forbearance boots, revealing the white feet, with a bandage wrapped around them, but looking at her light steps, presumably the injury is not serious. This is also taken for granted. Although he was bitten by a poisonous snake, the real wound is only a little bit. Originally, an antidote was injected and nothing happened, but the syringe was broken by the clumsy Little Lee. Only let Kirito suck out the poison with his mouth. It's nothing, just deal with it in an emergency. There are not so many rules between men and women among ninjas. Feeling that Ten walking in front suddenly stopped, Kirito looked up and saw that the latter was staring at him with big eyes. Apparently the latter also noticed Kirito's sight on her feet unintentionally. Kirito waved his hand slightly embarrassedly, indicating that it was not what the other party thought. However, Tenten had turned his head to one side, as if he didn't listen to any explanation. He didn't say anything, and he didn't overreact, as if he didn't care, but if he was careful, he would notice that it was clearly Yui's ear. In this way, the two were silent all the way, and after a while, "It's here." Standing in front of a thick grass, there seems to be nothing special about the surrounding wasteland. However, as Tenten squatted down and pushed aside a weed pile in front of him, he could see a deep and dark underground passage. Kirito also said in surprise, "You can still find this hidden place. Don't underestimate our intelligence agency." Tenten hummed, then took out 2 chakra sticks from the psychic scroll and threw one to Kirito. "This thing is cold to start, and I don't know if it's metal or what kind of texture." After injecting a little chakra, the palm-length stick immediately glowed with a light green fluorescence, not very bright, but enough to illuminate in the dark. "Let's go," Tenten said, but she didn't move. Looking at the latter's head that was turned away, Kirito was stunned for a moment, then he understood something, and with a slight smile, he took the lead and walked ahead. Seeing Kirito striding forward, Tenten just followed. Chapter 21 Beast Den. The two of Kirito Tenten sneaked into the crypt passage, which was dark and deep. Although they had the faint chakra light in their hands, it was better to say that this little dim light made the passage even more eerie and terrifying. Kirito was at the forefront, and Tenten followed closely. Facing the darkness, most people had subconscious fear. Kirito is no exception, even more so for Tenten as a girl, but because of the special ability of assassin, Kirito seems to have no primitive fear of darkness, and even has an indescribable intimacy. As well as the night vision ability given by the assassin itself. Let Kirito walk on the dark passage, the vision of both eyes is not affected at all. However, because the field of vision was not affected, Kirito walked at a normal pace, and slowly distanced himself from the Tenten who was carefully groping forward. The latter was annoyed, and immediately chased after him, grabbed the corner of Kirito's clothes with one hand. "I said you, don't walk so fast." "Oh, is that right?" Kirito suddenly slowed down when he heard the words. In fact, it wasn't that he was walking fast, but Tenten was slowing down. After all, in the dark passage where you can't see your fingers, it is impossible for ordinary people to maintain a normal walking speed. Because Kirito is wearing tights, the corners of Tenten's clothes are not easy to grasp. In addition, the road can't be seen in the dark. From time to time, because of fast or slow stepping on Kirito's heels and slightly out of touch. Suddenly, Kirito stretched out a hand and grabbed the latter's palm. Huh! Tenten was also startled when his palm was suddenly grabbed by something warm. In the darkness, she couldn't see the things around her clearly, but Kirito's faint voice sounded in her ears, and she understood that she was grabbing herself. The hand is Kirito. "Come on, Tenten." In the darkness, the two walked silently all the way again. With the chakra light stick in his hand, Tenten fixed his eyes on Kirito's back who was walking in front, and suddenly felt that he was not too afraid of this gloomy place. After the two walked for a while, Kirito took the lead in stopping. Tenten couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly, and a stunned person slammed directly into Kirito's back. "How, what?" Kirito exhaled slightly, and said with a slight surprise, "There is an undercurrent in front of you." "Really? No wonder I feel that the air seems to be getting wet, but I can't seem to hear the sound of running water?" Tenten also said strangely. "Not far ahead, there is an undercurrent and muddy area. In the dark, only he with good night vision can see clearly." And with his sharp eyesight, he also discovered that there was something white floating in the silt. Kirito's brows wrinkled slightly. If he guessed correctly, the senbei in the mud is the skeleton of a dead man. It seems that before they came, someone had set foot here, and there were dead people at the same time, which proved that there was danger here. Looking around, Kirito's eyes suddenly fell on the other side of the quagmire, on a sharp stone. Looking back at Tenten, I can see that the latter is in the dark, with big lacquer eyes, but he can't see anything clearly. Immediately, Kirito made a move with the palm of his hand, and summoned a flying claw iron chain. Tenten only felt the heat on her waist, and then found Kirito wrapping a hand around her waist. "I'm going to jump, grab the Tenten." Kirito hugged the Tenten tightly with one hand, and then the figure jumped forward, throwing a flying claw with the other hand, hooking the sharp stone in the distance with great precision. "Come on," the chain is pulled. Immediately, the two of them crossed the silt area in front of them in a volley. In mid-air, when he lost his mind, Tenten subconsciously hugged Kirito's neck with both hands, but the chakra shining stick in his hand was accidentally dropped. The shiny stick landed on the muddy ground under his feet. Suddenly, under the faint light, Tenten saw the white skull, which looked extremely terrifying. As you can imagine, suddenly seeing a white skull in the dark, it was really frightening and terrifying. Tenten trembled with fright, and the arms that were hugging Kirito's neck suddenly became even tighter. The lips screamed subconsciously. "Ah! Goo!" The neck was suddenly strangled, and with the sudden screaming next to his ear, Kirito, who was in the air, almost couldn't grasp the chain in his hand, and almost fell down with a stagger. But in the end, one foot landed on the edge of the quagmire first, and pushed hard on the toes, and then the two of them landed safely. "Relax. Release, Tenten." After landing safely, Tenten's frightened hugs around his neck still haven't loosened. Kirito can't help but grab her wrist with one hand and caress with the other. Tenten's back, let the latter calm down first. After lingering for a while, the frightened Tenten calmed down and let go of his neck. Breathing heavily, Kirito said helplessly, "Almost can't breathe, Tenten." Tenten also knew that he had just lost his composure. His face couldn't help but get hot, and he couldn't help but say, "No, no way." Suddenly a skull appeared, trying to scare people to death. "What the hell is this place?" All right. Kirito also knew that he couldn't blame Tenten for this. If he were him and saw such a big skull, he would have been frightened, but he had good night vision. He had already seen everything around him from a distance. Kirito picked up the Tenten, who was sitting on the ground, with one hand, but after picking up, the Tenten clenched his palm tightly and didn't let go. Kirito didn't care. He grabbed the back of the latter's hand and comforted, "Don't worry. Well, I am here." Although he said so, but at this time, when Kirito looked at the passage after crossing the quagmire, he could not help but frown slightly, and pondered to himself, "From the structure of this passage, it does not seem to be as the intelligence said. The abandoned mine that collapsed unexpectedly. On the contrary, the road here is rough. The walls around the passage are not made of bricks. They are smooth and have no textures. Not footprints, but traces of some reptile walking. Hey, Kirito, did you hear any strange noises?" Tenten couldn't help leaning on Kirito's body because of the primitive fear of the unknown. "It seems that there is nothing wrong." Kirito narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "We broke into the cave of some psychic beast." Chapter 22: The Power of Sniper Rifles. "What? Kirito, do you mean that this is the cave of psychic beasts?" Tenten exclaimed in shock, and his face changed. Although his eyes could not see clearly, the sighing footsteps that sounded in his ears could be felt. "God, on the other side of the passage, a strange beast is running towards them quickly." "Rock!" From the other side of the cave, the mysterious creature rushing fast broke through the road all the way, and let out a sharp neigh, a pair of strange eyes glowing with green light, which can also see clearly in the dark, and the sharp thorns of the gravel are accurate. He shot towards the location where Kirito and Tenten were located. Facing the stone thorns that were shot accurately, Kirito's expression remained unchanged, and small flying knives and daggers appeared on his hands. Ding 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 ding, a series of intensive slamming sounds. I saw the stone thorn attacks issued by the enemy, all of which were shot down in mid-air by Kirito's flying knives and daggers. Kirito's figure stood in front of Tenten, and he said solemnly, "Tenten, stand back a little bit, give it to me." Oh, Tenten wanted to help, but in this darkness, she couldn't even see the enemy, so how could she help? Moreover, Kirito's indifferent and calm words will always give her a very special convincing power, making her involuntarily choose to believe the latter. Seeing that the prey in front of him actually blocked its attack, the mysterious creature let out an angry neigh, and the huge tail fanned out fiercely. Suddenly, under the fan, the rocks on the wall next to it were smashed and smashed. When a piece of rock burst, countless gravel fell down. The giant tail of the mysterious creature was constantly swaying fiercely, and any gravel that was in contact with its tail was like a cannonball coming out of its chamber, and it shot towards Kirito fiercely. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded in front of him, which made Kirito feel nervous again after he had just relaxed a little bit. He was highly concentrated, and his good night vision ability allowed him to see everything in his body clearly. Then the body suddenly began to twist strangely. Hey! A piece of broken stone with some water chestnuts, with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Sticking to the surface of Kirito's body, he kept piercing it. However, Kirito, who had a very high agility attribute, was always able to dodge every attack before the gravel hit his body. However, it can also be shot down with a flying knife in hand. Bang 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 bang. Some fell to pieces, after continuing to shoot for a distance. That is, it smashed hard on the hard channel wall. Suddenly, when it exploded, there were actually cracks left on the rock wall, which shows how terrifying the energy contained in these flying rubble. If Kirito lost his mind and was hit, he would really be injured. Yu Guang looked at the cracks on the rock wall. Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly. If his agility attribute was not high enough, it would be really troublesome. Look directly at the mysterious creature in front of you. Kirito also gradually saw the true face of the latter. This mysterious creature suddenly ran out from the other side of the passage. It is a psychic beast similar to a gopher. Body fat. A cursory look. I'm afraid at least 2 feet or so. Whole body fire UI. From a distance, it's like a piece of round fire jade. On its body surface, palm-sized UI-colored scales are densely covered on it. What surprised Kirito the most was the head of this psychic beast. There are actually 2. At the forked part of the slender neck, 2 hideous heads stared at huge diamond-shaped pupils, which were full of violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. What a weird guy. With the energy of both earth and fire attributes, what kind of psychic beast is this? A strange thought flashed in his heart, but the corner of Kirito's eye suddenly realized that the attack of the 2-headed gopher was actually slow. They came down, and their necks seemed to be gradually expanding, as if something was about to be spit out. Looking at this strange scene, Kirito felt a tinge of unease in his heart, and when his figure shook, he turned and ran back. He grabbed the Tenten with one hand and quickly retreated back. Just as Kirito pulled the Tenten back and quickly retreated, the giant mouth of the 2-headed gopher suddenly opened wide, and the 2 completely appeared in vain from a huge rock and a fiery flame, and the flame pushed the rock. It was wrapped inside, and then under the high calcination, the rock melted into hot magma, and then spewed out like a volcanic explosion. Suddenly, a magma of Chi-Yoi rolled up, fiercely facing Kirito and Tenten. Come over. Hold on to me. Seeing that the magma behind him was surging, Kirito immediately picked up Tenten's waist with his big hand, and then took out a flying claw with the other hand, grabbed the rock block on the ceiling, and jumped, and then the 2 of them jumped up. The hot magma poured in and swept past 1 or 2 meters below Kirito. The scorching high temperature contained in it turned out that Kirito's trousers were instantly burned, and the hot feeling came from the skin, which made him take a deep breath. The scorching heat around him made Kirito's head dizzy. He hugged the Tenten with one hand and the flying claw chain fixed on the ceiling with the other. The two-headed gopher who attacked so fiercely, Kiba gnashed his teeth, looking like he was about to launch a second wave of attacks. Naturally, Kirito couldn't give the other party any further arrogance, and immediately wrapped the chain in his hand tightly around Tenten's arm, letting him hang in mid-air temporarily, because the ground was already hot with magma and they had no foothold. Point. Immediately, Kirito's figure turned over, his feet were on the ceiling, and the chakra adsorption force of the solace of his feet was used in this way. Kirito stood upside down on the ceiling, his hands and 10 fingers were clamped, and it was visible that the gap between the fingers was full. The small sharp-edged blade, a cold light flashed in the dark eyes, and then with a flick of both hands, the densely packed small sharp-edged blade was thrown at the two-headed giant rat. Ding 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 ding! I saw that under the attack of this dense blade, Kirito's multiple murderous intentions were implied. However, in the face of this exquisite hidden weapon technique, the two-headed giant mouse spit out a mud wall directly in front of him. Blocks a series of sharp blades. However, Kirito's technique, which even Tenten, who is a master of hidden weapons, could not be so simple. I saw that in mid-air, there were 2 sharp blades, one in front and one behind, with different speeds. In the latter, the speed was very fast, and later collided with the former, and then the 2 sharp blades turned into 2 exquisite angles under this collision, and passed the earth wall defense arranged by the two-headed giant mouse, and attacked its 2 from above. Brain. Puff puff. The sharp blade pierced deeply into the 2 heads of the two-headed giant rat, and blood spattered. Ouch. The 2 big, hideous heads of the two-headed giant rat were also screaming in pain, but judging from their sharp calls, they were full of energy, and they didn't look like they had been seriously injured. It really is a question of lethality, Kirito said clearly, and then he retracted all the hidden weapons between his fingers, and what was replaced was a pitch-black long pipe tool that was about 1 meter long. This thing is indeed Kirito's first lethal thermal weapon, M700 light sniper rifle. One hand holds the barrel of the approaching gun, and the other hand closes the switch and lifts it slightly, looking through the gun. The look outside on the body, with an accuracy of less than 0.001 mm, locked the eyebrow part of one of the heads of the two-headed giant mouse. Bang! It sounded in the darkness, and a crisp and loud gunshot exploded. Chapter 23 Stamina Attribute Values. Bang! As the second loud gunshot sounded in the cave, I saw the two-headed giant rat in front of me, and on the 2 hideous heads, in the center of the eyebrows, there was a blood hole the size of a thumb, and then it was filled with a sound. After the unwilling roar, the body of the two-headed giant rat suddenly collapsed. However, the death of the caster, the red-hot magma flowing on the ground, also faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The psychic beasts also use the attack of chakra changes, losing the transmission and maintenance of the body chakra, and this large-scale technique is naturally self-defeating. Did it? He grabbed the Tenten hanging in the air by the chain. Although he couldn't see the situation clearly in the darkness, from the sound of the giant beasts roaring and whining, it could be guessed that the enemy must have already killed by Kirito. Kirito. Just now, through the weak light reflected by the magma, Tenten vaguely saw a round of black lacquered pipes that suddenly appeared in Kirito's hands, and then saw Kirito using the pipe to aim at both heads. Giant rat. However, when 2 loud sounds of bang bang were heard, the huge body of the enemy collapsed suddenly. From Kirito taking out this weird weapon, to the end, it can be described as a second kill. So far, in the knowledge of Tenten, I have never thought of anything that can make such a loud noise, and when the shuriken and other hidden weapons are ineffective, they only use 2 attacks from that weapon. It was to knock down this ferocious psychic beast to the ground. Among the countless weapons in Tenten's own collection, there is no such powerful weapon. Because the magma on the ground had just dissipated, and the ground was still hot like an iron pot burning. Neither Kirito nor Tenten had landed immediately. Tenten, is there water stored in the scroll? Take it out to cool the ground in an area. Kirito said. Oh. Along the way, Kirito already has a very reliable image in Tenten's heart, so she completely believes in the former's words. A large basin of water was summoned from the scroll, which was prepared by Tenten in advance, in order to cope with the journey without water, and to take a refreshing bath. The water fell on the hot ground, and bursts of white mist suddenly appeared, showing the high temperature of the ground. However, Kirito took advantage of this empty time to enter the arsenal system in his mind. The task of discovering the previously released Dark Line and collecting rare metals has been flashing constantly. According to Kirito's past experience, such a reaction from the system means that the mission is about to be completed, and it is just the last step. Kirito was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but cast his gaze on the two-headed giant rat that fell to the ground not far away. As soon as his mind moved, he walked upside down on the ceiling, his figure flickered, and he landed on the huge corpse of the two-headed giant rat. Kirito, who has good night vision, keenly found something glowing at the bottom of the two-headed giant mouse. He struggled to turn the body of the two-headed giant mouse over, and then he could vaguely see the source of light, on his slightly swollen belly. Hey, I saw a flash of cold light, and a sharp dagger with serrations was added to Kirito's hand. First scraped off the hard hair on the belly, and then the dagger pierced into the flesh. His skilled disembowelment, this technique is also inherited from the assassin's specialty. After breaking the big belly of the two-headed giant rat, he finally saw the reflective and shiny thing clearly. From the sticky flesh and blood, he dug out a fist-sized object with his bare hands. It was cold to the touch, full of metal touch, and the whole body was dark with a hint of dark purple. However, even in the darkness, Kirito was still able to see this thing. The dark light released around him was a picture that was pitch black even under his night vision. The thing is in hand. When Kirito picked up this piece of metal, the system in his mind was a reminder that the mission was completed. The various metal minerals in the ground have been eaten all year round. After being filtered by their own digestive system, they remain in the body. Over time, they have condensed into this wonderful rare metal. Kirito then turned his attention again. In the direction where the two-headed giant rat came out, he pondered to himself, there must be a lot of these things in this big guy's nest, right? But these are not what he is concerned about. The task of the arsenal system has been completed, and the rest will be collected by Tenten. The task is completed, and the reward is regular attribute points. Without hesitation, Kirito continued to add the attribute points awarded by the system to his stamina. Right now, he doesn't need a weapon in terms of strength, his agility is enough for the time being. If he has physical strength, as an assassin, he wants to kill with a single blow, and doesn't need a war of attrition. Therefore, Kirito added the attribute value to the stamina, and the stamina point is the defense power of his own body. Assassins, the attack is mainly sneak attack, but usually the assassin can't make a sneak attack. If he can't escape immediately, he will be attacked. Suffered a strong counter-attack from the opponent. Although Kirito has not really tried to be hit hard by a counter-attack so far, he can predict that there will always be a time when he will miss in the future. At that time, his own defense power will become the basis for his life saving. In addition to the extra attribute point reward from the last time, Kirito also added it to the endurance, which means that the two reward attributes Kirito were used to improve his defense. Needing the body that didn't change much, Kirito was also curious about the effect of the two bonus attributes being used on the stamina value. On the surface, nothing can be seen, and it is not an increase in external muscles. It seems that the specific changes will not be clear until he is beaten. Chapter 24 Harvest. After completing the dark task of collecting rare metals, Kirito and Tenten also returned to the resting hotel to have a round with Guy and others. Tomorrow morning, we have to continue the departure from Damingfu in the Land of Fire, so Kirito and Tenten, who have been busy for most of the night, are hurriedly entering a state of rest. The next morning, Guy and his group got up one after another, and after a simple wash, they were all ready to go. Tenten, what happened last night, have you rested yet? Guy asked with concern. Tenten waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. It's fine, I've rested, and I didn't put much effort into it last night. After saying that, Tenten turned his eyes to Kirito's body, and in his eyes slightly flickering, in last night's mission, she could say that she did not consume much in the whole process, but when dealing with the two-headed giant mouse later, Kirito fought alone. Although the light was dim at the time, she couldn't see the specific situation clearly, but she also knew that the psychic beast was not something to mess with, but what was even more amazing was that in the face of such monsters, Kirito easily solved the latter. Noticing Tenten's eyes, Kirito also smiled lightly and nodded to the latter, indicating that he was in good spirits. Although there was a battle last night, in fact, for Kirito, it did not consume much energy. This is not to say that the enemy is weak, but Kirito's unique fighting style. The previous few feints did not work. And from the situation that various hidden weapons are ineffective against the opponent, decisively resorted to the killer weapon, 2 sniper rifles, accurately hit the opponent's key points and killed them. The journey seemed simple, and the battle was over almost instantly. But don't think that Kirito already has such a powerful strength. In fact, this sniper rifle is already the most lethal of all Kirito's weapons, and hot weapons are better than surprises. If this still can't kill the enemy, then Kirito can only resolutely take the Tenten and escape. Guy continued on the last short journey to the Land of Fire. This place is located in the deep interior of the Country of Fire, so the probability of encountering enemies is quite small, and with Might Guy, one of Kanaha's top elite jonin, there is naturally no danger. Quietly doing nothing all the way, Kirito was secretly thinking about his own situation. Although the battle last night was not very intense, the battle ended soon. But Kirito also saw a lot of real situations from it. First of all, as an assassin, his hidden weapon technique is already very good, and it can even be regarded as a master level. Kirito conservatively estimated that among the Kanahas, there should be fewer than 5 people who could outperform him in shuriken hidden weapons. Presumably the legendary Uchiha Itachi, who is adept at shuriken, is nothing more than that. Of course, this cannot be generalized. After all, so far, Kirito has never really encountered an opponent who is stronger than him in hidden weapon techniques. However, after last night's battle, Kirito also discovered a problem that he had never considered before. That is, his hidden weapon technique is very powerful, which is limited to the high probability of hitting the enemy, but the problem is that the physical damage caused by a single shot is very limited, such as the two-headed giant rat yesterday. He used superb hidden weapons using the technique. He precisely hit the dagger on the target's head from the dead angle. The quasi-head is there, but he failed to kill the opponent. The reason is that the strength of the hidden weapon attack he issued still needs to be improved. If the strength is not enough, even if the weapon thrown can hit 100 hits, it still cannot hit the target. However, in fact, in the ninja school, in the shuriken class, the teacher paid attention to the hit rate, not the strength. In fact, this is also the case. For hidden weapons, the accuracy of the attack is more important than the strength. Much more. The lethality is not enough, but it can hit the opponent, at least it can cause a certain amount of damage, but it is full of power, but it can't hit the opponent, it really has no effect at all. Actual combat is really the best way to improve his strength. Kirito further understands his own strength, advantages, and relative shortcomings. Kirito's hidden weapon has a high hit rate, but his strength is insufficient. He can hit the target, but cannot kill the target. So this deficiency will be made up in the future. Kirito decided that the additional attribute point rewards he will get next will focus on his own strength blessing. The strength is up, then the hidden weapon attack issued by Kirito is not as simple as hitting the enemy, but piercing through it, causing more damage and even killing it with one hit. In addition, as Kirito's strongest thermal weapon so far, it has the most lethal power, and its power is also reflected for the first time. From the corpse of the two-headed giant mouse, the degree of its physical defense can be estimated. According to actual estimates, Kirito can probably penetrate the defenses such as soil flow walls within a range of 100 meters. In the ninja world, such as psychic beasts, which are called meat tanks, it is difficult to kill them with ordinary ninjutsu, but Kirito's sniper rifle can be given to the rear as long as it hits the key points. Inflicts huge damage. However, if it is used against people, 100 meters, no, it is conservatively estimated to be within 50 meters. With the initial speed of the sniper rifle bullet of 777 milliseconds, there must be basically no one who can escape, right? Even the most powerful ninja, Kirito could barely avoid the key points, and it was difficult to completely avoid such a rapid blow. This is also the biggest advantage of thermal weapons. The single-shot attack speed is difficult to avoid at human speed. Of course, sniper rifles are about one-shot kills. If a single bullet fails to injure or kill the opponent, it is very difficult for Kirito to have the opportunity to trigger the second bullet to deal with a powerful enemy. Therefore, so far, Kirito feels that what he needs most urgently is the surrounding attributes of his own strength, physical strength, agility, and endurance. Chapter 25 The Sound of Fighting. After walking for about another day, resting for a night, and cleaning up, Guy and his party finally arrived at the land of fire damning few. Might Guy, who is full of youth and has a different thinking than ordinary people, is not trusted by Hokage in the task of dealing with high-ranking officials in the country of fire. Therefore, under the additional commission of the third generation, Niji, who is from a noble family and has strict etiquette, is to replace Might Guy completely. Handover thing. The most famous wealthy family in Kanaha Ninja Village, is it the ninja of the Hyuga family. After a series of simple exchanges on etiquette, Niji's calmness and stability in dealing with the big scene also won the unanimous affirmation of the representatives of the country of fire. Not bad, not bad, the afterlife is terrifying. Facing these big figures in the country of fire in front of him, Niji was not arrogant or impetuous, and bowed slightly, calm and measured, with the demeanor of an aristocratic family. On the other side, Guy and the others who were sitting seemed to be doing nothing. Guy has always had a hard time dealing with this kind of tedious etiquette, so he had to sit there cross-legged and close his eyes, which was also instructed by the previous 3 generations. Just stay silent, pretend to be arrogant and calm, and don't make any jokes to affect Kanaha anyway. Regarding Guy's actions, little Lee, who has always kept the habit of imitating, thinks that it is Guy's unique cultivation, so he also sits there and seems to be serious. Only the Tenten who are familiar with him know it. The former is just a big nerve. Staying there obediently and motionless is obviously not Tenten's lively and active character, but seeing that everyone is doing this, she can only endure it. It took another hour or so, and Niji and the representatives of the country of fire, the diplomatic etiquette dialogue, was just about to end. The red tape is over, and it is finally time to discuss the business. Mr. Guy, Lee, Tenten, please come and follow the instructions. Niji said back. This matter is a commissioned task of the 5th class of Kanaha Genin led by Guy. It has nothing to do with Kirito, who is not a ninja, and it is also because of the personal invitation of Tenten that Kirito came with them. Therefore, in the case of handover tasks, Kirito does not need to be present. Oh, I was sitting and waiting bored, and finally it was over. Tenten's impatience was also on the edge, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get up. His eyes widened slightly, Looking at Guy and little Lee, who were still sitting in a standard upright posture on the ground, especially when they found a light mark on their mouth Kakuzu, Tenten couldn't help but covered it with a headache. A clean forehead. In this regard, Tenten could not help but feel sad for Niji in his heart, and the good image of the Kanaha ninja that Niji had built up in front of the representatives of the Fire Kingdom so far was all in vain. On the other hand, because the next task has nothing to do with Kirito, he, an irrelevant person, is just hanging out in the garden of Damingfu alone in boredom. It is surrounded by classical garden buildings with white walls and black tiles, making people feel as if they have stepped into a quiet and elegant paradise from the noisy UI dust. Kirito strolled here, without any special purpose. He just walked around casually, and unknowingly he saw that he was already in an elegant garden with flowers in full bloom, surrounded by green grass, green trees, rock eyries, and rocks. Near it is a gravel path paved with cobblestones, with flying eaves and bucket arches in the distance, and Uijin Churiki / column white-walled Huiza promenade, full of antique, poetic and picturesque. Kirito walked all the way, his eyes swept across the scenery like a lantern. I sigh in my heart that the place where the country's top leader lives is different. Compared with the prosperous Kanaha, it is really a small village tribe. Standing in front of a building, Tongren saw that it was an ancient building with flying eaves and bucket arches, with black tiles and white walls. On the square cornices on the first and second floors, there were 4 divine beasts, namely Qinglong, Beihu, Suzaku, and Suanwu. There is a bell hanging under the divine beast, and when the breeze blows, it makes bursts of crisp sounds, which are particularly pleasant to the ears in this soft and pleasant pingtan sound. Tongren took a look and saw that although the yard in front of the building was not big, the lake and stone rockery were all available, and the shape was realistic, the structure was rigorous, there were masters and subordinates, and the layers were clear. What is rare is that Tongren did not find any similarities in the scenery along the way. It is true that these rockery mountain trails, caves, valleys, dangerous roads, and cliffs are all over it. The feeling of walking. Kirito was a little stunned to see this. He was used to seeing the low-rise and small bungalows in the Kanaha village. Even the mansion of the Hyaga family, the largest family in Kanaha, was nothing compared to the building in front of him. Although Kirito has no knowledge of architecture, he also knows that the people who live in it must have extremely noble status in the country of fire. However, none of this has anything to do with Kirito. With admiration, he glanced at the incredible tall building in front of him again, and then Kirito turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Kirito's ears moved. As an assassin, he had extremely sensitive 5 senses and 6 senses, and he vaguely seemed to hear the crisp sound of swords clashing in the distance. And the direction of the sound came from the high-rise building in front of him. Kirito frowned slightly. Logically speaking, it is impossible to fight in a fully enclosed mansion like Daming Mansion, let alone the sound of real swords and real guns. Kirito stood in front of the gate and hesitated for a while, but when he heard the sound of swords clashing more and more densely, it seemed that there was some fierce fighting in the building. Kirito decided to go check it out with a little curiosity and caution. Chapter 26 Princess of the Fire Kingdom. Next, let's talk about the entrustment of our country of fire in detail. The representative headed by the country of fire first glanced at Guy, who was finally woken up. Very unreliable, and immediately turned his attention to the more reliable Niji. As the task posted to Kanaha earlier, the content of the task is for you to escort our princess from the land of fire to reach Kanaha safely. Niji nodded. Master Hokage has made this clear to us. In less than a month, Kanaha will hold the Chunin exam for the multinational alliance. Her Royal Highness, the princess representing the country of fire, will be present at the scene. As a symbol of Fire Nation's full support for Kanaha. At the same time, Kanaha must go all out for this, show the style of the head of the 5 ninja villages, and hold this joint Chunin exam smoothly and successfully. The representative of the country of fire nodded, "That's the way it is. Since your Lord Hokage has made it clear, this old man will not repeat it. Next, what I want to say is about the matter of Her Royal Highness." "His Royal Highness? It looks very powerful." Little Lee raised his fist with excitement on his face. "It must be a difficult task, right?" "Very good, that's it." Hey. Ten said helplessly, "Protecting Her Royal Highness is a meticulous and rigorous job, and there is no room for mistakes." "Well, Lee," Ten said it well. Guy also agreed with the authentic expression. It was rare when Guy had normal thinking, but the next sentence made people even more speechless. "We should be more serious and protect us. Her Royal Highness the Princess." "Lee, from today onwards, 100 more push UPS a day." Little Lee looked enthusiastic and nodded heavily. "Yes, Mr. Guy." "Does this have something to do with doing push UPS?" Ten shook his head with a headache, and when he met these two treasures, she really suffered. Niji was also ashamed of Guy and Little Lee for doing such stupid things in front of the representatives of the country on fire. His brows were wrinkled into a Sichuan character. He was unable to complain about this. Turning his attention to the representative of the country of fire, "Please don't worry about the topic just now, let's continue." Seeing Guy and Little Lee behaving so amusingly, the representative of the Kingdom of Fire also expressed serious doubts that they could be up to the task of protecting Her Royal Highness, but the matter was decided by the name of the Kingdom of Fire, and he had no right to interject, and immediately he had to tell Niji everything he knew. In the kendo field, a samurai with a sword on the field was fighting with a young girl as if it were a chariot. The girl was very young, probably no more than 14 years old. She was wearing a yoi white war skirt with wide sleeves and a tight fit on the floor. The slender waist was perfectly displayed. The girl's jade hands are as soft as weeds, her skin is as thick as fat, and her eyebrows are moths. She has a delicate smile, a seemingly soft smile, but it also reveals an indifference that rejects people thousands of miles away. Between the delicate earlobes, there are no earring accessories, but the earlobes pecked with white jade powder are more beautiful than any decoration. A long light chestnut hair looks fresh and smart. I saw the girl at this moment, holding a long and narrow thin sword, fighting with the samurai. Kirito was slightly stunned. The girl's appearance was extremely delicate and beautiful, but in Kirito's view, what surprised him even more was the superb and admirable swordsmanship of the girl in front of him. The agile thin sword quickly stabbed out several gorgeous sword flowers, but the opponent holding the standard samurai sword in front of him looked a little embarrassed. Kirito glanced at the man and shook his head involuntarily. In this world dominated by the ninja world, the samurai warriors of the old era have fallen. However, this young man who looks like a standard samurai in front of him is a fancy flower shelf. At this point, Kirito can already judge from his standing position and the vein bottom plate. On the contrary, the girl looks petite and weak, but if the martial arts practitioners look closely, you can see that the girl's body is very flexible because of the years of martial arts practice, and the bottom plate is very solid. Worked hard. In this era, the so-called samurai has become the play of the nobles. Dancing with a sword and making a sword, swordsmanship are just about looking good and paying attention to viewing. As for the ninjas who master the core force, their status is surprisingly low. The reason is also very reasonable and very real. After all, ninjas are usually not productive, and they are poor and prosperous. However, the training of ninjas and the research of ninjutsu require a lot of resources. Therefore, not only as nobles look down on ninjas, but even civilians generally do not have any favorable impression of ninjas. A magical existence like a ninja, whose light enters and cannot exit, can develop well, but it is because of human greed and constant fighting. Ninjas are used at will as weapons. Being used as a tool will naturally have no status. However, just in the moment when Kirito thought to himself, his position was exposed if he was not careful. The words are exposed. In fact, Kirito does not seem to be hiding. He came here out of curiosity about the sound of sword fights, and now the scene has completely proved Kirito's worries, and there is no reason to stay. Originally, Kirito wanted to leave quietly. However, it was unexpectedly discovered. I'm from Kanaha, and I came with the mission team. I overheard the sound of fighting here, so I'm here by mistake. I'm really sorry. Kirito, who exposed his location, didn't plan to flee immediately, but was generous. Stood up. Kanaha? Humph, a humble ninja? On the field, I saw the figure of a noble boy, and said coldly with disdainful words. Chapter 27 Lessons. Kanaha? Humph, a humble ninja? On the field, I saw the figure of a noble boy, and said coldly with disdainful words. Kirito spread his hands in disbelief. He didn't mess with the guys in front of him, and in fact he was just a ninja from Kanaha, not Kanaha. The other party's cold-eyed ridicule was completely missed. Then, if there is nothing to do, I'll leave now. Kirito turned around and was about to leave, but he wanted to leave, and these guys who were so idle right now wouldn't let them go so easily. Humph. A noble boy headed by his chin raised 45 degrees, his nostrils turned up, and he looked at Kirito indifferently, and said coldly, "Who will allow you to?" I retreated in front of the sun. Stop. However, before he finished his words full of pretense, he saw that Kirito completely ignored it and swaggered away, leaving a back to him. You bastard! The noble boy was so angry that his nostrils were smoking, and the coldness and deepness he deliberately pretended to be was destroyed all at once. Seeing Kirito's backbiting Kiba's teeth itchy, he waved his hand and signaled to the guards who were guarding nearby to do something. Come on, catch this dubious guy for me. Hearing this, the guards quickly surrounded Kirito without saying a word. Kirito glanced at the group of people in front of him, and saw that the opponent was aggressive, dressed in formal and rigorous samurai uniform, holding a samurai sword that was quite ornamental, but he was surrounded by this group of people and stared intently. Kirito, who is in it, will not feel the slightest nervousness. With a slight sigh, in this situation, needless to say, it must be absolutely boring. As I said, I'm from Kanaha, and I came here on behalf of the daimyo. When I was passing by, I heard the sound of fighting here, so I came here out of curiosity. Since nothing happened, then there was no "it's my business." Humph. For someone like you, even if there is an accident, will you have something to do with you when you come? The noble boy pulled out the samurai sword in his hand and danced the sword a few times in front of him. Hwa, finally pointed to Kirito, and snorted coldly, even if there is an accident, we have so many noble warriors here, do you need a humble ninja like you? Hey, Kirito spread his hands indifferently, so now, noble warriors, what do you want to do when you leave me behind? Kirito's indifferent attitude made the noble sons on the field very unhappy. They have been high and high since they were young, and they are accustomed to the flattery of others. It was the first time I saw the indifferent attitude. It's very simple, you should be severely punished if you accidentally entered the martial arts gathering of our nobles of the Fire Nation, logically speaking, but if you follow or if you order to do it, we will be happy, and it is not impossible to forgive your rude behavior. Kirito looked at the noble samurai with a wicked smile on his face with a strange face. After all, he was really interested and wanted to hear what they wanted him to do next. So that's it. So what do you want me to do? Don't you ninjas know all kinds of monkey tricks? Now show us a few of them. At the end, the group burst into laughter. Oh, is that so? It's a pity, I'm not a ninja, I don't know any ninjutsu nor any demonic illusion. Kirito spread his hands, expressing helpless authentically. Hey! Boy, are you kidding us? You're from Kanaha, but not a ninja? And no ninjutsu and demonic illusion? No kidding. Oh, it's all right. Kirito didn't intend to ink down with the other party, and then he turned to back away from the guards who were blocking his way. The noble boy laughed in anger, and then waved his hand. Go ahead and capture him. Yes. The guards rushed towards Kirito with their sturdy bodies upon hearing this. Kirito turned sideways, avoiding one of them's hands, and at the same time slightly stretched out his knife and patted his back a little. The latter's sturdy body shook and collapsed to the ground. He grabbed the opponent's fist from the side with one hand, grabbed his fist with the other hand, and threw the whole person out. Papa repelled several guards in front of him in a row, and it was easy as a snap. Kirito said that he spread his hands out of boredom, and said lightly, "It's boring to play, let's stop here." What? Seeing the excellent samurai guards that he usually hired at a high price, in front of Kirito in front of him, Kakuzu couldn't even do it. The aristocratic son was also so angry that his face turned blue and white. You bastards. This is not as if he was saying that the excellent warrior guards he hired at a high price were just taking huge sums of money in vain, and he didn't like it used waste. Immediately, the extremely annoyed nobleman couldn't hold his breath. He pulled out the sharp samurai sword around his waist and rushed towards Kirito. We are a noble samurai, and we are good at knives. Kako was still aggressive, but when he rushed in front of Kirito, all the momentum seemed to stop suddenly, and then he heard a crisp cracking sound. I saw that the gorgeous samurai sword in the hand of the noble son was cut off without warning, and the remaining piece of blade, after drawing a wonderful parabola in the air, was nailed down immediately. On the floor. Everyone looked at the samurai sword that Kirito didn't know when to take out. Please don't take one step further, otherwise, you will be injured. Kirito said indifferently. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at each other, but because of Kirito's slightly exposed hand, these people who lived in 8 doors and seldom saw ninjas had a lot of impact. Kirito nodded with satisfaction. This group of idle fellows, if you don't give them a little color, they will really be troublesome. However, just as Kirito was about to turn around and leave, ding! Suddenly, a long and narrow thin sword was nailed to the ground in front of Kirito, and a delicate and beautiful girl's voice sounded behind him. Wait a minute, the swordsman in front. Chapter 28 Indifferent Attitude. Ding! Suddenly, a long and narrow thin sword was nailed to the ground in front of Kirito, and a delicate and beautiful girl's voice sounded behind him. Wait a minute, the swordsman in front. Kirito turned his head slightly to take a look, and the one who spoke was the girl he saw earlier, who single-handedly selected all the samurai. Kirito's vision for reading people is quite good. The girl in front of her is not only beautiful, but her temperament is not ordinary, and there is an indescribable extravagance between her feet. Kirito judged that the status of the girl in front of her was absolutely extraordinary, at least a lot higher than the so-called noble sons in front of her. Looking at the enthusiasm that looked at him in the latter's big beautiful eyes, Kirito was also stunned for a while, and he could probably guess the meaning of the girl's eyes in front of him. Love at first sight in the dog blood plot is naturally impossible. From the front of Kirito, it can be seen that the girl is very fond of swordsmanship, and it can be seen that the latter has been practicing for a long time. In addition, there is a belligerent and strong temperament that ordinary girls of the same age do not have hidden between the eyebrows of the girl. Right now, the Budokan, which is a woman among the men, is enough to prove it. However, in fact, the level of the girl has far surpassed everyone at the moment, and she has gradually lost her enthusiasm for fighting opponents in the Budokan. Now, she must have seen the knife that Kirito took out just now, and it was easy to do so. Take away the opponent's weapon. That's right, the girl in front of her just saw an interesting opponent, and she couldn't help but feel excited to fight with one. However, not all of them have Kirito's power of observation and judgment. The girl's pair of expectant eyes, in the eyes of others on the field, is quite imaginative. She, who has always been interested in any man, took the initiative to deal with the boy today, which was the first time for them. Thinking of this, one of them stood up and shouted, "Your Highness Princess, the identity of this person is unknown at the moment, it's better not to approach him." After speaking, he gave Kirito an indifferent look, as if to warn Kirito. The identity of the girl in front of her is extremely honorable, and it is not something that ordinary people can easily approach. The girl with such an extraordinary identity was looking at Kirito with a worried expression at this time. Her lips moved. "Wait. Although the girl is the princess of the Land of Fire, she has a noble status, but she is also an ordinary flower girl who likes to make friends. However, it is her too noble status that makes many people keep away from her. It doesn't matter if she can't be a friend. The girl loves swordsmanship, and now she has finally found an opponent. She doesn't want to see the opponent resist her because of her identity." The people around also looked at Kirito with contempt. In their opinion, after hearing the true identity of the High Princess, they would be shocked, and then they would bow down and obey. However, it is clear that the result they expected in their hearts is impossible. I saw Kirito's calm face, and there was no change because he heard the words "His Royal Highness," which represented a very profound meaning. Just looked at the latter very indifferently, and there was a trace of understanding in his eyes. "Really?" The lips spewed out two simple words, concise and to the point, like knowing the name of an irrelevant stranger, just knowing it. "Huh?" To Kirito's indifferent reaction, the girl was stunned for a moment, then stared at Kirito with wide eyes and blinked, and then the frown that had been tightly wrinkled before was loosened as much as she could, and she exhaled deeply. In one breath, "Great." Seeing that Kirito is not like other people, after hearing her true identity, there is an overreaction, and the separation caused by the disparity of identities. With a happy face on the girl's face, she hurriedly said, "Then can I invite you?" "No." Kirito shook his head. He knew what the other party wanted to express, so he refused without hesitation, and said lightly, "I know you want to find an opponent who can fight with you. It's unfortunate, the sword style I use is not suitable for ordinary sparring." Kirito's words were not adulterated at all. Indeed, the swordsmanship he is currently using is an assassination type, and the swordsmanship is designed to kill the enemy with such a simple, quick and ferocity. Such an overly ruthless technique is indeed not suitable for ordinary swordsmen to compete with each other on weekdays. Is that so? The girl couldn't understand what Kirito meant when he said that it was not suitable for discussion. However, you probably know that the other party did not choose to refuse because of her identity behind her, and the feeling of being rejected in person is not too bad. But, even if it is like this. However, if you just give up, it is not the character of Her Royal Highness, who is very fond of swordsmanship, so he strode over, dropped the rapier that was stuck on the ground, and clenched his hands tightly. Holding it, looking directly into Kirito's eyes with a serious face, he said solemnly, "Please allow me to still hope to fight you once." Kirito's lips moved, and he was about to refuse again, but when he saw the expectation of the latter, there was a hint of euphemism. "Please." Having said that, Kirito couldn't refuse immediately. After all, this matter itself is not very difficult, it is simple and ordinary. "Okay, then I agree," Kirito said lightly. "Thank you so much." Hearing that Kirito agreed to her request, the girl couldn't help showing a bright and beautiful smile on her face that had never been seen before, and then she was not the one who dragged her mother-in-law. She clenched the sword in both hands and set it up. "Ready to fight." After this, Kirito said again, "Set up a posture, use all your strength, and attack me, you only have one chance." Kirito's words made her stunned for a moment, then raised her eyebrows, and her cheeks also looked puffed up. She was approachable and good-natured, and she was treated like this by others when it came to her favorite things. "Look down, it is inevitable that you will be angry, right?" Immediately, as Kirito said, the girl carefully set up her posture, her expression was extremely solemn, her breath wanted to concentrate, and she was ready to give the latter a full blow to show her response. Chapter 29 Asuna. Ding's hand was cut into 2 pieces, and the exquisite blow from the girl was cut down by Kirito in front of him. The girl stared blankly at the broken sword in her hand, with a sad expression on her face. She couldn't help lowering slightly, Silver Keyb a bit and whispered, "Is this the power of ninjas? The swordsmanship of this era, just can it only be regarded as a flower stand? Swordsmanship is definitely not a gimmick." Kirito responded lightly to the girl's words, and then added, "Also, I'm not a ninja." In the face of the sad and lonely girl, Kirito seemed a little stunned. In all fairness, the girl's swordsmanship is very good, at least not much worse than Kirito in terms of moves, but no matter how strong the technique is, the skill is so exquisite, but it can't make up for it. Huge gap in their own strength. This gap in strength comes from the most basic personal ability value. According to Kirito's point of view of the system, this person's ability value can be reflected in the 4 values of strength, endurance, agility, and physical strength. The girl's sword skills are good, and even if it is a head-on confrontation, Kirito's assassination-type sword skills will be suppressed by her. However, in the real combat, the girl's attack is vulnerable. The reason is that Kirito, the value of personal ability is much higher than that of the other party. No matter how superb a swordsmanship is, if the sword is broken, it will be in vain. Kirito is like this. He directly uses speed and brute force to forcibly cut off the opponent's sword. Out. With one move, Kirito defeated the girl in front of him. It was not that Kirito was strong, but that the opponent was too weak, indeed weak. Even the best swordsmanship was still weak. However, looking at the entire ninja world, Kirito's strength will not be much better. Aside from the various weapons in the arsenal system, just looking at Kirito's personal attribute value, physical strength will not be much better than Genin, strength is also under Genin, and endurance has been obtained by Kirito 2 times before. After the selection of the extra attribute points, it has been improved to a certain extent. The ability of physical strength, toughness, and resistance to fight should be barely able to reach the top level of Genin. Also, the only thing that can be done is agility. A complete Jonin level, if coupled with the blessing of the concept armed Hate boots, in a non-combat state, Kirito's peak speed can exceed the average level of Jonin. Kirito-kun, please guide me in my swordsmanship training. His Royal Highness, I have already told you that my swordsmanship is very mediocre, and I cannot guide you to become stronger. Following the meeting with Guy and his group, Kirito also knew that the princess in front of him was the key member of their group to escort. The group was sent off by the high-level officials of the Country of Fire, and left from the Daming House, heading for Kanaha. However, as soon as she went out, the princess walked out of the gorgeous and comfortable carriage, pestering the accompanying Kirito, asking him to guide him to practice. Oh hoo, the princess' words made little Lee on the side, his eyes burning with passion and impetus. This is youth and passion, even the noble princess will become stronger through practice. From now on, I will increase it every day. 500 palm presses. This can also be pushed into the palm of the hand. Tenten said with a speechless expression, and then his eyes couldn't help but flow to Kirito, his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "What happened? How is it, Your Royal Highness Princess?" I seem to like Kirito's appearance. "Teacher Kirito, please call me Asuna," the girl said earnestly, not joking at all. "Don't call me teacher, Asuna." Kirito frowned and answered with the same serious expression. Niji, who has been silent for a while, can't help but twitch his face and ponder, "I refuse to be called a teacher, but it is a matter of course to call the princess by her first name." However, Niji didn't know that this was also due to Kirito's personal character. He was naturally free and easy, and he never cared about his status. Just like he was born in the Hyaga branch, he was called a waste and was highly regarded by others. The sarcasm was mocking, but he still didn't care. The reason is not that he has a good temper, or is cowardly or anything. For example, Tenten, who really understands Kirito's character, knows that Kirito is just something that he is not interested in, and he ignores it completely. However, it is this uninhibited and free character that makes Tenten, who has a similar temperament, quite fond of him. Tenten didn't seem to feel the slightest strangeness about Kirito calling Her Royal Highness's name. He just walked up to him, put his elbow on the latter's chest, and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, it's amazing. Catch up with Her Royal Highness the Princess." Facing Tenten's teasing, Kirito couldn't help but stretch out a hand with a smirk, squeezed the latter's smooth chin, and replied, "Really? Isn't my lovely lady boss the same?" Wu was hit by the man's breath at close range, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Then Yui couldn't help but slap Kirito's hand away with one hand, and glared angrily, "Kirito, you are courting death, how dare you use this girl to brush?" Kirito shrugged and said, "Isn't this a courtesy exchange?" However, at the moment, Kirito is arguing with Tenten like no one else, making Asuna, who is standing by the side, cannot help but feel a little dissatisfied. With her noble status, no matter where she is on weekdays, she will naturally be held by everyone. Palm. However, the Kirito whom I met today did not seem to buy her account, but considering that Kirito is the only person who Asuna knows, she is the only one who will not obey her and keep a distance in awe, which makes her feel there was a special feeling in my heart that I had never had before, as if I had a faint feeling of making real friends for the first time. This feeling is incomprehensible to others. Chapter 30 Encounter with the 7th Class. Escorting Her Royal Highness the Princess of Fire Country, I didn't encounter any accidents along the way. After all, this is in the center of Fire Country, and the security and so on are relatively good. In addition, Might Guy, a super jonin, is in charge, and everything is safe. Asuna continued to ask Kirito for advice as always, but Kirito also declined. During the period, Tenten, who had a straightforward personality, also offered to guide Asuna, but Asuna seemed to have a kind of resistance to ninjas and also rejected Tenten. Born in a famous palace in the Land of Fire, he has received a good education since he was a child, and his notions and views on ninjas are also deeply ingrained. In fact, Asuna rejects ninjas as a matter of course. In Asuna's view, ninjas not only do not work in production, but also consume a lot of human and material resources of the country. The battle between ninjas is not a fair competition between swordsmen. Instead, they fight each other naked. Originally, even if Kirito had Asuna's request in swordsmanship, if it was only like this, Asuna would not be so close to the latter. A large part of the reason is that Kirito is not a ninja. Asuna will not be surprised to be defeated by ninjas, but Kirito, who is regarded as a non-ninja, has such power, and it is this kind of Kirito that attracts Asuna to ask for advice. However, Kirito's thoughts will not change. The swordsmanship he is good at is based on assassination, which is completely unsuitable for the swordsman glory that Asuna expects. In this way, Kirito and his party arrived at Kanaha safely without any danger. However, nothing special happened along the way, but after arriving at Kanaha, a big battle was ushered in. The major families of Kanaha, headed by Hyaga, have long been in front of the gate of Kanaha, waiting to welcome the incomparably noble princess from the Land of Fire. Kirito has always been uninterested in these formalities, and the team has reached Kanaha. The task has been completed. In fact, after completing the task of collecting rare metals, he has no business. However, in the team that this family greeted, there was a figure he cared about. I saw that in the Hyaga family team headed by the family team, the Byakugan beads in the front row were all conspicuous. However, These are not what Kirito cares about. Among them, the girl standing in the middle, the eldest daughter of the main clan of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hinata. At this time, I saw Hinata dressed in a flawless white kimono with the family crest of the Hyuga family printed on the corners of the clothes. The clothes do not need too much decoration and the bright colors are simple and white, and the hair is slightly tied up with deep UI ribbons. With a bun, a pair of silver white eyes that are clear and ethereal, the girl stands stubbornly. Sometimes, the dress does not have to be so gorgeous, the simple pure white can also show its beauty like an independent white lotus. He gently waved to him and gave the latter a warm smile. Under the dazzling eyes of Her Royal Highness, Kirito's subtle movements did not attract the attention of others, but only Hinata, who was standing in the middle of the Hyuga family, noticed it at first sight. Noticing Kirito's greeting to her, even though she wanted to respond immediately, Hinata couldn't take the step in front of the invisible atmosphere in front of the serious-faced elders of the Hyuga family around her. As the princess representing the country of fire, her entourage is going to communicate with the Kanaha family on a ceremonial basis. Guy and his party have to go to the Hokage building to report to the third generation after completing the task. Kirito himself was not part of the quest team, so he could leave alone. When he had nothing to do, Kirito returned to work in the martial arts hall. His current job is to be in charge of the security of the martial arts hall. Since it is a martial arts hall, it is inevitable that there will be disputes when training and using martial arts here. It is to intervene and control the situation when customers have disputes and contradictions. Originally, Budokan would entrust the village to issue ninja missions for this work, but with the support of Tenten, and in the last Inyazuka Tooth incident, it was enough to prove Kirito's strength, so the staff of Budokan no comments either. When he returned to the Budokan where he was working, Kirito found that although it was not usually overcrowded, the training grounds in various areas on the field were basically open. But today, unexpectedly there is no one, and Kirito also understands when he thinks about it, because today the princess of the land of fire came to Kanaha, and everyone went to watch the fun. Hey, isn't that Kirito? With this sudden laughter, Kirito raised his head subconsciously, and found that on the ceiling of the martial arts hall, several figures were standing upside down. In turn, they are Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura from Kanaha Genin's 7th class. I saw that the three of them were all holding cleaning tools. Probably, the Budokan took advantage of today's leisure time to issue a mission to invite ninjas to clean the dust and glass on the ceiling. Indeed, it is cheaper and more convenient than hiring a ninja to go up the long ladder to go up the elevator. Kirito and they are also classmates at the ninja school. Since they know each other, they will naturally say hello. However, when Kirito is still saying hello, he suddenly raised his head and stared slightly. I saw that after Naruto saw the acquaintance and greeted cheerfully, he was stunned and dropped the bucket in his hand. Naruto. Sakura on the side looked straight. Her mouth was wide open, because she knew that what was in the bucket was not just water, it was a special strong solvent specially used to clean the dirt on the walls. It didn't respond to other things yet. That wooden floor, then the problem is big, the special solvent will quickly carbonize the wooden floor, causing irreparable serious damage. The entrusting party of the martial arts hall, but they told them not to let the solvent fall on the ground. It is precisely because of such rigor that they pay to hire ninjas to do it. That idiot. Sasuke on the other side was determined to make amends. With his skill, it was not impossible to cut the bucket before it landed, but the problem was that he also had a bucket of water and a rag in his hand. However, on the edge of the counter, Kakashi, who was squatting and watching Xiao Huangben, couldn't help but reluctantly closed the love book in his hand, and was about to make amends, but at this moment, his rigid dead fish eyes were suddenly the pupils shrank. Chapter 31 Kirito vs Naruto, Sasuke. Chapter 31 Kirito vs Naruto, Sasuke. Ho was safely picked up by Kirito. It's really dangerous. Afterwards, Kirito noticed Kakashi staring at him in front of the counter on the other side, and found that Kakashi at this time had pulled the blindfold of his left eye, revealing a Sharingan with a bloody gorilla UI, staring at him steadily. Sharingan. Kirito murmured. In this way, the ability he used subconsciously just now was clearly seen by the latter. Kirito didn't really care too much about the hidden means being spied on. From his standpoint, hiding his abilities is just to avoid some unnecessary troubles, but when the hidden things are revealed inadvertently, he will not panic. It's like playing hide and seek, where the hiding is found, so what? To be found is to be found. Carefully put the bucket aside, but at this time, Naruto and others on the ceiling also slowly slipped down. The neurotic Naruto didn't even know that he almost caused Kirito a lot of trouble. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm so sorry, I slipped my hand just now." "You really can't, Naruto," Sakura complained. However, the two of them did not notice how Kirito took the bucket just now. Only Sasuke, who has keen senses, noticed it. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Kirito, his palms clenched subconsciously, and he thought to himself, just now, what happened? My eyes can't even see that shadow. Kakashi, who was on the side, also came over with a haha, and said with an apologetic expression, "I'm so sorry, my stupid student almost got into trouble again. But with your skills at the Budokan, probably nothing will happen." Well. Facing the meaningful words behind Kakashi, Kirito didn't seem to hear it, he just shook his head and said indifferently, "Pay attention to me next time, please, the price of this birch floor is very expensive." Kirito didn't answer directly, but instead aroused Kakashi's curiosity, squinted his eyes, and then said to Naruto and the others, "Hey, I said you three guys, it's less than a week to go. Chunin is taking the exam, so he has to hurry up and practice." Kakashi's words suddenly made Naruto like a cat whose tail was stomped on, and he jumped up and shouted, "Kakashi, sensei! You also know that we are going to take the Chunin exam, so why should we do it? These boring tasks." Sasuke remained silent. He was smart, but he knew that Kakashi's task was not random. He looked up at the cone-shaped ceiling. The task of cleaning was done in such an uneven the place should be attached to the chakra handstand, the purpose is to hone their chakra control, right? But now that he can be sure that he has enough chakra control, then there is no point in continuing the mission. As if he noticed Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi also knew what the latter wanted to express. The communication between smart people is so simple and easy, and it can be completed with one look. He nodded to the latter, and then Kakashi's heart moved, and he pretended to insult Naruto with contempt. "Naruto, you can't complete such a simple task, what do you want to do? After such a long period of time, you still haven't grown up, Naruto." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened, and then he said weakly, "No, Kakashi, sensei. I think I have become a little bit stronger, how can?" Kakashi was hurting Naruto very unscrupulously, his face stern, and he scolded, "Everything about you, as a teacher, I see it in my eyes, or do you still have doubts as a Jonin's eyesight?" Naruto opened his mouth wide and was suddenly speechless. Kakashi's eyes flashed shrewdly, knowing that the time was right, and then his tone changed, and he said lightly, "It's very simple to prove that I have grown." Naruto's brows moved, and then he asked subconsciously, "Then how to prove it?" "Actually, this kind of thing, what you say is false, isn't it the easiest positive to have a real battle?" Kakashi guided. Kakashi's deliberately provocative tricks, Sasuke's eyes moved suddenly, and he couldn't help but turn his eyes to Kirito. "Okay. That's right. This kind of thing, as long as you do one battle, won't you prove it?" Having said this, Naruto immediately rolled up his sleeves, looking aggressive and looking around. After taking a look, He pointed at Kakashi in front of him. "Come on, Kakashi-sensei, let's have a showdown." Kakashi. Sasuke. Naruto, are you an idiot? Sakura was also a black thread. Hey, what kind of eyes do you guys have? Naruto looked at the others with a displeased expression, then scratched his head, then turned his eyes to Sasuke, frowned, and said reluctantly, "Forget it, let's defeat Sasuke first." Bar. Sasuke's forehead also protruded a big tick character. "Yeah, you can really say it, the tail of the crane." "What are you talking about? Sasuke." Naruto stomped angrily. The most angry thing about him was that others said he was the tail of a crane. Yes, Sasuke needs to teach Naruto a good lesson. Sakura encouraged the world without chaos. "Hey, this thing doesn't seem to be going in the right direction," Kakashi said with a headache. However, at this moment, Kirito, who was on the side, said softly, that, "Maybe, I can be your opponent." Kakashi glanced at Kirito with a slightly surprised look, and then looked at the latter's eyes, knowing that the other party already knew his intentions, but when he knew his intentions to spy, he took the initiative to stand out. Kakashi raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "This guy. Okay, let's take Kirito as an opponent first." Naruto has now been thoroughly provoked by Kakashi's belligerent nerves, and he is eager to prove his growth with an actual battle. On the other hand, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Hey, just now, you said you, right?" Chapter 32 Defeating Naruto. On the other hand, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Hey, just now, you said you, right?" Kirito spread his hands, and then nodded seriously, "Yes, your Kakashi sensei thinks the same way, doesn't he?" Kakashi was stunned when he heard that. Naruto turned his head and glared at Kakashi with a displeased expression, clenching his fists. "Damn. Kakashi sensei, you underestimate me." Sasuke exhaled slightly, and then fixed his eyes on Kirito, saying, "Hyuga Kirito, are you serious?" "Of course." Kirito nodded, then waved to the two of them, and said indifferently, "Come on, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Ah. One by one, I want you to see how powerful I am, Uzumaki Naruto." Kakashi looked down on him. Even Kirito, who failed to graduate from the ninja school in front of him, looked down on him. But Naruto overlooked one thing, that he had also failed the graduation exam. First, he blocked Sasuke beside him with one hand and shouted, "Sasuke, you are not allowed to shoot. Every time you have to steal the limelight, this time it's my turn." When Sasuke heard the words, he rarely did not refute. He looked at Kirito with narrowed eyes, and then responded lightly, "Idiot, I think you should pay attention to yourself, and don't get slapped by others." "Humph, just stay behind and watch it," Naruto said, and ran directly towards Kirito. "Hey! Look at the trick." After passing through the country of waves, Naruto has already mastered the control of chakra, and he can also gather the chakra on the soles of his feet to increase the movement speed, although this method is still very unskilled, but in general, Naruto's movement speed has also increased to a certain extent. In the face of Naruto, who was rushing forward, Kirito turned slightly to the side and easily avoided Naruto's frontal blow. However, Naruto has just experienced a battle in the country of waves just now, and his understanding of the battle has also grown to a certain extent. Naturally, the attack will not be so simple and straightforward. The straight punch in front is just a feint attack. After the hit was missed, he supported the ground with one hand, and his back shrank, and then his body tightened like a spring. Then he kicked his back foot hard and kicked towards Kirito's waist. Pop! However, Kirito stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the latter's kick. The palm of his hand was not strong, but the 5 fingers clasped the joint of Naruto's ankle, making it difficult for him to exert force. This hand of Kirito also surprised Naruto, but he didn't lose the battle so easily. He slapped the other palm heavily on the ground, and then used this recoil to bow his waist and support him. With his upper body, he raised his hand and punched Kirito's arm. Bang! The collision of body and body suddenly saw Kirito lift his knees against Naruto's fist, and then he pushed his knees forward, sending Naruto flying out. After only a few rounds of fighting, he was kicked out. Naruto hurriedly backed away, and he almost fell to the ground. He is named Genin, and he should have become a lot stronger after going through this period of time. How could he be defeated by not even a ninja Kirito? I'm going to get real. Naruto saw a cross mark on his hands, Shadow Clone. Bang bang bang! I saw Shadow Clone with a total of 7 Naruto appear in front of him, and Naruto and Shadow Clone rushed towards Kirito in a swarm. Facing a total of 8 physical figures with attack power plus the main body, Kirito's expression remained unchanged, his footsteps were still lightly moving, and his figure was swiping. At the last minute, avoid attacks from all directions. Isn't it? How can this guy's skills? Sakura, who was watching from the side, also looked straight. Even though she didn't like Naruto, no matter what, she still had a clear understanding of the latter's strength. However, Naruto, who used Jonin level advanced ninjutsu Shadow Clone, was still unable to defeat Kirito, and in the face of such an intensive attack, Naruto didn't even touch the opponent's clothes Kakuzu. Sasuke was silent, his eyes fixed on the two fighting on the field. Damn. Will this guy run away? Naruto chased Kirito all the way. On the surface, it seemed that Naruto was chasing Kirito, suppressing his opponents, but Naruto's heart is crazy, because so far he hasn't even touched Kirito's Ue Kakuzu, and while fighting with Shadow Clone, from time to time he will be hit by a fist slapped by the clone. This made Naruto very embarrassed. I don't believe I can't catch you. Naruto stopped immediately, his hands crossed again, multiple Shadow Clone technique. Bang 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 bang. This time, Naruto separated a total of 12 Shadow Clones at one time, plus the previous 7 to make 19, a total of 20 figures with the main body. Do you want to win with numbers? Kirito shook his head, that's not possible. Facing the enemies whose number had doubled in front of him, Kirito's expression remained the same. Bang 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 bang! I saw Kirito directly broke into the crowd of Naruto Shadow Clone, punching and kicking all the way, every blow did not fail, and hit Naruto's clone accurately, but facing the surroundings in all directions, most of the fists that came over were not even able to touch Kirito's clothes Kakuzu, but the remaining few were easily blocked by Kirito. Bang bang! With the last 2 Shadow Clones being defeated by Kirito, only Naruto's body, who was knocked to the ground, was left on the field. With one enemy, there are many enemies, but the situation of the battle is that Naruto is one-sided, and he is defeated without any suspense. Chapter 33 Finish pressing Sasuke. Naruto was defeated and had no power to fight back. Damn. Naruto, who fell to the ground, wanted to struggle to get up, but found himself weak and had difficulty standing up for a while. In fact, this is not because Naruto's strength is exhausted, and it is even more unlikely that the chakra is insufficient, but Kirito, who is skilled in assassination, is familiar with the key points of the Master's body, and knows that attacking certain key points can make the human body temporarily incapacitated. Isn't this guy without Byakugan? Kakashi, who was watching from the side, said with a little surprise that Kirito's hand is somewhat similar to the gentle fist of the Hyuga family, focusing on the attack on the inside of the human body, not on the surface. Physical damage? No, isn't it? Naruto was just defeated like this? Sakura looked at Kirito in disbelief. From her understanding, she couldn't believe that Kirito, known as the tail of the trash crane, actually had this incredible strength. At this time, Sasuke also came out slowly. Damn. Sasuke. Don't come to steal my limelight. I haven't. Seeing that Sasuke was about to play, Naruto was in a hurry and struggled to stand up. Kirito also glanced at Naruto with a little surprise, although he kept his hand, but with the attack on the human body structure he aimed at, Naruto should not be able to stand up for a short time after being attacked by him one after another. I didn't expect that after a while, I really stood up. The powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan. Kirito muttered. Ouch. However, Naruto barely stood up, his legs numb, and he fell down again. Sasuke also frowned and glanced at Naruto. He had been with Naruto for a long time. He couldn't understand the latter's physical strength. How could it be impossible for Naruto to be injured with that little injury? Stand up. Immediately, Sasuke stared at Kirito and said solemnly, "Is the Hyuga family's gentle fist secret technique? It seems that you are not as rumored. On the contrary, your strength is still very strong." Of course, Sasuke also regarded Kirito's attack on Naruto as a gentle fist of the Hyuga family. In this regard, Kirito did not explain, and said indifferently, "So, Sasuke, are you still going to continue now? What are you kidding?" Sasuke sneered, "Let's talk about it first. I'm not the same as the tail of the crane over there. This kind of thing, let's wait until you really do it," Kirito said lightly. Sasuke didn't respond, his eyes were fixed on Kirito in front of him, his whole body was tense, like a little cheetah about to attack, his body bowed slightly, and then concentrated chakra attached to his feet, his footsteps shook, and his figure disappeared. It was quickly pounced on Kirito, and its speed was more than one step faster than Naruto. However, it is clear that the speed shown by Sasuke is still not enough for Kirito. Among his surrounding attributes, the highest item is agility, even if he does not need to equip the Hate boots as a concept weapon, relying on his own speed, Kirito is also comparable to Chunin's above average level. Whoosh! I saw Kirito's figure flashing, and the speed was faster than that of Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and suddenly he only felt a rush of wind breaking behind him. Sasuke knew that he couldn't avoid it, and immediately decided that the only way to do it was to block. Bang! However, just as Sasuke turned around and blocked with both hands, he had already set up a defensive posture, but he only felt a pain in his abdomen, and the whole person was kicked out. Swish was kicked by Kirito, but Kirito's strength value was not high, and he didn't use his full strength, so Sasuke didn't suffer too much damage. After a duel, he was barely able to land smoothly, but after touching the ground with one knee, he squatted down a little to cushion the impact, and just stood up. Damn it! It's so fast. Then just now, I made a big statement, but I was immediately kicked out by a face-to-face. Immediately, the dark eyes suddenly turned into the blood-like Sharingan of Ui. After Sasuke turned on Sharingan, he only felt that his vision became unusually sensitive, and everything around him became clearer, and his confidence was greatly increased. Then he was shocked, and the figure was rushing towards Kirito again. Over here. Sure enough, Sasuke blocked Kirito's first punch, but before he was delighted, Sasuke couldn't react to Kirito's faster second punch. Humph received a fist in the abdomen, but the elbow that he counterattacked was easily blocked by Kirito. Damn, the body's reaction can't keep up with the eyes. His pupils shrank suddenly, and Sasuke saw Kirito's 5 fingers coming together through Sharingan, forming a sharp cone, attacking his chest. Although Sasuke still can't judge what will happen to Kirito's blow, but in front of Naruto's lessons, and he subconsciously believes that Kirito's gentle fist will hurt the inside through a specific chakra point, so that the target is incapacitated. With Sasuke's speed, it is naturally impossible to completely avoid Kirito's attack, but it is still possible to barely stagger the latter's attack position. Humph! With a pain in his chest, Sasuke forcibly stepped back and distanced himself from Kirito. Kirito glanced at Sasuke with a little surprise, Did you force your body to deviate from the part I hit? Indeed, with my attack mode, if I can't accurately hit the chakra points, there are not many attacks. Powerful. Sasuke pressed one hand on the chest that was bruised by Kirito's finger, and pondered, your lack of attack power is really unreasonable. This can't be done. According to my opinion, Sasuke-kun should be like Naruto who fell to the ground. Kirito said lightly, this level of strength is really nothing. Chapter 34 A Level Mission. Chapter 34 A Level Mission. Saiwei Shenhai Wian, Katon, Fire Style, Arrogant Fire. When Sasuke's last yin in the seal was about to be completed, Sasuke's eyes suddenly shook, and he suddenly discovered that the Kirito locked by Sharingan had disappeared in vain at some point, and immediately, he only felt a numbness in the back of his neck. The strength of the whole body seems to be drained. Damn. Although he was very unwilling, the chakra key point on his body was hit, and now Sasuke can't even feel the chakra. How can he continue to fight? Uchiha Sasuke, who still has the name of a genius, has to wake up after all. Whoosh, Kakashi's figure appeared in front of Sasuke and Naruto in an instant, preventing the two from wanting to continue fighting. He said solemnly, okay, it's over. Ah. I haven't. Naruto opened his mouth and seemed to want to argue, but it was obviously meaningless. Sasuke clenched the Kobo pass tightly, his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with strong unwillingness and anger towards himself. What have I done so far? Now, what do I want to achieve? Only then can, have the power to kill that man. Kakashi also frowned and couldn't help but ask Kirito bluntly, I'm sorry, Hyuga Kirito, your skill seems to be far beyond Genin's level, right? Your strength is still insufficient, but in terms of speed, it's even better than most Genin. In the face of Kakashi's question, Kirito had nothing to hide, and said indifferently, unfortunately, I don't know any ninjutsu or demonic illusion, and the results of taijutsu are in the graduation examination of the ninja school, right? Included. Really? Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words, considering that Kirito is from the Hyuga family. The special characteristics of the Hyuga family make their people not good at ninjutsu and demonic illusion, but even if they are not good at it, it is not like Kirito. A situation where you can't learn at all. You want to say that your strength cannot be affirmed from the orthodox exam. Kirito spread his hands indifferently, it doesn't matter if I get confirmation, I'm not interested in these. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, took a deep look at Kirito, and pondered to himself, this kid. As long as he showed some strength, the Hyuga family wouldn't drive him out of the house, but he didn't. According to him, maybe this kid is not interested in the Hyuga family at all, and he is disdainful to those who criticize him behind his back. The episode that happened in Budokan came to an end. Kakashi left the Budokan with Naruto and Sasuke, who were battered. However, I heard that after being defeated by Kirito, the two began to practice as hard as ever before, in order to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. Kirito also returned to his usual peaceful life. Do some physical work in the weapons shop, and then part-time as the management of the Budokan. These two are the properties of the Tenten family. With the ability that Kirito showed, the others in the store did not initially reject Kirito, the person who opened the back door from the boss lady. On the contrary, it is precisely because Kirito has ability, serious work, and behind the identity of their close relationship with their family, getting along with Kirito is also more pleasant. On Asuna's side, it seems that he is still busy on behalf of the country of fire to conduct friendly exchanges in a political sense with the major families of Kanaha. Therefore, during this time, I did not come to entangle Kirito about what sword skills to learn. The days seemed to return to their usual calm, and at the same time, the day of Chunin's exam was getting closer. However, it was only 3 days before the Chunin exam, and finally, something happened. This does not mean that something big happened to Kanaha, but that Kirito himself has something to do. The Arsenal system publishes tasks. Mission type, main story. Mission level, a level. Mission content, from now on, protect the safety of Her Royal Highness Princess Asuna of the Kingdom of Fire, until Asuna returns to Daimyo safely. Mission rewards are released according to the stage completion rate. It is not the first time that a system task has been created, so Kirito will not be surprised, but this time, what really troubles him is the level of this task. The A-level mission is the most advanced mission Kirito has ever encountered so far. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty and danger, which is enough to show the absolute difficulty of this mission. Previously, Kirito encountered Jonin's enemy, which was a dangerous mission that would cost his life if one made a mistake. However, that mission could be classified as a B-level mission, and this time, it was A-level. Now Kirito and Asuna are both in Kanaha, the central base of the largest military group in the ninja world. Logically speaking, there is no safer place than here. Why does the system still issue such tasks? Kirito thought for a while, and then he thought of the root of the problem, the next Chunin exam, and the upcoming terrorist attack of the Kanaha collapse plan. Led by Kanaha's missing 9 Orochimaru, Otagaku Tsunagaku attacked Kanaha. I'm afraid, Kirito's mission this time is to protect Asuna's well-being during this attack. Chapter 35 Asuna and Hinata. Hinata, can I ask you something? Your Highness, please tell me, and I will tell you the truth. Okay, just call me Asuna. Do you still want me to call you Miss Hinata? The two who were talking were Princess Asuna of the Land of Fire and Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of main clan of the Kanaha Hyuga family. The two represent their respective positions, and they are both honorable and honorable, but it is not their respective identities that make them close to each other. During the period when she came to Kanaha, Asuna, as the representative of the country of fire, had to deal with the major families of Kanaha, as a political exchange, and at the same time, in order to show her own strength to the country of fire, under the orders of the high-level Kanaha, the major families of Kanaha are keen to show their powerful force to Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, Asuna, who is not interested in ninjas, or even a little disgusted, is naturally bored with these things. However, just when she came to the Hyuga family, as Kanaha's current #1 wealthy family, will naturally also temporarily serve as the strength of her own family. Just when Asuna was helpless and resisted, she met Hinata, who came to receive her. First of all, from the first impression, she felt that this person was of noble birth, and her status in Kanaha was similar to that of her in Damingfu. Originally, it was just a simple perfunctory exchange to complete the political task. However, just in this simple exchange, Asuna became somewhat interested in Hinata. Because from Hinata's few words, she probably understood the latter's cowardly character. There is nothing wrong with cowardice, and she will remain gentle to the humble servants. As she guessed at the beginning, Hinata is a very gentle and kind girl. Although Asuna doesn't like ninjas, the characters shown by Hinata make Asuna feel that the latter is not like a ninja at all. Aside from this psychological obstacle, from the perspective of personal character, Asuna really likes Hinata quite a bit, plus the latter is just like herself, because her status is too noble. There are really very few friends among her peers. Similar encounters also resonated quickly between the two. There is also a breakthrough point, which is derived from the Hyuga Kirito. Asuna intends to ask Hinata about Kirito, who is a fellow clan, because she likes swordsmanship very much, and at the same time longs for Kirito's non-ninja posture but has power over the former. Hinata and Kirito have been close friends since childhood. Kirito is also the first friend of the same age that Hinata has made. In addition, the latter has the identity of the guardian of main clan before. On the surface and behind the scenes, they are extremely close. Hinata also looks forward to this childhood friend very much. Although many things happened later, Kirito's guardian status was stripped away, and the elders in the clan also prevented communication. A short eye contact is enough to understand the solid existence of this emotional bond. Kirito. Hey, he is a very gentle, sunny, and cheerful person. Hinata seemed to recall some beautiful things, and when he spoke, there was no more submissive tone in the past, and his face was also filled with self-confidence. With a shallow smile in his heart, being able to be free and doing whatever you want will follow your heart. Being rejected by the elders and ridiculed by the clansmen, but none of this can affect him. Others just say that he is cowardly and does not dare to resist. However, he doesn't know what the real Kirito really thinks in his heart. He doesn't care about the Hyuga family at all, or, because he is not interested, he doesn't even resist leaving the Hyuga family. Knowing these things about Kirito from Hinata's mouth, Asuna couldn't help but flicker a bit of strange color in her eyes, and thought to herself, "Are you free and free? If you are not interested in things, you can choose to ignore them completely. Is this kind of thing really possible? So, can I also allow Asuna? Well, it's okay, just remembering something." Hinata's voice made Asuna recover from her complicated thoughts. "Hinata, take me out to Kanaha." Feeling a little depressed, Asuna just wanted to go out and get some air. Although the Hyuga family's mansion is big, the walls are clean and white, but there is no reason for it. Depression. Yeah. Hinata was also secretly happy when she heard that Asuna was going out for a walk, because on weekdays, in addition to performing tasks as a Kanaha ninja, every time she went out, she needed the approval of the elders of the clan. However, today, because of the excuse of accompanying Her Royal Highness, the rigid elders in the clan could only nod their heads in agreement. In this way, the two came to the streets of Kanaha and wandered around. Asuna refused to send a guard team from the Hyuga family on the grounds that this is the commercial and political center of Kanaha, and we absolutely trust security. When she was in Daming Mansion, the annoying guards followed wherever she went. There were people watching everywhere, and there were always a pair of eyes staring at her. It was not easy to go out now. A spoiler happened. Asuna's refusal, the Hyuga family must not disobey their orders. Moreover, this place is located in the political and economic center of Kanaha, and the safety factor is higher than any other place in the ninja world, so guards are really unnecessary. On this trip, both Hinata and Asuna are wearing ordinary private clothes, so on the surface, there is nothing particularly eye-catching. Hinata's silver-white eyes are the symbol of the Kanaha Hyuga family, and ordinary people can recognize them. However, Tomorrow Nai is different. When she came to Kanaha, although a group of onlookers came to Kanaha, Asuna sat in the gorgeous carriage, and most of the people could not see the princess face. However, in the following period, the wealthy families that Asuna met were only a small number of people in the upper class of Kanaha, so now she changed into ordinary private clothes and strolled on the street, but no one knew her true identity. However, the rate of return of the pedestrians around today is purely from the image of a cute girl from the ladder. Chapter 36 The Dark Side of Kanaha. Indeed, in normal times, as Kanaha is the largest military group in the world, and here is located in the heart of Kanaha, the safety factor is naturally ridiculously high. Ordinarily, if a thief sneaks in, before entering the gate of Kanaha, he will be locked by the barrier, even if the password of the barrier is unlocked, but after sneaking into Kanaha, you have to beware of this umbu who is coming from all directions and out of nowhere. However, the time of these few days is slightly different, because there are less than a few days before Kanaha will hold the Chunin exam. In recent days, many guests from all over have entered Kanaha at the invitation of Kanaha. As a state institution, Princess Asuna of Daimyo Prefecture is one of them, as well as some influential nobles in the upper class of the Fire Country. However, since then, more are rich businessmen from all over the world. These wealthy businessmen, master, are the economic lifeline of a country, and, in fact, are also an important force in supporting Kanaha. Ninjas don't do production. Although this sentence is not absolute, it is also well-founded. Just relying on the commission tasks accepted by the ninja cannot support the vast operation of Kanaha. The training of ninjas and the development and research of ninjutsu require a lot of human and material resources. 30% of it is financed by the government agency, damning few, and less than 20% is Kanaha's own economic expenditure. However, in fact, more than half of the economic needs come from these wealthy businessmen. Support. In return, Kanaha acts as a security guard for the rich businessman. Obviously, the wealthy businessmen, whether it is used to support Kanaha's business tax or commissions on large-scale tasks, occupy a large share. For Kanaha, it is no exaggeration to say that they are the parents of food and clothing. Tisk tisk tisk, little sister, you don't look very old, but the development of this figure is very mature. In front of the store of a small restaurant, I saw a group of guys with big stomachs and big brains wearing gold and silver. Is surrounding a young female ninja. The female ninja looked helplessly around the master, as if seeking everyone's help. In terms of force, these seemingly tall and strong subordinates in front of them are not a big threat to the ninja. Although the female ninja in front of her is a very ordinary genin as Kanaha, there is really no pressure to deal with these ordinary people in front of her. However, how can these people who can successfully experience business and gain wealth and develop into big business giants in the war-torn ninja world not think of it? On the contrary, they often deal with ninjas on caravan missions, and they clearly understand that the force that dominates this family is ninjas. However, they are so unscrupulous now, but they don't care about ninjas at all. It was they who decided that they were Kanaha ninjas, and they didn't dare to resist at all. The female ninja Silver Kiba bit her tightly, her eyes were full of helplessness. Before that, Lord Hokage personally ordered that during the Chunin exam, Kanaha ninjas were strictly forbidden to conflict with respected foreign guests. As a ninja, she must execute orders unconditionally, so she really didn't dare to resist the evil doing of the wealthy businessman in front of her. As a wealthy businessman of ordinary people, he can bully Kanaha's ninjas in Kanaha. How strange and strange it seems. However, this unreasonable phenomenon happens to be an ironclad fact. In this regard, as Kanaha, there is nothing to do. After all, as a ninja village, whether it is the development of ninjutsu or the construction of the village, it is inseparable from the support of their parents. So, for Kanaha's ninjas, it's really not easy to deal with these rich businessmen. This is also the reason why the people around me dare not speak out. This is the Kanaha ninja village. Please don't mess up. The female ninja tried to force her composure, but the trembling words were false no matter how you looked at them. Shut up. Forgot who sent the supplies every year to your Kanaha, and then turned into your feces? Drunk and dazed, the group of them seemed to be drinking too much. Among them, the young and beautiful ninja in front of them made them accustomed to being ruthless on weekdays, and now some sperms are on their heads. However, the scene in front of me was seen by Asuna and Hinata who just passed by. Asuna has a straightforward personality and has always hated evil. How could she easily tolerate this kind of thing happening under her nose? However, what actually made her even more angry was that the Kanaha ninjas around, no one was willing to lend a helping hand in the face of the female ninja's cry for help. Stop it for me. You guys. I can't understand why, as a close companion of the same village, I would stand by and watch at this time, but Asuna will not allow such unreasonable things to happen. Where's the girls' movie? It doesn't seem to be. Hearing the coquettish and angry voices coming from behind, the wealthy businessmen who had been traversing all the time immediately turned around and were about to swear mercilessly. However, when that gaze fell on Asuna's body, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then her eyes glowed blue. A girl of 14 or 15 years old with long soft and unique light chestnut hair. Because of her long-term sword practice, her body is tall and flexible, her skin is fair, and her development is quite impressive. Because of the ordinary private clothes, the wealthy businessmen did not recognize Asuna's identity. However, the two of them now, with their slightly piercing UI eyes, only had the burning desire. Their fiery eyes scrutinized Asuna's body recklessly, and then laughed lewdly. "Hey little girl, are you interested in talking to Ben? Uncle is going to play and play. If I am happy, I will reward you with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is better than you do those dangerous tasks with all your life." Chapter 37 Death. A girl of 14 or 15 years old with long soft and unique light chestnut hair. Because of her long-term sword practice, her body is tall and flexible, her skin is fair, and her development is quite impressive. Because of the ordinary private clothes, the wealthy businessmen did not recognize Asuna's identity. However, the two of them now, with their slightly piercing UI eyes, only had the burning desire. Their fiery eyes scrutinized Asuna's body recklessly, and then laughed lewdly. "Hey little girl, are you interested in talking to Ben? Uncle is going to play and play. If I am happy, I will reward you with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is better than you do those dangerous tasks with all your life." In Kanaha, wealthy businessmen also subconsciously think that Asuna is Kanaha's female ninja. As Asuna's identity, how could he ever experience such filthy words? And suddenly his face became Ui's face, and he was furious. At this time, Hinata also stood up and sternly scolded, "Please pay attention to your strict words, standing in front of you is our Kanaha, respect." However, before Hinata finished speaking, he interrupted, "Kanaha or something, isn't it a humble ninja? Mere ninjas, don't forget, whoever gives you what you eat and wear." But having said that, they suddenly focused on Hinata's body again, and found that the latter was wearing plain clothes without any special decoration, but there was an indescribable elegance, especially the pair of silver-white eyes, giving a feeling of ethereal purity. Anyone with a little knowledge can know that this pair of eyes is the characteristic of the Kanaha Hyuga clan. However, in their opinion, although the Hyuga clan is a wealthy family, it is only limited to the Hyuga main clan, accounting for nearly 80% of the Hyuga. "My son, isn't he still a humble ninja?" From this dress, the wealthy businessmen subconsciously classified Hinata in the Hyuga branch. The little girl from the Hyuga family, those eyes are really special, I just like this kind of special ninja. "Stupid guy, you can just talk like this, ha 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 ha." After that, several wealthy businessmen looked at each other and laughed. "You guys." Asuna was furious, but she, with a keen mind, also sensed something was wrong from the expressions of the people around her. Although with her current xingxing, she still doesn't understand these deep and complicated things, but this does not hinder her keen observation. He probably also knew that the group of people in front of him was not as simple as he thought, and he also predicted that if he got into trouble with them, it would be quite troublesome. Seeing that the Kanaha ninja, who was embarrassed by the wealthy businessman, had secretly left while the other party's attention was on the two of them, Asuna let out a small breath, and then said to Hinata next to her, "Ignore it. These scumbags, let's go." However, at this moment, the other party refused to let them go. "Who told you to leave?" His big hand slapped heavily on the table, causing a tingling pain in his fleshy palm, and motioned to his subordinates to surround Asuna and Hinata. "Hey!" The thugs of the wealthy businessmen are obviously very familiar with the scenes in front of them. In other places, they dare not do anything wrong. After all, in this world of ninja force, if they don't have long eyes, they will get in trouble. The people who should be provoked, that's really troublesome. However, in this ninja world, Kanaha, who has the most ninjas and the strongest ninjas, dares to walk sideways. It's the ninja who have seen Kanaha, and dare not provoke them for the sake of their parents. Before that, they had also bullied several female ninjas from Kanaha, and the other party didn't dare to speak out. Even if they stretched their necks and asked them to fight, they didn't have the guts. Even if there were one or two stunned youths who dared to contradict them, as long as they went to Kanaha's side to tell the truth, they would not be obediently nodding their heads and begging for forgiveness. This seems absurd, but smart people understand that this is also a helpless thing, but just a small dark side of the huge Kanaha. What do you guys think? Asuna looked coldly at the wealthy businessman at the head, and she was not at all afraid of this. Hee hee. The other party looked at each other and let out a lewd laugh, then looked up and down at Asuna and Hinata, and couldn't help but praise twice, "You two, come and play with us." "Are you serious?" Asuna's expression became colder and colder, and a hand slightly touched the sword on her waist. Seeing that Asuna dared to resist in front of him, the wealthy businessman couldn't help but shouted at the surrounding, "Kanaha ninja, do you want to rebel?" The pedestrians around looked bad, so they stepped back and gave way. Everyone was quite sympathetic to what happened to the two girls Sarah and Bai, but sympathy was sympathy. Just when the two are on the verge of breaking out, it is about to cause a bigger incident. Suddenly, he only felt a chill on his neck, and the latter turned his head subconsciously, only to see a young man behind him. I don't know when, he was holding a long samurai sword, the blade with a cold light flashing tightly pressed against his neck. "It should be you who want to rebel." Chapter 38 Found the trace of the enemy. What? She is the princess of the land of fire. Also, this is the eldest daughter of the Hayaga's main clan. With a sound, I saw the wealthy businessmen in front of them kneeling on the ground decisively, and the subordinates beside them also knelt down one after another, their foreheads on the ground, and shouted loudly, "It's really disrespectful, noble Her Royal Highness and the main clan of the Hayaga family." They were not fools either, they knew very well the meaning behind the identities of these two women. The former represented the top nobles of the land of fire, while the latter represented the top wealthy families of the Kanaha family, important figures in both power and force. However, they almost spread out two at a time. How could they not be frightened? Please forgive the two adults, we were also instigated by others and almost did such an offensive thing. The wealthy businessman immediately passed the responsibility directly to his subordinates, and the subordinates kneeling on the ground also nodded and begged for mercy. Tiscasuna still feels that she is not venting her anger, but after seeing the situation around here, more and more people come here to watch the excitement. It is inevitable that her identity will be exposed at that time. However, after her identity is exposed, it's impossible to hang out now, so he waved his hands in disgust, as if he was sweeping the trash. "Give me away, don't show up in front of me." When the wealthy businessmen heard it, they immediately felt as if they were re-released, nodded and bowed their heads, and quickly left. "Brother Kirito. Thank you." Hinata expressed her gratitude to Kirito, who appeared in time, and secretly said in her heart, "It is always like this, every time it appears in time. Small thing." Kirito waved his hand indifferently, but at this time, his eyes were fixed on the wealthy businessman who had left in embarrassment, and he seemed to sense something was wrong. "Hinata, can you tell me the exact details?" Although he didn't understand why Kirito was obsessed with this trivial matter that was over, Hinata still answered the questions Kirito wanted to know one by one. After hearing Hinata describe the cause and effect of this incident word for word, Kirito turned his attention to Asuna again. What's wrong?" Asuna was stared at by Kirito's stern eyes, and felt an inexplicable pressure for no reason. "It's okay." Kirito shook his head, and then whispered to the two of them, "That's it, I still have one important thing to confirm." Quickly fleeing the downtown streets, the wealthy businessmen came to a suburb of the village, and suddenly several people were panting and slumped to the ground. One of them scolded and chattered, Damn it. I'm scared to death, that girl is actually Her Royal Highness. And that Byakugan, why can't you meet so many branches, but it's the thorns of main clan. It's all your fault for encouraging me to do it, and it almost caused a catastrophe. I'm sorry, my lord, I don't know the identities of these two people either. The servant who was yelled at, immediately knelt down and kowtowed, his forehead deeply on the ground. The wealthy businessmen glanced at the latter, and then waved their hands in disgust. Forget it, how can a humble wandering ninja like you have such eyesight? Yes, my lord. The servant who was blamed turned out to be a ninja. However, this person is obviously a ninja, but he is so servile, which is really intriguing. The latter instigated them to provoke the two women just now, which almost caused a catastrophe, but now people are so servile and begging for forgiveness, so the wealthy businessmen can't pick out many thorns, so they have to give up and wave their hands. Okay, get up, there's no interest, let's go back to the hotel first. My lord, do you think we are going to visit Her Royal Highness the Princess tomorrow? What? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you still dare to appear in front of the princess? No, sir, we offended Her Royal Highness today, although she said that she would not care about it for the time being, but if she returns to Daming Mansion after the incident and says a few words in front of Daming, it is very likely that she will be stabbed, otherwise we will do it in person tomorrow. Go and apologize to Her Royal Highness. I believe that if we are sincere, Her Royal Highness will truly forgive us. Is that so? The wealthy businessmen also looked at each other and thought about it. They felt that the question raised by the subordinate was very likely. After all, as a government agency, it would be easy to deal with their businessmen. Matter. Okay, we'll. The group of them were discussing the matter of seeing Her Royal Highness again tomorrow, but at this moment, without warning, a clear voice suddenly came from the darkness. We still have to get close to Her Royal Highness. So it is. I saw a figure that appeared in front of everyone's eyes abruptly, as if it had been standing here from the very beginning. The person who came was actually Kirito. You are. The wealthy businessmen immediately discovered that the person in front of them was the young man who stopped them just now. To be honest, they should feel fortunate in the face of Kirito's shot to stop them. Fortunately it didn't make them almost cause an irreversible catastrophe. What do you mean by Your Excellency? I don't understand why Kirito appears in front of me at such a time. Indeed, I can't think of a reason for Kirito's appearance. Have you been kept in the dark? But I can't be completely sure. Kirito nodded slightly, and then his eyes were locked on the side of the wealthy businessman, who humbly lowered his presence as much as possible. The latter also seemed to have noticed Kirito's gaze, and immediately raised his eyebrows, and then looked around in a pretentious manner, as if he didn't understand what Kirito's eyes meant. Don't pretend, I heard what I said just now, this wandering ninja of unknown origin. Kirito's indifferent words made the latter invisible. Let's talk. Your goal is to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Fire Country, but who is the main messenger behind the scenes? Kirito's words made the rich businessmen present suddenly change their faces, and they all turned to fearful eyes fell on the man, and he pointed at the latter tremblingly, you. The unknown wandering ninja, hearing the words, first took a deep look at Kirito, and knew that at this moment, the hidden identity had been completely exposed. Don't look at it, I'm the only one around here. Kirito said indifferently, of course, I have already sent someone to the ward, Lord Hokage. Kirito's words suddenly made the other party's face change suddenly, and then he looked around subconsciously. The ninja of Kanaha. Please believe us, we don't know anything about this matter. Assassinating Her Royal Highness Princess, it is a huge crime that will be punished by capital punishment. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, the wealthy businessmen immediately did too. They all spoke out to clear their relationship. Kirito waved his hand and said indifferently, afterwards, You should cooperate with the Umbu of Kanaha to help with the investigation and try to atone for your sins. Whoosh. The infiltrating enemy who revealed his identity immediately wanted to run away while Kirito was distracted, but it was clear that Kirito, who had been prepared, would not let the other party leave easily. Chapter 39 Captured. Ding. The weapons of the two people were all small knives that tended to be hidden weapons, and they suddenly collided violently at close range. It seems that your strength is not as good as me. Kirito held the knife in his backhand, and he couldn't hold the opponent's dagger. How did you discover me? The other party stared at Kirito with a pair of vicious eyes, and asked with a puzzled face. There is no need to answer you. Kirito said lightly. In fact, it was also because of the system mission that he really discovered potential enemies. This A level, which protects Asuna's safety, is a phased mission, and it shows the mission completion rate of each phase. Just now he stopped the wealthy businessmen from approaching, and when they fled in a hurry, at this time, the completion progress of the system task showed a completion rate of 5. This change made Kirito puzzled. Logically speaking, even if Kirito did not take action in the front, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people like rich businessmen to hurt Asuna and the others. Although Hinata is only genin now, but to deal with the people in front of them are definitely more than enough, but Asuna is not an ordinary person without self-protection. However, after expelling the wealthy businessman, Kirito's system quest shows a progress of 5 quests. What does this mean? Only when the danger is prevented from landing on Asuna can it be counted towards the completion of the mission. This means that it is clear that just now, this pedestrian has threatened Asuna's safety. This threat was inadvertently blocked by Kirito, so the progress of the mission changed. With this suspicion, Kirito secretly followed the pedestrian, but now it seems that Kirito's guess has been confirmed. After completing the task progress of 5, the system rewarded a little extra attribute point, and Kirito put it on his weakest power point. The strength of the body has indeed improved significantly. The enemy in front of him is obviously good at assassination. At the same time, as an assassin, his speed is very fast, but his strength is still insufficient. Kirito just added the attribute point of this strength just now, so that he can use the physical strength of this 13 or 14-year-old boy, which is almost the same as the strength of the opponent in his 20s. It can be seen that this has increased the degree of strength improvement after the attribute. Ding. Knowing that he is in a very dangerous situation now, Kanaha's ninjas don't know when they will arrive, but presumably it won't be too long. The longer he is delayed, the more dangerous he is. Immediately, the man was also impatient, forcibly broke free from the stalemate with Kirito, and then took out a psychic scroll in his left hand, took out a sharp steel claw and put it on his left hand, and then suddenly grabbed it towards Kirito's chest. Clang! The opponent used a long weapon, and Kirito naturally couldn't block with the dagger in his hand, so he decisively summoned Zanpakuto out and parried the opponent's attack. Although the nameless Zanpakuto in Kirito's hands at this time is only in the form of a shallow strike, but as a weapon, its hardness and sharpness are impeccable. Kirito's eyes sharply noticed the sharp claws, which faintly revealed a strange green light. It was obvious that the opponent's weapon was quenched with an unknown poison. Is it an assassin's usual trick? Although I can't tell you that. Kirito clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, and then tried his best to turn the blade stuck on the steel claws. A fingernail was broken. Huh. The other party was obviously surprised by the weapons used by Kirito, because in the first few contacts, the other party judged that Kirito should be in an assassin attack mode similar to him, at least not like fighting the enemy head-on. The type, but I didn't expect that the samurai sword used by Kirito now is a frontal battle. You can't be distracted during the battle. Kirito clenched the knife in both hands and continued to suppress the opponent's claws. In terms of strength, after increasing the attribute points, Kirito can reach the level of the opponent's level. However, weapons longer, slightly occupy some advantages. At the same time, after the broken steel nail fell, Kirito lifted his foot and kicked it hard, and immediately kicked the opponent's poisoned steel nail and flew towards the opponent. His face changed suddenly. He who was poisoned by himself, naturally knew how powerful the poison in this weapon was. It was a little bit of scratching the skin, which could quickly deprive the target of its ability to move, and it was extremely poisonous. He forced his body to deflect to avoid the flying poisonous stinger, but at the same time, because the body's focus point was deviated, the long sword in Kirito's hand that had been suppressing the opponent, suddenly pressed it even further. Bang! Struggling to knock the opponent's claws flying, Kirito turned around and kicked the latter's chest heavily. Damn! He was kicked away by Kirito, and the other party was obviously very annoyed. However, he was skilled in assassination, and his ability to fight head-on was very weak, so he was constrained from the beginning. However, he didn't know, in fact, Kirito's frontal combat ability is not very strong. Considering that the stalemate will continue, Kanaha's reinforcements will feel that they are withdrawing from convenience. His eyes flickered a few times, and then he took out a scroll from his waist and pulled one, and then he could see that in the open scroll, there was a large blade wrapped in the middle of countless spells. Word. Swish, swish, swish. After injecting chakra, and immediately saw a large number of shuriken kunao flying out of the scroll, hitting Kirito with intensive blows. Ding 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 ding. However, for Kirito, who is proficient in hidden weapons, the shuriken kunao is useless to him. He has a knife in one hand and swings it quickly, slashing those large pieces of shuriken to the ground. Cut. Seeing that the last resort was still unable to obtain Kirito, he was immediately blocked by the last detonating talisman, and then turned to flee. Without any feint attack, it is naturally impossible to hit Kirito with a simple detonating talisman attack, but the opponent's purpose is not here, that is to take advantage of this empty opportunity to run away decisively. When Kirito avoided the blast of the detonating talisman, the other party had already run 100 meters away. Let me chase here, don't even think of running away in front of me. Kirito immediately summoned the M700 light sniper rifle, and the scope accurately locked the fleeing enemy. That's. After the other party ran out of 100 meters, he turned his head to confirm the pursuit behind him, and found that Kirito was not chasing him, but took out something on the spot. Humph. It's so far, can you still catch me? However, before the sarcastic words were finished, a crisp attack sound was heard. His body fell heavily. Chapter 40 Anti-Magic Cloak. Be honest with me. The Kanaha ninjas who arrived after hearing the news tied the infiltrator who had sneaked in with the intent to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess of Fire Country. Both legs were shot by Kirito, and he had completely lost the ability to escape, that is, he could only be captured. After hearing the news, it was Kanaha Jonin Yamashiro Aoba and several Chunin. As Kanaha's excellent Jonin, Yamashiro Aoba often performs various difficult tasks, and his knowledge is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Recognized the identity of the assassin in front of him. You are a level missing nin on the most wanted list in the Land of Thunder, unknown name, codename Hidden Ying, good at assassination, although his strength is average, his level of infiltration and the ability to escape, even if he is a forbearance the world is also famous. I didn't expect it to be planted here. Shan Chenqingyi said lightly, and then looked at Kirito not far away with a very surprised look. You re careless, damn it. The missing nin, whose name is unknown and codenamed Qianying, stared at Kirito not far away with an unwilling face, and then bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. I didn't expect that Kanaha would actually master has that terrifying weapon. It's better to honestly spit out your purpose and everything you know. Shan Chenqingyi said lightly, although you want to say it, you probably won't say it easily. Right? It's okay, We at Kanaha have a special torture unit, and I'm sure you'll be happy to say what you know afterwards. Hearing what Yamashiro Aoba said about the torture unit, the other party couldn't help but fight a cold war. Obviously, Kanaha's torture unit is also well known in the ninja world. Biting Kiba, a trace of determination flashed on his face, he opened his mouth, and was about to bite Kiba to commit suicide. However, at this moment, a big hand grabbed his forehead firmly. I advise you to give up, don't try to play these little tricks in front of me. I saw Yamashiro Aoba condensed with one hand, as if to impose some kind of demonic illusion on the other party. The other party's eyes were dull, he lost consciousness. However, as the enemy was completely captured, Kirito immediately saw the progress of the task completion on the system taskbar, which also rose from 5 to 10. However, just like this, Kirito couldn't be happy, because he captured an assassin, and the task was just completed 1/10, which means that waiting for him later is 10 times more difficult than this. A crisis awaits him. However, 10 days after completing the task, Kirito once again received an item reward, because he had already obtained an additional attribute point reward, and this time the crisis was not too difficult, so the corresponding reward is also rather stingy. Concept: Armed, Anti-Magic Cloak. Effect: increases its weak resistance to chakra attacks. Weak resistance. In other words, there is a small amount of resistance to the enemy's ninjutsu demonic illusion attack. Kirito's previous 2 additional attribute points were added to the stamina value, but in fact the increase was only the defense power from physical attacks. In other words, it was the resistance to physical attack type attacks. Sure enough, according to the guidelines of the ninja world, ninjutsu demonic illusion is a chakra type attack, while taijutsu is an attack in a purely physical sense. The reward this time is indeed very general, but that's it, it's better than nothing. After all, this small task is not difficult. In the future, if you want to get more advanced weapons, the danger and difficulty that you will face will increase exponentially. The mastermind behind the assassination of Her Royal Highness, these things have nothing to do with Kirito, and the person has been handed over to Kanaha. Regarding this incident, Kirito did not tell Asuna that it was a matter of his own accord. The other party finally had the opportunity to walk out of the Daming Mansion. The latter's power can't change the status quo, if so, why bother? As for Kanaha, they will not publicize the matter. After all, the assassination of Her Royal Highness happened in Kanaha, which also damaged Kanaha's reputation. In the following time, Kirito took the initiative to teach Asuna's swordsmanship and stayed by the latter's side, so that he could keep the latter safe at all times. In this regard, Asuna is naturally happy. What she longs for is Kirito's power that is not a ninja, but is no less than a ninja. Asuna and Hinata have a good relationship, so they temporarily live in Hayaga's house. Hayaga's family is naturally welcome. Usually, Hinata, who is lonely at home, has a talking friend, and the smile on her face also increases a lot. Today is also the last day before the Chunin exam registration. However, none of this has anything to do with Kirito. As agreed, he came to Hayaga's house, picked up Asuna, accompanied her to the Budokan, and practiced swordsmanship. For Kirito, the arrival of the Hayaga family is also quite talkative, but due to Asuna's face, they dare not say anything more. However, because Hinata is also busy with the Chunin exam, he has to go out early in the morning to join his companions Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino. Kirito, don't you need to practice basic skills today? Can you teach me swordsmanship? Asuna chatted with Kirito while walking. Well, it depends on the situation. Kirito said casually, but it was not that he was perfunctory of Asuna's words, but that he was a little surprised by the latter's talent in swordsmanship. From the sword skills of assassination, he selected some sword moves that rarely faced Gang, but taught the latter in just a few days, and it was enough to make him look good. Unfortunately, there are not many sword moves that Kirito can use to face Gang. Walking silently all the way, Kirito was still thinking about what to do in his heart. At this moment, Asuna, who was walking in front, met a group of people. "Hey, where is the registration place for the Chunin exam? Where is the Kanaha registration hall?" A very impolite hello. I saw that the person asking Asuna was a man with a strange oil paint on his face and a tights all over his body. There is a long strip on his back, which is covered with bandages, so it is impossible to tell what it is. Judging from the forehead guard on the forehead, it is the symbol of Tsunagakura village in the Land of Winds. It is probably a ninja from the outer village who came to take the Chunin exam. Unfamiliar with Kanaha's roads, so got lost. However, it was obvious that the other party had also asked the wrong person. Asuna arrived at Kanaha not long ago, and she was not interested in Chunin exams, so she had no reason to know what the registration hall was. With a frown, Asuna also felt unhappy about the other party's attitude, and snorted coldly, "I don't know." Chapter 41 The Tsunagakura Trio. With a frown, Asuna also felt unhappy about the other party's attitude, and snorted coldly, "I don't know." However, Asuna's words immediately made the other party very uncomfortable. From Tsunagakura village, he was already tired from the long journey, but because he was a step late, he couldn't find a good hotel. There are foreign guests everywhere, and there are no extra guest rooms at all. But now, because Kanaha is too prosperous, he can't find a place to report. This also makes him feel an inexplicable jealousy. After all, when he was in Tsunagakura village, there were sandstorms everywhere, and all horsed the buildings, and the scale of the village is far less than that of Kanaha, which is so prosperous and dazzling as Kanaha. That's why I was a little impatient, and finally I couldn't help but want to ask passers-by about the place, and the other party also subconsciously regarded Asuna as someone from Kanaha. Therefore, Asuna's "I don't know," in his opinion, is to bully the people from other villages and give them a wink. "Hey! Are you Kanaha looking down on people?" the other party said in a bad tone. "Scared? From the beginning, what are you talking about?" Asuna said with a puzzled face. At the same time, although she didn't understand what the other party said, she didn't want to make such unreasonable remarks at all. "Ignore it. Stop." Seeing Asuna's disdain to talk to him, and wanting to leave, he provokes the other party's anger and blocks Asuna's path with one hand. Arrogant Kanaha, it seems that he needs to teach him a lesson. "Okay. Really?" Hearing this, Kirito slowly walked over, looked at the latter with a fixed gaze, and said softly, "I'm also curious, what are you going to do next?" "There's another arrogant kid. What I hate most is this kid's head." Hearing this, the other party also turned around and looked at Kirito. "So, if you hate it, what are you going to do?" Kirito responded. "I'll let you know," the other party said coldly. Kirito spread his hands and motioned for the other party to let the horse come over. However, the smell of gunpowder was strong, and just as it was about to explode, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. "Kankuro! I finally found you, what are you doing?" The visitor was a tall girl, who was trotting over from not far away with a black iron fan on her back. "Tamari, that's what I should be asking you. I went to the hotel to rest, and I managed to complete the task. What about your side?" The two Tsunagakuras in front of them are the elite genin players, Kankuro and Tamari, sent by Tsunagakura to participate in this genin exam. It seems that they have just arrived in Kanaha, they are not familiar with here, they encountered a lot of problems. But this has nothing to do with Kirito and the others. "Hey, by the way, what are you doing here?" Tamari said with a puzzled expression. It seemed that Kankuro should have conflicted with Kirito and Asuna in front of him. Hearing this, Kankuro was the one who complained first, with a face full of resentment. "I kindly asked about the report of Chunin's exam, but these two people not only didn't tell me, but also looked down on us. I was angry, and was about to teach a lesson. Them. Humph. It's better to say than to make it up. Asuna looked at Kankuro with contempt. What did you say? The grumpy Kankuro suddenly stared. Okay, give me some rest. Tamari suddenly had a headache. She knew very well the character of her younger brother. As for the latter, she naturally believed part of it. The general situation was already guessed, and immediately he apologized to Kirito and the others. Sorry, Nii Kanaha friend, my companion is a little impatient, please don't mind. So, Nii, can you tell us the registration place for the Chunin exam? Tamari's attitude was a little better, and Asuna was also relieved, and said lightly, I don't know. Kirito added, you should ask other people about this. Neither of us are ninjas, so naturally we won't understand these things. I see. Tamari nodded, slightly surprised. Sunagakure is different from Kanaha. Although Sunagakure village is sparsely populated, basically every household is a ninja, but it is precisely because every household is a ninja, the whole village is completely self-sufficient. The ability to be self-sufficient, and the financial allocation of the Land of Wind is not much, so it is no wonder that it will be barren. Cut, I was so arrogant and thought it was Kanaha's amazing ninja, but I didn't expect it to be too trash. Kankuro sneered. Ordinary people despise ninjas for not being productive, but ninjas despise ordinary people for lack of power. They obviously need each other, but they just hate and resist each other. Zheng Asuna angrily drew out the rapier at her waist, stared at Kankuro with anger, and said coldly, so, as a ninja, can you take this sword from me? Humph. Come and try. Kankuro said disdainfully. I don't care if it goes on like this. Tamari looked at Kankuro with a headache, but when he looked at Asuna, his eyes were somewhat downcast. After all, as ninjas, they were indeed powerful enough to oppress all ordinary people. Asuna's body is tense, her eyes are fixed on Kankuro in front of her, but the other party is not showing any posture at all, just standing there quietly, looking down at everything with a condescending gaze. Whoosh! Asuna swooped forward and stabbed her rapier forward vigorously. Asuna's speed is indeed not fast in the eyes of ninjas, but it is much faster than the average person. Kankuro's figure easily avoided Asuna's blow. Humph, this is to some extent. However, before Kankuro's sarcastic words could be finished, he felt a cool feeling coming from his neck, and his eyes widened suddenly, only to see that Asuna's second sword was much faster than before, and the sword, the trick is ruthless, straight to his neck. A short body that was not too easy escaped the sword in a thrilling manner, but before he could react, he saw Asuna's palm shaking violently, and the slender blade vibrated violently at high frequency. I was stunned by the high frequency shaking of the blade, unable to judge the trajectory of the next fencing attack. This is also the sword skill that Kirito taught to Asuna. Kankuro! Tamari yelled anxiously, seeing that something was wrong. His figure took a few steps back, and then stumbled, almost tripping himself, but in the end, under the control of Tamari, he stabilized his body. Kankuro couldn't help lowering his head, staring at the collar of his neck with wide eyes, a scratch cut by the tip of the sword, although it didn't hurt the flesh, but this position, only need to go 1 centimeter deeper, then it can be heavy damage to his vital parts. The sword was sheathed. Asuna looked at Kankuro with a cold and arrogant face, and said coldly, do you dare to say what you said just now? Het. His face became extremely ugly, Kankuro's oil-painted face became extremely contorted, and he was so angry that he laughed and smashed the puppet tied on his back. On the ground, biting Kiba's teeth and saying a word, the eyes that looked at Asuna also flashed a real killing intent. Very good, woman, you have successfully provoked my anger. However, this fierce momentum came and went quickly. Kankuro only felt that his palm was empty, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that the puppet that he had just put down fiercely, before it was opened, it was already torn apart and chopped into pieces of wood chips. There was a chill that penetrated the whole body from behind. Don't take the killing intent lightly, it's very dangerous. The blade of the god of death was on the neck, and I saw Kirito appearing behind Kankuro at some point. You. Please. Please calm down first. Tamari's eyes widened. She was watching the scene in front of her the whole time, but right under her nose, she didn't know when Kirito was. The puppet that Kankuro had unraveled in his hand slashed, and at the same time he put the knife on his neck. It's you who should be calm. Kirito said indifferently, and then his eyes turned to a tree not far away, and said indifferently, I don't like to say the same thing twice, do you understand? The gourd baby on top. In the shadow of the tree, I saw a UI-haired boy with a large gourd on his back, slowly appearing. Chapter 42, Dark Tide Surges. Standing in the shadow of the tree, the UI-haired boy with a large gourd on his back is the Sandstorm Gaara of Tsunagakuer. I saw that his sharp and threatening eyes were staring at Kirito, who was standing with the sword. Then, the figure turned into a piece of quicksand, and the quicksand gathered again in front of Kirito to form his figure. However, Gaara, who was standing in front of him, did not speak, but just stared straight at Kirito in front of him. Gaara. Kankuro also stared at Gaara in front of him with wide eyes. In his opinion, the guy in front of him was 10 times more terrifying than the man behind him with the sword on his neck, and gulped down. With a mouthful of saliva, he said in a trembling voice, how come you are here? However, in the face of Kankuro's question, Gaara didn't even look directly at the other party, but just said coldly, shut up, isn't it shameful enough? Gaara's unreserved taunt also made Kankuro's face turn blue and white, and his fists were slightly tightened, but he was extremely angry, but he did not dare to refute. Tamari, who was on the side, noticed that the atmosphere was not right, so he could not help but come forward and said cautiously, Gaara, do NT say that, this incident was just an accident? And the friends of Kanaha Shinobi over there, can you first let go of Kankuro? We promise we won't do any more provocation. I beg you, okay? Seeing Tamari's sincere request, and the huge killing intent emanating from Gaara at this time, and withdrawing everything, but even so, Kirito still did not let the other party easily, and turned his attention to Asuna, who was on the side. Well. Asuna thought for a while, and then said earnestly, forget it, Kirito, this is a big trouble, and it's troublesome. Is that so? Kirito didn't embarrass the other party anymore when he was here, but with a flick of the Zanpakuto in his hand, he disappeared without a trace. Kankuro also seemed to be aware of it. He carefully turned his head and saw that the blade that was originally on his neck was no longer there. Then his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was standing behind him a second ago, holding the knife. Kirito on his head, now at some point in time, has appeared right in front of him. Kankuro subconsciously looked at Tamari on the side, and saw that Tamari was also looking like a ghost at this time. His eyes were wide, and he was obviously frightened by the amazing speed displayed by Kirito. Gaara remained as expressionless as ever, but turned her head slowly. A pair of dead, cold eyes quietly looked at Kirito's back, and then suddenly asked, I'm very interested in you, tell me your name. Kirito didn't turn his head back, just waved his hand backwards. Sandstorm Gaara, unfortunately, I have no interest in you. Next, we will meet again soon, and then you will bloom freely. Killing intent. After all, Kirito left the side of the Tsunagakuer trio together with Asuna. After Kirito and Asuna left, the atmosphere of Gaara and others, fortunately, did not eliminate the weirdness. Kankuro looked at the facial expression with horror on his face, but Gaara, whose body was trembling constantly, with terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes from time to time, Kankuro couldn't help but took a few steps back and secretly said, "Damn, this kid aroused the urge to kill again. Blame that bastard in Kanaha, damn it. My crow was destroyed before I took it out." Tamari was pondering about Kirito, his slender eyebrows were a little more worried, and he muttered to himself, obviously not a ninja, but he has such a lot of power. Kanaha, our Tsunagakuer plan, really can it be successful? Kanaha Hokage building. Is the matter clear? Sandemu took a puff of his bong, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, indifferently. Yes, Lord Sandemu, the captured target is a missing nin in Iwagakuer village, codenamed Chiening, active in the underground black market, accepting some entrusted tasks from various parties. Kanaha tortured the captain of the unit, Ibiki, and reported. Really? Sandemu narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, that is to say, he himself who accepts the task does not know the person who issued the task? Yes, this guy only knows that the target of the mission is to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess of Fire, and the information about Her Royal Highness provided by the mission client. Ibiki said solemnly. The brows were furrowed, and Sandemu's eyes flashed coldly, that is to say, the mastermind behind the scenes knows all about the internal situation of our Kanaha. A traitor. Ibiki said suddenly, his eyes moved, and he said solemnly, could it be Orochimaru? Sandemu shook his head, his eyes revealing indescribable loneliness, and he said with a sad heart, he won't do these little things, if he comes, he will definitely turn us upside down. Ibiki immediately broke down in cold sweat, this name has a great deterrent effect, and then said solemnly, then Lord Sandemu, what should come will always come, this time, I finally have to make a choice. The eyes of the third generation of eyes burst out in vain, and then seemed to think of something, and said softly, Her Royal Highness, the need for manpower. Yeah, when the war comes together, it will inevitably not spread, so shouldn't it be? But, we don't have any extra combat power, so we can allocate it? Sandemu said indifferently, no, I have already thought of a suitable candidate. Chapter 43, Danzo's Conspiracy. The long-awaited Chunin exam has finally begun. Elite ninjas from all over the world come together to compete. As well as distinguished guests from all over the world, to watch this prosperous game. As the representative of the Fire Nation's daimyo palace, Asuna also had to attend the audience in a political sense. Although this is not what Asuna hoped, she has no interest in the ninja slaughter match. Kirito was also out of a system mission. He knew that Asuna was in danger of life, and he followed the other side almost every step of the way for the past few days. Now Asuna is reluctantly going to watch the ninja fight, and being accompanied by a familiar person is a fortune among misfortunes. Chunin exam was the written exam. There was nothing to say here, but Asuna, who was not interested in the Chunin exam, seemed even more impatient. The significance of the first written test is to study the intelligence-gathering ability that a ninja must possess, and it is also a test that actually allows students to cheat. In Asuna's view, this is really unacceptable. To cultivate such sneaky shameless behavior as a skill is incomprehensible and acceptable to Asuna, who has received aristocratic education since childhood. In this way, I spent the first written test of the Chunin exam board. The second is the survival challenge, which takes place in the Forest of the Dead, the military exclusion zone in Kanaha. Because the interior of the test venue involves all Kanaha's military secrets, the scene of the competition will not be presented on the audience's viewing screen. In fact, the only game that can really be watched is the third individual competition, which is also the most interesting competition for foreign guests. After all, in this competition, the ninja strength of a ninja village can be most directly reflected. The examination time in the Forest of Death will last for several days, so the guests are scattered. So is Asuna. Although she was interested in Kirito's swordsmanship, but beyond that, she had no more emotions, and at most she could be regarded as a friend. In the past few days, Kirito has been following her almost without leaving an inch. It is naturally impossible for the smart Asuna to not notice this. However, a friend who can be with her is good, but if she follows her all the time, that's kind of annoying. I said, Kirito. You don't have to follow me all the time, I feel a little uncomfortable. Finally, Asuna couldn't help but said, won't you waste your time by doing this? Don't worry, it won't affect me. Kirito responded lightly. But, it will affect me. Asuna wanted to say this very much, but she was afraid that it would be too much and would make Kirito run away. This was not what she expected. The keen Kirito can naturally understand what Asuna wants to express subconsciously, but there is no way, no matter what the latter says, he must do it. The matter is about Asuna's life, and the danger of A-level missions is unimaginable. Asuna sighed slightly, then turned around and strode toward a street. Where are you going? Kirito was ready to follow. But at this time, Asuna said without looking back, toilet, idiot. Don't follow me. This really made Kirito a little embarrassed. It seemed that he was too sensitive. He looked around. This place is located in the central business area of Kanaha, and the Hokage building is less than 200 meters away from here. No matter how rampant the thieves are, it is impossible for them to commit crimes under Hokage's eyes, right? Thinking about Kirito is a lot more peaceful. Kanaha Hokage building. The figure of Kirito was reflected in the crystal ball. The three generations of eyes looked at all this, and then nodded subconsciously. He also saw the performance of Kirito in the past few days, and he was always vigilant, without any slack. And although his true hidden power has not been fully revealed, from what Yamashiro Aoba reported that day, we can know that Kirito has the strength to easily defeat an A-level missing nin. The strength is conservatively estimated to be above Chunin, especially some of the abilities shown by the latter are even comparable to some Jonin, but these are only the tip of his iceberg. Hyuga Kirito is a good seedling. Sandemu nodded secretly. The third generation of eyes, who was sitting upright, suddenly raised his brows slightly, and then shouted to the door, "It's really rare, you come to me in person." I saw an old man walking in with a cane outside the door. After entering the entrance, he looked at Sandemu with a fixed gaze, and then he landed on the crystal ball in Sandemu's hands with his peripheral vision. Said, "Hiruzen, come out, I have something to discuss with you." Sandemu looked at the latter with a little surprise, and said softly, "Can't we say it here? It's about Orochimaru." The face of the third generation changed slightly, and the dry palm hidden in the cuff was also slightly clenched, and then he took a deep breath and said lightly, "Okay." Because of what Danzo mentioned about Orochimaru, the third generation's attention was withdrawn from the crystal ball at once. Danzo took a deep look at the third generation eyes, then glanced at the crystal ball on the table. There was a faint glimmer of light in the old eyes, but they were quickly hidden by him. "Go." "Well, I have some information to show you." "Really?" The third generation frowned, and couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. How could this guy Danzo provide him with information for no reason? And why at this time? As the third generation left the room, in the picture of the crystal ball, a few black shadows appeared. However, Sandemu, who followed Danzo and left, didn't notice it at all. At this time, walking in front, with his back to Danzo, the third generation of purpose, couldn't help showing a successful smile on his face. "Hiruzen, you are still too naive." Chapter 44 The enemy appears. It seems to be a long time. Kirito waited in place for more than 10 minutes, but he still didn't see Asuna coming back. He frowned suddenly, and then seemed to think of something. It seems that an accident happened. At this time, Asuna only felt that her head was dizzy and dazed, and she heard a voice in the distance, but she just followed the figure aimlessly. walking, walking. I don't know anything, I don't feel anything, and I don't know how long I have walked. In short, when Asuna regained consciousness, she found that she didn't know when she came to a dense forest. This is, what place? Suddenly in this unfamiliar place, Asuna did not panic immediately, her eyes narrowed slightly, but she recalled that she had just come out of the bathroom. There was a man dressed in black, a figure wearing a mask appeared in front of her, the latter seemed to make a seal and impose demonic illusion on herself, and then she didn't know anything, but when she woke up, it was already coming to this place. When Kirito noticed something was wrong, he immediately went to the bathroom where Asuna used to be. There was no one here, so Kirito could be sure that something must have happened to the latter. Kirito maintained his composure in response to the crisis, calmly analyzing the information he knew so far. First of all, the enemy was able to make a move in the center of Kanaha. This is something that people inside Kanaha can only do. However, in Kirito's cognition, there is only one person who dares to act so recklessly. Kanaha Umbu, Shimura Danzo. Based on Kirito's knowledge of Danzo, knowing that the latter is scheming, it is naturally impossible to openly kill Her Royal Highness the Princess. With his style of conduct, he will definitely do things cleanly without leaving his hands behind. The hands of others killed Asuna. However, the purpose of Danzo's doing this is also easy to understand. When the Princess of the Fire Kingdom had an accident in Kanaha, the first person to bear the primary responsibility was the third generation of the head of the village, who was censured by the daimyo prefecture. Danzo has a chance. Kirito didn't know whether his speculations were right or not, but these were not what he cared about. The first thing to do now is to find out the exact location of Asuna. After all, Asuna should still be safe so far. As long as Danzo is not an idiot, it is impossible to send his own hands to do it. But what is certain is that the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for Asuna. Then, there is only one hand. A resolute flashed across Kirito's face, and then he did not see any movement, but a strange light emanated from his dark eyes. At the same time, all around, black shadows appeared in vain. I saw these people, men and women, all dressed in different appearances, but they were all based on a uniform black tone. These figures are the nirvana of Kirito's assassin's blade, a delusional illusion. It has an entity, but it is not a simple shadow clone. It is an independent individual separated from the body and then conceived. Unlike shadow clone, which is a unified will, each delusional illusion has an independent personality and its own different abilities. And unlike shadow clone, which only has a strength of less than 10, each individual of the delusional illusion has a strength no less than that of the body. When shadow clone dies, information and the remaining chakra will return to the body, but delusional illusions, injury or death will cause damage to the body to a certain extent. Go ahead. Searching for enemies, no one can escape my pursuit. The speaker was a tall woman, with long flowing purple hair simply tied in a ponytail, wearing only a simple chest wrap and shorts. Hot body taupe skin gives a wild allure. I saw a slender nail that she stretched out slightly, gently touching the ground under her feet. There was no extra movement, and she just closed her eyes quietly, and then opened her eyes after a few breaths. Kirito raised his brows. Has the target been found? I found it, but I think I should deal with the approaching enemy first. The woman stood up first, and then slowly pulled out the knife on her waist. At the same time, the other figures around her were also take out different weapons. Really? Kirito's dark eyes flashed a cold light, and then he said solemnly, so, let it go. Following Kirito's order, all the figures on the field, including him, disappeared without a trace. Not only the figure disappeared, but even the breath completely disappeared. Probably just as Kirito dispersed, after a while, two silhouettes flashed over. Appeared in front of him were two figures dressed in umbu looking down. The two of them looked at each other, and then one of them made a seal with one hand. How is it? Lord Danzo said that the one who appears here at this time is the enemy's chess piece. We need to capture it and use demonic illusion to obtain information. No. Although there is still a little bit of aura here, but at this moment, it has indeed left. Under the perception secret technique of my Yamanaka family, it is impossible for anyone to be fooled. Yes, but out of prudence, I still use my worm jade secret technique for physical perception. After a while, the man also took back the released bug and shook his head. It seems that it is really gone. However, just when the two subconsciously confirmed that the target did not exist, their spirits relaxed for a moment, revealing a slight flaw. All of a sudden, a mutation is born. Chapter 45 Killer Group. After a while, the man also took back the released bug and shook his head. It seems that it is really gone. However, just when the two subconsciously confirmed that the target did not exist, their spirits relaxed for a moment, revealing a slight flaw. All of a sudden, a mutation is born. Take the root. Little, heart. After only hearing one of them exclaimed, it stopped abruptly. I saw a streak of blood bursting out of his left chest, and then he took a few steps back as if he had been hit by some kind of force. Wind. Abarame took the root and turned pale in shock. Under the double perception of the two of them, he had determined that there were no enemies around. However, the attack just now was obviously a manifestation of enemy attack, but he was born in Umbu and trained Abarame, who was harsh and with good psychological quality, took the root, and immediately reacted. His mouth swelled, and then he spit out a large number of small black bugs, and the package wrapped the two of them. Hundreds of meters away, Kirito was holding the M700 and pondered, is that brown-haired guy from the Yamanaka clan? The moment I pulled the trigger, I sensed my position, but at a close call, barely avoided the key point. The well-prepared first attack failed, that is to say, the enemy's strength is very strong. Although I can't guarantee 100 sniping at this distance, it can still give the opponent a major threat. Of course, getting close, on the one hand, can increase the probability of a fatal blow, but on the other hand, the closer the distance is, the more dangerous it is to me. Kirito looked through the observation glass and saw that Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Tajin were both in front of him. In the dark sea of insects, he immediately knew that it was impossible to snipe for the time being. At the same time, his position has been exposed, and he must move his position immediately. In the midst of the sea of insects, Abarame was supporting Yamanaka Fen with a shocked face, and said solemnly, "Wind. Are you all right? Where did this blow just now come from?" And it came so quickly that even as a perception ninja, you can only barely avoid the key points. Cough cough. Yamanaka Fen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, covering the blood hole on his left chest with one hand, his face pale, and said solemnly, "It's less than 1 centimeter away, and it has pierced my heart." The enemy's breath, after this blow, moved his position, and I couldn't perceive his specific position. Abarame took root with a solemn expression. "What? There is a hidden secret technique that can blind you." Yamanaka Kaze grabbed the ladder with one hand and pondered, "Take the root, listen to me, after the enemy has relocated, he will launch a second attack. The moment that guy launched the attack, I was able to lock his position in time. I got it, I'm going to throw bad worms around and be on call at any time." Yamanaka Kaze nodded and said solemnly, "At the moment when I can still lock the enemy's breath, you must let the bad bugs fall on the enemy." "Okay, I get it." Abarame nodded heavily. However, at this time, Kirito also launched an attack. From all directions, a large rain of arrows shot over, making an intensive blow to the two under the protection of the sea of worms. Ding ding ding. Abarame took the root and pulled out the ninja sword on his back, and cut off some bows and arrows that penetrated from the sea of worms. "The enemy, is there more than one?" and there are multiple units reacting within a distance of 100 meters. Yamanaka Feng also said with a shocked expression, "So many enemies have completely blocked my perception of approaching." Boom! The exploding storm ripped apart the tight defense of the sea of insects. "Are you using a detonating talisman to cut down on my bad insects? Take the root, be careful, there are multiple enemies rushing from the front." "A head-to-head fight? Very good, then I too." I saw Abarame took off his shirt and gloves, and his exposed skin was immediately covered by an abnormal purple UI color as soon as he touched the air. This is the secret technique of the Abarame family to spread nanoscale poisonous insects on the body. Once others touch their body, they will be poisoned, and the poisonous insects will flow into each other's cells and destroy them. Abarame immediately took back some of the protection from the bad insects, and at the same time left a part to protect the severely injured Yamanaka Wind. Seeing that there were several people holding various weapons in front of them, there were giant men with big swords and girls wrapped in iron chains. A dwarf with a dagger in his hand, a black-robed man who controls a bow and a crossbow in the distance, and so on. There are so many. Abarame took the root and bit Kiba, then did not take out his weapon, just waved his arms and attacked. Bang! The giant man raised his big sword and slashed towards Abarame to take the root, but the quick-moving Abarame took the root very easily. Using the teleportation technique, he came to the dwarf who was attacking from the dark. He didn't see much movement. He just patted the latter's shoulder with one hand, and then I saw the dwarf who was holding a dagger. It fell headfirst to the ground, and at the shoulder where Abarame touched the root, purple UI quickly spread across its skin. Secret art phosphorus bad insect. Abarame's secret art of taking the root is to inject nanoscale poisonous insects into the enemy's body through direct contact with the target, and then quickly destroy the cells in the enemy's body. The girl threw a large string of chains at Abarame, but Abarame grabbed it with one hand and pulled it hard, but instead pulled the girl abruptly. Just when he was about to slap the latter with a palm, a swift crossbow arrow was shot from the side. Abarame had to give up the attack girl, and his figure hurriedly retreated to avoid the crossbow arrow's attack. At the same time, the giant swordsman struck again. Bang! Abarame took the root to avoid the giant man's attack again, turned over and punched the latter and was about to hit the latter with poisonous insects, but the interfering crossbow arrow struck again, and he had to retract his arm again. Humph! Do you want to get me? He quickly turned over and slammed his leg into the giant man's chest. Humph! The chest was hit hard, and the giant man groaned and took a step back. Then, as if nothing happened, he rushed to Abarame again with a knife to take the root. Damn, this guy! Abarame's face changed slightly, his physical skills were good, and the kick just now was full of muscles, but he could only make the giant man in front of him take a few steps back. Strong defense. Huge size, and holding such a clumsy weapon, there is a huge lack of speed. So it is. Abarame's face flickered, and he understood that the giant man in front of him was not used to confront him at all, but entangled in his actions, strong defense and physical strength, can bear most of the damage, while delaying the target's actions to create opportunities for the companions to attack. Immediately after Abarame took the root and found that it was the dwarf assassin who had fallen to the ground, a man in black came to him and injected an unknown potion into his arm. Then, you can see that the area on the dwarf's shoulders that was spread by the purple UI bacteria shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after a while, the dwarf assassin stood up again. The meat shield that takes damage, the chain that restricts movement, the poisoned dagger, the bow and crossbow for sneak attacks, and the dedicated battlefield medical staff, and a hidden movement method that can be completely blinded by all members. Abarame took the root. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. These guys are a powerful killer group. Chapter 46, Entering the Forest of Death. Bang! A blood hole was blown out of his shoulder. Abarame groaned, and the whole person was shaken back and forth by the huge force. Take the roots. Yamanaka Fengzheng has his hands in handprints. With Abarame's ability to take roots, it is naturally impossible to avoid the shooting of the sniper rifle. Now, he can barely avoid the vital parts because he has the spirit of Yamanaka wine to use from the side. Transmitted perceptual abilities. Although it barely avoided the key point, the sniper bullet that can generate thousands of joules of destructive energy, even if it only hit the shoulder, caused a large amount of damage to the inside of its body. Damn. The Yamanaka wins information shared in his mind. The first time he was based on the perception information provided by the latter, the long-distance control of the tracking bugs to search for the enemy, but on the other hand Kirito as a sniper very cautiously, one shot immediately moved the position quickly, and it was impossible to capture its specific location. However, Abarame took his own routes, and his entire left arm was completely incapacitated by the shot just now. However, Kirito, who was hiding in the distance, frowned. He didn't expect the two in front of him to be so difficult to deal with. The two snipers he issued failed to kill the other party. Of course, this also has a limitation on the shooting distance. If it is within a 100-meter range, the probability of shooting the enemy will greatly increase, and at the same time, the risk of being locked in the position will also be doubled. That is to say, if you shoot at close range, if you can't kill the opponent with one hit, then you will be in a very disadvantageous situation. The opponent's strength is obviously Jonin level, and it is not an ordinary Jonin. He can deal with his delusional illusion while avoiding sniping. With Kirito's current strength, he is not an enemy that can be dealt with head-on. Just as Kirito was considering whether to approach the opponent, the purple-haired girl with strong tracking ability reported, the location of the search target has been determined, and at 3 o'clock, a large number of Kanaha ninjas are approaching quickly. Is the battle here still noticed? Through the observation glass, Kirito can clearly see that Abarame Tajin and Yamanaka Kaze have already been defeated. In less than 5 minutes, Kirito has be sure to kill these two. However, it now seems that time is not allowed, and the most important point is that the system taskbar shows that the completion progress of the task has risen from the previous 10 to 20, which can be explained as Kirito has severely injured the two in front of him. The two have been unable to stop Kirito from going to rescue Asuna. And the specific location of Asuna has been searched, so there is no point in continuing to fight. The mysterious killer group in front of them turned into black shadows and disappeared without a trace. The two suddenly looked at each other. They didn't understand that they had been forced to the Jedi, but the other party did not give them the final blow. The enemy left. Abarame asked uncertainly. I don't feel the enemy's breath anymore. Although he wanted to say this, Yamanaka Feng suddenly thought that his perception had no effect on the latter. However, at this time, the enemy no longer felt it, but found that Kanaha's ninja approached. Whoosh! The Komer is a masked Kanaha Umbu. Unlike the two, this group of people is an Umbu directly under Hokage. Kanaha Gen Umbu's chief ninja, Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame take root, please come with us to the Hokage-sama. The leader of the team said coldly. On the other side, Kirito also moved forward at full speed according to the tracking information, but according to the route, Kirito was standing in front of a wire fence. With a little surprise, he looked up at the sign above the barbed wire, with the words Forest of Death written on it. This is the military forbidden area of Kanaha, which is usually used for Kanaha ninjas ninjutsu exercises, etc. However, this time is temporarily used as a place for Chunin exams. Kirito squinted his eyes, then pinched his palm slightly, and pondered, so, if you want to use the princess to stray into a dangerous place and suffer misfortune, can you completely classify this as an accident? At the same time, Kirito probably guessed that Asuna should have been hit by demonic illusion and walked into the forest of death. Now, Kirito can touch the barbed wire with his bare hands without obstruction. As the Kanaha military restricted area and the important place for the Chunin exam, it is naturally impossible to protect it with just a layer of barbed wire. Originally, a very strong barrier was arranged. However, now, the barrier of this area has been artificially opened. Is it really Shimura Danzo's handwriting? Kanaha's upper-level power struggle, Kirito is not interested in understanding, nor is he interested in intervening. These have nothing to do with him. But what he's doing now is just doing what he wants to do. As for whether it will be regarded as a thorn in the side by someone afterwards, he doesn't care about these things at all. Zheng swung his sword to open a hole in the barbed wire, and then Kirito swaggered into the forest of death. With Kirito's personal character, he never cares about what people who are not interested in him think of him. Just like in the Hyuga family, he can completely ignore everyone's censure and humiliation. The same is true of Danzo today. He knows very well that if he acts against each other like this, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble afterwards, but he still will not change his mind. A simple sentence is that he doesn't like trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. If trouble comes to him, he will usually choose to avoid it. Chapter 47 Orochimaru. A level mission completion rate is 20, and the reward item concept armament, Ghost Cloak, an upgraded version of the anti-magic cloak, improves chakra resistance, ninjutsu, demonic illusion resistance, and increases a little vitality and stamina. The item reward this time is pertinent. It has improved the effect of the original anti-magic cloak. In particular, this equipment can improve personal vitality and physical strength. These two are the weakest places for Kirito at present. And the chakra resistance at the back should be able to play a certain role in the face of ninjutsu and demonic illusion. But the downside is that it says a little above. Now that Kirito is unscathed, don't think that the progress of this stage 10 task is easy to complete. You must know that he is facing two outstanding people from Umbu and two confidants of Danzo. In terms of head-on confrontation, Tongman is not the enemy of unity at all, but he is able to force the other party to this point only by the fact that the other party is unfamiliar with it and that he has ambush in advance. Also, although from the results, after the battle, Kirito basically did not suffer the slightest loss, the enemy could not even get close to him within 100 meters, and the injury did not exist at all. However, in fact, if Kirito is approached by the other party, with Kirito's personal attributes so far, I am afraid that it is not as simple as being injured, and it is very likely to be killed in seconds. Whether it's Yamanaka's psychic secret technique or Abarame's poisonous worms, once they are hit, Kirito will be finished. Of course, Kirito will not belittle himself. He is very clear that his current position is an assassin, and he is not fighting the enemy face to face. Although this may sound a bit unglamorous, but the reality is like this. In terms of the means of confrontation, Kirito is probably not much better than the ninja of his age, and it is only 5 or 5 against Niji or Little Lee, who has opened 8 doors. Open. In other words, the opponent Kirito has faced so far is either Chunin level or Jonin, and if he can't use some means against an enemy far stronger than himself, then he should go to sleep. Forest of Death. Suzuki-kun, before I leave, I'll give you a small gift. One day, you will come to me by yourself. He let out a gloomy laugh. He looks like an ordinary grass ninja, but in reality Kanaha's class missing 9 Orochimaru, the most feared Kanaha in the Japanese ninja world. After a little bit of fun before the frantic Kanaha crash plan, Orochimaru had put a solid collar on his prey. Kanaha's Umbu, I have almost noticed the chakra reaction here. In order to surprise dear teacher Sarutobi, I should endure the mood of wanton killing now. Orochimaru slowly made a seal, and suddenly he saw a surge in front of his eyes. A burst of soil was formed, and the soil quickly condensed into a human figure. I also found an unexpectedly interesting experimental body. Take it back first. Leaving a clone behind, Orochimaru left the forest of death before Kanaha's Umbu arrived. Somewhere in the forest of death, an ordinary team from the grass ninja village. However, judging from the dust on the clothes of the three of them, they looked quite embarrassed, and their heads were downcast. It was obvious that the scrolls on their bodies had been taken away by other teams. Damn it! Damn Kanaha ninja! One of the men headed by, said angrily. There is no way, we have already ambushed in advance, and set up traps, but the strength of the enemy is too strong. Another person said helplessly. I've already said it, that team, everyone's chakra is far better than ours, the strength is too far apart. A girl from UI muttered in a low voice. Shut up, Karen. The man in the lead immediately yelled at the girl, it's all your fault, as a ninja, you don't even have any fighting power. That's why we were defeated. Being so rebuked by her companions, the girl's eyes burst into tears, tears welling up. As a ninja of the perception system, she can also medical ninjutsu. To be honest, as a logistics staff, she is already a great skill. In the ninja world, it is very rare to have talents in perception and medical ninjutsu, but it is even more impeccable to have both perception and medical ninjutsu. Not only did her companions not believe what she reminded before the battle, she used medical ninjutsu to heal her injuries after the fiasco, but now the other party is accusing her for no reason, which is really sad. But now the girl has no time to be sad, she suddenly stood up and looked around vigilantly. Attention! Someone is coming. Enemy attack. The other two companions were also shocked when they heard it. After a battle just now, they were beaten by Kanaha ninjas with only third-rate strength, and now they have become startled. After a moment of silence, a snake figure suddenly appeared from under the ground, and the giant python opened its mouth, and then a figure climbed out of it. Guo! What is this? The horrifying scene in front of her made Xiao Xiao Ren terrified. Huh? This is Senior Lian Shan? After seeing the face in front of one of them was stunned for a while, because this figure was the ninja who came out of their grass ninja village, and they knew it. A senior? No. He's not Senior Lian Shan. Karen exclaimed loudly, chakra and breath are completely different. Very powerful, cold, and terrifying. What are you talking about, Karen? He is clearly. However, the companions did not believe what Karen said, because the face before them was indeed a familiar face. However, unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he only felt the side in front of him crooked, and then he couldn't feel anything. Ah! The two of them screamed in horror, only to see the Senior Lian Shan in front of them ripping off their companion's head with his bare hands, a lot of blood spit out, splashing his icy grim face. Very amazing perception, even I was aware of Doton, Earth style, in stealth state, and I saw him stick out Ui's long tongue and lick it, his face showing hideous excitement with a smile like a venomous snake. He was staring at Karen, Ui-colored hair. Hee, it seems that I have found a good and excellent experimental subject by accident. Chapter 48 A Shot Boom. Chapter 48, A Shot Boom. Very amazing perception, even I was aware of Doton, Earth style, in stealth state, and I saw him stick out Ui's long tongue and lick it, his face showing hideous excitement with a smile like a venomous snake. He was staring at Karen, Ui-colored hair. Hee, it seems that I have found a good and excellent experimental subject by accident. You are looking for Karen, right? It's none of my business, don't kill me. If you want to catch her, just grab her. One of the companions was killed, but the other was in danger, discarded completely. Karen stared blankly at the companion who got along with each other day and night, unable to say anything. Torikimura brutally killed him, blood splattered all over his body, but to him, the killing seemed to be commonplace, and there was no wavering on his face. It's a pity, weak and worthless, then there is no need to stay. Immediately, Orochimaru walked to Karen step by step, licking his lips with his long tongue. "Child, you know what? The reason why you are still alive now is because you have the value of living." Karen's heart was broken down in despair. The companions she had been with day and night abandoned her, but she was killed again. She didn't even have the slightest heart to resist this terrifying character in front of her. Feeling sad, Karen couldn't help thinking at this moment, is there no one to save me? Why am I experiencing these things? Why? Anyone is fine, as long as they can save me. However, at this moment, the last hope in the girl's heart seemed to be a miracle. Orochimaru slowly stopped, and then a pair of snake pupils like poisonous snakes stared at the woods not far ahead. To be honest, when he was hunting prey, what Orochimaru hated the most was people who came to interfere with him, but the people he hated usually didn't end well. Whoosh! I saw a figure walking out of the bushes. The black-haired and black-eyed boy was Kirito, who entered the forest of death. His eyes were locked on Karen's body for the first time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh! I'm so lucky. If it was you, it would definitely be able to help." Ignorant people are always so ignorant. Orochimaru was also curious about the young man who suddenly broke in front of him, but after careful perception, he found that the latter did not have anything that could interest him, and he immediately lost it. Interested, but Orochimaru generally ignores things that he is not interested in, but if it gets in the way, he will just kill it. Kirito's eyes shifted to Orochimaru again, frowning. "Disgusting guy, I didn't expect to see you here." Boy, do you know my true identity?" Orochimaru looked at Kirito playfully as if he was teasing a white mouse in the experiment. "I know." Kirito looked at the latter with a fixed gaze, and then said, "Kanaha's class missing nin, Orochimaru in sunin." Kirito's words made Orochimaru stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy, but soon, his face turned into a sinister smile. "Young man, I started to feel you're a little interested. Then, tell me, how did you find out my identity? And, pornography gambling?" Looking at the entire ninja world, someone actually uses this to describe sunin. This is the first time I hear it. "Hey, you." Karen on the side stared at everything in front of her, her mouth wide open. She couldn't imagine what such a terrifying person would do after being provoked. "Horror things come." "Really?" Kirito said indifferently, "That's really rude, but I'm sorry to bother you. I have nothing to do with you. Can you give me that girl over there?" Karen was stunned when she heard the words. She didn't know Kirito at all, and didn't understand why the other party wanted her by name. Immediately, he subconsciously released his perception, and frowned slightly. "Chakra, very ordinary, but, I always feel that there is a strange and different feeling." "Oh?" Orochimaru was also curious about Kirito's name and name to take Karen away, and then asked, "Young man, why do you want that child? Don't pretend." Kirito glanced at the latter, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. "Didn't you see it long ago?" Orochimaru squinted his eyes, then stared at Kirito with sharp eyes, and said solemnly, "Very well, you succeeded in arousing my interest." Kirito's words and deeds brought him too many surprises. First of all, an ordinary teenager can reveal his true identity, and he really thinks that Karen is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but this is only a preliminary guess from the feeling of chakra and the color of his hair. In fact, he is not completely sure Karen's true identity, but the young man in front of him. "Young man, tell me your name and follow me." "I refuse." "Oh no, in my dictionary, there is no word for rejection." Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, and then walked towards Kirito step by step. "In this case, it's really confusing." Kirito waved his palm, and then a black sniper rifle more than 1 meter long appeared in his hand. In vain, the M700 light sniper rifle. "Huh? No hand seal, no need for blood as the medium of contract channeling. How is this achieved? Orochimaru looked at the weapon in Kirito's hand curiously, and, what is this? However, you won't. I thought that if I took out such an inexplicable thing, I would be able to deal with me, eh? Footsteps, stopped. Bang. There was a crisp and loud explosion, and in the center of Orochimaru's eyebrows, there was a blood hole the size of a thumb. I saw Orochimaru's body stiffened in vain, the skin of the whole body also quickly turned dark brown, and the body gradually turned to rock. He, put away my words, weapons, very interesting, and, tell me, your name, boy. Hyuga Kirito. Kirito put away the sniper rifle in his hand and said lightly. Chapter 49 The Asuna Crisis. This time the battle plan, we. Master Orochimaru. In a secret room in Kanaha, Orochimaru and his subordinates were planning the deployment, and I saw Orochimaru's face suddenly change in vain, and an extremely terrifying aura was released instantly. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru with a face full of shock, and put one hand on the glasses on the bridge of his nose, secretly horrified. What happened? Just now, Orochimaru-sama's chakra fluctuated violently for a moment. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, and then said lightly, the clone, it was done. What? Kabuto was also shocked when he heard the words, impossible. Although it is just an ordinary earth clone, it has at least 10 strengths of the main body. In a place like the Forest of Death, how could someone be able to? Haha, there are a lot of unexpected and interesting things. Orochimaru's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. It was done with one blow. Kabuto's face was gloomy, his palms were slightly clenched, and he said solemnly, Sir Orochimaru's clone was actually hit. Hyuga Kirito, give me all the information about this person. Forest of Death. The Orochimaru in front of him, after being shot in the head, turned into a pile of dirt and scattered in vain. Karen was dumbfounded. What's going on? As you can see. Kirito said indifferently, soil clone. No. Karen's UI-colored eyes widened. Of course I know this, but, the chakra I perceive is so powerful and terrifying. Kirito spread his hands. What you want to say is that only 1/10 of the power of the main body is already such a terrible chakra. If the main body, how terrible would it be? Karen heard the words and said, I didn't perceive a mistake. Is that terrible chakra really just an ordinary human being? Okay, don't think about it too much. Kirito walked up to Karen and stretched out a hand to the latter who was slumped on the ground. Karen hesitated at first, then bit Kiba, stretched out his hand weakly, and grabbed Kirito. Yeah. Kirito lifted her up with one hand. Karen, I need your strength. Why, do you know my name? Also, my power. Karen stared blankly at the boy of her age, but the latter killed her in the one she met just now. The terrifying figure of his companion, but in front of him, he instantly kills the enemy with a snap of his fingers. Who the hell are you? On the other side of the Forest of Death, the Tsunagakura trio. Seeing that there was black blood everywhere, Kankuro picked up a scroll from the ground. Very well, now the scrolls have been collected. Let's just go straight to the center tower. No. Gaara's face was silent, but the murderous intent that was forcibly suppressed but was eager to move in his heart really needed to be released. I want more blood, it's not enough. Wu hid not far away, and happened to pass by a team here, and it was the team of Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. They all saw the bloody scene that happened here just now. Kankuro heard the words, bit Kiba, and said solemnly, stop it, Gaara, enough is enough. The scroll for passing the exam is in hand. Tamari also persuaded, hey, Gaara, please calm down, don't be too flamboyant, we still have real. At this moment, a figure walked out from the grass. Damn. What the hell is this place? There are trees everywhere. The figure walking out of the grass was clearly Asuna. She was used demonic illusion by Umbu under Danzo and strayed into the forest of death. Yeah, it's really a coincidence. Kankuro glanced at Asuna and sneered. He was almost stabbed by Asuna because of his carelessness. He was not tolerant at all, so naturally he would retaliate. Don't add too much right and wrong, Kankuro. Tamari was calm, then looked at Asuna with a puzzled face. Hey, you're not a Kanaha ninja, why are you here? Here. Asuna frowned when she heard the words. She really knew why she appeared here, but now is not the time to think about these things. The people in front of her are obviously not good people, especially the one with the back. Yoi, who is wearing a gourd, is a little dwarf. What happened? With a twisted look on his face, as if the whole world owed him a million, he was staring at her viciously. Cut. Go tell Gara what you said. Kankuro said with a look of schadenfreude. I saw that Gara was staring at Asuna with murderous eyes at this moment, and said coldly, that guy, he said he is not interested in me. So, if he kills you here, will he? Did you react? What? Her Royal Highness. Kiba and the others, who were hiding in the dark, could not help but split their eyes. They couldn't imagine that the delicate and precious Her Royal Highness would appear in such a dangerous place. And inexplicably bumped into Tsunagaku's muzzle. The Inyazuka family and the Abarame family are considered Kanaha's famous wealthy families. Kiba and Shino, who came from famous families, also know Asuna's true identity to some extent. It is also very clear that if there is an accident in Kanaha, the princess of the land of fire, I am afraid that Kanaha will have to bear the huge wrath of the daimyo. What? Why are these people like Tsunagaku? Kiba struggled to see all this in front of him. If it were any other enemy, he would definitely rescue Her Royal Highness the first time. However, it is clear that these Tsunagaku in front of him are not what a messed up lord. You. Asuna also clearly sensed Gara's true killing intent. She didn't understand why the boy who looked young had such eyes, but now it seemed that she was in danger. Asuna. Hinata scratched his palm, and then there was a hint of determination on his face, and he was determined to stand up. Hey. Hinata, what do you want to do? Kiba and Shino also expressed their disbelief for the timid and cowardly Hinata who dared to stand up in front of such a terrifying enemy in front of him. Chapter 50 Hinata shots. As long as he kills you, he will definitely come to the door on his own initiative, right? Gara said coldly and sternly, and then a stream of quicksand poured out from the gourd behind him, turning into a giant quicksand hand, ruthless. He grabbed Asuna hard. However, at this moment, a petite figure stood in vain in front of Asuna. It was actually a palm of one's bare hands to meet the giant quicksand hand that was rolling over the sky and covering the earth. Idiot. He had already noticed that Hinata and others were hiding nearby, but for the latter, after seeing the horror of Gara, he dared to stand up by himself, and felt a little surprised, but when he saw the other party attacking Gara with his bare hands he couldn't help but sneer. How could that kind of soft attack resist Gara's? However, the next moment, a stunned scene appeared. Gentle fist. I saw Hinata's slender palm collided directly with the huge quicksand palm that was enough to cover a buffalo. The imaginary girl's petite body was crushed and shattered and did not appear. On the contrary, the huge quicksand palm froze when it touched the little hand of the girl, and then collapsed and shattered. What? Tamari on the side also widened his eyes and muttered to himself, Gara's attack was defused. Kankuro's eyes narrowed, and then his eyes fell on Hinata's eyes with a faint silver light, those eyes, the Hyaga clan of Kanaha. It is said that the Hyaga family is good at a secret technique called Gentle Fist, which is specially designed to attack the chakra meridians of the human body. That's it? Tamari also looked stunned and said solemnly, that girl, used a secret technique to break up the chakra in the Gaara sand. Without the quicksand controlled by chakra, it will only turn into ordinary sand. Gaara's murderous eyes were fixed on Hinata's body, and he said coldly, "Are you going to hinder me too? Please stop here. Standing in front of you is the princess of our country of fire." Hinata shot, Kiba and Shino naturally couldn't stand idly by. What? That woman turned out to be. Kankuro also looked at Asuna with a look of astonishment. He never imagined that the one who almost capsized his gutter with a sword was not a powerful ninja, or even an ordinary ninja. The smart Tamari realized the seriousness of this situation, and hurting Her Royal Highness Princess of a country would be a naked declaration of war against a country. This is not just a dispute between ninja villages, but a war between great powers and great powers, which involves far more than imagined. Stop it, Gaara, this person in front of you can't. Shut up. Gaara glared at Tamari fiercely, his murderous eyes never diminished even when facing his companions. Are you going to interfere with me too? Seeing Gaara like this, Tamari's face suddenly became extremely ugly. She knew very well that at this time, Gaara would be very difficult to stop him, and if it wasn't so much, I'm afraid they would suffer. Hey! Tsunagaku over there, do you know what you are doing now? Kiba also looked annoyed at Tsunagaku in front of him. This is a provocative act of war. Tamari said helplessly, now, it's not about control, it's under control. Bless yourself. Kankuro said with a schadenfreude. Gaara ignored the words between them, but the killing intent in his heart was too unbearable, and he manipulated the quicksand again. One last time, get out of the way. Don't let it go. Hinata said firmly, and at the same time he was posing for a fight. Asuna is my friend, I will never back down. Hinata. Hinata's maintenance immediately moved Asuna's heart, and it was also the first time in her life that she changed her mind about ninjas. No matter who they are, there are always some people who are different. Friend. Gaara seemed to have fallen into some deep thought, and fell into a dead silence for a while. Oops. We've hit a minefield. Kankuro yelled badly. At this moment, Gaara seemed to be stimulated by some kind of huge stimulus, and her face changed ferociously. Friend. What is that? I don't understand. Gaara, who suddenly became extremely impatient, condensed the yellow sand into hard sand balls, and smashed them at Hinata like a cannonball. Papa Byakugan's pupil technique was locked at 360 degrees with no dead ends, and with his palms out, he knocked down the sand ball that fell in front of him without missing a beat. Friend, what is that? Tell me. Tell me. Gaara, who was in a rampant state, frantically controlled the quicksand to solidify into cannonballs and smashed at Hinata. There are too many. Hinata quickly slapped the quicksand shells that were attacking. As Gaara's attacks became more and more intensive, Hinata began to be unable to resist. Kiba hits Kiba. The huge drill bit with a high-speed spiral crushed a large piece of quicksand shells in an instant, and it was Kiba who shot. Damn it, this time, it's not worth it. Kiba, Hinata's judgment is correct. If something happened to Her Royal Highness in Kanaha, the daimyo mansion will never let it go. Shino also stood up, spread his arms, and black insects flew out of his sleeves. One by one will come to hinder me, and I will kill you all. Seeing more and more people stopping him, the killing intent in Gaara's eyes has become more and more powerful. Chapter 51 Kirito vs Gaara. Chapter 51 Kirito vs Gaara. Puff. Due to the huge gap in strength, the three of Hinata were still no match for Gaara, and they were knocked to the ground one by one. Damn, the sand is basically a combination of offense and defense. This guy is too invincible, right? Kiba, who was lying on the ground, said with a face full of unwillingness. Strength, far beyond Genin's level. Shino was also knocked to the ground. Facing Gaara, who was under absolute defense, Shino's parasites had no way to start. Hinata has the secret technique of Gentle Fist, which can deal with Gaara's sand attack relatively well. However, the two fists are hard to beat the forehands, and there is enough sand to attack from all directions. Hinata has only one way to defend, time after a long time, after the chakra is exhausted, it is lost. You bastard, stop me. Asuna watched as Hinata was knocked to the ground. Bitkiba also stepped forward and drew his sword, pointing angrily at Gaara. I won't allow you to treat my friend. Shoot. Asuna. Hinata struggled to get up from the ground and shouted in a deep voice, Asuna, run away. No. Asuna shouted decisively. However, in the face of Asuna, who stood up, Gaara seemed to have been stimulated even more, with a grim face, biting Kiba word by word and shouting, after seeing my gesture, do you dare to stand up? Neurotic brat, what are you talking about? Isn't it a matter of course to stand up for your friends? Asuna said coldly. Kankuro, who was on the side, sneered again and again, what a touching scene, but unfortunately the target is wrong, that guy can't understand it. Sure enough, Gaara roared angrily as if going mad, and then pressed his hands heavily on the ground, go to hell. Sandstorm and waves. Suddenly I saw a layer of quicksand waves rising up from the ground, crushing all the power, and rushing towards Hinata and others. Puff Puff washed down a large forest in an instant, and the surrounding terrain was completely rewritten by this technique. Under such a large-scale crushing attack, it was simply unstoppable. The blow with all his strength, Gaara's breathing was also a little short. Obviously, the blow just now took a lot of energy for him. Did it go too far? Tamari covered her forehead with a headache, anticipating the big trouble she would face after this. Kankuro looked at the devastating scene in front of him with a stunned expression. Even though he just watched it, he already felt his heart skip a beat. If he had to deal with it head-on, he would definitely be sitting still. Humph is over. The surroundings fell into a silent silence. However, at this moment, a sudden voice sounded in their ears. You have to be naughty, Tsunagaku or Escort baby. Huh. Gaara and the others were suddenly shocked. Following the voice, they turned their heads and were immediately stunned, because they saw Hinata and others who were supposed to be submerged in quicksand there. Just finished standing there. What? The chilling blade was placed on Gaara's neck like this, and before it was about to cut into the latter's neck, it was resisted by a quicksand of automatic protection. It's you. Kankuro immediately recognized the figure who put the knife on Gaara's neck from behind, and it was Kirito. When is this? When? Tamari stared in astonishment. This guy, in just a moment, not only took these people out of Gaara's attack range, but also came to us unknowingly. Behind him. Thinking of the person in front of him, if the attack didn't fall on Gaara, but on any one of them, then his head has moved and I don't know what happened. Gaara turned her head slowly, her cold eyes were staring at Kirito, and she said savagely, it seems that now, you are not interested in me, right? Kirito's eyes moved slightly, and he swept over Asuna and Hinata slightly, and saw that the latter had a lot of dust on his body, his hair was messy, and he looked quite embarrassed. Immediately, his eyes returned to Gaara in front of him, and he did not speak. Needless to say, I also know. Gaara stared at Kirito steadily, and said solemnly, your eyes are arrogant, you don't pay attention to everything, only the things you care about come into view, and, although you don't care much about things, if someone dares to get involved in what you care about, at that time, you will open your claws mercilessly. Kiba. My eyes are the same as yours, and I don't pay attention to anything. The difference is that I don't care about anything. So, what is the meaning of my existence? If you kill you like this, you can prove my existence? Kirito's figure stepped back, and suddenly, in the position he had just stood, Sharp stone spears burst out of the ground. At the same time, there are sand and stone cannonballs bombarding from the left and right sides. Kirito slashed one of them with a knife. Kirito's agility is extremely high, and this kind of attack at speed is meaningless. Unlike the previous fight with Hinata and the others, Gaara waved his hands excitedly, as if he had found his favorite prey. The quicksand controlled by both hands is more than twice as fast as before. Whoosh, however, even the quicksand, whose speed doubled, still couldn't catch Kirito. So far, the ferocious attack that Gaara has unleashed has not been able to touch Kirito's clothes. Humph! How long do you want to hide? Gaara seemed to have a manic feeling towards Kirito, who had been avoiding, and the mutual killing he expected was not like this. Therefore, Gaara aimed at Hinata and others on the other side. I saw the quicksand in the sky turned sharply and rushed towards Hinata and the others. Kirito's figure also flashed instantly. Kirito! Both Asuna and Hinata exclaimed, and when the quicksand's attack fell on them, Kirito's figure stood in front of them, and the quicksand's attack was complete. All fell on the latter. Caught you! Gaara's face showed a hideous smile. I saw Kirito's feet and hands. At this moment, they were all entangled in the quicksand like vines, unable to move. Chapter 52 Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. Caught you! Gaara's face showed a hideous smile. I saw Kirito's feet and hands. At this moment, they were all entangled in the quicksand like vines, unable to move. Sandstorm hoops. As Gaara's palms clenched violently, the quicksand that had restrained Kirito's limbs with its soft and intractable tenacity suddenly shrank in vain. The terrifying pressure is enough to crush a person's body into flesh-chan. Humph! I looked like a showman just now, isn't he dead now? Kankuro sneered as he looked at the crushed gravel. However, Gaara, the person involved, frowned and stared at the compressed mass of gravel. Kirito! Asuna couldn't help but exclaimed. It doesn't matter, Kirito-kun is still alive. Hinata turned on Byakugan at this time and stared at the compacted gravel. She could clearly see Kirito being pressed down by the gravel. I saw that one hand broke through from the twisted gravel, and then one foot broke through the pressing gravel and broke free. Crash! The gravel was completely freed, and Kirito's figure broke through. I saw that his clothes were damaged a lot, and his skin was also stained with a little blood. Although it can't be said that he completely ignored it, he did endure the blow from Gaara. Kirito shook hands and muttered to himself, is this my physical defense strength? It seems that those 2 stamina attribute points are not wasted. This guy's defense. Kankuro and Temari were dumbfounded as they looked at Kirito, who broke free from Raza's tied hoop and only suffered some minor injuries. It was unimaginable for a while. However, what they didn't know was that after Kirito clicked the endurance attribute twice, although the physical strength was greatly improved, it was not enough to do this. Another part of the reason is that it comes from Kirito's concept of armament. Ghost Cloak. Ghost Cloak is partially resistant to chakra attacks, ninjutsu, demonic illusion. Just now it is chakra in sand, which has a certain degree of resistance. Degree of resistance. Therefore, Kirito was only slightly injured after taking Gaara's blow completely. Gaara fixedly looked at Kirito and said solemnly, is this your trump card? It's really amazing to be able to completely defend against my sandstorm hoop, but if it's just defensive power, not enough. Bang! There was a loud and huge sound, and at the same time, it was a splash of blood. What? Huh? What does it feel like? It's cold, and a little. Gaara's pupils suddenly shrank, and at the same time, the heart-piercing pain from his shoulder made him unable to stop screaming. He called out, wow, it hurts. It hurts. Am I hurt? Gaara, injured. Temari and Kankuro on the side also widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost, but at this time, Gaara was surrounded by self-protecting gravel, which could prove that Gaara was attacked just now, and from their dying UIS sand, it can be seen that Gaara is injured. The two stared at Kirito with wide eyes, but they found that Kirito did nothing from beginning to end. However, at this moment, the huge and loud explosion sounded again. Bang! Hey, ah! The scream, I saw the Gaara's single knee in the ground. From that moment to cover the sand protection on the thigh, you can explain that the attack is on the thigh of Gaara. Yes, but the blood oozing from the sand could also show that the attack penetrated Gaara's absolute defense and hurt Gaara's body. A passive defense technique that senses the attack and then reacts immediately. Is it absolutely defensive? Kirito patted the sand on his body and said indifferently, that layer of defense reduces some of the damage. However, although the lethal destructive power is reduced, it is not a good way to let the bullet stay in the body. Ah, ah, ah. It hurts. I'm going to kill you. Gaara, who was madly injured, waved his hand, and suddenly a huge gravel arm suddenly grabbed Kirito. Bang! Another sniper, and this time, Gaara's raised arm slumped weakly. The sandstone arm that was out of control was also about to fall in front of Kirito, and it was torn apart. Gaara. Both Kankuro and Tamari seemed a little terrified at this time. They couldn't imagine that someone could break Gaara's absolute defense, and even penetrate Gaara's close-fitting sand armor, hurting Gaara's body. Gaara, who has never suffered any injuries, has been attacked 3 times by this unknown source. This sniping hidden in the dark is naturally a delusional illusion used by Kirito, who is controlling the M700 for long-range sniping. Ordinary people, as long as they take 1 or 2 shots, they will probably kneel down, but you have been shot 3 times. This is not good. At this stage, if you are not completely overturned, I will not stop. Kirito waved his hand to give the order, and once again issued a sniper, hitting Gaara's other leg heavily. His legs were severely injured, and suddenly Gaara also fell to his knees on the ground, covering his body with a large amount of sand, but he couldn't protect himself, and the blood-stained UI. After receiving 4 bullets, Gaara lost his temper completely, his face was as pale as paper, and his anger was like silk. However, at this moment, Gaara's body exuded an increasingly terrifying and powerful chakra. I saw that Gaara's body was gradually covered by quicksand. At the same time, these sandstones quickly solidified after wrapping Gaara, and the strange lines of wisteria radish spread on the surface of the sandstone. Looking up, I saw Gaara at this time, half of his face had turned into a terrifying beast, Kiba confided at the corner of his mouth, and a thick tail grew out of his back. With the mutation of his body, Gaara also stood up again. Kirito squinted his eyes, then waved his hand, and suddenly the sound of the sniper rifle sounded again, bang. I saw that Gaara's chest seemed to be smashed heavily, the sand and stones splashed, and it was also shaken by a huge force. Take a few steps back. Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could clearly see the bullet that was deeply embedded in Gaara's chest. After the tail beast transformation, has the defense reached the level of resisting sniper bullets? Chapter 53, Into a Hard Fight. After the half-tailed beast, Gaara's body was covered with a thick layer of sand and stone armor. This layer of armor is not as simple as ordinary sand and stone. This is mixed with the tail. The armor of beast power, the defense is even more terrifyingly high. Bang! Kirito shot down Gaara, who was fiercely attacking from the front. At this time, the sniper rifle had returned to Kirito's body. Gaara's defense at this time was too amazing, and the sniper rifle's long-distance strike could not penetrate the latter's armor. However, if it is close, it can still cause some damage to the latter. With close-range shooting and the huge size of the target, there is no need to use a scope to aim, and Kirito can hit the target 100% with the naked eye. As soon as Gaara showed this attitude, Kankuro and Temari had long been hiding, because they knew that Gaara who entered the state would not recognize the enemy or me. If they entered the range of the latter, they would definitely under attack of terror. Similarly, Hinata, Asuna, and the others also withdrew from the battle range under Kirito's gesture with his eyes. However, they still refused to leave, watching from a distance, and forcibly stood up from Hinata, keeping her body tense. You can know that as long as the situation changes, she will rush up without hesitation. Meet. However, hidden in the dark, there is Karen who followed Kirito. According to Kirito's instructions, Karen used his powerful perception to help Kirito find the location of Asuna. At this moment, she was looking at Gaara who had turned into a monster with a face full of fear. Her hands around her shoulders could not help trembling. This chakra, is too huge. That guy can really defeat this kind of chakra. Monster. Damn. Gaara becomes like this, what should I do? Kankuro said frantically. How do I know? Temari also looked helpless, and at the same time, she turned her eyes to Kirito who was facing Gaara, and repulsed Gaara's attacks many times. Her eyes couldn't help showing a hint of horror. That person can actually fight against Gaara in this state. Sand and gravel bullets. Gaara waved the huge monster arm, and suddenly a large number of gravel cannonballs spewed out of his shoulders, hitting Kirito. Swish! Kirito swiftly avoided, but at this time Gaara's attacks were more intensive and faster than before. Unable to dodge completely, Kirito immediately made a move with his right hand, took out Zanpakuto, and shot down with a knife. Ow! Using the sand and stone shells to suppress Kirito, and at the same time with a big foot shock, the whole person turned into a huge rock chariot, with the power to destroy everything, knocking everything in front of him. Is the speed also greatly improved? The behemoth that caught his eye quickly dilated his pupils. However, I'm still one step faster. Whoosh! I saw Kirito jumping over at the critical moment, avoiding Gaara's brute force charge, and at the same time turning around with a sniper rifle in his left hand. Bang! Cut! Sure enough, the one-handed head is still very lacking. This shot Kirito was originally going to hit Gaara's head, but because he was not used to one-handed and left-handed, the head had some deviations, and the bullet rubbed Gaara's cheek, slashed, taking away a chunk of sandstone armor. And, Kirito looked at the trembling left hand, and pondered to himself, affected by the recoil of the sniper rifle, the left hand was temporarily unable to move. It is only natural to think about it. Ordinary rifles still have to be held by both hands, let alone sniper rifles with higher lethality. If it weren't for this lightweight sniper M700, the terrifying recoil would be enough to dislocate the entire arm. Gaara turned his head grimly, because the force of the forward impact was too great, and the huge inertia made him unable to turn halfway, but he was able to flick the thick tail behind him when he flew by. Kirito also reacted extremely quickly, and Zanpakuto with his right hand blocked the front. Bang! Kirito felt as if he had been smashed heavily by the huge iron rod. The terrifying power was transmitted to the entire right arm through Zanpakuto. Although Zanpakuto was only an ordinary shallow hitting form, it was made of soul matter. The formed Zanpakuto is still impeccable in hardness. Under such a huge force, there is no damage at all, but the impact force that comes with it cannot be reduced. Boom! That's how Kirito was thrown to the ground by his steel-like tail, making a small hole. Ordinary people suffered such a blow, even if they didn't die, they would be half crippled, but Kirito's endurance attribute was finally well reflected at this time. Standing up quickly, Kirito's figure immediately rolled to the side. Boom! The giant that fell from the sky was the monster incarnated by Gaara, and the huge Soleil stepped on the ground heavily. Even if Kirito avoided his position, it was still the shock wave caused by this blow. To the abrupt earthquake flew out. Ow! However, the rampant Gaara's offensive could not end there. After he missed a hit, he immediately crawled to the ground with both claws, and then the whole person turned into a rock chariot again, facing Kirito. Hit. Click. Kirito immediately raised the sniper rifle in his left hand, endured the impact of the recoil, and pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet landed on Gaara's shoulder, and the close-range sniper shooting was naturally quite amazing. It was able to penetrate the thick and hard chakra sandstone armor of the tailed beast and hurt Gaara's body. Very limited, probably only hurting the flesh. The sniping stopped Gaara's frantic momentum for a moment, but the latter recovered immediately and continued to pounce on Kirito. However, with Gaara's stagnation just now, Kirito had enough time to completely evade the attack. The figure landed on a tree trunk, and Kirito quietly looked at the Gaara who had entered the half-tailed beast form below. Right now, he really encountered an unprecedented crisis. In the end, he still lacks the ability to fight head-on. If it is normal, in such a situation, he will definitely escape, lurking in the dark, using delusional illusions to continuously harass and deal with it, and find out the flaws in dealing with it. And then sniping. This kind of method is not bad to deal with the half-tailed beast Gaara, but the current situation does not allow it. He has to leave. Not many people can catch him, but the problem is that once he leaves, Asuna and Hinata and the others will suffer misfortune. Weapons. I need powerful weapons that can fight head-on. This was Kirito's strong desire at this time. Chapter 54 Zanpakuto Awakens. Kirito raised his knife and slashed, and was caught by Gaara's two monster-like giant claws. Kirito tried to twitch, just as he thought, with the strength of his one hand, it was not enough to break free. The gripper-like hands of the man. Huh. At this moment, Gaara took out one hand, clamped the Zanpakuto in Kirito's hand with one hand, and the other hand came to Kirito's chest claw. From the sharp and huge sharp edge from the claw's point of view, if he was hit by this claw, I'm afraid he would have to take out his heart. Kirito made a decisive decision and shot the latter with his left hand. Shooting at almost zero distance, the sniper's bullet hit the shoulder that was caught. It can be clearly seen that the small hole that penetrated the layers of armor deeply and was embedded in it, emitting hot white smoke. After being shot from the latter, the arm immediately stopped moving. Enough to it shows that sniper shooting at this distance can still cause substantial damage to the latter. However, Kirito soon noticed that Gaara's arm was squirming violently at the hole that was punched through, and then he could see that the bullet that penetrated the armor was bit by bit squeezed out. From the extruded bullet, there are traces of blood, which is enough to prove that the bullet actually hit Gaara's body. However, now, after the half-tailed beast, the body structure of Gaara has been changed to that of a normal human. It's different. The whole body is 80 chakra. Even if the bullets penetrated into the body, it can be squeezed out, and the chakra of the tailed beast can quickly repair the injury of the human Jinchawiki/column force. He clenched Zanpakuto with his right hand and turned it heavily. Suddenly, the sharp blade left a deep scratch on the palm of his hand, and then he pulled it hard, and Kirito was caught in the palm of his hand. The Zanpakuto one pulled out. Whoosh took out his weapon, and Kirito stepped back immediately, but Gaara didn't let him back. Two strong and thick arms, the arms stretched out, and the two sharp claws caught on the two thick tree trunks respectively. The body moved back, and the two arms pulled the trunk back and twisted it into a 45-degree angle. Just when the toughness of the trunk was about to be destroyed, before the brute force broke, the hands suddenly loosened, and immediately, Gaara's huge body was affected by the rebound force of the two big trees. It looks like a huge slingshot as a whole. The two tree trunks are yafork, their arms are bowstrings, but their own body is a cannonball. The speed of the attack this time was quite unexpected. Almost in the blink of an eye, the giant rock cannonball came to the front. Kirito subconsciously raised his left hand, aimed a shot at the ladder's head, and then with this bullet allowing the ladder to stagnate for a short period of time, he will have enough time to completely avoid such a ferocious blow from the ladder. The gun chamber made a crisp trigger sound, Kirito's pupils shrank, and the secret was not good. The M700 only had 10 rounds of magazines at a time. In the battle with Yamanaka and Abarame, an Orochimaru S clone, the remaining few rounds were used on this monster, and the 10 rounds in the magazine were all used up. Of course, there are spare magazines, but in this situation, Kirito does not think that the ladder will give him time to reload slowly. Boom! With the crisp sound of explosion, with Gaara's swift blow, Kirito barely managed to avoid the ladder's attack, but the sniper rifle in his left hand was caught by his fierce claw because he couldn't recover it in time to rub it. However, the giant claws that were completely condensed by the tailed beast chakra ended up being wiped out. The M700 was caught in pieces, and the gun body was completely torn apart. Seeing the destructively damaged gun body, it is clear that this M700 light sniper rifle is going to disappear from Kirito's arsenal forever. The only weapon in Kirito's hand that could inflict damage on the monster in front of him was ruthlessly destroyed, and Kirito's face became ashen. Holding Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, he dodged and came behind Gaara, using his left and right hands at the same time. The strength of the knife instantly multiplied, and he sent a hard blow to the ladder's tail. Ouch! Under Kirito's angry blow, the thick tail was forcibly cut off by Kirito. Gaara, who was screaming in pain, immediately turned around and landed on Kirito's body with a terrifying force. Humped that huge claws, palms together enough to grab Kirito's shoulders, and so completely endured Gaara's fierce blow. Kirito also groaned, and the whole person flew out. Grab Kirito's shoulders, stretch forward, and finally slap Kirito's back heavily on a big tree trunk. Gu suffered such a powerful blow. If it weren't for the 2 stamina attributes that greatly enhanced Kirito's physical strength, the terror would have been directly caught into a meat-chan, right? However, the current situation does not seem to be much better. At this moment, Kirito's body was pressed against a large tree trunk by the enlarged and extended claw, unable to move. As soon as his throat was sweet, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Kirito's mouth, and his face became pale. He tried to struggle for a while, and found that with his own strength, he could not break free from this terrifying giant claw composed of the tailed beast chakra. Sure enough, he lacks the ability to confront head-on. Kirito couldn't help laughing bitterly. If it was one-on-one, he would rely on his speed advantage, elusive delusional illusion, and a sniper rifle that could deliver a fatal blow. What about the human Jinchuriki/column force? What about tail beastization? Can you maintain this state all the time? As long as he catches a slight flaw, he can issue this deadly sniper. No matter how powerful the enemy is, kneel down. However, there are times when Kirito is not allowed to face the enemy head-on. Is this what you mean now? Behind him, there are people who need protection, so he can't step back. Ow! An angry roar, I saw Gaara stomping on the ground with big feet, and then the entire huge body jumped up from the sky, ready to crush everything with the force. Will be imprisoned. Kirito, who was unable to move, gave the fatal final blow. Hinata! What are you doing? Kiba and Shino suddenly exclaimed. I saw that at this moment, Hinata was facing the enemy who was rolling in like a mountain, and she did not hesitate to go head-to-head. Look, if you can't do it, people will be worried. With his bare hands, he tore open the giant rock-solid claw that was pressed against his chest, raised his head, and fixedly looked at the constantly enlarged eyes in his pupils. Huge shadow. The power to fight head-on. Kirito muttered to himself. Facing the overwhelming force of Mount Tai, Kirito raised his sword with one hand to meet him. At this moment, the snow-white light covered the entire knife. Chapter 55 Zanpakuto named, Sleeve Snow. Boom. What? Everyone around was stunned, only to see that in the face of the behemoth that was crushing like a mountain, Kirito took it with one hand. With the Zanpakuto in Kirito's hands, wrapped in snow-white rays of light, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped suddenly and rapidly. Gu used the chakra of the tailed beast for a long time, and Gaara's remaining sanity gradually lost, only the primitive fighting instinct like a beast remained. Suddenly taking a deep breath, that huge body swelled up in vain. After a while, Gaara's body size at this time was almost the size of a hill. However, despite this, Kirito under him, the raised knife, did not even move at all. Is it finally time to release my real name? His eyes were filled with strange white energy. At this time, Kirito only felt that his palm and Zanpakuto were integrated, and endless power flowed out of Zanpakuto. Whole body. Immediately, Kirito's eyes shifted slightly, staring fixedly at the top of the head, and trying to increase the pressure. Gaara, who was about to crush him, couldn't help but gently shook his head and said indifferently, "Now, your power, it's not enough to overwhelm me." I saw Kirito holding his knife up, and he didn't see much action at once. However, Gaara, who was directly above, felt a surging and irresistible terrifying force from below. Destroy the power of Mount Tai with a bang. Zanpakuto awakened in an instant, made it possible for Kirito to fly out the tailed beast-shaped Gaara with ease. I saw that the dazzling white light in Kirito's hands began to gradually shrink, and at the same time, after the dazzling faded, Zanpakuto's true body also appeared in front of him. Snow white, the blade, handle, and the ribbon connecting the end of the blade are all pure and flawless white. The whole knife is shrouded in a white halo, beautiful, like a heaven. Its name is, Sleeve Begs You. Roar. Being blown away by the force, the huge body slammed heavily on the ground, but just like this, it's not enough to hurt the powerful Jinchuriki/column force. I saw his pair of huge yellow copper bells representing the eyes of beasts, firmly locking on the Kirito who was shrouded in the brilliance of ice and snow. At the same time, the rock formations around him also opened their mouths full of kiba, and there were more than a dozen bloody mouths all over the body. I saw them breathing at the same time. The whole body also swells hugely because of the highly condensed chakra. Seeing that at this time, Kankuro and Temari in the distance are both in a bad way, and the gesture shown by Gaara is also a terrifying memory for them. No. That monster is going to use that trick. Let's run away. Escape? How to escape? That's futon, wind style, equivalent to S-class, we just. Temari stood there dumbfounded. She had seen it with her own eyes, and after Gaara released this move, Shia Forest was completely razed to the ground. Karen, hiding in the distance, because of his strong perception ability, can naturally understand clearly how terrifying the chakra released by Gaara at this time. At the same time, the power of the tailed beast hidden in the depths of Gaara's body made Karen tremble and wanted to escape, but because of the huge fear, her legs trembled and she couldn't even escape. At this moment, she couldn't help looking at Kirito, who was on the field facing the terrifying monster in front of her, and muttered to herself, facing this monster, won't he feel afraid at all? Is this the true power of a ninja? Silver Kiba Bitasuna, the scene in front of her gave her too much impact, and at the same time she locked her gaze on Kirito and said softly, if you are not a ninja, how should you deal with this ultimate terror? Kirito-kun. Hinata shouted. Don't worry. Kirito turned his back to Hinata, raised a hand slightly, waved, facing such a terrifying blow in front of him, he still had time to say hello to others, which is unbelievable scene. However, Kirito's actions were not deliberately provocative, nor out of any conspiracy, he just did it very commonly. No arrogance, no careful calculation. At this moment, Kirito simply thinks that he can finish this local attack. The snow-white tip of the blade pierced a few small holes on the ground. From the small holes, a large amount of cold snow suddenly poured out, and the blade pointed straight ahead. All he had to do was to gather all the cold snow above the tip of the knife. However, on the other hand, Gaara's terrifying blow finally came. Futon, Wind Style, Infinite Sand and Dust Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. Destroy everything in front of you, gather the ultimate tailed beast chakra, and send out the S-level Futon, Wind Style, Mystery. Second dance, Balian. The deposited cold air was released from the tip of the knife, and the path the cold air traveled, along with the air, was frozen and solidified. The wind that shreds everything and the cold air that seals everything, collided head-on, and immediately between the two, they each occupy two separate spaces, transparent and white, and in the center of the frontal contact, sharp wind-ripping sounds and frost condensation are constantly heard. Broken sound. If you close your eyes and put yourself in it, you will feel like you are in a world ravaged by violent storms and snow. On Gaara's side, there is a steady stream of chakras with tailed beasts that continue to provide support, and the destructive hurricane is not decreasing but increasing. However, in terms of eruption and power, it is clear that Kirito has the absolute advantage. The path covered by ice and snow is obviously more than that of hurricanes. However, as time goes by, it can be clearly seen that the speed of ice and snow is gradually increasing. Slow down. If the stalemate continues like this, I am afraid that when the momentum of the ice and snow airflow weakens, the hurricane that ravages everything will counterattack. Therefore, Kirito had to use his truly overwhelming power to completely defeat him. Slowly set up the blade, the snow-white tip of the blade gently swiped between the fingers. -18 degrees. Chapter 56 Overwhelming Spike. The cold air of Shioubagyu was revealed from the tip of the blade, and the blade just expanded the cold air between swings. At this time, Kirito pierced his fingertips with the tip of the knife, and the freezing cold air penetrated into his body, and the temperature in Kirito's body suddenly dropped to a low temperature of -18 degrees below zero. At sub-zero body temperature, the biological function of the creature will stop, and the signs of life as a human will disappear. However, Shioubagyu releases a special spiritual child as a life activity that temporarily replaces the body. However, with the body temperature dropping so much, the time Kirito can maintain is still very limited. However, there is no problem in ending the battle during the period. Whoosh! I saw an ice flower flashing past, and the figure of Kirito appeared behind Gaara, and it was impossible to fully see his sword. When the figure of Kirito appeared, Gaara's arm was there is already a deep ravine scar. In every slash, there is a freezing atmosphere of -18 degrees, and any defense is meaningless. Gaara's rock-hard armor could be cut with ease. Moreover, in the wound that was cut, it condensed into frost, and the scar after being slashed by the sleeves of white snow, the freezing cold will solidify everything in the wound, so this is irreparable. Ow! Gaara turned angrily and threw a paw at Kirito. The snow-white sword arc swept across, and the huge claws were cut off in vain. At the same time, it froze and solidified at the broken arm, preventing the infinite recovery of the human Jinchuriki/column power-tailed beast chakra. Because his body has also entered the stage of extreme freezing, Kirito can't master it for the first time, so Kirito's agility is also greatly reduced at present. Unable to move quickly, Kirito walked slowly towards the ladder with his sword in hand. The speed of movement dropped in vain, and Gaara naturally would not let go of this flaw exposed by Kirito. With huge strides, he was about to charge from the front, but suddenly, the huge body fell headlong on the ground. -50 degrees. At this time, Kirito's body temperature further dropped to -50 degrees Celsius. On the ground where its feet are in contact, the freezing cold will freeze the ground it touches, not only the frost on the surface of the ground, but also the water in the ground will immediately freeze and solidify, causing a physical phenomenon called ice shock vibration phenomenon. The enemy standing on the ground is affected by the violent shock wave emitted by the ice shock. Under such a sharp shock, no one can maintain the balance of the body. Especially if you think about the huge body, the more impossible it is to resist this shock wave. At this time, every step Kirito took, it would cause the surrounding earth to shake violently. Even the others who were hiding far away were affected. On the side of Hinata and others, under Kirito's intentional control, the degree of ice shock was effectively controlled, but on the side of Kankuro and Tamari, although they were far from each other. It is very far away, but it is still within the scope of this ice shock. Lying on the ground that was shaking violently, Kankuro couldn't help but look up, looking at Kirito in the distance with his eyes full of fear, his whole body wrapped in cold air and snow. This guy is a real monster. Tamari is also silver Kobo biting. Gaara, is it going to lose? Taking a slow pace, Kirito finally came to Gaara, only to see that the latter was most affected by the ice shock, so he couldn't even stand up, and, because of the violent shock, covered his body. The thick layer of rock armor gradually collapsed and fell off. Minus 27,315 degrees, absolute zero. I saw Kirito, who was possessed by ice and snow. At this time, it was directly from the skin, and a solid layer of frost was rapidly covering the surroundings. In the state of absolute zero, Kirito has only a few seconds of free movement time. If it exceeds the time limit, Shobigyu cannot guarantee that the body will not be frostbitten. However, sometimes, the end of the battle is just an instant. I saw that before the frost spread and completely covered Kirito's body, Kirito swung a deadly slash at Gaara, who couldn't move in front of him. The blade easily cut through the tailed beast chakra armor on Gaara's body, only to see the latter's huge body, also in this moment, all frozen into an ice sculpture. Under the freezing of absolute zero, even chakra cannot escape the fate of freezing. Everyone stared at everything in front of them, from the change of the knife in Kirito's hand, to the slash of the counterattack, which caused the earth to shake violently, and finally to the sword that fell. It was only a moment on the way, but this terrifying, unmatched behemoth in their eyes was finally frozen. The comparison of this power difference, the transformation has become too fast, right? This is simply overwhelming, crushing on the one hand. Kaka, the crisp sound of frost cracking. Under absolute zero, Kirito was also frozen into frost, but soon cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and the cracks spread rapidly. Bang, at last, with the crisp cracking sound of ice, Kirito finally broke free from the frost. Between the eyebrows and hair, there is still a layer of white snow condensate, and the skin is pale, but soon it can be seen that the blood color is quickly restored and the blood vessels are pulsating at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the duration of effectively controlling the freezing point in the body, the side effects of using such a powerful force are almost negligible. Kirito shook the slightly frozen palm, and after a few grasps, the frozen feeling in the palm quickly disappeared. Is this the power of Zanpakuto Shobigyu? Indeed, as a head-on attack the weapon is impeccable in terms of destructive power. And this is only the Shikai stage of Zanpakuto. Chapter 57, Rewarding the 8 Extreme Collapse of Fighting Skills. Chapter 57, Reward Fighting Skills, Beiji Collapse. It's time for things to come to an end. The disappearance of Asuna soon caused a huge shock at the top of Kanaha. With the unremitting efforts of Umbu directly under Hokage, he finally found the Forest of Death. However, when Umbu arrived, Kirito's side had already ended the battle. Gaara, because of the full protection of the tailed beast in the body, finally saved his life. However, because of the sequelae of the human Jinchuriki/column force and the severe frostbite on his body, Gaara is now lying on a stretcher like a dead dog, unable to move. Briefly came to Umbu and explained what happened here, and then Kirito and Asuna left the Forest of Death under the escort of Umbu. Hinata and his party continued to select for the Chunin exam. As for Karen, although the latter's companion has died, according to the examination rules of the Forest of Death, even if he loses the ability to fight, candidates must stay in the Forest of Death until the end of the examination. However, Karen is a perceptual ninja, basically without combat power, without the protection of his companions. In this dangerous Forest of Death, he is undoubtedly waiting to die. Therefore, Kirito decided to lend a helping hand to the latter. I reported this problem to Umbu. Umbu directly under Hokage is not rigid like a root, but only follows orders like a machine. After receiving Kirito's feedback, considering that Karen can rescue Her Royal Highness in time, this time on the way, it plays an indelible role, and Kanaha and Karen's Grass Ninja Village have always been on good terms, so it is not impossible to deal with it appropriately. Therefore, Karen just left the Forest of Death with Kirito and others. In this regard, Kirito just thought it was an ordinary human relationship, and he was able to find Asuna's position in time because of Karen's powerful perception ability. In this regard, Karen is also deeply grateful to Kirito, who has helped her twice. In the face of the fear of despair and the threat of death, there is no one around, only one person is looking forward to this miracle, so to speak. To her, Kirito, who extended a helping hand, was like a miracle for her. Just as he was about to thank Kirito, as a specially treated candidate Karen, Kanaha was naturally unable to let her walk on the street in an open and honest way, so he took her aside and settled down. At least until the end of the Chunin exam, Karen could not be free. Active. On Kirito's side, he took Asuna directly back to Hayaga's house for the time being. To Kirito's surprise, for such a big accident, Sandemu did not call him to report the situation in person, and also through Umbu, gave him the task of escorting Asuna back to Hayaga. It seems that the third generation has a certain degree of understanding of the power that he hides. Kirito pondered to himself, but he didn't hide his power too deliberately. Don't care. He will not take the initiative to reveal his strength, and at the same time, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kirito will also cover up his strength to a certain extent. However, when others see through his hidden strength, he will not panic and try to cover up. If you know it, you know it, so what? It is really troublesome to expose things, but it is equally troublesome to cover up this kind of behavior. Troublesome and uninteresting things, with Kirito's character, will not do. However, these things are all right. Now, let's take a look at the progress of the completion of this task. The completion degree is 40. This rescue event in the Forest of Death has caused the completion degree of the task to rise directly from the previous 20 to 40. However, this seems to be a little less. After all, this battle was fought against Tsunagaku's Jinchuriki/column, destroying AM700, and if he hadn't awakened Zanpakuto's true power at the most critical moment, then Kirito would be really dangerous. However, after completing such a dangerous task, only half of the total task is not enough. Then, what a dangerous and terrifying danger awaits him in front of him. Saying these things is useless, worrying is futile, and it cannot change the status quo. So, let's take a look first. This time, I came here with my life and paid the price of destroying a sniper rifle. What kind of system reward did I get? Additional attribute points, 2 points. Just looking at this reward is enough to be worthy of the task of fighting for your life. After this battle, Kirito has clearly realized the powerful role of attribute points. With 2 stamina points, Kirito's physical defense ability has reached a kind of ninja that is no less than a ninja who specializes in physique. The strength of the body alone, coupled with the ghost cloak's resistance to ninjutsu, has already made Kirito endure Gaara's sandstorm and only suffered minor injuries. Kirito did not hesitate to add these 2 attributes to his strength. The strength of frontal confrontation has always been an ability that Kirito lacked, but now with Xiaobei's, Kirito can also begin to transform from an assassin to a warrior. The ability to confront head-on, The attribute is the first choice, naturally it is the strength value. When I shook hands, I felt the powerful power that was continuously emanating from this palm. Although I haven't tested it directly, I can already experience the explosive increase of my own power from the feeling. The second reward, this time, the reward is neither the weapon nor the concept weapon obtained earlier. This kind of thing is the first reward that Kirito has received in so many years. I didn't expect that there would even be such a thing, an arsenal, and it really lives up to its name. Kirito stared at the scroll that appeared in his hand with a faint blue light. Eyes look a little straight. Spreading out the scroll, you can see the first paragraph of text in the scroll, Shien level advanced fighting skills, Beiji collapse. The melee attack fighting skill is known for its explosive attack power. It has been refined to the highest level. The attack contains 8 layers of strength, and the 8 layers are superimposed. The power is comparable to low-level fighting skills. The 58th chapter ends, 4 flower collection. Mysterious rank advanced fighting skills have collapsed. The melee attack fighting skill is known for its powerful attack power. It has been refined to the highest level. The attack contains 8 layers of strength, and the 8 layers are superimposed. The power is comparable to low-level fighting skills. Kirito carefully tasted the explanation in the scroll, and after a long while, Kirito also took a breath. The high-level Shien level, the low-level Earth level, etc. mentioned above, that kind of messy entry, I won't explain too much here. Anyway, if you understand it naturally, you will understand it if you read it. Simply put, this scroll is a secret book for martial arts cultivation. Unlike attribute points and concept weapons, it can improve one's own combat effectiveness at once, and it is also different from other weapons. Right now, this fighting skill is a kind of combat martial arts, and it can only be acquired through training and learning. That is to say, if you want to exert the true power in it, it depends on your own training level of fighting skills. This is not power that comes easily. Do you practice hard? In the end it's natural. Beiji collapse requires a lot of physical strength. This is a melee combat skill. If you have thin arms and thin legs, if you use it forcibly, it is probably your muscles that will break first. Not an opponent. With Kirito's current endurance attribute, he barely met the minimum requirements for cultivation, but on the other hand, there was another problem. Even the use of Hakakoku in actual combat consumes a lot of physical strength, but Kirito's personal attributes, one attribute that seems to have never been increased, is physical strength. The ghost cloak improves the host's physical strength to a small extent, but, how to see it, it is still lacking. After obtaining Shoubagyu, Kirito has decided to shift to the mode of frontal combat, and the strength value has been improved in this attribute reward. However, Kirito also immediately realized that a head-to-head battle and strong physical strength are the fighting qualities that must be possessed. It seems that the next step is to do a special exercise for physical strength. Chunin's exam, Forest of Death, ended. Then it was through the qualifiers for the third individual competition. After the end, there is a week for the candidates to rest and repair. After a week, guests and dignitaries from all over the world and other important figures will arrive before the final. On the surface, the Chunin exam was proceeding smoothly and orderly. The 8 candidates who entered the final are also rushing to carry out a surprise final training within a week. Behind the scenes, Otagakuer teamed up with Tsunagakuer, plotting to deploy and dispatch troops. And Kanaha's corresponding defensive deployment. Before the confrontation between the two huge forces, the dark tide formed by them was surging. However, whether it is the storm on the surface or in the dark, these have nothing to do with Kirito. Hey, are you sure you want to learn from Lee to play this? In the weapon shop, Tenten lost to Tsunagakuer's Ninja Tamari in their third individual competition qualifier. What a problem, I was wearing casual clothes now, and I was bored to go to the store. I found that Kirito was playing with some things, so I could not help but ask. Build your own weight. Ninja training, wearing weights, this is also a very common thing, but if it is like Lirak, wearing a weight that is more than 10 times its own body weight, it is really appalling. It doesn't matter, right? Since Lirak can do it, why can't I? Kirito said indifferently. Tenten shook his head. Or, how could you think of doing such a laborious and troublesome thing? That's not your character. You're right, I really don't like troublesome things, but there's nothing I can do, I just need this right now. Kirito didn't explain too much in this regard, and the latter Tenten was very knowledgeable and didn't ask any further. By the way, have you heard of it? In the preliminaries, Little Lee lost. Tenten sighed, even so hard-working and diligently, he still lost in the end. But the opponent, Tsunagakure, was defeating Little Lee. After that, he also fell. What a pity, as long as you hold on for a while, you can win. But there is no way, the enemy is too strong. It is said that that day, before the battle with Lee, that Tsunagakure was still the one who went into battle with injuries. Those injuries should have been left in the second game, right? Going into battle with injuries was able to knock down Lee, who worked so hard. I am even more curious that a guy with that kind of powerful strength died when he died. Ji-sen, who was injured. Kirito blinked, but he quickly got the reaction. It seems that Kanaha's executives blocked the news on this matter. Thinking about it, this is also a matter of course. Her Royal Highness, the Princess of the Land of Fire, was almost injured in Kanaha. If it was spread out, Kanaha's face would be very ugly. As for Tsunagakure's side, he has hidden things that are shameful, and he will not reveal it. Gara, I won. Kirito muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed. The resilience of the human Jinchuriki/column force is really extraordinary. It seems that my holding back is superfluous. Humph. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 59 Penance. 8 poles collapse. Kanaha's back mountain forest, a cold drink, suddenly sounded. An agile shadow jumped nimbly between the mountains and forests, and the dense thorns in the woods did not hinder him in the slightest. The next moment, the shadow stopped abruptly in front of a big tree that was half a centimeter thick. His feet were wrong, his body was half slanted, and his elbows slammed back on the big tree. Bang! There was a muffled sound, sawdust splashed, and spider-like cracks spread along the elbow. Crackling. A large hollow tree was blasted out by an elbow, making a crunching sound, and after a while, it finally fell to the ground powerlessly. When the big tree fell, the sturdy shadow like a spirit monkey retreated first, and then landed lightly on a cyan boulder. Looking at the results he has achieved, Kirito's sweaty face also showed a faint smile. In the past few days, this is the first time he has successfully used the savage fighting skills of Bajabeng. Let's use the word fighting skills for the time being, but, according to this world, Beiji collapse should be regarded as physical skills, right? But it also contains a huge amount of energy control, a bit of ninjutsu, which may be more similar to the ninjutsu that Kyomagakure village is good at. However, the power of the 8 extreme collapses did not disappoint Kirito, just as now, Kirito has only been able to reach this point with only preliminary training. Kirito is also full of expectations for how much power this pair will be able to exert after full training in the future. There was an 8-pole collapse, and Kirito's whole body was like a sponge that was suddenly squeezed out of water. The sore and numb pain continued to erode the nerves. The blue veins on his arms were beating slightly like cramps. Symptoms of excess. Squinting his eyes, Kirito turned his head slightly and looked at his right elbow, where UI was already full. With his mouth wide open, Kirito took a deep breath and murmured, "The attribute of stamina is still good, otherwise, when this blow is used, it is not the tree that will be broken, but my arm, right?" Lying weakly on the cold boulder, Kirito's slightly rapid breathing gradually calmed down, but the numbness in his body made him not want to move a finger. With Kirito's current stamina, he can only use 3 hits of Bajaben when he is in full bloom, and after using it 3 times, he will completely lose his strength until his stamina recovers. The strength of the body is enough, but what is lacking, is it still physical strength? Kirito paused, then resisted the tiredness of his body and insisted on standing up, but although he stood up, his legs shook. In a stumble, he almost fell again. At this time, Kirito grabbed his knees with both hands and stabilized his trembling legs. Is this the real penance? However, at this moment, Kirito, both legs and wrists, are wearing heavy weights. In order to exercise his physical strength, Kirito also carried out hard training. Physically weak, but Kirito still insists on a certain degree of physical exercise, and the goal he set for himself is to walk up the cliffs and steep slopes. Wearing a heavy load, he walks straight up on foot. Chakra is attached to the solace of his feet. Walking on the almost vertical cliff, Kirito is walking on the ground. Although Kirito does not know ninjutsu or demonic illusion, his control of chakra is also surprisingly good. This is also proof of the Hyuga clan. Most of the Hyuga clan who practice gentle fist are masters of chakra manipulation. However, at this moment, Kirito met an unexpected person again. Kirito. At the other end of the cliff, 2 figures appeared. It was Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. I saw these 2 people with one hand close to the back, one foot hanging in the air, and only one hand and one foot, carrying out rock climbing training. Yo, practice early in the morning, it's really hard work. Kakashi said leisurely. Both each other. Kirito responded. He had suffered from the consumption of Bajaben before, and now he is carrying a heavy load. Now Kirito's physical strength is almost at the limit, his face is slightly pale, and his breathing is quite short. Oh, you don't seem to be looking very good. Sasuke saw Kirito faltering at this time, and he looked shaky. It wasn't out of malice, it was just a very common comparison mentality of young people. Indeed. Kirito frowned. At this time, it was his limit. However, if he persisted, it was not just his body, but his mental will. Kakashi's eyes stopped slightly on Kirito's hands, and he pondered slightly in his heart, this kid, has he performed excessively high-intensity physical training before this? Also, looking at Kirito's legs and wrists, the areas that were covered by the clothes and were slightly bulging made Kakashi think of Guy. Are you burdened? Sure enough, even if he doesn't know ninjutsu or demonic illusion, this kid from the Hyuga family has never stopped practicing. Kakashi pondered. Infused with the will of the spirit, breaking through the critical point of the limit of physical strength, Kirito persisted to the top of the cliff after all. Now, he is lying on the grass, and now he can't even move a finger. Then, let's just say goodbye. Sasuke and Kakashi seemed to have some training to do, so they parted ways with Kirito here. Ah! Kirito casually responded weakly, closing his eyes and falling asleep. Chapter 60 The Gap of Strength. Boom! In the jungle, there was a huge explosion. Kirito slowly woke up from his deep sleep, opened his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that this is not a place to rest. After lying down for a while, after resting, he felt that his body had regained some strength. Kirito stood up slowly, stretched his waist slightly, and the bones on his body made a refreshing sound of crackling. After the exhaustion, let the cool wind in the mountains blow for a while. It is also refreshing, and this is the time to return to the mountain. However, from the other side of the jungle, there were footsteps and a slight gasp. When Kirito heard the words, he turned his head to look, and immediately saw Sasuke, walking out of it looking tired and tired. Are you awake? Sasuke chuckled, and in this tone, there was a mockery of hard-working people to lazy resting people. Kirito didn't care, nodding slightly, Yeah, it's really tiring if you practice hard. Suzuki nodded sympathetically when he heard the words, and then a smug smile formed on the corner of his mouth, and he clenched his hand. However, I can feel that my strength has improved a lot. Really? Then congratulations. Kirito said indifferently, and then waved to the ladder, indicating that this is it, and he was about to turn around and leave. However, just as Kirito was about to leave, Suzuki suddenly stopped him from behind. Hey, Kirito. What? Kirito looked at the ladder with a little doubt, and then he quickly understood something after he saw Suzuki's eyes staring at him tightly at this time. Isn't it? Kirito said with a slight surprise, are you sure, this posture is the right time to fight? Sure enough, dealing with smart people is refreshing, it's not like that idiot in our team. Suzuki pressed his palm, and then a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In terms of physical exertion, we are also half a caddy. So what? You should understand what I mean. Suzuki stared at Kirito with piercing eyes. Kirito's eyes paused, and then he seemed to think of something. He exhaled slightly, and said lightly, well, since you are interested, it doesn't matter if I come to play with you. Are you playing? Wait for the next time, you can talk about it. Suzuki is also ready to fight. For him, in the last time when the Budokan lost to Kirito, he was still close to him. Pregnant. However, this time, after Kakashi's training and guidance, Suzuki's confidence has also increased greatly, and he is confident that his current self will definitely be able to outperform Kirito in front of him. Then, let's start. Kirito said indifferently. Aren't you going to attack? Then, let me go first. Suzuki's footsteps startled, and then his figure flashed quickly. To the side of Kirito's figure, he avoided a swipe from Suzuki's front, and then said with a little surprise, the speed is much faster than before. Humph. It's far from enough. After saying that, Suzuki's figure flashed again, and his speed increased again. After practicing Kakashi's teaching of using thunder attribute chakra to stimulate the nerves in the body, it greatly improves the body's response and movement speed. He raised his arm to block Kirito's uppercut, and Suzuki's eyes have been transformed into UIS Sharingan. With this pair of eyes, Suzuki was able to capture Kirito's attacking movements. Super visual insight, coupled with greatly improved body reflex nerves. I can already keep up with my movements very well. Kirito said indifferently, and then clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and his tone was also slightly paused, but I can see clearly. Your attack moves? Suzuki shouted loudly, and then faced the straight punch that appeared in front of him. Suzuki was about to use his left-handed knife to pick up first, and pushed Kirito's blow away from the attack track. Then he took the opportunity to use his right arm to elbow his opponent in the chest. The theory is very correct, and the way to deal with it is impeccable, but the only thing Suzuki overlooked is that his approach, the source of everything, is based on the premise that he can take Kirito's first straight punch. What? Zo raised his knife with his sword. The moment he touched Kirito's arm, he felt that his palm was hitting an iron rod. The huge force from his palm also made him feel his face changed slightly. Bang! At the critical moment, he quickly blocked his arms in front, and suddenly Kirito's straight punch also accurately landed on the latter's arms. Suzuki's entire body was also hit hard by Kirito's blow. Fly out. Kirito said softly after blowing Suzuki with a punch, it's a pity, your strength value towards me is wrong. Kirito added the 2 attribute values obtained before that to his strength. On this item, the same punch, its strength is also greatly different from Japanese. Humph! The body fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Suzuki's arm used to block was also slightly numb, and when he looked at Kirito, he couldn't help but stare. Your strength. How can you change? It's so big. Sasuke also knew very well that Kirito was good at speed, but his strength was not that great. He could even have a slight upper hand, but now, just now, that with an ordinary blow, Kirito's strength is far beyond Sasuke's imagination. Could it be that, you haven't used your real power before? Sasuke said with a face full of astonishment, and then a trace of unwillingness and hatred flashed across his face. I couldn't help but shout in my heart, damn. What have I been doing so far? I think I worked hard, I think I have become stronger, is it just this level? There are peers who are stronger than me everywhere. If this goes on, can I really kill that man with my own power? Chapter 61 Termination. Could it be that, this guy hasn't used his real power before? Sasuke said in astonishment, and then a trace of unwillingness and hatred flashed across his face. I couldn't help but shout in my heart, damn. What have I been doing so far? I think I worked hard, I think I have become stronger, is it just this level? There are peers who are stronger than me everywhere. If this goes on, can I really kill that man with my own power? At least, I want to defeat this guy in front of me. Sasuke's eyes burst out with a manic fighting intent, then slowly stood up, the figure jumped back a few steps back, and his hands quickly hand seal. Ugly Machine suddenly saw Sasuke grabbing the wrist of his left hand with his right hand, and from the palm of his left hand, a dazzling thunder light burst out and the sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Are you risking the last blow of all your strength? Kirito could clearly see that Sasuke, who was already physically exhausted with the completion of the technique, turned pale as white as paper at this time. It was obvious that the chakra was overexhausted. If this is the case, then I too. Compared with Sasuke's dazzling preparations, from the violent chakra that can be seen to the naked eye, you can see that it is an incredible technique at a glance, and the fact is true, so that's a genuine grade A Raiden, thunder style, forbidden technique. However, at this time, Kirito's prepared response was to move one foot back slightly, lean forward slightly, twist his 5 fingers into a fist, and just hold it like this. He only felt that the surrounding air seemed to be surrounded by an invisible force. The big hand seemed to be pinching it, and a slight sonic boom sounded. Strong confrontation, violence against violence, both sides are a blow with explosive destructive power. If they collide head-on, it must be very likely to cause huge damage to one side or both sides to lose their bodies. However, despite this, Sasuke, in order to prove himself, even if it is willful, it is used. Since the other party has plans to fight with all his strength, Kirito is also fearless, and in response, he responds with the following blow. 8 poles collapse. Raiden, thunder style, Chidori. However, just in front of the lightning strike that was about to collide, suddenly a loud shout came from the ears of the two, stop! I saw a flash of lightning flashing past, and then I saw Kakashi, who appeared in front of the two at that moment. One grabbed his wrist with one hand, and then the figure spun abruptly, which well relieved the impact of the two of them. Force, one side tossed out fiercely. Boom boom boom. With 2 huge explosions, I saw that Kirito and Sasuke were both unable to hold back their strength, and they hit the tree trunks not far away on both sides. You two, what are you doing here? Kakashi, who suddenly intervened, was looking at the two in front of him angrily, especially Sasuke, who had only told Sasuke before, Chidori, the Raiden, thunder style, forbidden technique has huge lethality, and it is not allowed to be used easily unless it is a last resort. Cut. What the fuss is about, it's just an ordinary discussion. Sasuke said with a displeased expression, obviously very dissatisfied with the latter's strong intervention. Competition? Kakashi said angrily, are you guys arguing? In my opinion, it's like a life and death duel. Sasuke remained silent, and ruthlessly pulled out the arm that was almost inserted into the trunk. Immediately, his eyes fell not far away, on Kirito's side, only to see the latter's fist on the tree trunk, leaving a clearly visible fist mark. The destructive power between the two is self-evident. Thinking of this, Suzuki couldn't help showing a knowing smile. Kakashi's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he snorted, "Suzuki, are you complacent with your own strength?" "Humph, that's far from enough," Suzuki said coldly. "You." Kakashi was furious. "Ah, don't blame Suzuki too much, Kakashi-sensei." Kirito stood up slowly, bowed slightly to Kakashi sincerely, and apologized. "It's so timely, Kakashi-sensei, if you weren't there. If you take action at a critical time, things are likely to lead to irreversible consequences." "Indeed," Suzuki said in a serious manner, but the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the smug look. In his opinion, Kirito already understood his true power. From the blow just now, the two caused it. The destructive power is already obvious. Kakashi first looked at Kirito silently, and then looked at Suzuki, who had an unrepentant face, but no one knew that one of his hidden hands was shaking violently at this time. Incessantly, obviously, he also endured a lot of impact when he forcibly caught the blow from one of them just now. "Ah, that's it anyway, the little fights between the juniors, please don't mind Kakashi-sensei. That blow just now consumed all my stamina. I'm really sorry, so please excuse me for now," Kirito said. After finishing, he turned around and left without waiting for the latter's reaction. "Wait." Kakashi seemed to want to stop Kirito, but Kirito just waved his hand with his back to him and didn't respond. "Okay, everyone is gone. If you're preaching, please talk about it another day. I'm too tired today." Chidori just now had used up all the chakra left by Suzuki, and was exhausted. Staying to listen to Kakashi's lectures, he also turned around and left on the other side. Kaka, however, just as Suzuki stepped away, the big tree he had punched through just now could not be maintained. It was cut off in the middle and collapsed. Looking at the big tree that fell under his feet, Suzuki nodded with satisfaction, and then he couldn't help walking over to the tree where Kirito had his fist print on the other side. "Is this your full blow, Kirito?" Suzuki stretched out a hand slightly and slowly touched the fist mark Kirito had left on the tree trunk. "If that's the case, then it really makes me disappointed." However, before Suzuki's words were finished, he heard the cracking sound in front of him. The trunk didn't seem to change, and the cracking sound seemed to come from the inside of the trunk. "Suzuki." Kakashi looked at the latter with a sympathetic look, and then he didn't have much, just shook his head quietly. The thick tree trunk that was still intact in front of him suddenly shattered and collapsed in front of Suzuki's eyes. Unlike Suzuki, Chidori brute force pierced the middle of the tree trunk and collapsed. "The big tree in front of me shattered and collapsed from the inside of the trunk, and then the entire trunk turned into countless pieces of wood chips, scattered like a blasting sight." Chapter 62 Go to Hyuga. After a whole day of hard training, Kirito is also going to Hyuga's house in the evening. After all, Asuna, who is the protected person, is currently staying in Hyuga, and the progress of the task of difficulty A level has only completed 40, which means that the danger is still far away. If it is not lifted, as the protector, if Kirito can't see the latter, how can it be rude? It is said that because of the incident of the conspiracy of Her Royal Highness that appeared a few days ago, although this matter was forbidden by any insiders by Kanaha's high-level secrets, because of this incident, the nerves of Kanaha's high-level officials were indeed very nervous. You must know that if there is an accident in Kanaha, the princess of the Kingdom of Fire, then the trouble for the daimyo house will be big. It can be imagined that the safety of a country's princess cannot be effectively protected. How credible is such a ninja village, as a country's military machine, can it be trusted? Therefore, it is conceivable that if Asuna was really injured or even lost her life in this incident, Kanaha's reputation in the country of fire will be greatly reduced, which will even seriously affect the support of the daimyo prefecture for Kanaha. After this incident, Asuna was placed in Hayaga's house. Although it cannot be said that she was confined, Asuna's travels were indeed monitored and protected by Hayaga's family. This made Asuna, the person involved, very dissatisfied. She would be stared at all the time when she was in the Daming house. She never thought that she would be so angry when she came to Kanaha, thousands of miles away. However, because Hinata was injured in the third qualifier defeat, Asuna, who is a friend, has no time to sulking with these boring ninjas. These days in Hayaga, they are accompanied by Hinata on the hospital bed. In addition to the mission, another reason for Kirito to go to Hayaga is to visit Hinata. On the way to Hayaga, Kirito also happened to meet an old friend. Kirito. Ayako, long time no see. Kirito greeted the girl in maid clothes with a smile. The latter's name was Hayaga Ayako. The latter, like Kirito, was behind the Hayaga branch to protect Maine for generations, the important clan of Clan S descendants, but the object of allegiance to the Kirito line is Miss Hinata, and the line of Ayako is to serve Miss Hanabi. However, the relationship at these levels is secondary. Kirito has always taken a perfunctory attitude towards these superficial things, just like when he was still in Hayaga's house, when there were outsiders, he still called it on the bright side. Hinata is Lord Hinata, but isn't he calling the latter by his first name in private? This has nothing to do with whoever came before, or who is exquisite, but this is the easiest way to avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. All in all, whatever Kirito is not interested in, you can do whatever you want. Who cares? Just like now, the reason why Kirito asked Ayako cordially was not because of Hayaga's close relationship, but simply out of personal friendship. Kirito. It's only been a little over half a year, you've changed a lot. Ayako was looking up and down to observe the Kirito in front of her, and found that Kirito was a little shorter than her half a year ago, and now he has grown to the same size as her. She was perfectly flush. I can't help but remember that Kirito is only 13 or 14 years old now, and it is natural for him to grow up quickly. Ayako, there is no change as always, Kirito responded with a smile. Woo. When Ayako heard this, she immediately became unhappy. For a 17 or 18-year-old girl, words like no change are not very good comments. Noticing the latter's girlish thoughts, Kirito couldn't help but waved his hand with a smile. I lied to you, Ayako has become more beautiful and mature. Is it? Humph. Ayako was puffed up at Kirito's casual compliment, but her heart was as sweet as honey. In this way, the old people who did not meet, and Kirito just hangs out with Ayako for a while. Usually, Ayako seldom walks out of Hayaga's house alone. As the personal waitress of Miss Hayaga main clan, she can only go out when she accompanies Hanabi. Today is an exception. Ayako went out to personally select suitable training equipment such as bandages and sheaths. Wandering all the way, the two also talked and laughed with each other, but for the two of them, there are not many people who can talk freely, especially Ayako, chatting with Kirito along the way. She is more than usual in Hayaga. There's more to talk about in a week. In other words, is Kirito going back to Hayaga's house now? There is a problem with the statement. It should be go instead of return. Kirito smiled. Ah, so. Ayako nodded thoughtfully, then tilted her head and asked in a low voice, Kirito came to Hayaga. Did you get the approval of the adults in the clan? No. Kirito said directly. Ah. Ayako said in astonishment, without the consent of the adults in the clan, Kirito you. Why do I go to Hayaga, to get the consent of the Hayaga clan? Kirito said indifferently, well, in order to avoid trouble, I can use it as an excuse to see Asuna. Asuna. Ayako looked puzzled. Just stay with Hayaga, our princess of the land of fire. Ah. Ayako's face was full of astonishment, and her eyes blinked. Asuna, is that the name of her royal highness? In other words, Kirito, How can you call Her Highness the princess's name? Kirito waved his hand and said, that's why she asked me to call her name directly. Well, these things that don't mean much, don't go into it. It doesn't make much sense. Ayako couldn't understand Kirito's words that calling the princess's name directly was meaningless, but Ayako quickly said worriedly, I want to see tomorrow. Ah, Your Highness, even the family members, the elders even strictly ordered the younger generation to offend the princess easily. If you want to see the princess, Kirito, the elders in the horror clan will not allow it. Chapter 63 Stepping on People in Front of Hayaga's Door, 5 more complete. Chapter 63 Stepping on People in Front of Hayaga's Door. Looking at Ayako, who showed off the charm of a beautiful girl with a smile and a frown, Kirito also felt quite stunned. In about half a year, the girl's growth seems to be more and more mature. Maybe it's because now the difference in identities, when talking to himself, seems to be more talkative. And maybe it was because old friends met, and the time interval made the relationship between the two even closer. Are you really going to do this? Yes. Seeing that only half a year had passed, her face was less youthful and tender, and more mature and stable, and Ayako also sighed lightly, although Kirito did not elaborate on the past half a year in the previous conversation. However, she also knew in her heart how seriously this young man, who looked cowardly and lazy, was serious about the things he cared about. Biting Kiba, as if she had decided something in her heart, Ayako grabbed Kirito's hand with one hand and walked towards the other path leading to Hayaga's house. What's wrong, Ayako? Come with me. In this way, Kirito let Ayako lead, walked all the way, came to a back door of Hayaga's house. Looking at Ayako and Kirito who came. The servants of the Hayaga family who were in charge of guarding all looked at each other, and it was impossible for Ayako and the others to not know even Kirito, because the latter was considered a big celebrity and the servants of the Hayaga family knew a little bit. Although the Hayaga family did not publicly drive Kirito out of the Hayaga family, the truth of the matter can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. According to the rules, Kirito can no longer be regarded as a member of the Hayaga family. However, he is not a family member and is generally not allowed to enter the Hayaga family. However, the Hayaga branch where Ayako belongs is not low in the Hayaga branch, and it is the Hayaga main family. Second, Miss Clan's personal maid has a much higher status than their ordinary servants. The next few people did not dare to come forward to stop them, and when the two were about to enter the back door, one of the guards was there. He had to bite the bullet and take a step forward, but he hadn't opened his mouth yet. Ayako Silver's white eyes glanced lightly, which made him swallow the words in his throat. With a wry smile, he stepped back. I'll take care of it, he said lightly. Ayako was about to bring Kirito into Hayaga's house, but the rude footsteps that suddenly came from the door made her frown slightly inadvertently. As the sound of footsteps approached, a few figures slowly emerged from the door. The head of them was a young man who was no different in age than Ayako, with a slightly pale complexion and a vain expression. The pace is obviously not those guys who practice hard. A young man with a pale face, Ayako outside the door with coveted and longing eyes, under the condescending observation of the stairs and the latter's girlish curve is just perfectly highlighted. Breathing turned out to be a little rapid. Ayako's pretty face was slightly ugly when she noticed the change in the young man. She raised her head and glanced at the young man coldly. Those eyes that were usually angry, but at this moment there was an undisguised disgust. Taking Ayako's disgust into his eyes, the young man's face suddenly turned gloomy. As a descendant of the main clan elder in the Hayaga family, it was not bad, but these conditions could make other women admire him, but only Ayako's disgust can be provoked, which makes him so proud that it is really unbearable. Hey, who am I talking about? Isn't that the famous waste in the history of our Hayaga family, Hayaga Kirito? For the anger at Ayako, the young man immediately turned his attention to Kirito who was on the side. How's it going, Are you trying to go back to Hayaga's house? That's not okay. As a trash who was kicked out of Hayaga's house, he has no right to step into my Hayaga's door. Kirito looked at the latter with a slight frown. Seeing Kirito frowning, the young man seemed even more happy, and was about to sneer a few more words, but then, Kirito's abrupt words suddenly made his face turn UI. Who are you? Kirito asked suspiciously. Although he is not a famous person in Hayaga's family, he is also a member of Hayaga's distinguished main clan, but he is not recognized by a waste. This really makes him furious. I said, I'll take care of it if something happens, please get out of the way. Ayako said coldly, without giving the other party the slightest good-natured look. She said, grabbed Kirito's hand, and was facing the stairs to the door. Go up. When the face of his subordinates was so ignored, the pale young man's mouth twitched slightly, especially when Ayako grabbed Kirito's palm. An inexplicable flame of jealousy instantly popped into his eyes. Although Ayako rarely spoke, it seems to be easy to bully, but he knows that although this woman is weak on the outside, she is firm and steady in her heart, and it is extremely rare to take the initiative to pull a man. Hey, I said, why are you cold to me on weekdays? It turns out that you actually like this kind of young boy, and it's still a piece of crap. It really tastes good, but I don't know if he can satisfy you. Glancing at Kirito with that calm face, the young man couldn't help sneering. Ayako walked up the stairs with an expressionless face, as if she had never heard the obscene words of the young man, but Kirito, who was holding her palm tightly, could feel that her fingernails had been firmly caught in his palm. Kirito, who was devastated by Chayu, shook his head helplessly, glanced at the pale young man. His eyes were so indifferent that he had no emotion at all. Waste boy, are you courting death? Seeing the look in Kirito's eyes that made him extremely unhappy, the young man suddenly became furious and said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Kirito's footsteps paused slightly, but his arm was pulled, and Ayako, who was walking in front, shook his head slightly, signaling him to ignore it. Ayako. However, Kirito stretched out the other palm and slowly put it on Ayako's tightly clasped hand. The latter's body suddenly stiffened and he didn't speak. There was no need for verbal communication between the two. A subtle move, enough to understand the emotional changes between each other. From my point of view, I generally don't pay attention to those guys who only grumble there, no matter what they say. Kirito spread his hands, turned around suddenly, and fixed his eyes on the young man. Be careful, he's Chunin. Seemingly aware of Kirito's actions, Ayako turned around helplessly. She clearly understood Kirito's character, and she knew very well that once Kirito was taken seriously, it could never be stopped. However, before the shouting had completely subsided, the explosion that rang out in front of the gate made her pretty face full of astonishment. I saw that the young man who was still making a statement just now was stepped on by a face-to-face with Kirito. Kirito's indifferent words rang in the ears of the shocked figures on the field. Your words made my friend angry. A garbage humanoid that stinks when you stand, can you please throw yourself in the trash? Chapter 64 Elder Hayaga. You. Kirito stepped on the ground unexpectedly, and the young man was also furious, but despite this, he still thought that he was attacked when he was caught off guard. Kirito, the impression of trash is too deep. Waste thing. Even if Ayako wants to protect you today, don't even think about walking out of Hayaga's house safely. He was about to spray chakra on the ache appointment of his chest and bounced off Kirito's feet. But the thought in his heart has not yet fallen. The chakra he was looking forward to can shake the ladder, but it did not happen. The heavy footplate stomped on his chest like this, and the chakra he revealed with all his strength could not shake the ladder's footsteps at all. Don't make useless struggles. Kirito looked at the ladder quietly with a look of indifference, and then his footsteps moved slightly. Suddenly, with a slight click, the young man's face suddenly turned white. A mouthful of blood could not help spurting out of his throat, and he stretched out two hands with difficulty to move Kirito's feet away. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the latter half. At the moment when the young man vomited blood, Ayako also looked very startled. Just as the careful shout from before was blurted out, she saw the young man curled up like a dead dog with a pale face. This made Ayako murmur to herself, "Chinin isn't even able to fight back." At this time, the young man's subordinates just came back to their senses from the light and flint. Looking at the miserable appearance of their master, their faces were startled at first, and they immediately surrounded Kirito in anger. One of them bit Kiba, and then he started to take a gentle fist-s standard stance, and he raised his palm and slammed into Kirito's back from behind. Kaka, however, Kirito seemed to have eyes on his back, and without turning his head, he probed with his backhand, his 5 fingers like hooks, grabbed the attacker's wrist, then pinched his joints and twisted gently. Is to remove the latter's palm. Ah! The man let out a painful scream, and then I saw Kirito change his palm into 2 fingers, stabbed the latter's shoulder heavily, and sent the man flying out. Forced by Kirito's ruthless offensive at this time, the rest did not dare to step forward. "Kirito, you entered Hyaga this time, you shouldn't make it public, we still." Seeing that Kirito did not let the other parties plan, Ayako immediately stepped forward to persuade her, but she hadn't said anything yet. After that, the sound that suddenly exploded in her ear made her complexion change. "You're so brave. How dare you come to our Hyaga's house to make trouble?" A furious shout suddenly exploded on the field, and then an old man walked out from the courtyard. He was walking slowly, but every step of the way, however, it moved a distance of nearly a few meters strangely, and after a while, it came to Kirito and others. "Grandpa! Help me, kill this waste." The young man who was trampled under his feet by Kirito suddenly looked overjoyed and called out. Humph! The chest was hit hard again, and his face suddenly turned pale, and the words of resentment were blocked before he could say it. "You are too noisy." Kirito glanced at the latter indifferently. "You are, that trash." The old man saw Kirito unscrupulously stepping on his younger generation in front of him, and his eyes suddenly burst into great anger, but when he saw Kirito's appearance clearly, couldn't help but be stunned. The word waste was blurted out. Kirito also looked at the old man silently. The old man in front of him was an elder of the Hyaga family. He was also a respected master in the Hyaga family. Unfortunately, Kirito did not remember the latter's face. He wasn't interested in knowing that either. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, although he was extremely angry at this time, but no matter what, as a character of the older generation, his determination is naturally not comparable to that of young people. He did not understand why in the past, Hyaga was compliant, scolded and scolded, the humble cowardly bastard. Why did he dare to be so arrogant after being kicked out of Hyaga's house for half a year? "Kirito. I remember your name should be this, right?" "Haha, the name of the trash is Soda. Has even the old man remember this humble name? I'm really curious, what is it that makes you change so much, and what is the source of your unscrupulousness?" "Big change?" Kirito shook his head and said indifferently, "You guys don't know everything about me at all, so why would you change? Forget it, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Let this guy apologize to Ayako, or else if so, don't even think about standing up again for the rest of your life." Kirito spoke so indifferently and recklessly, and the old man couldn't hold back. All of a sudden, he laughed in anger, his 2 shriveled palms clenched slightly, and the huge chakra released in his body made the robe automatically rose without wind. What an arrogant and ignorant boy. With a little strength, he has changed from the cowardice of the past to become so arrogant. Today, this old man will show you what true strength is. In this regard, Kirito was too lazy to talk nonsense to the latter. Facing the old man who had already released his chakra breath, he did not see any movement, but looked at the latter indifferently, Come on. Whoosh. Instant. In the face of Kirito's arrogance, the old man also directly performed the teleportation technique, and the figure came to Kirito in an instant, raised his hand and slammed it towards Kirito's chest. Gentle fist. Kirito is different from the mystery of gentle fist, but with the detailed structure of the human body he is familiar with as an assassin, he can clearly know that the target of the opponent's palm is the key point of chakra somewhere. If it is, I am afraid it will damage the chakra meridian in the chest. Since he can clearly know the opponent's attack trajectory, Kirito's response is naturally easy. Crack. Kirito also stretched out two fingers, aimed at the key point in the latter's palm, and stabbed it heavily. Huh? The old man took a blow from Kirito unexpectedly, and the old man really did not consider that Kirito, who was born without Byakugan and had never learned gentle fist, was able to read his attack route, and this finger, the old man only I felt a numbness in the palm of my hand, and then the power of the palm softened, and the flow of chakra also changed, and the complexion suddenly changed. This feeling is like being hit by gentle fist. Chapter 65 Relying on the Old and Selling the Old, 4-Flower Collection. Chapter 65 Rely on the Old and Sell the Old. This kid. As the elder of the Hyuga family, he certainly couldn't be an idiot. In the short fight just now, he already had a preliminary understanding of Kirito's strength. Can easily catch his gentle fist, and the strength of one finger is full, so you can understand that the latter is impeccable in terms of speed and power. His strength is equivalent to a jonin, but he can't get any cheap. You bastard, are you here to provoke me at Hyuga's house today? The old man said gloomily. No. Kirito said indifferently, I came to Hyuga to find Asuna, the princess. What? Kirito's words immediately made the old man greatly confused. In his opinion, Kirito, who was cruelly kicked out of the house by Hyuga, after gaining power, must now come to take revenge on Hyuga, but he did not expect that Kirito would is this purpose. Looking for Her Royal Highness? What do you mean? Kirito nodded, my mission is to protect the safety of Her Royal Highness. Humph. It's inexplicable. The old man said coldly, Your Highness is still protected by a guy like you? Also, in Kanaha, besides my Hyuga's house, where else is qualified to receive your respected princess? Although I don't understand, Kirito wanted to express what he meant, but he didn't need to understand. No matter what the reason was, Hyuga wouldn't let the important tasks he received be handed over to others. In this case, what was the face of the Hyuga family? Kirito didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party, so he threw a scroll directly to the other party. This is, what? The old man subconsciously took the scroll and asked in confusion. The mission document to protect Her Royal Highness, the order from Sandemu himself. Kirito said indifferently, his words were not falsified, it was indeed the order that Sandemu gave him. Kirito had already learned that Sandemu had probably spied on his hidden strength, so Sandemu would be relieved to entrust him with the task of protecting Her Royal Highness. Kirito has no dissatisfaction or disgust for the 3 generations of spying on the purpose, and he hides it in order to avoid trouble. If it is exposed like this, then it will be exposed. Hidden words can indeed avoid trouble, but it is obviously more troublesome to deliberately cover up the fact that you have been spied on. What? It turned out to be Lord Hokage. The old man stared blankly at the contents of the mission document. The Hokage seal signed at the end cannot be faked. Okay, now, you should be able to understand, right? Kirito immediately turned around and walked away. He wasted a lot of time here. As for the young man under his feet, he accidentally stepped on him and fainted, and apologized then just do it. Wait. The old man's face changed for a while, his eyes fixed on Kirito who was about to leave and enter Hyuga, and he said solemnly, I have to discuss this matter with the patriarch. Kirito waved his hand indifferently, then you can go to the meeting slowly. No. You can't easily pick up Her Royal Highness the Princess until the meeting is decided. The old man said with a livid face, no matter what the reason was, if it came out that someone else would pick up Her Royal Highness from the Hayaga's house, outsiders would. How would you think about their Hayaga home? Therefore, no matter what the reason is for Kirito, he will not allow the latter to act like this. However, Kirito turned a deaf ear to the other party's words. He had already shown Hokage's documents. If the other party tried to stop him, there would be no way. Seeing that Kirito dared to ignore his words, the old man's face suddenly changed, and then he was overjoyed after hearing the familiar aura coming from a distance. What happened here? I saw that from Hayaga's house, several old men came again. They were all elders of Hayaga's house. Earlier, the elders were drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting. And immediately came upon hearing the news. The third one? What are you doing here? Don't ask anything, stop that kid for me. The old man shouted. This kid, is that trash Kirito? Among them, the elders immediately recognized Kirito. They were quite puzzled at this time, and they didn't understand why they were kicked out of Hayaga's house at this time. Why did Kirito appear here? And there is also a saying that the third child asked them to stop Kirito together. This sentence itself is very strange. Third, what are you talking about? Let's not talk about the reason. Stop a mere boy, can't you do it yourself? Why let them go together? Are you saying that if they don't work together, they can't stop this kid? Let's go, Ayako. To the elders of the Hayaga family who appeared one after another, Kirito still had the same expression, holding the slightly trembling and scared Ayako in one hand, and said gently, Kirito. However, one of the elders in front of him stood up, and the old man with a stooped figure just went to that station, blocking Kirito's way. Although it is not clear what happened, I think you should stay here and give me an explanation. The same thing, I won't say it again. If you want to know the specific situation, you can just ask the guy. Facing the aura elder Hayaga in front of him, Kirito still maintained an indifferent expression. That guy? When Kirito called the third elder of the Hayaga family that guy, the chief elder who had a rigid personality and attached great importance to etiquette, suddenly frowned, and his face became quite ugly. He was the most invisible. Those ignorant juniors who dare to offend their elders. Pay attention to your words, although you have actually been expelled from the Hayaga family, but you were once a member of my Hayaga family. I don't want to see a guy related to my Hayaga family being so rude. Kirito also sighed slightly for the troubles of these people in front of him, and then his eyes became cold, and he was the most inconsiderate of troublesome things like formalities and etiquette. The old guy who sells the old by relying on the old. Kirito's light words suddenly made the elders of Hayaga who were present were all angry. They have been in high positions all the year round, and they used strict clan rules to regulate the thoughts of clan people. Such offensive words, how many years did they not have heard it? Before they could scold them, Kirito said indifferently, you want to teach me a lesson, right? Come on, don't just think, just do it. I'll let you know now how pretentious it is to have that thought in mind. Chapter 66 Beiji Collapse vs 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. Chapter 66 8 Extreme Collapse vs 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. You want to teach me a good lesson, right? Come on, don't just think about it, just do it. I'll let you know how pretentious you are to have such thoughts in your heart. Kirito's indifferent words immediately made the Hayaga elders present furious, and they never said a word. It completely angered him, the fourth elder with the most violent temper among the elders. Shuzixio is talking wildly, filthy my ears. He scolded, and then the fourth elder also took action directly. He has always been irritable, and he is not the kind of character who can't talk about it. I saw his big foot shake, and suddenly the whole person was like a tiger coming out of the mountain, and the whole person flew over. Kirito turned around, let go of Ayako's hand, and then slowly sent her out, saying warmly, "Ayako, stand back a little, I'll fix it right away." "Bastard." After seeing him attack, the fourth elder turned his back to him, and he was even more angry, but although he was a little grumpy, he was not going to kill the younger generation. The momentum of the attack, it's also a lot less. Kirito raised his palms and made a heavy pair with them, and the two collided with each other. With one touch, the figure of the fourth elder was shocked and took a few steps back. Kirito looked at the latter with a little surprise, and then he seemed to understand something, and his tone was a little better when dealing with the grumpy old guy in front of him, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, if you want to discuss, please don't hold back." However, the four elders who were repelled stared at Kirito in astonishment. Although he had taken away most of his power just now, this blow also contained 30% of his power, but he did not expect that, with a single blow, he was repelled by the young junior in front of him. If it was anyone else, the genius of Kanaha would not be too unusual. Just take the genius Hyaga Niji from their Hyaga family. Can do it? But who is this younger generation in front of him? That is the shame of the Hyaga family in the past, Hyaga Kirito, who has a great reputation as a waste. How could it be possible to have such power? Fourth uncle, are you all right? However, from the other side, Ayako's concerned voice came, "Kirito." Kirito immediately understood that the fourth elder in front of him had a close relationship with Ayako. The fourth elder in front of him was probably from the same lineage of Ayako's father, but the fourth elder became the Hyaga main clan, and Ayako's father was Hyaga branch. "I see." Kirito gestured to Ayako that he understood that with Ayako's relationship, Kirito would naturally not take a heavy hand on the latter. In other words, the four elders who took action before, also brought Kirito back. Made a good impression. This has nothing to do with Hyaga. Kirito is such a character, no matter who he is or what his identity is, he only cares about the character of the other party and his appetite. Not bad power. The fourth elder looked at Kirito with a fixed gaze, and then he also put on the Hyaga family's gentle fist method. But next, it's time to get real, so make up your mind. Come on, senior. Kirito's tone was as indifferent as always, but this title also contained more respect for the word senior. Kirito's attitude has changed, but the fourth elder doesn't care about this. He has always been strict with the younger generation. Although there is no lack of love, the most important thing is to whip. At that moment, he had changed his view on the name of Kirito's trash. The older generation is so rigid in thinking, deeply ingrained by the influence of the big family's thoughts, caring for the people with good qualifications, and for the trash. It is abandoning it, not targeting a certain person. If his child is a waste, he will not have a good eye. These old stubborn people are like this, they have dedicated their whole lives to the family. In their opinion, all the younger generation in the family are their children. In this way, it may seem cruel to outsiders, but the reality is like this. The development of a big family does not depend on kindness. Previously in Kirito, because of the unavailability of waste, the four elders agreed to the expulsion of Kirito, but if Kirito returned strongly, he would also be welcome. Of course, most people are selfish, and among the older generation, there are not many people with a personality like the fourth elder. Then, let's go. I saw that the fourth elder directly opened Byakugan, and his breath suddenly changed. Whoosh. The two of them figured at the same time for a moment, and it was a face-to-face meeting, and the two of them were close to zero distance and scuffled. Puff puff puff. The close body fighting, the stimulating collision of fist and flesh. The four elders are also the famous Jonin elites of the Hyaga family during the Ninja World War. Naturally, their strength is not weak, and even if they are old, they still maintain physical combat like the wind. Kirito's agility is extremely high, and his speed will not be inferior to any jonin. With the increase in strength attributes, he also has the strength that jonin needs to have. Seeing the two fiercely fighting on the field, everyone in Hyuga was stunned. This kid, how is this possible? The elders of Hyuga were horrified. You must know that the fourth elders are among the top 5 in their Hyuga family. However, the trash in front of them who was expelled from the house was able to fight with them. They are evenly matched, and the scene in front of them has really impacted them too much. Ha 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 ha. So happy. For many years, at the Hyuga's house, I was able to fight so hard. He was so arrogant, looking at this young man with a calm expression between his brows in front of him, he couldn't help but feel as if he saw the youthful and vigorous self in the past. The other party still has room to say while fighting, but Kirito has no such gap. In the fight of close-up techniques, he is completely at a disadvantage. In the face of the 4 elders of Hyuga, who are proficient in physical techniques, if he only uses physical techniques, he is not the opponent's opponent, but although he received no less than a dozen punches on his body, the powerful physical defense brought by Kirito's endurance attribute made him bear it abruptly. The palm of the 4th elder hit Kirito on the shoulder, and when Kirito was knocked out, he also gave the opponent a kick. Immediately, the two took a few steps back from each other. The two of them were gasping for breath. In terms of their fighting style, the number of times the 4 elders hit Kirito was obviously much more. However, after all, it was an old age and a high-intensity battle. On the contrary, Kirito suffered more than a dozen blows from the opponent, and the defense of his endurance kept him still standing. Very strong, young man. The 4th elder gave Kirito a good evaluation. It's a pity, the old man is still old and has no strength to fight. Boy, I know you didn't exert all your strength. Maybe it's not your strongest skill in physique alone. Then, let's end this battle with the last blow. Come on. Use your strongest power. The 4th elder also put on a special stance that he had never seen before, and the chakra strength released from his body was also incomparable before. Is it the last blow? Kirito wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the latter with piercing eyes. Immediately, the clothes on his shoulders that were damaged due to the battle were torn open, and his right arm was exposed. Immediately, Kirito's right arm was covered with blue veins, and the muscles on his wrist were also here. Suddenly it swelled up. Haha. Very good, this is the momentum. Seeing this, the 4th elder laughed wildly, and then his body was tense, and the powerful chakra gathered on his palms like a chakra light group that condensed visible entities. Concentrated in the palm of your hand. Gentle fist 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 8 poles collapse. Chapter 67 Everything is free. Gentle fist 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 8 poles collapse. Under the eyes of a pair of eyes, each of the palms and punches in the field with extremely strong destructive power finally collided with each other. Boom. The loud energy exploded, and it sounded abruptly in the field. A ripple called a storm of energy suddenly burst out from the contact point between the two. The ripples passed, and the floor continued to hear an overwhelmed clicking sound. The cracks, like spider webs, quickly spread from under the two of them. The destructive power caused by the violent energy storm directly caused the surrounding Hyuga elders to snort. In the area of the field, a palm and a punch seemed to be attached, and an invisible energy continuously leaked from the solace of the two of them, and then everyone saw that the extremely solid floor was rapidly cracking, and then turned into extremely small fragments, and even the last fragments were directly shaken into annihilation powder. This waste, to be able to confront the 4th one head-on. Perhaps because he was too frightened, he couldn't say what he called Kirito's waste. It can be compared to the 8 trigrams vacuum palm of my Hyuga clan. What kind of physical art is this? No. This technique is not a purely physical technique. There are differences in the techniques, and it's a bit like the legendary ninjutsu that combines ninjutsu. Just as the elders of Hyaga were discussing each other, the result of the strong confrontation on the field was about to come to an end. The entanglement between the two sides did not last for too long. Hey, after an old sigh, the palms and fists collided with each other and each other sonic boomed and bounced away. Great young man. The fourth elder first stared at Kirito on the field for a while, then turned around and left after leaving such a sentence. Fourth uncle. Ayako couldn't help shouting at the side. However, the latter waved his hand and said indifferently, I'm old and useless. After a while, I won't even have the strength to stand. Kirito's breathing was also slightly rapid at this time, the terribly swollen muscles and bones on his right arm also slowly returned to normal, and the palms were also temporarily numb because of the huge impact force. Kirito. Are you alright? Seeing Kirito's pale face, Ayako couldn't help but look up with concern. Ah, fortunately. Kirito gave the latter a reassuring smile. Ayako stared at Kirito in a stunned manner, the visual impact given to her by all this was too great, her lips parted. So, you won. It's me. Kirito shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, it's a respectable old ninja. If he didn't have enough chakra in the end, it might be me who lost. However, for Kirito's free and easy admission that he lost to the fourth elder, none of the Hyaga elders on the field had a good-looking face. You must know that the fourth elders are among the older generation of Hyaga, who have properly entered the top 5 in terms of personal strength. And in this battle, they clearly understood that the fourth elder did not hold back any hands, and made the strongest blow with all his strength. However, despite this, they failed to kill the Tong, who they called trash in front of them. People beat. What does that mean? You must know that Kirito is only 13 or 14 years old now, and there is still a lot of room for development in the future. According to this trend, it is conservatively estimated that within 3 years, the current Kirito will grow to a level that no one in the Hyaga family can compare to. To the point. Kirito is a descendant of Hyaga. Originally, Hyaga should be a happy thing for everyone, but before that, they ruthlessly expelled the latter from the house. If this is known to outsiders, I am afraid that the big Kobo will be laughed off. Ayako, let's go. After Kirito calmed down a little, he was about to leave. Wait. However, at this time, the elder Hyaga stood up again, his livid face was also changing, and a pair of complicated eyes stared at the latter quietly. After a while, he said solemnly, Kirito. Kirito, don't think that with a little success, you can run amok in my Hyaga's house. You want to pick up an important guest of our Hyaga's house, and you have Hokage-sama's documents, so there is nothing to say, but this matter still has to go through my elders' meeting, and it can only be ordered by the head of the family. Kirito turned his head slightly and glanced at the latter indifferently. He is a smart person, and he clearly understands what the elder Hyaga wants to express. Judging from the fact that the other party called him by his name, he had already made plans to show his good intentions, but his tone was still as tough as ever. Typical want to hit a stick and reward a chestnut. According to the thoughts of the Hyaga elders, Kirito should be frightened, but kowtow to them, and then he can return to the glory of the Hyaga family. However, unfortunately, Kirito has never planned to return to Hyaga. He was not interested in Hyaga at first, and there was nothing worthwhile for him to stay. If the other party didn't expel him, he wouldn't bother to leave, but since he had already left, it was impossible to go back. This is not due to Kirito's revenge against Hyaga. It is said that he does not have any hatred with Hyaga. On the contrary, his two closest friends are in Hyaga. If you insist on giving an accurate statement, it can only be said that Kirito did what he wanted. So far, all his actions have been based on his own heart, what should be done, what should not be done, what is the mood at this moment. Don't ask why. If you like it, you like it, if you don't like it, you don't like it. As a family, a big family, Kirito doesn't like Hyuga, it's that simple. Chapter 68 The Great Elder Takes Action. Stop. Seeing that Kirito was ignoring his words, it was obvious that the other party refused the olive branch he offered, which made him feel ashamed and angry as the elder Hyuga. In the past, the sponsor who proposed to expel Kirito from Hyuga's house was the Great Elder, but the potential shown by Kirito in front of him made him have to ask Kirito to return to Hyuga for the benefit of the family. If Kirito returns to Hyuga, it is foreseeable that the majesty of the Great Elder will be obviously damaged, but he also knows that there is no way to do this. However, in the eyes of the Great Elder, it was a great and remarkable thing for him to sacrifice his own majesty in exchange for the supreme interests of the family. As the party concerned, Kirito should be grateful, and kneel down to kowtow to him. However, what he never expected was that Kirito refused the invitation he sacrificed in exchange. How does this keep him from getting angry? Kirito ignored the roar of the elder behind him, and went straight into Hyuga as if he could hear it. Okay. The arrogant boy who doesn't know how to behave, since you refuse to come back, then you will never want to step into Hyuga's house. The elder was furious, but no matter how he scolded him, Kirito, who was walking in front, still there was no reaction at all. This suddenly caused the anger in his heart to burn irreversibly. The hand is to face Kirito's back from the air, and a palm 8 trigrams vacuum palm slammed over. Feeling the terrifying energy coming from behind, Kirito's face could not help but change slightly. The elder's sudden action was a bit stronger than the previous 4 elders. Beiji collapse. Kirito subconsciously punched him with a backhand. He only felt that his punch seemed to hit an invisible wall, and an extremely strong and irresistible force punched his fist out. His strength was abruptly dissipated, and then the subsequent impact hit his shoulders heavily. Humph! I felt as if my shoulder had been smashed hard with a hammer, I was numb, and my body was knocked back several steps. Sure enough, his Beiji Beng has not yet matured, and the complete Beiji Beng attack has 8 layers of energy, and the destructive power is immeasurable. It's no wonder that the 8 trigrams vacuum palm can't be faced with the opponent's already well-established 8 trigrams vacuum palm. And in just a short contact, Kirito is the Great Elder before Mingbyukugen, and his strength is definitely higher than the previous 4 elders. Otherwise, it is impossible to knock him back in a single encounter. With one palm, Kirito was repelled, and the first elder couldn't help but snorted, "I don't know how high the sky is, today, the old man will teach you how to be a man." The first elder was determined to teach the arrogant Kirito a tragic lesson, and immediately stopped talking and started directly. Skilled in the blinking technique, the old figure moves steadily, and in a flash, he comes to the front of Kirito, raises his palm, gentle fist, and directly takes the key point of Kirito's chest chakra meridian. Seeing the opponent's direct attack, Kirito's eyes flashed a dangerous cold light. He, who is familiar with the structure of the human body, clearly understands that this chakra meridian is the hidden meridian key point of the human body leading to the 8 doors of injury. If it is attacked here, it is likely to cause damage to the internal organs. The opponent's attack was so ruthless, and it completely provoked Kirito's anger. The 5 fingers were like hooks, and they tightly clamped the latter's palm. The elder then narrowed his eyes slightly. You can actually read the attacking position of gentle fist. Kirito turned his hands into claws, grabbed the back of the latter's hand and tore it ruthlessly, and immediately saw 5 shallow blood stains from the elder's wrist to the back of his hand. Humph! The strength is not weak, but unfortunately, the battle of ninjas is the battle of chakra. Just now, the Great Elder lost a lot in his moves, but with his powerful chakra, he protected his palm and let Tong Detong loose. The damage caused by this claw attack is almost negligible. As soon as his footsteps turned, the elder shoveled the soles of his feet, tripping over Kirito's lower body. Kirito lost his balance and fell, but he was also very agile. Just before he fell, he supported the ground with one hand and one palm, and then turned over and jumped. Rise. However, in terms of physical skills and combat experience, it is obvious that Kirito cannot compare with the elder Hyuga, who has fought countless times. He suddenly jumped up, and was approached by the opponent with a short body to Kirito's chest. Although Kirito couldn't dodge it, he could still block it, with his arms in front of him. Immediately, Kirito slapped the opponent's palm abruptly and flew out heavily. Who stomped heavily on the ground with both feet, and only stabilized after being pushed back several meters by inertia. The scene of the electric light and flint in front of them also made everyone stunned. Indeed, when the elders made a real move, Kirito quickly fell into the disadvantage, but their hearts were not happy. Because the first elder is the core force of their Hyuga family to enter the top 3, the powerful strength is naturally unquestionable, but what shocked them is that without any reservation from the elder, Kirito has not immediately to lose is just to be at a disadvantage. The great elder's face at this time was also extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would still be unable to subdue Kirito with overwhelming force. In his opinion, winning is a matter of course, but in order to have a shocking effect, it must be one with absolute crushing power. It seems that I can only use this trick. I saw the great elder's eyes condense slightly, and his whole body was suddenly tense, posing a mysterious posture. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. This posture. Could it be that the great elder wants to? Seeing this, Kirito's eyes became icy in vain, and he said indifferently, "It seems that if you don't completely bring you down, you can't stop here." Who slightly exhaled a freezing cold air. I saw a layer of frost on Kirito's slender eyelashes and eyebrows. Chapter 69 Hyuga Hayashi appears. "You two, stop me." Just as the turbulent two were about to explode, there was a sudden loud shout, and a figure fell heavily between the two of them. Revolving heaven. The chakra points of the whole body, as air holes, release high-pressure chakra, and then spin at high speed. Hyuga main clan is spread by word of mouth, the perfect absolute defense of offense and defense. The powerful swirling chakra airflow formed in an instant sent Kirito and the great elder, who were ready to go, blown away. Puff Tong was originally concentrating on locking the breath of Kirito in front of him. He didn't expect this sudden intervention, and he suddenly took this blow, and also fell in a big trouble. It is the contemporary owner of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi. "Elder, to deal with a junior, do you think it's appropriate to use such a technique?" Hyuga Hayashi stared at the latter with a fixed gaze, with a serious expression, giving people a stern feeling of not being angry but arrogant. Humph. The great elder knew that he was right, but because of the old man's face, he couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't do anything about him. He shook his head secretly, and then turned his eyes to Kirito on the other side. "No one is allowed to use a knife or a gun at my Hyuga's house." When the elder heard the words, his face was stunned for a moment, and he stared blankly at the snow-white longsword in Kirito's hand. "I didn't notice it at all." Kirito stared fixedly at Hyuga Hayashi in front of him, and he was not like an ordinary person who would involuntarily retreat under Hyuga Hayashi's stern and sharp gaze. I watched the latter quietly for a while, and then didn't say anything more. With a palm, everyone found that the long knife in Kirito's hand that did not know when it appeared. At this moment, there was nothing in front of them. The signs disappeared. Only a small number of people felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to be freezing cold for a moment. However, because it is only a moment, most people think it is just their own illusion. On the field, only Hyuga Hayashi knew clearly that after Kirito suddenly took out the sword, the surrounding air suddenly changed, which made Hyuga Hayashi have a very strong premonition that the knife in Kirito's hand had changed. A knife is definitely not an ordinary thing, and the authorities are obsessed, and the observers are clear, but he clearly realized that at that moment, the dangerous aura emanated from Kirito. Kirito looked at Hyaga Hayashi fixedly, and this sudden sentence made everyone present break into a cold sweat. Patriarch Hyaga, please, do you want to stop me too? Hyaga Hayashi didn't expect Kirito's first sentence to be like this, so he shook his head and said indifferently, no, since you have the document personally issued by Hokage-sama, then Hyaga has no reason to stop it. Patriarch. Hyaga Hayashi's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the chief elder. However, Hyaga Hayashi unabashedly returned his stern eyes and said solemnly, Elder, pay attention to your words. As a member of the Hyaga family of the first Kanaha family, do you still want to openly disobey Hokage's orders? This. Hyaga's elders also looked at each other in dismay. It is really important to maintain the reputation of the family, but, in fact, this is something that Hokage has decided, and they are helpless. Elder, you are tired, please have a good rest. Seeing the elder with a big mouth, Hyaga Hayashi frowned and ordered him to leave. Humph. Today, this old face of his own has been completely lost, and he personally took action. Not only was he unable to capture a junior boy, he was also reprimanded by the patriarch in public. However, on the avenue, he could not refute openly. Stubborn, he always believed that he was doing nothing wrong in order to protect the family's reputation, and it was a matter of course that he attributed all the wrong reasons to Kirito. However, Kirito didn't care about the resentment from the great elder. Hyaga Hayashi didn't communicate with Kirito too much when he appeared, and just directly ordered Ayako, take him to see Her Royal Highness. Other things, you can do what you want, this is the decision of Hokage-sama. There is no doubt about the matter. Leaving such a sentence, Hyaga Hayashi walked out of Hyaga's house in a hurry. Seeing his hurried steps, it seemed that he had something urgent to do. However, these are not places that Kirito pays attention to. With the order issued by the family, no one in the Hyaga family dared to stop Kirito's progress. In other words, even if they wanted to stop, I am afraid that no one in the Hyaga family could stop Kirito's footsteps at this time, right? Let's go, Ayako. Oh. In this short period of time, so many things happened, I didn't expect that even the patriarch would be alarmed in the end. Ayako's mind was confused at this time. There were so many things she wanted to ask about Kirito, but because of so many things, she couldn't ask them for a while. Kirito seemed to be able to read the latter's mind, then, as usual, he gently rubbed the latter's head and smiled, I'll talk about it later. Chapter 70 Wife only needs 5. Chapter 70 Wife, just 5. Hyaga and his party, after some troublesome things, Kirito finally met Asuna. But now, he came to Hineda's room. It turned out that because Hineda was injured in the third qualifier of the Chunin exam, Asuna has been with Hineda all the time as a friend. Coincidentally, Kirito came to Hyaga this time and planned to visit Hineda, so he appeared here as a matter of course. Kirito-kun. Hineda was very surprised by the arrival of Kirito, struggling to get up from the hospital bed, but accidentally affected the internal injury on her body. She suddenly suffered pain, and bent down, only to see her covering his lower abdomen with one hand. His face was pale, and his slender eyebrows were glittering with a hint of sparkle, giving him a pitiful beauty. Hineda. You can't move around now? Asuna hurried over to lay Hineda down slowly, and said with concern. In the forest of death, Hineda stepped forward when she was in crisis, which also moved Asuna quite a bit, and the friendship quickly warmed up. In addition, the two have similar personalities and have had too many similar life experiences from the same background, so it is easy to resonate with each other. Kirito also stepped forward quickly, came to the side of Hineda's bed, and asked with concern, Hineda, is it still painful? Do you want to call for a medical ninja? Hineda squeezed out a pale smile and whispered, well, it doesn't matter. The injury is basically healed. It only needs a period of rest to heal. That's right, then take a good rest. A short greeting does not require too many words. Sometimes, some things do not need to be said. Just a glance and a subtle movement can understand each other's feelings. The evening wind blew in from the window with the aroma of cherry blossoms in the courtyard, and the room was filled with a sense of elegance and freshness. Simple words, very ordinary conversations, always bring different feelings because of different people. Comfortable eyes, a shallow smile on the corner of the mouth, ordinary and happy. If the warm time can stop forever, how wonderful it would be. This made Asuna, as a bystander, feel envious for the two in front of her. She couldn't help but think, when I'm in a bad mood and need it most, there will be someone who can accompany me to talk. If, for example, people have the right to choose their birth environment from the very beginning, will the world around them be completely different? If I hadn't been born as the princess of the fire country, but was just a girl from an ordinary family, wouldn't my life be different? The answer is no, because there is no if this premise. The relationship is really good, the two of you, why don't you just get married like this? Asuna said these words suddenly, and the conversation between the two who were talking normally came to an abrupt end. Asuna. At this moment, Hinata's face was flushed with joy, and she stared at Asuna with wide eyes. Facing the latter's sudden words, she, who was already shy, seemed even more helpless. Asuna pouted very interestingly. In the recent long-term chat with Hinata, they have become good sisters who can talk about everything. As for the shadow of Kirito that often appears in Hinata's conversation, Asuna naturally won't notice, plus the latter's shy expression from time to time, she almost chiseled the word like on her forehead. So, what do you think? Kirito-kun. Asuna's voice changed, and she immediately shifted the blame of the problem to Kirito. Don't talk about Asuna. Hinata seemed to want to block the latter's silence, but when she heard the sentence, she couldn't help but her voice was as low as a mosquito's whisper, her little head was slightly lowered, and then she secretly raised a pair of his big eyes were looking at Kirito with hope. However, Kirito, the person involved, thought about it a little seriously, and then said with a serious face, marriage. If a wife is a wife, maybe 5. Scared? What are you talking about? When Asuna heard this, her beautiful big eyes suddenly stared hugely. You still want 5 wives? Stop joking, okay. Hinata, who was on the side, had a rare small mouth after listening to it, but in her heart at this moment, the first thing she wanted to know was whether there was any place for her among the 5. One more word here, Asuna is also one of the ideal wives, Kirito said with a smile. Who asked you this? To Kirito's hippie smile, Asuna gave him a big byakugan. By the way, you are very bold, and you even tried to be the princess of the land of fire. Kirito spread his hands and said with a smile, don't worry, what I said just now was a joke. Tomorrow's head was suddenly full of black lines, and he said, in other words, more than half of them are serious. Kirito thief smiled, and then his eyes moved slightly. Although the smile on his face did not change, it just gave people the feeling that the feeling of that hippie smile was gone. Smile again seriously. Who can know what will happen in the future? I never look forward to a bright future. For me, cherishing everything in front of me is enough. Chapter 71. The war begins. As the last round of the Chunin exam, it is also the climax of this time. Those who can stand this step are undoubtedly the elites of the younger generation. In the auditorium, guests from all over the world gathered. There are also dignitaries representing government agencies. According to this game, the comprehensive strength of the ninjas in each village can be used as a judgment of the ninja strength of the ninja villages to which they belong. Asuna, who represents the daimyo house in the land of fire, naturally must attend. On the independent viewing platform with the highest treatment in the audience, Asuna looked a little bored, but Kirito stood beside him as a close guard. Today's protagonist seems to be this prosperous event, but Kirito knows that behind it, there are two extremely powerful forces that are gathering strength. It won't be long before this place will become a battlefield for ninjas to fight. Guaranteeing Asuna's safety in the midst of the war must be the most difficult stage of this A-level mission. On the surface, Kirito is like the rest of the audience, scanning the battlefield on the stage, but secretly, Kirito is really quietly observing every move within a 100-meter range, and he has not found it yet. What a difference! However, what he had to pay attention to was that, looking at the entire audience venue, there was a jonin deployed on each important passageway up and down the stairs. Heitake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Kurane Yui, Might Guy, and others. So it is. Kirito's eyes could not help squinting, and the jonin guarding the main road were Kanaha's most elite jonin. The first 3 generations assigned him the task of protecting Asuna. On the one hand, it was an acknowledgement of his strength, and on the other hand, it was difficult for Kanaha to draw a powerful jonin to protect Asuna. The 3rd generation. I'm afraid I have already received the information that Orochimaru is going to attack Kanaha. And also made a complete tactical deployment in advance. Kirito pondered, this point must be clear to Orochimaru, even if the plot is discovered, it doesn't matter. No one can stop him from this crazy plan. With the passage of time, the ninja duel on the field has become more and more intense, and the visual impact brought to the audience is also getting bigger and bigger. Kankuro vs Abarame Shino, Tsunagakure abstained. Narashikamaru vs Tamari, Battle of Wisdom. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyaganiji, Battle of Destiny. However, the last game was the Chunin exam, a subversive showdown of the younger generation that all the guests were most concerned about. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sandstorm Gaara, Battle of Power. He learned the Raiten, Thunder Style, forbidden technique Chidori of Heitake Kakashi's famous stunt in Sasuke, and with the Raiten, Thunder Style, stimulating cell technique, his speed and movement technique have been greatly improved. The last Chidori used broke Gaara's absolute defense and injured her body. On the other hand, because Sasuke accidentally interrupted Gaara's psychic medium, Tsunagakure and Otagakure had to plan ahead. Boom! On the first seat of Hokage and Kazekage, there was a huge explosion. After Kazekage killed Hokage guard Umbu in an instant, he quickly held Hokage hostage. At the same time, the demonic illusion team of Tsunagakure and Otagakure, who were in ambushes in the audience, also suddenly attacked and cast a wide range of demonic illusion to hypnotize the audience on stage. An elite Tsunagakure-Otagakure assault squad disguised as civilians also took off their camouflage to reveal their sharp claws, Kiba. However, some of Kanaha's most elite Jonin Kakashi and others, who had been prepared, immediately launched a counterattack. The venue that was full of shouts a moment ago was instantly replaced by the sound of silent ninja fighting, but because both parties were fully prepared, there was no chaos, and the long-awaited killing was carried out in an orderly manner. Kanaha Crash Plan, officially launched. Kirito slowly placed Asuna, who was in a drowsiness in demonic illusion, flat on the sofa in the independent VIP seat. He did not start to lift Asuna's demonic illusion. Facing the situation in front of him, the latter was not sober. For the war at this moment, it has no effect at all. Moreover, facing the sudden war in front of him, Asuna, who has lived in a peaceful environment since childhood and has never seen bloody killings, may be a shadow that will never be wiped out in her life. If that's the case, let her be a sleeping beauty for a while. Over there. I saw that not far from here, there were 2 Tsunagakure lurking nearby. After casting a large-scale demonic illusion, a large number of people fell down here, and Kirito just stood there straight, and it's still in a very conspicuous VIP seat, it's impossible not to find it. This kind of large-scale demonic illusion has the advantage of being widely used, but its disadvantage is also very obvious. Generally, genin with a little bit of demonic illusion resistance can be unlocked. However, let's not talk about whether this demonic illusion has any effect on Kirito. As far as the concept of armed ghost cloak on his body, it has a certain degree of effect on ninjutsu demonic illusion. The resistance effect, in this way, this level of demonic illusion is naturally impossible to play against Kirito. In fact, the mission of Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer was not originally aimed at the Kanaha ninja, but to bring down the guests in the auditorium. Now they are more undeclared war, as morally untenable, only for ninjas. There is no morality in war, but it is not the same for ordinary people, so in order to avoid Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer being notorious and despised by the world after the war, they hypnotized all ordinary people on the field at the beginning of the war. Eliminate eyewitnesses. All that's left standing there with nothing to do is the enemy, the Kanaha ninja. Kirito stood there unaffected, and the approaching Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer immediately attacked him. Chapter 72 Fighting. He grabbed the shuriken that had been thrown, and then threw them back with his backhand, and both the speed and strength were stronger than those of the previous attack, and the attacker was suddenly killed when he hit the key. Kirito instantly killed a Tsunagakuer, which immediately attracted the attention of the nearby Tsunagakuer and Otagakuer lurkers. And they rushed towards him. Humph! Kirito easily avoided the knife cut from the opponent's head, and then approached, and his elbow hit the key point of the heart on the opponent's left chest, and the latter's eyes rolled Byakugan. Fell down limply. The left hand turned into a palm, and suddenly slapped away the kunao who was stabbing from the side, and then the 5 fingers were like hooks, pressing heavily on the opponent's neck, and then twisted cruelly. Finally, he turned around and swept his legs violently, kicking the last person who attacked from behind heavily. After solving the 3 enemies who came at once, Kirito made a quick and fierce attack, and immediately gave a great deterrent to the surrounding enemies. However, while Kirito is intimidating the younger generation, he will also attract more powerful enemies. I saw a Tsunagakuer Jonin enemy. After seeing this, I immediately shifted the target of the attack and locked Kirito. Slowly took out a handful of kunao from his pocket, and then saw that after he made a mark on one hand, he could see that the front end of kunao was surrounded by a sharp blue chakra. The attack method of the master attribute change. It is obvious that the opponent has the real strength of Jonin. That boy, let me come. Kirito looked at the aggressive latter, then squinted his eyes and said in deep thought, it seems that we have to use more powerful force to be able to have a better deterrent effect. The war started, and it was clear that Kirito was not here to participate in the war. The purpose of his mission is to ensure the safety of Asuna in the chaos, that's all, so he will not take the initiative to attack the enemy. However, if the enemy is afraid of him and does not dare to approach, then the only way is to show the order the power of human fear. The battle must also bring a great impact on the enemy's subconscious. Then, I can only use this. I saw Kirito slowly exhaled, and then I saw a lot of icy cold emanating from his body, and the place where the soles of his feet touched, also condensed into a layer. Frost. Ling Wu, sleeve white snow. With a move from his right hand, he saw that snow-white arc of light flashed, and a gorgeous long sword with a snow-white hilt and blade body suddenly appeared in his hand. Humph. Weapons are quite weird, but... However, the hand that Kirito showed, but it was unable to cause psychological shock to the experienced Tsunagakuer Jonin. He saw him take a big step, and the figure was turning into a sprinting shadow. He quickly approached Kirito, and the kunao with the powerful wind attribute chakra in his hand stabbed Kirito fiercely. Kirito did his part, raising his knife and slashing head-on. Knife and the kunao, the ordinary kunao, with the sharpness of the white snow on the sleeve, it is 1 chop and 2 halves, but the ordinary kunao that has been infused with chakra changes has become like fine iron. As hard. Kirito only felt that this knife of his own seemed to be chopped on a high-strength alloy steel plate. However, Kirito didn't know, he was surprised that the other party was able to compete with his sleeve Baeksu, and the other party was also shocked, and said to himself, impossible. Under the weapon of my attribute change, that knife could not be used by chakra cut off on top. In the end, it was only a struggle for a while. Kirito grasped the palm of his hand, and immediately released the chakra into the hilt from the palm of his hand. Huh! Tsunagakura Jonin's pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw that the place where his chakra knife and Kirito's sleeve white snow came into contact, was quickly frozen, and even the emerald green chakra swirling around was frozen. Carrot, are all frozen without exception. He let go of his hand subconsciously, only to see that the chakra kunao was completely frozen into frost and fell to the ground weakly. You knife. Tsunagakura Jonin stared solemnly at Baeksu, who was constantly releasing an icy aura in Kirito's hands, and was about to say something, but Kirito wouldn't tell him the time of the ink, and the figure flashed for a moment. It was cut with a horizontal knife. The other party's reaction was also very fast. After all, he was a Jonin who had experienced many battles. A quick ninja. Kirito clearly understood the speed and agility of the opponent's actions. This kind of opponent, when entangled, is not a character that can be defeated in an instant. However, what Kirito needs most at the moment is to give the surrounding enemies a crushing of absolute power, crushing the enemy from the heart. Then, I saw Kirito holding Baeksu with his backhand, and the tip of the knife made a cut on his fingertip, and a little blood that seeped out quickly condensed into frost. -50 degrees. The eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair were covered with a layer of frost, and then there was no movement under his feet. Suddenly, the surrounding ground shook violently. Huh! Tsunagakura Jonin stumbled suddenly, and almost fell to the ground unexpectedly. What's going on? The earth is shaking? Covered by a layer of frost, and what's even weirder is that this layer of frost blocked his chakra from infiltrating and couldn't attach to it at all. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the ice shock effect produced by -50 degrees, the enemy could not move. Kirito's figure flashed, and he came to the front of the opponent, and he raised his knife and fell down. Damn it! Tsunagakura Jonin subconsciously wanted to step back, but the ground shaking violently under his feet made him unable to even stand up. He bit Kiba and slammed his big hand on the ground, and then the whole person was tall. The high ground jumped up. Humph! If it's in the sky, it won't be affected. Indeed, the effect of the ice shock cannot affect the units in the sky. But I saw Kirito stick the knife in his hand on the ground, and the next moment was only to see Kirito as the center, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. A circular white circle appears. This is Tsunagakura Jonin, who was in the mid-air, couldn't help his heart skip a beat when he saw the circular aperture directly below him, and he had a very bad feeling. The sky is not a very good area. I saw a cold light flashing in Kirito's eyes, and then he jumped up and jumped out of the circular aperture, and then from the aperture, a dazzling white light bloomed, and the white light Jinchuriki/column formed was straight. Sky. First dance moon white. Everything touched by the white light freezes along with the air. Chapter 73 Who is the real enemy? Puff. The blade that penetrated the body was pulled out, but it did not bring out a trace of blood. The latter had nothing on the surface, but in fact, the blood and internal organs in the body had been frozen by ultimate cold air. Under the ultimate low temperature maintained at -18 degrees, no blood would ooze out of the incision caused by the slashing, but the cold air poured in from the wound, severely freezing the internal organs of the body. There are also some enemies who were beheaded in the middle, because the freezing stopped the bleeding from the huge wound, so even if they were beheaded in the middle, they would not die for a while, lying on the ground and screaming shrilly. This place is like a terrifying slaughter field. Generally, Jonin who killed more than 5 Tsunagakura Otagakura and no less than 10 Chunin before and after beheaded, plus the tragic corpse here, greatly deterred the enemies who approached. Kirito slowly exhaled, using the power of Shobeizu for a long time. The consumption of himself is also very huge, but despite this, Kirito still uses the strongest method to kill all approaching the enemy. The purpose is to have a strong deterrent effect. Sure enough, after that, the rest of the Tsunagakuro infiltrator on the field did not dare to approach within 10 steps of Kirito. There was a fierce fight on Kirito's side. Perhaps the powerful strength displayed by Kirito attracted the attention of many Tsunagakuro, and actually killed 5 jonins and more than 10 shinins. It eased the battlefield in the auditorium very well. Kakashi and other Kanaha elite ninjas who were deployed in their positions have successively solved the enemies in front of them. Although the number of ninjas infiltrated, the Tsunagakuro troops infiltrated much more. However, Sandemu had already anticipated this, and had Kanaha's strongest jonin team in advance. Guarding here, with the addition of an unexpected person like Kirito, the balance of combat power was broken, and the Tsunagakuro battle situation turned sharply. At the same time, on the top of the Hokage building, the battle between Sandame and Orochimaru has also entered a white-hot stage. In Orochimaru's powerful 4-flame purple formation, Kanaha's Umbu couldn't enter support at all, but in fact, during the cage-level battle, support was meaningless from the beginning. In the rest of the place, there are still a few battles that are not over yet, but it looks like it will end soon. At this point, Kirito couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. At the same time, he was also at the side of Asuna, who was in a drowsy state. Vigilance has never been relaxed. I checked it secretly from the taskbar of the system, and found that after this battle, the progress of the task completion rate increased from 40 to 60, and only increased the completion rate by 20. What the hell is going on here? Kirito narrowed his eyes and pondered to himself. In theory, the Kanaha collapse plan is coming to an end. Orochimaru, the most dangerous one, can't be the opponent's target at all. Now Orochimaru is fighting against the 3 generations. Yes, even if the battle on Orochimaru's side is over, and the 3rd generation uses ghouls to kill him, the strength of Orochimaru, who has taken his hands, will be greatly reduced. At that time, the threat to Kirito will be greatly weakened. With his sleeves, Kirito might not be able to deal with Orochimaru in a weak state. So, who is the real enemy? In this regard, Kirito maintains a 12-point vigilance, and the task is still about half of the progress, that is to say, the danger is far from being completely eliminated. But no matter who the real enemy is, just let it go. All in all, Kirito is sure that he will not let his guard down until the completion of the task reaches 100. But having said that, after completing the 20 progress, you can also get a little extra attribute point and a system reward opportunity. At the attribute point, Kirito did not hesitate to focus on the item of strength. Now that Kirito has the powerful Zanpakuto of Shobeizu, he will fight the enemy head-on, and he will not be defeated at all. Strength value will also be Kirito's first choice for the allocation of attribute points in the future. The only thing left is the item reward. So, what would it be? With anticipation, Kirito clicked the system extraction to confirm the start. The system space in front of me suddenly underwent a bizarre and fantastical change again. In the field of vision, there are swords, bows, and spears that represent cold weapons, guns and bombs that represent hot weapons, and scrolls of various secrets that represent martial arts books, etc. The above, Kirito there has been experience gained. The cold weapon is Zanpakuto Shobeizu, the hot weapon is the M700 light sniper rifle, and the martial arts is Beiji Ben. These are. Kirito found that what appeared in front of his eyes were some strange objects of various colors, including magical staffs, alchemy potions of various colors, and opals, crystals, etc. Kirito guessed that according to personal understanding, these things should be regarded as things similar to magic props, right? In the end, the light and shadow in front of him changed, and finally the frame was fixed. This time, what Kirito drew in the arsenal was a new item that had never been obtained before. No, it turned out to be this thing. Kirito looked at the card that exuded this strange atmosphere in front of him. The back was a twisted black uzumaki, and the front was reflecting a strange six-pointed star spell. Array, there is also a paragraph above. Card name, Curse of the Hexagram. Card type, Trap card. Effect, binds a target unit, making it immobile. The effect of restraint depends on the strength of the user and the strength of the restrained target. Chapter 74, The People Behind the Scenes. Who is the real enemy? But now, Kirito is thinking, now he should know. Whoosh. Without warning, and without any expectation in advance, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As an assassination worker, the timing and choice of the other party's appearance are very good. Unfortunately, the other party encounters a target who understands the assassin's actions better than he does, and is always vigilant at all times. Under the circumstance, once it appears, it is just a self-inflicted snare, just like hitting the muzzle of a gun. I saw that Kirito didn't turn around to make a strong attack, but stood in the same place, grabbed Xiao Beixiu with his backhand, and stabbed it on the ground like this, and the extremely freezing cold air was continuously poured into the ground through the tip of the knife. Tree white? Yeah. The assassin who attacked from behind, just like that, the blade in his hand was less than 1 centimeter away from Kirito's neck, and he was still unable to advance half a step. This is. The other party was stunned, his lower body was numb and lost consciousness, and he looked down subconsciously, only to find that at some point, the extremely freezing cold air gushing from the ground froze the mobility of his legs, and the frost also spread to his entire lower body. The whole person is like a frozen tree. Kirito slowly turned around and saw that the sneak attack from behind was a Barame, one of Danzo's excellent subordinates. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, as expected. Humph was taken by the frozen Abarame, who was trying to struggle, but obviously trying to break free from Shubai's shackles was not so easy to do. Kirito didn't ask the latter anything, and there was no need for it, and immediately raised the knife and slashed the opponent's head. The sharp blade cut off the opponent's head, and there was no flesh and blood flying around in the imagination, but the roots were taken by a Barame who had cut in half, and the body turned into a buzzing pile of insects. Is the bug clone? The bugs seemed to be attacking and approaching Kirito, but they didn't see any action from Kirito, but once the latter approached Kirito within 1 step, he was immediately blown away by the extremely freezing cold air from Kirito's body. To all freeze to death. Kirito immediately turned his head to one side, a Barame who was standing not far away took the root, and then glanced around again. One was used as a feint to induce, and the other was hiding somewhere? I remember that it was the Yamanaka clan. The person must be ready to find the right time, and then cast a heart-turning technique on me? Kirito not only knew their identities, but also saw their tactics at a glance. Abarame was also quite shocked and confused. Why do you know this? Now, it should be you who should answer the question. Kirito's figure flashed, and he came to Abarame to take the root. He raised his knife and slashed at the opponent. Facing such a vicious blow from Kirito, Abarame didn't dare to take the root, and his figure retreated sharply, only to see that under Kirito's slash, the ground where he was just now was forcibly split out. There was a huge sword mark, and on the marks left by the sword mark, there were bursts of icy white air. Seeing that Abarame took the root, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he glanced at Kirito with a very dreadful look. What's going on with this guy? It's only been a few days, how can he be so powerful? The figure flickered quickly, and the trajectory of the movement was also in a roundabout S-shape. Kirito knew that Yamanaka Wind was lying in ambush nearby, so he would not give the opponent a chance to lock his position. Damn it! Sure enough, with a low scolding, the Yamanaka wind also jumped out of the dark. Although the Yamanaka family's heart-turning technique has the effect of invading the target's spirit and achieving strong control, this technique also has a disadvantage. It is necessary to prepare for the operation, and the target must be locked. If the projected spirit does not fall on the target, then the spirit will not be able to return to the body in a short period of time, causing the body to be at zero. In a defensive state. In actual combat, it cannot be used without the cooperation of companions. Zheng. Yamanaka Wind also took out the ninja sword on his back and confronted Kirito head-on, as if to make up for the limitations of the heart-turning technique in actual combat. Yamanaka Wind has also cultivated a strong sword technique, and has frontal combat effectiveness. Even no less than a Barame's roots, but, with this level of combat power, facing Kirito, it still seems a little weak. In a clash of swords, the delicate ninja sword in Yamanaka Kaze's hand was condensed into a layer of frost. The originally light ninja sword became heavy, and the blade was covered with ice, losing its sharpness. Abaramatajan and Yamanaka Kaze teamed up to confront Kirito head-on, but the two of them still couldn't change the disadvantaged situation. If this continues, within 10 rounds, the two will be destroyed by Kirito's sword. Kill. Take the root, please help me buy time. After biting Kiba, Yamanaka Wind suddenly withdrew from the fight with Kirito. Kirito glanced at the two of them with a bit of surprise. In this battle, he would have an absolute advantage. Only by joining forces could the two be able to compete with him for a while. Now that Yamanaka Wind has withdrawn from the battle, Kirito conservatively estimates that there are no more than 5 in the round. He was able to take the root of a Barame in front of him and kill him on the spot. Huh. Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see Yamanaka Wind, who was retreating. His hands formed a special handprint, and then the target of his hands was not him, but the Asuna who was lying not far away. Direction. Looking for death. Kirito's face suddenly flashed a cold light. He immediately understood the opponent's intention, and was about to step forward to stop it, but at this time, a Barame took his roots and attacked him frantically. I won't let you pass. A Barame took root as Danzo's important subordinate, and his strength was also outstanding at the Jonin level. He was entangled like crazy, and even Kirito couldn't solve him for a while. Penetrated the latter's right chest, and the extremely freezing cold air immediately poured into the latter's body through the wound, and for a while, the blood and internal organs were severely frostbitten. A Barame's face suddenly darkened, but even so, he still used his only strength to firmly grasp the blade that pierced through his body with both hands. He has been brainwashed since he was a child, and he doesn't value his life at all. Everything is based on the tasks given by Danzo. You guy. Kirito also did not expect that the other party planned to sacrifice his own life in order to cover his companions. That's it, stop it, Hyaga Kirito. Only a familiar female voice was heard. I saw Asuna, who was asleep, slowly stand up, but on the other side, she fell and lost consciousness. Yamanaka Wind. Has the heart-turning technique succeeded? Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly, and then, he was not as flustered as he imagined. Still maintaining his composure and calm, the hostage-taking was successful. Then, what are you going to do next? What to do? Chapter 75, First Meeting with Danzo. Come with us, Hyaga Kirito, Danzo-sama wants to see you. Shimura Danzo, you are the one who is behind all this. Kirito said with a stunned expression, narrowed his eyes, and looked deeply at the Yamanaka who was controlling Asuna. Then, there was no movement, just indifferently, okay, I'd like to see, Kanaha Gen Umbu's chief, what's the matter with me? The other party took Asuna as a hostage, and Kirito is not completely helpless to him, but now that he has figured out who the real threat is, even if Kirito kills these two here, Kirito will deal with him. The people behind the scenes understand that the latter will never give up, and will definitely find another opportunity to plot against him. In this case, it is better to directly show down and make a choice now. Seeing that Kirito obeyed obediently, Yamanaka also breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. The current situation was too unfavorable for them, and the estimation of Kirito's strength was also greatly miscalculated. He couldn't compete with the opponent, and in a very short period of time, it was convenient to take Abarame's roots and inflict heavy damage. If he hadn't controlled the hostages himself, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being killed. Be quiet. Come with us. Because during the battle, Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Tajin were wearing tights that covered their entire bodies, so the Kanaha ninjas around did not recognize their identities, and from a distance, it was a heavy injury to one person. Falling to the ground, one person lost consciousness, and Asuna stands up. On the surface, it seems that Kirito has already solved the enemy that the enemy attacked, so the rest of the Kanaha ninjas do not feel strange. In this way, Kirito followed the Yamanaka wind and came to a hidden underground passage in Kanaha. Kirito looked around carefully, and couldn't help but whisper, "I didn't expect that people who have lived in Kanaha for so many years would never find out that there was an underground secret passage built here at some point. Kanaha's roots are always hidden in the darkest, unknown depths. This is the true meaning of ninjas." Inside the dark passage, a figure slowly walked out. Shimura Danzo. Kirito stared at the latter quietly. Oh, Danzo glanced at Kirito in surprise, and said curiously, "You seem to have a certain understanding of me." "Lord Danzo, this person is very strong, neither I nor Tajin is his opponent. To cover me, Tajin is now seriously injured," Yamanaka reported authentically. "Really?" Danzo didn't seem to be too surprised by Kirito's strength, then glanced at Asuna and said lightly, "Very good, I brought the hostages, and now I will remove the spell, let the spirit return to the body." "Yes, Lord Danzo." I saw that Asuna made a few knots in both hands, and then I saw Asuna's body trembling, and the latter collapsed limply to the ground. "It's a bunch of excessive guys." Kirito walked to Asuna, slowly picked her up, then took a few steps back and placed her on a stone seat. However, Danzo did not stop Kirito's series of actions, and just watched him quietly. I immediately handed over the hostages. "It seems that your goal is not Her Royal Highness," Kirito said indifferently. "Originally yes, but it's unnecessary now." Danzo glanced at Asuna lightly, and then said lightly, "Really?" Kirito looked at the latter with a pair of eyes, and the next sentence suddenly made the latter's face change suddenly. "It seems that the third generation has died." Danzo's pupils tightened, and the pair of hands hidden in the cuffs also grabbed abruptly, and then the only old look that was exposed was staring at Kirito. "It seems that you know a lot." Kirito didn't respond. "In fact, the matter is very simple. Before, Danzo secretly instructed his subordinates to deceive Asuna into the forest of death with demonic illusion, and wanted to make something happen to the latter. Then, the Daming Mansion will definitely be furious, and Kanaha will be in power. The third generation of the leader will definitely be punished first, and it is very likely that he will also be forced to resign from the Hokage throne. Then, as Danzo, who is plotting the Hokage throne, he has an opportunity to take advantage. However, now, the reason why Hina has no use value as a hostage, the answer is very simple and easy to see. That is, the above cage level war has already come to an end, and the 3 generations of eyes have fallen to Orochimaru's hands. In other words, from now on, Danzo's target is not Asuna, but Kirito himself. It seems that your target is me. I would like to know, what do you want from me?" Kirito directly stated Danzo's true purpose. "You're very smart." Danzo first looked at Kirito for a while, and then said thoughtfully, "This age, it's like Uchiha Itachi back then. Also, no wonder that guy Sarutobi values you so much." Guess. Kirito shook his head, but he didn't expect that Danzo would focus on him only from the point that the third generation paid attention to him. Humph. It was really just a guess at the beginning, but if you can defeat two of my excellent subordinates, then you have to pay attention. Danzo snorted coldly. Kirito couldn't deny it, immediately spread his hands, and said indifferently, "Then, can you tell me your true intentions now?" Chapter 76 Kirito vs Danzo. Chapter 76 Kirito vs Danzo. Submit to me. Be my subordinate. Danzo stated his intentions straight to the point. Impossible. Kirito would also resolutely reject this. Danzo was not surprised by this, but said to himself, "Being my subordinate, you must erase your own personal thoughts, and all actions must follow my will. And I will brand a powerful spell on you. Seal bondage. Once you dare to betray, I can use a secret technique to obliterate you at any time. Then tell me directly what you are going to do with me. Do you really want to subdue me?" Kirito asked strangely. "Don't worry, whether you like it or not, in the end, there is only one result." Danzo then slowly untied the bandage on his right arm and the iron ring chain on it, and there was a very gloomy aura in his indifferent voice. "Come, the first step now is to use force to subdue you." "Really?" The negotiation only took 2 or 3 sentences, and if they disagreed, they were preparing to use force. As expected of the Kanaha Shimura Danzo, who is known as the Eagle of Kanaha and almost as famous as Shinobu. Kirito is not a person who likes to talk too much. With a single stroke of his palm, he directly uses the sleeves of white snow, and the flawless tip of the knife pointed directly at Danzo in front of him, and said lightly, "That's a pity, your priority is the first step, it is doomed to fail." Humph. There is no unnecessary nonsense, I saw that Danzo is also directly ready to do it. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. In the face of several sharp futon, wind style, attacks from Danzo in one breath, Kirito did not fight the opponent, but flashed his figure. He clearly understood that the ordinary futon, wind style, the opponent was using. Attack, 99% of which is used as an induced feint. Sure enough, just after Danzo launched the first wave of attacks, his big foot stepped on the ground, and the whole person turned into an arrow from the string, and rushed towards Kirito. The speed is so fast. Kirito's face was solemn, and the agility that Danzo showed at this time did not match his old-fashioned appearance at all. Danzo's figure came to Kirito's body in an instant, and he punched him with brute force. Bang! Kirito raised his arm to block, and suddenly his elbow collided with the opponent's fist. Kirito only felt his elbow, as if it was against a hammer, and the brute force also made his arm trembling. It's also impeccable in terms of strength. Kirito's figure flashed, avoiding the opponent and swept his legs. Whoosh! One blow pushed Kirito back, and Danzo didn't give him any time to rest. He took out a kunai from his cuff, blew his mouth, and immediately there was a layer of extreme strong wind attribute chakra. Chakra Kyu stabbed Kirito fiercely. If it's a weapon, no one can beat me. I saw Kirito facing the sharp thorn in front of Danzo. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and Zanpakuto turned in his hand and slashed head-on. Huh! Danzo only felt that his stab, as if he was stuck on steel, and under the collision with the blade in Kirito's hand, Chakra Kunwyu felt a faint crack. I was slightly surprised in my heart. You must know that this weapon attached to his wind attribute chakra change is invincible and has a strong sharpness. Even a rock can be cut in half like tofu. I didn't expect that not only the knife in Kirito's hand was blocked, and there was a slight tendency to back pressure himself. Huh! I don't know how high the sky is. I saw that the chakra Kyu in Danzo's hand was suppressed, but he didn't take a half step back. With a twist of his palm, an extremely vicious chakra was injected into Kyu. Huh! Kirito only felt that in the other party's misery, an extremely strong wind attribute chakra was condensing. Its power is so great that it has a tendency to suppress Shioubagyu. Is this the power of cage level chakra? Kirito was stunned, Shioubagyu was suppressed, and for the first time he realized the fundamental difference between Jonin and cage level strength. So far, with the continuous enhancement of his personal attributes, even if he throws away the various powerful weapons he possesses, even his personal abilities will not lose to any Jonin. Probably what he lacks with Jonin is fighting experience. However, his real power lies in weapons, especially after possessing Shioubagyu, his strength has even surpassed Jonin's. Kirito guessed to himself that although there is still a certain distance from the real cage level, the quasi-shadow has reached it safely. Especially when using Shikai's Nirvana, Absolute Zero, its power is enough to kill Jinchuriki/Column in seconds. Presumably, even in the face of a real cage level powerhouse, the opponent can only temporarily avoid it. Sharp all the way. Kakai saw just when the two, Kirito's Shioubagyu and Danzo's chakra strengthening kunao, were at a stalemate with each other. In the end, the kunao in Danzo's hand was overwhelmed and broke apart. Humph. I have to say, this knife of yours is really good. Danzo's weapon was destroyed, and he immediately prepared to retreat to avoid Shioubagyu's edge. However, in fact, the latter's agile action ability really avoided Kirito's slash. However, what Kirito relies on is not just the weapon in his hand. The 5 fingers of the left hand twisted, and the vigorous power suddenly gathered on the arm. The suddenly swollen muscles broke the sleeves in an instant, and a powerful punch poured down on Danzo with overwhelming force. 8 poles collapse. In the face of Kirito's sudden blow, Danzo couldn't avoid it, and his chest was hit hard, and the latter's chest was directly sunk deep. His face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kirito was chasing after the victory. After hitting the latter with a punch, Bai Shui with his sleeve stabbed his neck quickly, and the snow-white blade directly penetrated the vital point of the latter's neck. Chapter 77 Direct and Fierce Fighting. A lot of blood splashed out. The heart was destroyed, and the neck was penetrated by a sharp blade. Any of these 2 places were fatal injuries. Generally speaking, the injury has reached this level, and it is already certain to die. The pierced flesh, and the warm feeling of the blood spattered, the clear feeling, there is no way it could be shadow clone. However, no matter how real everything is shown to Kirito, Kirito will not just think that the Kanaha Shimura Danzo, who shocked the quartet, is so easy to be killed by him. In addition to possessing a powerful weapon, there is also such a powerful physical technique. A faint voice came from behind Kirito, and I saw that the original himself was injured in 2 places, and Danzo, who was sure to die, stood intact. There. Kirito turned his head slowly, his eyes fixed on the latter's right arm, which was unbanded, with the Sharingan of Ui Gorilla embedded on it, exuding an extremely cold chakra atmosphere. However, one of the Sharingan on the back of his hand was slowly closing. Uchiha clan, Izanagi. In a very short period of time, all unfavorable factors of the caster, including death, can be instantly transformed into dreams, and all favorable factors of the attacker can be transformed into reality. The ultimate demonic illusion to cast yourself. At first glance, Kirito forced out Danzo so quickly and used the hidden trump card Izanagi. In fact, Kirito has already revealed a lot of trump cards. First of all, Beiji Ben is the most explosive physical attack of his current master, and the continuous use of Shioubagyu also consumes a lot of himself. However, Danzo also has his own opinions. First of all, he is very cautious, and he did not relax because of Kirito's appearance, because although he did not know much about Kirito, he was very cautious. Knowing clearly that the 3 generations of eyes are concerned about Kirito, knowing that Kirito definitely has some hidden methods that make the 3 generations of eyes admire. Now it seems that it is exactly as he guessed. Also, Izanaga's forbidden technique, he was only a preliminary master, and before that, it was not long before the experimental data he obtained from Orochimaru, so the reason why Danzo used it from the beginning Izanaga, who paid such a huge price, was to test the power of this legendary forbidden technique. Shaking his palms, he felt that he was not damaged in the slightest. Danzo couldn't help but burst into a frenzy and thought to himself, is this Izanaga's ability? Of course, this is not the first time he used Izanaga. As early as a few years ago, he relied on this technique to successfully attack Uchiha Shisui, the demonic illusion genius of the Uchiha family, and won the latter one. Precious Mangekyo Sharingan. However, at that time, his Izanagi only lasted for a short period of more than 10 seconds. Now, with the help of Orochimaru's experimental research, using the transplanted Senju Hashirama cells, his own body energy has been greatly enhanced, so this time in the test, the effective time of Izanagi is almost half a minute or more. This is far from enough. Danzo thought to himself that he had to get in touch with Orochimaru next, and maybe Izanagi's duration could be extended. However, these things should be discussed in the future. Now that the test has been completed, it is time to get real. Whoosh! I saw a flash of Danzo's figure, running directly towards Kirito from the front. Second dance white ripples. Kirito immediately launched a long-distance attack in the sleeves of white snow, the cold air spit out from the tip of the knife, and when it touched the air, it condensed into large strands of ice and snow, and the direction of the knife tip pointed, the ice and snow stormed out. A large-scale coverage attack, in an instant, drowned the oncoming Danzo. Huh! Kirito's pupils shrank suddenly, and he pondered. He didn't even take evasion, he ran straight up. It seems that he is preparing to end the battle in the most direct way. As Kirito guessed, in the face of Kirito's attack, Danzo did not dodge or dodge, and his figure was directly submerged in the torrent of ice and snow. However, through Izanagi, all the damage he had suffered was transformed into a dream, and the figure it appeared directly behind Kirito without warning. The sharp kunao in his hand stabbed straight into the back of his heart. Kirito responded very quickly, but Danzo used Izanagi to position his appearance directly behind Kirito, and he didn't have time to resist and dodge. Immediately, he only felt a tingling pain in his shoulder, but he still managed to avoid the key point in a critical situation. Resisting the wind attribute chakra attached to Kunwyo, the huge wound was cut open by the wind attribute chakra attached to the kunao. The white light array, the figure flashed, and jumped out of the light array. The first dance of the moon is white. It is emitted by a circular light array, and the white light that penetrates the sky straight. Wherever it goes, everything, including the air, is frozen into frost. Danzo was evading supplies in the light array, and was instantly frozen. However, after killing Danzo in an instant, Kirito did not pause his attack preparations, and immediately stabbed his finger with the tip of the knife, injecting a large amount of cold into his body. -18 degrees. -50 degrees. In one breath, the sub-zero temperature dropped to -50 degrees, and the sudden sharp cooling did not take care of the backlash on his body, creating a unique ice shock effect of -50 degrees, and the surrounding ground suddenly shook violently. Huh! Danzo, who had just appeared behind Kirito just now, only felt that the bottom plate was unstable. Not only could the prepared sneak attack fail, but because he couldn't maintain his balance, his figure fell to the ground. However, when he looked up, he saw a huge fist. Boom! Kirito took advantage of the ice shock to restrict Danzo's movements and immediately launched a fierce attack, punching the latter's head like a watermelon. Whoosh! This time, Danzo appeared in mid-air. In the sky, the shock wave effect of the ice shock can indeed be avoided, but what awaits him is indeed Kirito's first dance, Moon White. I see. If you are in the sky, you will be attacked by this move. Danzo stared at the light array that was releasing strong white light directly below. Ground units, one attack against the sky units. If these two moves are well coordinated, the target is simply nowhere to escape. Whoosh! Once again, Danzo appeared in the air behind Kirito. Kirito stabbed the knife into the ground as always, and was about to use his first dance to deal with it. However, the light formation had been completed and he was about to jump out of the attack range. Suddenly Danzo's arms clamped firmly on his shoulders, and said coldly, "In this case, you yourself are within the range of the attack." Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't hold back. With a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, the white light Jinchuriki / column under his feet instantly engulfed Danzo and himself. Chapter 78 Dangerous Situation. If that's the case, you're within the attack range yourself. Danzo grabbed Kirito who was about to withdraw from Uebi's attack range. Kirito's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't hold back. With a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, the white light Jinchuriki / column under his feet instantly engulfed Danzo and himself. The white light Jinchuriki / column, everything it touches, freezes into ice. After the white light disappears, what remains is a huge ice Jinchuriki / column with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Danzo appeared in another place, and I saw that his breathing was quite rapid at this time, although he still looked unscathed, which shows the terrible thing about the forbidden pupil technique is an ague. However, although there is no damage to the body, the use of such a powerful pupil technique, coupled with the fact that Danzo itself is not the body of the Uchiha clan, consumes a huge amount of chakra. If it is not for the cells of Senju Hashirama, the body is improved. I'm afraid Izanagi, Danzo's old-fashioned body, will be blown to dryness after only one use. Who panting rapidly, his face pale because of the huge consumption of chakra. Danzo fixed his gaze on the huge ice Jinchuriki / column, and couldn't help but ponder, this guy, he didn't hesitate to involve himself in the attack range of the art. Unknown powerful physical skills, and weapons that can wield Hayaton, ice style. What kind of secret is Hyuga Kirito hiding? Could it be Keki Igenkai from the Hyuga clan? No. Danzo pondered. While learning Kirito's secret, suddenly, there was a crisp cracking sound. Immediately, a crack appeared on the huge ice Jinchuriki / column, and then the crack continued to expand. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, Kirito's figure also fell from the ice. Danzo couldn't help but squinted slightly, and then said coldly, "Humph. So, it shouldn't be considered completely fine, right?" I saw Kirito at this time. His whole body was covered with frostbite that turned purple and blue. After moving his frozen body, Kirito slowly exhaled a breath of hot air, and murmured to himself, "The power of sleep Baigyu, it can protect the internal organs from the cold, but it cannot protect the surface of the body. Although the power of Shiu Baigyu has a strong resistance to the cold, if it receives a blow from Uebi, it will still injure to a certain extent. So, now, what are you going to do? You should know that I can use the same trick to deal with the same technique." Danzo said indifferently, but although he said it easily, in fact he couldn't do it that simple. Because he dragged Kirito into Uebi's attack range, although he can use Izanagi to be immune to damage, after all, every time Izanagi is used, it will also cause a huge consumption of his own chakra. Danzo's mind, although Kirito is not clear, but he probably also knows that the more powerful the forbidden technique, the greater the risk it brings, this eternal theorem. However, for him, the continuous use of Shiu Baigyu is also quite a huge consumption of himself. Let's see who gets tired and falls down first. Kirito slowly exhaled, and then he saw a layer of frost quickly spread between his hair. Whoosh! The figure flashed, then quickly swept towards Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes and pondered to himself, "I can't waste Cherry Non like this anymore. I don't know what trump cards this guy has left." Suddenly this time, Danzo did not resort to suicide attacks to consume Kirito. The figure turned and avoided Kirito's frontal slash. At the same time, his hands were covered with a layer of extremely strong wind attribute chakra. However, when he clapped his hands together, Kirito was slashed abruptly. The blade that came over was caught. Kirito's eyes moved, and then he poured the chakra in his body, and immediately above the snow-white blade, a terrifying cold air was released. Humph! It can be seen that the sleeves between Danzo's hands have been frozen with a thick layer of frost, but only his dry palms have never been covered by frost. The blue wind, the attribute chakra, is firmly protecting his hands. Ha! Danzo swiped his palms along the blade of Xiaoxia Baixu, and leaned directly on the blade. One hand turned into a claw, firmly grasping the blade, and the other hand tightened as a hand blade. Violently slashed towards Kirito's neck, especially this knife covered with this layer of rich wind attribute chakra. This slash, its sharpness is no less than a real blade. In the face of Danzo's physical attack, Kirito's pupils shrank slightly, and then he nimbly tilted his head back. The knife with a sharp cyan whirl almost slashed against Kirito's forehead and took it away. A few strands of hair on top. Kirito also immediately counterattacked, and slapped Danzo's temple heavily with his left palm. Kirito's strength attribute, even a stone brick will be smashed by a blow with anger. However, in the face of Kirito's fierce blow, Danzo's eyes flashed coldly at this time. This is the time. I saw that Danzo's left hand, which had grabbed the sleeve of Suibaixu's sword, also loosened in vain, and poked it straight at the center of Kirito's palm. The palm pressure with an angry blow hit Danzo's finger heavily, but the latter didn't seem to have practiced any fingering skills. When he slapped it, the finger was immediately broken, but it only poked the palm of Kirito. Slight pain. However, more importantly, because his left hand loosened Xiao Baixu, Kirito's knife tip sank straight into the latter's chest. Kirito faintly sensed something was wrong. Looking at the obscured smirk at the corner of Danzo's mouth, he couldn't help but change his face. He was about to move, but found his body suddenly stiff, unable to move. Just above Kirito's palm, which was poked by Danzo's fingertips, a mysterious technique pattern was constantly changing, one after another black pattern, along Kirito's arm, quickly spread to the whole body, as if invisible chains in general. It's useless, this is a powerful spell that can restrain the movement of the body. Danzo's intact figure reappeared again, but this time, he didn't seem to plan to attack and stood directly in front of Kirito, but at this time, at this moment, Kirito can't move even a single finger except his eyes. Chapter 79, The Scales of Victory. It's useless, this is a powerful spell that can restrain the movement of the body. Danzo's intact figure reappeared again, but this time, he didn't seem to plan to attack and stood directly in front of Kirito, but at this time, at this moment, Kirito can't move even a single finger except his eyes. I didn't expect that a mere young man could push the old man to such a level. Danzo gasped rapidly, using Izanagi for many times in a row, and the consumption of his own chakra was quite huge. Of course, this is also because Danzo has to capture Kirito alive. Sometimes, it is much more difficult to capture the enemy than to defeat the enemy. There is no need to make unnecessary struggles. Soon, your personality and thoughts will be wiped out and baptized in the old husband's root organization. Kirito tried his best to break free from the shackles of the curse seal on his body, but as Danzo said, the shackles of the curse seal were extraordinary, and even if he tried his best, it would be difficult to untie it for a while. In this regard, Kirito's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a hint of determination flashed on his face, and he exhaled a cold breath. Negative 27,315 degrees, absolute zero. What? The sudden freezing cold air was released from Kirito's body, and Danzo, who was at zero distance, couldn't even react, but was blown head-on by this cold air, and frost quickly gathered on his body. However, Just before Danzo's body was covered by ice, it disappeared for a while. Danzo, who reappeared with puff tongue, was on one knee on the ground because of the excessive consumption of chakra. He was panting and sweating like rain. He raised his head slightly, and only one eye was exposed. He stared at the direction where Kirito was. I saw that the skin of the latter's body was also covered with a layer of frost, and through Chakra's perception, from the latter's body, he could not feel any breath at all. Impossible. However, the next scene shocked Danzo, because Kirito, who was originally bound by his curse mark and couldn't move, actually moved. The sharp blade slid across his shoulders, no flesh and blood flew, but just with a gentle wave from Kirito's sleeve Baeksu, everything that the blade touched was frozen. In the state of absolute zero, Kirito only needs to wave the knife a little, and everything he touches, including the air, is frozen into ultimate ice. At the low temperature of absolute zero, no creature can maintain life activities, that is a hit must die, a vicious killer move that kills you in one move. The disadvantage is that when Kirito is in a state of absolute zero, he has only 4 seconds to move freely, and if the time limit is exceeded, he will be frostbitten by low temperature. It was just a passing blade. There was no fatal injury, and there was no huge injury, not even a minor injury. However, the Danzo in front of him died from hypothermia in an instant, and there was no room for resistance. Even his body possessing Senju Hashirama's exuberant vitality cells will not help. Theoretically, in the state of absolute zero, as long as one hit, it will not end in death, but in fact Danzo also died once, only because of Izanagi, he was able to survive. However, this time, Izanagi, who was once again consumed, Danzo also fell to his knees on the ground with his hands and knees, gasping for breath. Impossible. How can my spell seal be unlocked? Indeed, I have to say, the binding strength of Danzo's spell. For the human body, it is too difficult to break free with brute force alone. However, this is also for the body structure of the human body. Under absolute zero, Kirito has no life in his body. It is beyond the limited scope of the spell, so the effect of the spell naturally cannot be exerted. After 4 seconds of click, Kirito himself was completely frozen into an ice sculpture, which was also the limit time for maintaining absolute zero. Once surpassed this world, even oneself will be instantly frozen by that terrifying low temperature. Who gradually raises the body temperature and releases the sub-zero freezing state in the body. After finishing all this, Kirito couldn't help but fell to the ground with a thud. His face was extremely pale, and his breathing was also very messy and rapid. Kirito has also reached the limit of his physical strength after using Shoubaegyu for a long time and fighting with high intensity. On the other hand, because of the excessive consumption of chakra due to the use of Izanagi many times, Danzo's situation is not much better than Kirito. Unexpectedly, in this battle, it turned out to be a competition for who fell first, the limit of life and death. The rest of the chakra, Izanagi who can only be used again, no. If it is Izanagi, maybe I can defeat him, but if I want to capture him, I'm afraid I can't do it. Danzo thought to himself. To be honest, he didn't expect Kirito to be so difficult, and consumed his Izanagi many times, but in the end, he still didn't take much advantage. However, Kirito's side, in fact, was more serious than Danzo had guessed. At this time, Kirito's body already had no chakra left, and Shoubaegyu, who was still holding numbly in his hand, had actually reached the point where he couldn't even wave a knife. Excessive use of Shoubaegyu's power not only consumed all his physical strength, but also suffered severe frostbite. His mental will was depressed, and his body did not even have the strength to twitch a finger. The two exhausted people stayed on the same ground, silently, without a trace of movement, and the place where the battle was still fierce just now fell into a strange silence. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. After a while, it was Kirito who stood up first. At this moment, both sides are already reaching their limit, but perhaps because of their youth and strength, Kirito can still forcefully stand up. Kirito, who stood up, held Zanpakuto tightly, and walked step by step towards Danzo, who was slumped on the ground unable to move. In the latter's old eyes, there was a flash of determination, and he murmured to himself, "Is this the end?" Kirito held Shaobixu tightly in his hand. He knew that Danzo was going to make his last bet, but in fact he didn't have any strength left, and he was able to stand up now because of his own strong will. Arrive. However, at this point, there is nothing to say. Whoever persists to the end will be the victor. Suddenly, Kirito, who was stepping forward, stopped in vain. On the other hand, Danzo's eyes loosened and he said indifferently, "It seems that fate is still on this old man's side." The art of turning hearts. Asuna, who stood up slowly, immediately pulled out the rapier at her waist and pointed the sharp point of the sword at her throat. "Hyuga Kirito, this is it." Yamanaka Kaze, who suddenly rushed to support, the stalemate balance of the battle situation was suddenly broken, and the balance of victory was instantly tilted to the other side. Chapter 80 Koda Amatsukami. Tensagen. Chapter 80 Koda Amatsukami. Break away. The art of turning hearts. Asuna, who stood up slowly, immediately pulled out the rapier at her waist and pointed the sharp point of the sword at her throat. "Hyuga Kirito, this is it." Yamanaka Kaze, who suddenly rushed to support, the stalemate balance of the battle situation was suddenly broken, and the balance of victory was instantly tilted to the other side. It's very timely. It seems that it was because of the arrival of reinforcements on his side, not because of his spiritual will. In fact, although Danzo is already very weak, he still can't even stand up. However, the cunning man still pretended to be immobile and wanted to paralyze the enemy in front of him, and then launched the most vicious counterattack at the last moment. But now it seems that this is no longer necessary. "Lord Danzo, your chakra." Yamanaka looked at Danzo in disbelief at this time. Although there was no injury on his body, the chakra in his body was almost in a hurry, which in his opinion, Danzo so weak, it was the first time he saw it. Danzo's chakra was in an emergency. When Yamanaka Wind arrived for support, he could vaguely sense it, and knew that the enemy in front of him was a strong man who could push Danzo to this situation. Facing such a powerful enemy, Yamanaka Wind rationally thinking that the success rate of launching a sneak attack by himself may not be too high, so from the beginning, Yamanaka's style was the idea of taking a hostage. In theory, Yamanaka's actions were logical and reasonable, but what he did not expect was that in fact, Kirito had already run out of fuel and was able to stand up with willpower. "I'm afraid it's over now." Of course, even now, it's not far from the end. Hu Xiaobixu fell weakly in his hand, and then turned into a melting ice flower and disappeared, not just because Asuna was controlled and gave up resistance, in fact, Kirito was unable to resist at this time. Is this the end? Kirito really didn't have the strength to summon any weapon from the arsenal space. So far, he still relies too much on the system. Although, in terms of personal attributes, even if he does not use any weapons, the value of his body will not be lower than any jonin. However, its own strength is still quite lacking. Running out of chakra, unable to summon any weapons from the arsenal. Not only that, but even the concept weapons equipped on the body, the boots of hate and the ghost cloak, were forcibly disarmed due to the loss of the supply of the host chakra. Kirito is now in a real desperate place. The power is beyond reach. Have you given up resistance? Danzo stood up slowly, but, being cautious, he still did not approach Kirito easily, and, after checking the right arm, only the last one was left. Sharingan is still open, that is to say, within the effective time of Izanaga's activation. For the sake of caution, I still won't approach you easily. Danzo immediately untied the bandage wrapped around his right eye, revealing a Sheri-nan of Ui. In addition to the right arm, Danzo has a Sheri-nan hidden in his right eye. However, this Sheri-nan is very different from the others. As soon as it is opened, it can be seen that Danzo's eyeballs are covered with blood. At the same time, Danzo gathers all the remaining chakras in the body. On this eye open, I saw that Danzo's momentum suddenly changed at this time, and an extremely evil and strange power was released from Danzo's right eye. 3 Tomo's Sheri-nan, there was a twist, and then it turned into a straight Tomo. Blood Ui's pupils are like the pattern of the four-cornered wind demon shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that he also sensed the change in Danzo's breath, but even now, Kirito is powerless to resist. Not to mention Shimura Danzo, who is a strong cage-level man, Yamanaka who is an Umbu subordinate next to him, or even a random Chunin, he has no strength to fight. Unruly, hard bones that violence can't make it yield. Danzo walked in front of Kirito step by step, staring at him with the only exposed Mangekyo Sharingan, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. If Danzo had been cautiously concerned before, would Kirito still have any means to make a desperate blow, but now, with Mangekyo Sharingan turned on, with unparalleled insight, Danzo will put the chakra in Kirito's body. The situation is clear. It was already empty inside, and there was no chakra to see. It seemed that his previous cautiousness was too much. The hands are in a seal. Resolve. Untangle is Inaga's forbidden technique. At this moment, there is no need to maintain the technique of immortality. If you have to be cautious in this situation, then it is not prudence, but cowardly and timid. The previous fight with Kirito has consumed a total of 9 Sheri-nan on Danzo's right arm. Although this is also because his Izanagi is incomplete and the efficiency of his spells is too low, Kirito can kill him. So many times, it is enough to prove Kirito's great strength. However, in Danzo's secret vault, there are also nearly a dozen Sheri-nan reserves. These are the spoils of war that he collected from the members of the Uchiha family on the night of Uchiha's extermination. For the Uchiha clan, Sheri-nan is also a powerful Keki Genkai that only a few outstanding clans can open, so the preciousness of Sheri-nan is self-evident. Every Sheri-nan, for Danzo, is a powerful killer, and he will not easily waste any Sheri-nan. Grabbing Kirito's neck with one hand, Danzo lifted it up with his bare hands. Kirito was powerless to resist, and immediately let the other party bring him up. Breathing rapidly, Kirito only felt that his mind was chaotic at this time, and he had a strong and strange dizziness. This is not because the chakra is exhausted, exhausting all reflexes. This is how the same thing? Although the current Kirito has indeed reached the limit of his body and spirit, however, in the face of the crisis of life and death, the human body will always burst out of spiritual energy beyond the limit. But now, Kirito has no sense of breaking the limit at all. Instead, he was in a very strange state with his whole body and mind. Unable to move for half a minute, the whole person seems to have lost consciousness, only the spiritual consciousness is awake. Humph. Did you finally give up resisting? Seeing Kirito in his hand, he was like a dead dog, motionless at this time. Danzo thought that the latter had given up resisting him physically and mentally, but, no matter how bleak the goal is, Danzo will not hold back the slightest. Slowly stretched out 2 fingers, forcibly opened Kirito's closed eyes, and Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye suddenly burst out with a terrifying pupil power. Hitomitsu Kodayamatsu Kami. The strongest demonic illusion of the Uchiha clan can use the pupil technique to invade the target's brain nerves and forcibly change the will of others without the target being aware of it. Danzo is suspicious by nature, and he has a 3-point vigilance even for the most loyal subordinates. Even if he has followed his confidants for many years, Yamanaka Kaze and Abara may take their roots. The reason why he trusts them so much is that the most fundamental the reason, is because Danzo imposed Kota Amatsu Kami on his duo. This is true for his subordinates who have followed him for many years, and even more so for Kirito. It is impossible to trust him. Even if he surrenders to the latter by force, he will not easily drive Kirito. Kota Amatsu Kami. Humph! Kirito only felt a pain in his eyes. That feeling was like a pair of steel needles pierced into the eye sockets, a burning pain. Immediately, his spiritual consciousness became chaotic and blurred. Ah! However, this sudden and tragic neigh suddenly awakened the confused Kirito. Eyes. Eyes. Ah! I saw Danzo in front of him, covering his right eye with one hand, while his left eye, which was so wide, was staring at Kirito in front of him. Binocular. This is. I saw at this moment, the sides of Kirito's eyes were densely covered with blue veins, and the originally pure black pupils also turned into silver white, emitting such a strange light. This situation feels like. This is. Byakugan. Danzo stared at Kirito's silver eyes in disbelief, and then shouted sharply, "Impossible! How can a mere Byakugan resist Mangekyo's pupil power?" However, at this moment, the silver white of Kirito's eyes underwent a series of changes. The silver white shrank to the surrounding of the pupil, and the edge of the pupil was as blue as the sea of stars.